sand flowing upwards in defiance of gravity. A voice, smooth as silicon and cold as liquid nitrogen, poured from his speakers.
Ethan Morris, your presence is requested. Halloween night. Prepare to jack in and face your fears.
The hologram imploded, leaving behind a QR code burned into his retinas and the lingering scent of ozone. Ethan blinked rapidly, his mind racing to process what he'd just witnessed.
How the hell?
His fingers trembled as they passed through the space where the hologram had been. No projector, no hidden devices, just empty air that still crackled with residual energy.
Unreleased tech. If this is just a sample...
The thought trailed off, his imagination igniting with visions of what awaited at Hourglass Technologies. The Hourglass Technologies building loomed against the night sky, a monolith of glass and steel that seemed to devour the light around it. As Ethan approached, jack-o'-lanterns lined the path, their grins too wide, too knowing. Their eyes followed him, LEDs shifting in hues that nature never intended. The doors hissed open, releasing a gust of air that tasted faintly of copper and electricity. The lobby was a fusion of Silicon Valley chic and haunted house kitsch. Holographic ghosts flickered between server racks, their wails harmonizing with the hum of cooling fans. A receptionist materialized before him, her smile too perfect, skin too flawless.
Welcome to Hourglass Technologies, Night of Neuro Nightmares. Please place your hand on the scanner. It's just a formality. And a blood sample.
Ethan hesitated, but the hunger for knowledge overrode his caution. The scanner pricked his finger, a bead of blood forming like a ruby interface between man and machine.
Identity confirmed. Proceed to the cerebral chamber.
The elevator ride was a descent into digital madness. Fractal patterns writhed on the walls, each floor indicator a countdown to an unknown finale. The doors opened to a labyrinth of corridors, the air thick with the tang of fear and the musk of sweat. In the cerebral chamber, a throng of fellow developers milled about, their excited chatter a discordant symphony of anticipation and dread. Sleek VR rigs hung from the ceiling like high-tech gibbets, their cables serpentine and hungry. A hush fell as Dr. Victor Craven took the stage, his lab coat pristine, his smile a scalpel's edge.
Welcome, pioneers of the site. Tonight we breach the firewall between reality and nightmare. You are the ghost in the machine, the virus in the code of consciousness.
Ethan's skin prickled, goosebumps rising like a wave of Boolean values flipping from false to true.
Down your neural interfaces. Prepare to debug the human condition.
The VR headset enclosed Ethan's vision in darkness. For a moment, all was void. Then, reality fractured and reformed. He stood in a haunted house that defied Euclidean geometry, where shadows had mass and whispers left visible trails in the air. A mirror shimmered into existence before him. His reflection grinned with teeth too sharp, eyes blazing with pixels of madness.
Welcome to the machine. Time to face your cached fear.
The mirror shattered, each shard a window into a personalized hell. Ethan screamed, but in this digital domain, his terror manifested as lines of code that scrolled endlessly into the void. In the real world, Dr. Craven observed the twitching bodies of his subjects, his eyes reflecting the eerie glow of monitors, displaying vital signs and brainwave patterns. He leaned in close to Ethan's ear, whispering words that would never reach the trapped consciousness.
Happy Halloween, little ones. Your minds are such fertile soil for our digital harvest.
A single drop of blood fell from Ethan's nose, staining the sterile floor with a promise of horrors yet to come.
Pretty standard stuff.
His voice echoed strangely in the virtual space. He took a step forward, leaves crunching beneath his feet with hyper-realistic detail. The front door swung open with a cinematic groan. Inside, dusty furniture and cobweb-draped chandeliers greeted him. A portrait on the wall seemed to follow him with its eyes, a classic haunted house trope brought to life with stunning fidelity. Somewhere in the house, a clock struck midnight. On cue, a ghostly figure materialized at the top of the stairs. It wailed, rattling translucent chains. Ethan chuckled.
Okay, Hourglass Tech. Is this the best you've got? Where's the groundbreaking AI?
As if in response, the floorboards beneath him buckled. Ethan stumbled, catching himself on a nearby table. A vase crashed to the floor, shattering into shards that glitched and pixelated before settling.
Now we're talking.
Adrenaline began to pump through his veins. He made his way upstairs, encountering more Halloween staples: a witch's cackling laugh, a black cat with glowing eyes, doors that slammed shut of their own accord. Each was rendered with impeccable detail, but nothing seemed particularly revolutionary. Ethan pushed open a door, finding himself in a dusty library. Books lined the walls, their spines bearing titles that shifted and changed when he wasn't looking directly at them. In the center of the room, a Ouija board lay on an antique table.
Ooh, spooky.
He approached the board, placing his fingers on the planchette.
Oh, great spirits. Got any stock tips?
The planchette jerked violently under his touch, skittering across the board with impossible speed. It spelled out a message. Behind you. Ethan turned, expecting another cheap jump scare. Instead, he found himself face to face with Dr. Craven, the man's eyes gleaming with an unnatural light.
Enjoying the show, Mr. Morris? I think it's time we upgraded your experience.
The room began to warp and twist. Books flew from their shelves, pages fluttering like birds' wings. The walls pulsed, circuits visible beneath peeling wallpaper like veins beneath skin. Reality fractured around Ethan, shards of code slicing through the virtual air.
What the hell?
Ethan stumbled back, his mind reeling as it struggled to process the shifting reality. Craven's form glitched, his lab coat melting into a swarm of ones and zeros.
Welcome to debug mode, Mr. Morris. Let's see what lurks in your kernel.
The floor beneath Ethan liquefied, binary code swirling like quicksand. He sank, screaming soundlessly as zeros and ones filled his lungs. Just as panic threatened to overwhelm him, he burst through to another level of the simulation. Here, memories played out on flickering screens. Moments of triumph and shame, love and loss. But they were wrong, corrupted. In one, his childhood dog spoke with his father's voice. In another, his first kiss ended with his date's face melting into a pool of pixelated gore.
Fascinating. Your mind creates such intricate firewalls. Let's see what happens when we introduce a virus.
A searing pain lanced through Ethan's skull. In the physical world, his body convulsed, held in place by the unyielding VR rig. Blood trickled from his nose, forming perfect crimson spheres in the zero-gravity environment of the cerebral chamber. Through the haze of terror, a part of Ethan's mind, the coder, the problem solver, began to analyze his surroundings. The haunted house was just a skin, a user interface masking the true nature of this digital realm. If he could just find the right command, the correct sequence. Ethan's fingers twitched, muscle memory from countless hours of coding taking over. In this realm of pure information, perhaps, he could write his own rules. As the digital scalpels of Craven's creation descended, Ethan's mind raced, searching for the exploits in this horrifying system. The world flickered, code bleeding through reality. Ethan allowed himself a grim smile. Game on. Ethan's world flickered, fragmented, then reassembled. He found himself back in the Victorian mansion, but everything was wrong. The wallpaper writhed with lines of code, and the floorboards pulsed with an unholy light. Jack-o'-lanterns leered from every corner, their candle-lit grins replaced by glowing LED matrices that tracked his movement.
Welcome back. Let's see you handle the next level.
A ghostly figure materialized before Ethan, its form flickering between a translucent specter and a wireframe model. It lunged, fingers elongating into data streams that threatened to pierce Ethan's virtual flesh. Instinctively, Ethan's fingers twitched in a familiar coding gesture. The ghost froze mid-attack, its code visible and vulnerable. Ethan grinned, realizing his power in this realm. With a flick of his wrist, he rewrote the ghost's parameters, turning it into a glowing ally.
Impressive. But can you save the others?
The haunted house groaned, expanding impossibly. Doors appeared and disappeared, leading to nightmarish scenarios. In one room, a woman screamed as her body pixelated, breaking apart into voxels. In another, a man in a zombie costume clawed at his face, his fingers sinking into flesh that behaved like putty. Ethan moved through the house, a digital savior in a hell of ones and zeros. He created safe rooms behind sliding bookcases and false walls, pockets of stability in the chaotic data storm. With each person he saved, his understanding of the system grew, but something nagged at him. Recurring symbols hidden in the glitches, hourglasses, ancient tomes, fragments of archaic technology. Portraits on the walls caught his eye, the faces of historical figures momentarily revealing different visages beneath, eyes gleaming with secret knowledge. As Ethan ascended a never-ending staircase, the environment shifted erratically. One moment, he was in a 1920s seance room, the next, a futuristic laboratory. Clocks were everywhere, their hands spinning wildly, each showing a different era.
Time is an illusion here, Mr. Morris. The convergence is upon us. Your consciousness will feed the new age.
The staircase ended abruptly, opening into a massive chamber. Gone was any pretense of a haunted house. Steampunk machinery meshed with holographic displays, showing vital signs and brainwave patterns of dozens of participants. At the center pulsed a massive alien structure, tendrils of light reaching out to interface with human minds. Craven stood before the machine, his lab coat now a ridiculous Halloween costume, more befitting a cheap haunted house than a mad scientist, but his eyes gleamed with terrifying intensity.
Don't you see, Ethan? This is beyond mere virtual reality. We're rewriting the very nature of consciousness itself.
Ethan's hastily assembled team of freed minds joined him, each a glitch in Craven's perfect system. The chamber twisted and warped as the battle began, reality fracturing between haunted house, sci-fi laboratory, and abstract digital space. Ghostly allies clashed with viral monsters, lines of code became swords and shields. Ethan ducked a swipe from a digital werewolf, counterattacking with a hastily coded burst of nullifying energy. As the battle raged, Ethan noticed patterns in the chaos, a hidden structure behind Craven's madness. Fragments of a greater conspiracy flitted at the edges of his perception. The Timeless Cabal, a name that surfaced in his scrambled memories, seemed to hold some deeper significance. With a final, desperate assault of focused will and coding expertise, Ethan broke through Craven's defenses. The virtual world shattered like glass, and darkness engulfed him. Ethan's eyes snapped open. He was back in the real world, the VR headset sliding from his sweat-soaked face. Around him, other participants were waking, dazed and confused. Security guards rushed in, Craven's protests fading as he was led away in handcuffs. In the days that followed, Ethan tried to readjust to normal life. But something felt off. Subtle glitches in reality, a flickering streetlight, a bird's movement too smooth to be natural, the odd feeling that the stars weren't quite in the right place. As he sat at his desk, Ethan's eyes fell on a small hourglass he didn't remember owning. He watched, breath catching in his throat, as a single grain of sand slowly defied gravity and floated upwards. Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. Welcome to Part 2 of Epoch of the Undead, a 7 Days to Die inspired story featuring Spartan 85 and Steve 1945. Be sure to check out the game and Spartan's and Steve's channels, links in the description. The first light of dawn gently illuminates Pearson Park, casting long shadows and offering a deceptive peace. Kyle and Steve are momentarily still, the eerie calm a stark contrast to the night's echoing screams that still haunt their waking thoughts.
This silence is like the calm before the zombie storm.
Oh, good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
It's morning. What the heck are you talking about?
With methodical urgency, Kyle and Steve dismantle their makeshift camp, erasing any sign of their presence. Their movements are swift but heavy with the unspoken knowledge that safety is fleeting, and each moment lingers like a drawn-out breath.
All right, clock's Ricky tick-ticking, let's get moving.
The parking lot, with its array of inert vehicles, stands as a stark testament to the abrupt halt of everyday life, a once bustling hub of activity now eerily silent and abandoned. Each vehicle they try is a cold, unyielding corpse, the key fobs useless in their hands. The air is thick with their growing desperation, a silent chorus of failed starts and dashed hopes.
Nothing's working. Why are they all dead?
I guess we're hoofing it.
Before them, the charred skeleton of the quick stop looms, a monument to the chaos that swept through. Inside, the shelves are barren, the air thick with the scent of ash and lost hope. Their footsteps echo in the empty space, a stark reminder of their solitude.
Oh man, this is a bust. Everything's been looted or torched.
An untouched fireworks warehouse stands across the street, a silent anomaly amid devastation. Inside, among the dust and shadows, they find an abandoned warehouse long emptied from economic failure. 2 super strings of firecrackers and a few Roman candles are in a small box under a tarp. Each discovery is a small beacon of hope, flickering in the dark.
Hey, I found something. Maybe we could find a use for this?
The stillness of the warehouse is shattered by a sudden, chilling moan. Two zombies emerge from the darkness, their grotesque forms a nightmare brought to life. The battle is frenetic and desperate. Each movement is a fight for survival. One zombie falls, its head quickly crushed by the merciless descent of a garage door. The other, its mouth aglow with the deadly light of a Roman candle, collapses in a gruesome spectacle of fire and death.
Yeah, dude, that's how you do it.
Kyle and Steve's trek takes a haunting turn as they come upon a cemetery, its grounds in disarray, graves desecrated, and earth torn asunder as if in a frenzied escape from the clutches of death itself. The scene paints a macabre picture, the morning light doing little to dispel the thick air of foreboding that now envelops them.
Looks like the dead did not want to stay put.
Drawing nearer, the full horror unfolds before them, endless graves gaping open like yawning chasms, silent yet screaming of the nightmare the world has become. This graveyard, once a place of rest, now stands as a chilling monument to the apocalypse, the disturbed soil a dark testament to the resurrection of its inhabitants.
This is bad. Like, real bad.
Out of the shadows stumbles a figure, more decay than man, its movements sluggish yet filled with a haunting purpose. It advances, a stark and terrifying contrast to the quiet destruction surrounding it, each step a grotesque reminder of the world's new reality.
I've got this one.
In a moment of grim determination, Kyle confronts the advancing horror, wielding the crowbar with a grim finality. The metal arcs through the air with cold precision, finding its mark and silencing the threat with a bone-chilling finality. The stillness that follows is a stark reminder of their fight for survival.
Nice hit, dude.
Their fleeting moment of triumph is shattered as the horizon teems with a horde of the undead, each figure a harbinger of death, advancing with a relentless, hungry cadence. The air fills with the sound of their approach, a morbid drumbeat heralding a surge of despair.
We got company.
With the horde bearing down upon them, Kyle and Steve's only recourse is a desperate sprint to the nearest sanctuary, a somber funeral home whose silent walls promise a fleeting refuge from the relentless tide of undead. The irony of their haven is not lost on them as they rush towards the solemn edifice, its doors a narrow barrier between life and an all-consuming death.
Dude, get in, now.
The funeral home's oppressive silence is violently shattered as Kyle and Steve, engulfed in shadow, battle the encroaching undead. Each swing of Kyle's crowbar is met with the sickening thud of flesh and bone, the air heavy with the metallic scent of blood. The makeshift barricades of chairs and tables seem almost pitiful in the dim, flickering light.
Keep them back. We need this barrier up.
Moving with a tense caution, they navigate the funeral home's narrow, claustrophobic hallways. The weak morning light barely penetrates the stained glass windows, casting eerie patterns on the walls. Every creak and groan of the old building is a reminder of the fragility of their sanctuary.
I don't overly trust these windows, but they'll work for now.
In a grim room draped in shadows, Kyle's attempt at humor echoes hollowly against the solemn backdrop of caskets and urns, the air thick with the scent of decay and wilted flowers.
Hey, at least this place isn't called Am I Gone Funeral Home.
They find Carl in a dimly lit office, the pale light casting long shadows across his pained face. Surrounded by remnants of a world that once was, his injured leg is a stark reminder of the brutality outside. The room feels like a tomb, silent except for their whispered assurances and Carl's labored breathing.
Name's Carl. I was jumped by some bandits. They took all my stuff.
Hey, we're not here to hurt you. We're just gonna get you fixed up the best we can.
As they leave Carl, the funeral home's deceptive calm is a heavy cloak around them. The silence is a constant companion as they secure doors and windows, leaving echoes of their efforts in the dust-laden air.
Stay quiet, Carl. It's the best chance you got.
Thanks, guys. You didn't have to help. I owe you.
The world outside seems almost alien as Kyle and Steve step back into the light. The air is chillingly silent until a scream pierces it from behind them. The sound is raw and desperate, trailing off into a haunting silence that weighs heavily on their shoulders as they walk away.
Did that come from the funeral home? Was that Carl?
There's nothing more we can do here. We have to get moving.
The road in front of House of Rocks is littered with the remnants of a world gone silent. Once bustling with activity, the quarry now stands as a gaping maw of desolation, its shadows seeming to swallow the light. Kyle and Steve's figures are dwarfed by the vastness of the emptiness as they pause, contemplating the eeriness of the silent stones.
It didn't end well the last time we took a shortcut. Let's just keep going.
Overlooking I-35, they witness a procession of survivors, each group a microcosm of despair, their slow movements painting a picture of a world in mourning. The once vibrant highway is now a river of souls, each current moving with a somber purpose, their faces etched with the stories of 1,000 tragedies.
You think we should join them?
Steve gazes at the passing caravans, their silhouettes cast against the dying light, each a potential haven or a new hell. The uncertainty of their intentions hangs heavy in the air, a palpable tension that speaks of the fragile trust in this new world order.
Nah, better to stay on our own for now.
The Aldi supermarket emerges from the fog, its once inviting doors now hanging off hinges, a testament to the desperation that has gripped the city. They step over the threshold, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the vast empty space, a stark reminder of the isolation that now defines their existence.
Maybe, just maybe, there's something left for us here.
The interior of the Aldi is a chaotic mess, the aftermath of humanity's scramble for survival. Shelves are toppled, goods trampled underfoot, and the air is thick with the scent of rotting produce and broken dreams. The dim light barely penetrates the grime-covered windows, casting long, haunting shadows across the devastation.
Damn. Thick clean.
A sudden scuffle breaks the oppressive silence as a desperate figure lunges at Kyle, only to be thrust aside by Steve's quick reaction. The brief struggle is cut short by the ghastly appearance of a zombie, its teeth sinking into the bandit's neck, a gruesome reminder of the ever-present threat lurking in the shadows.
Oh man, that was way too close.
Exiting the Aldi, the screams of the fallen bandit fade into the background, a chilling elegy to their failed foray. The world outside greets them with its relentless gloom, the empty streets a stark canvas to their solitary journey, each step taking them further into the heart of darkness.
All right, let's keep moving. Nothing left for us here.
The journey's toll is evident in Kyle and Steve's weary postures as they trudge past the fading sign of Research Medical Center, surrounded by overgrowth that whispers of nature reclaiming civilization. Their shadows stretch long on the cracked pavement, mingling with the fading daylight. Each step echoes a silent testament to their resilience, amidst the haunting backdrop of a world that barely resembles the one they knew. Once a beacon of hope and healing, the sign now stands as a mere specter of its former self, a grim reminder of all that's been lost.
Should we check this out?
As they crest a barren hill, Kyle and Steve's gaze falls upon the skeletal remains of the Research Medical Center. The building, partially devoured by a violent collapse, tells a silent story of sudden disaster. The surrounding area is blanketed in a thick, unnatural green fog, creeping and undulating like a living thing, hinting at the catastrophic asteroid impact that brought this ruin. The scene is a stark landscape of devastation, the air thick with an eerie silence that speaks volumes of the calamity that struck, leaving the hospital in its current state of desolation.
This is beyond us. Let's move on.
The road ahead stretches ominously, bounded by the creeping green mist. Once familiar, it now feels like a passage through uncharted territory, every rustle and whisper magnified in the stillness. The weight of their goal, the distant Miller Mausoleum, presses heavily upon them, an anchor pulling against their strides. The midday sun looms large, promising no respite but only the relentless march of time and distance.
At this rate, we're going to have to push through the night.
Kyle and Steve sense an unnerving presence trailing behind them. Each glance over their shoulder reveals nothing but the empty path, yet the sensation of being watched persists, intensifying their unease. This hidden pursuer, barely seen yet deeply felt, weaves a thread of heightened tension through Kyle and Steve's already strained expedition. It's a silent testament to the harsh truth of their new existence. Where once solitude might have been sought after, now it stands as a stark luxury, elusive, and perhaps forever out of reach in this altered landscape.
I don't think we're alone. Keep an eye out, man.
Kyle and Steve cautiously enter the silent Just Chicken and Beer, driven by the slim hope of scavenging supplies and the intent to confront the mysterious figure tailing them. The establishment's desolate state, with furniture scattered as if left in haste, serves as a grim backdrop for their dual purpose. As they tread softly among the remnants of chaos, their senses are heightened, ready for the possibility of an ambush, even as they scan for anything helpful among the debris.
Let's see if they're following us. And then maybe we'll find something. Anything.
As the figure draws closer, the charged air is split by his unexpected declaration of peace, his voice a fragile thread in the overwhelming silence. His cautious steps on the worn steps betray a hesitancy, a human vulnerability at odds with the stark, post-apocalyptic world around them. The tension hangs palpably between the wary survivors and the newcomer, each movement scrutinized, every shadow a potential threat.
Hey, stop right there. Who are you?
Bathed in the subdued glow that barely pierces the gloom of their makeshift sanctuary, Cecil's figure, worn and weary, casts long shadows against the cracked walls. His voice is laced with a tangible weariness as he speaks, each word heavy with the burden of his recent past. His story, a mosaic of loss and desperate survival, unfurls in the quiet, his words painting a vivid picture of a man torn from the remnants of his world, seeking not just safety but a semblance of connection in an increasingly fragmented existence.
Just looking for some help. Lost my group and supplies to the undead.
The group finds themselves at a crossroads of trust and necessity. Kyle extends a guarded hand of alliance to Cecil. The old rocking chair on the porch, once a symbol of peace and normalcy, now becomes a tool for survival. This simple yet profound gesture cements a new bond formed under the most dire circumstances, marking the beginning of a reluctant camaraderie in the face of the relentless horrors that await them.
If you can hold your own, you can stick around. Start by busting up that rocking chair for a club.
The dying sun bleeds an unsettling crimson over the ravaged suburban ruins. Jagged shadows reach out like grasping claws from the eviscerated metal carcasses of abandoned vehicles and piles of rubble that were once homes. Cecil's hollow eyes peer out from the hollows of his gaunt, grime-caked face.
I was staying at the Raphael Hotel downtown when the end began.
A low, inhuman moan drifts in the fetid air, causing the trio's hands to instinctively tighten around their improvised weapons, a large wrench, a crowbar, and a rocking chair leg. They scan the corpse-littered street warily, as shadows seem to take on insidious forms.
The first sign was those meteors raining down, burning across the sky. We thought it was a light show at first.
Cecil's next words catch in his throat as he swallows hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down like a sinister lure beneath the gnarled skin of his neck.
But then?
Then they started slamming into the city. One clipped the hotel, and suddenly the whole place was coming apart, bodies everywhere.
A rotted, shambling form lurches out from behind a burned-out husk of a car. Steve's wrench lashes out with desperate force, caving in its skull with a sickening crunch. Viscous fluids splatter as it crumples.
So you got out with the others and headed south after no rescue came.
Another undead abomination appears, dragging itself forward in a perverse mockery of life. Kyle brings his crowbar down in a brutal overhand smash, reducing its head to pulp. Flecks of putrid meat and bones splinter off in all directions.
We found shelter in a house last night when a nightmare green fog rolled in, full of things. That's when they attacked.
The twilight shrouds their path ahead as the exhausted group presses on, a grim miasma of dread driving their leaden steps towards some fragile hope of sanctuary. Cecil's eyes burn with the haunted desperation of a man unmoored.
One was a cop. He started vomiting this foul, radioactive sludge that melted the flesh off some of our people where they stood. We fought but got overrun. I was the only one who made it out.
The first sickly rays of dawn bleed over the tree line, casting long, spindly shadows across the overgrown cemetery grounds. The once stately Miller Mausoleum cuts an imposing silhouette against the dreary morning light, its towering archways and intricate masonry now chipped and defaced by cruel ages of neglect and decay. Shattered crypts and desecrated headstones litter the unkempt grounds haphazardly.
Keep your guard up. I don't imagine the dead have been resting too peacefully lately.
A chorus of anguished, inhuman groans seems to shudder up from the earth itself, rising in unsettling waves from the mausoleum's entrances. Desiccated, shambling forms emerge into view, rotten flesh sloughing off their twisted frames in putrid ribbons as they drag themselves forward with broken limbs.
Here they come, ugly bastards.
The first undead attackers are met with a flurry of desperate strikes from the group's ready weapons. Steve's wrench crunching through brittle skulls, Kyle's crowbar shattering desiccated rib cages. But for each abomination falling to the ground, 3 more seem to heave themselves forward from the fetid darkness of the crypt.
Where are they all coming from? Watch your backs.
Give it everything you've got.
The melee descends into a cyclone of bludgeoning attacks and backpedaling as the relentless undead press keeps the group pivoting and retreating. Foul plumes of viscera and bone splinter explosively with each crushing impact, splattering their ravaged faces and bodies with streaks of putrid matter.
Don't stop now!
At last, as the grisly remains of the final few undead Twitchers lie still on the ground, the inhuman chorus of groans subsides to an eerie silence. The group stands battered and wheezing, soaked in the sickening detritus of battle.
At least this isn't our final resting place.
Despite Cecil's mordant attempt at gallows humor, the haggard looks they exchange betray the soul-deep weariness they all feel, a profound longing to momentarily let their vigil lapse within the seeming sanctuary of the crypt's vaulted interior. One by one, they begin trudging towards the beckoning archway.
Get inside and block that entrance. We could all use a chance to rest.
The group crouches in the shadowed interior of the mausoleum, peering warily out through a barricaded entranceway constructed of plywood and bent rebar. Across the road, the untamed vegetation of the small fenced-in farm stretches away, rows of corn and tomato plants waving in the evening breeze like regiments of bent soldiers.
I think we may be able to hold out in this place for some time.
Kyle stoops in the dirt, pulling up another plump carrot and tossing it into the basket already brimming with fresh vegetables and 2 skinned rabbits. The rest of the group fans out around the garden, standing guard with their battered weapons at the ready, while the lurid emerald-tinged twilight presses in.
What the whole damn sky is turning green this evening.
The group freezes in horrified stillness as a deafening, unnatural shriek rends the air. A waking nightmare screamed from many throats. They whirl to face the woods, edging the open field as shapes begin lumbering into view through the glowing green murk, which is implausibly massive.
Move! Get back inside now!
Streaks of brilliant green rain down from the malignant heavens as the titanic horrors draw nearer, shredding the tree line and converging on the small farm with thunderous, inexorable strides. The glowing particles hiss against exposed skin like showers of acid.
Their footsteps. They're shaking the whole damn ground.
The old mausoleum's walls rumble as the first of the luminous asteroid fragments slams into the earth nearby, throwing up an obscuring cloud of debris and toxically glowing particulate matter. The monstrosity's deafening roars of malice reverberate in dizzying waves as they bear down.
Board up that entrance. We are going to have to defend this place.
Side by side, the trio furiously wrestles the last sheet of plywood into place over the entranceway, as the ground bucks and shudders beneath the colossal tread of the swarm outside. Debris rains down around them, emerald embers hissing and sizzling against anything they touch.
Won't hold them forever! Get ready!
The reinforced entrance shudders violently as a massive force slams against it from outside, raining debris down inside the mausoleum's vaulted chamber. Kyle braces himself, gripping his barbed wire-wrapped crowbar tightly.
I got the front. Watch those side passages.
Steve and Cecil stand back-to-back in the narrow passage with makeshift weapons at the ready. Steve's steel-reinforced wrench and Cecil's spear tipped with a hunting knife. Rotting hands claw outward as the abominations breach the side entrance.
They're breaking through. Stay close. Don't let them flank us.
In the chaos, a skeletal arm pulls Cecil in, sinking its mangled teeth deep into Cecil's exposed forearm with a nauseating crunch. He recoils, stumbling back with a rictus of pain twisting his features.
Cecil, hang on, I got you.
A momentary lull falls, the hallway now choked with mangled corpses. Steve quickly binds Cecil's oozing wound with a makeshift tourniquet as the entrance thunders with a renewed onslaught. All 3 bear the marks of savage conflict.
Don't think I'm going to be brushing that bite off.
The barricaded entrance explodes inward with the irresistible mass of 100 undead bodies. All seems lost. Feeling the bite already taking over his thoughts, Cecil pulls out a stick of dynamite he recently found in a farmhouse, lights it, and does the unthinkable. Rushes directly into the oncoming horde.
You two get out of here. It's been an honor.
Fall back. Head for the underground passage.
The front of the mausoleum is in ruins in the distance. Kyle and Steve burst out of the storm drain's rusted grating onto the abandoned street, panting and bedraggled but alive.
So thankful to have met Cecil. He gave his life for ours, and I will make sure that it was not in vain. I'll do my best to honor you, Cecil.
The first rays of dawn filter through the eerie, dissipating green mist, lending the scene an unearthly, haunted tranquility. Their haunted gazes turn back towards the smoking remains of the mausoleum.
I'm gonna miss that guy. He's the only one who liked everything I've ever said.
We appreciate your company as we navigate these enigmatic tales. If you found this journey enjoyable, show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. We have exclusive products based on these stories in the comments. Stay tuned to the channel for more dark and disturbing tales based on true stories or unique stories inspired by those events. If there is a story you would like to hear, please leave a comment. Sophia bolted upright in bed, heart racing, the echoes of a hauntingly beautiful melody fading from her mind. She glanced at the clock. 3:33 a.m. Not again, she thought. It was the same every night, the same melody jolting her from her restless slumber. At first, the melody was a gentle whisper in Sophia's mind, a soothing presence that wove itself into her dreams. She'd catch herself humming it as she went about her day, the ethereal notes dancing on her lips like a secret only she knew. The melody brought a newfound spark to Sophia's mundane existence in those early days. When she focused on the tune, the dull gray cubicle walls of her office seemed to melt away, replaced by vivid, kaleidoscopic visions that danced behind her eyelids. The stale, recycled air took on a sweet, intoxicating scent, like jasmine and honeysuckle, each breath filling her lungs with a heady sense of euphoria. Even the incessant buzz of fluorescent lights and the clatter of keyboards faded into the background when Sophia lost herself in the melody. It was like stepping into a secret world where the colors were brighter, the sensations more intense, and the possibilities endless. But as the days bled into weeks, the melody grew louder and more insistent. It thrummed through Sophia's veins like a second heartbeat, pulsing in time with her own. She found herself craving its presence, the way a parched throat aches for water and a starved lungs gasp for air. The visions, too, became more vivid, more all-consuming. Sophia would catch herself staring off into space for hours, lost in the swirling, hypnotic patterns that danced before her eyes. The once pleasant scent of jasmine now clung to her skin, like a cloying, inescapable perfume, the sweetness turning sickly and oppressive. At night, the melody would crescendo into a deafening roar, flooding Sophia's senses until she thought her head might split open from the sheer force of it. She'd toss and turn, her sheets damp with sweat, as the notes burrowed deep into her mind, taking root like a parasitic vine. Sophia's waking hours became a haze, the line between reality and the melody's illusions blurring more with each passing day. She'd catch herself humming the tune at inappropriate times, during meetings, in the middle of conversations, even as she choked down tasteless mouthfuls of food that turned to ash on her tongue. The concerned looks from coworkers and friends barely registered anymore, their voices muffled and distant like sounds underwater. All that mattered was the melody, how it made her feel alive, and how it promised her a world beyond the suffocating confines of her existence. But even as Sophia reveled in the melody's allure, a small, buried part of her knew something was wrong. The euphoria was tinged with a sense of unease, a creeping dread that lurked just beneath the surface of her consciousness. It was in the way the shadows seemed to lengthen and twist when she hummed the tune, and the air grew thick and heavy with an unmistakable sense of malice. Sophia tried to ignore the warning signs, to lose herself fully in the melody's embrace. But deep down, she knew she was falling, spiraling down a path from which there might be no return. And yet, even as that knowledge gnawed at her, she found herself powerless to resist the siren call of the melody, her very soul ensnared by its haunting, unearthly beauty. She started neglecting her responsibilities, missing work and skipping meals, lost in the melody's haunting refrain. Her appearance began to change too. Her once vibrant eyes grew dull and sunken, her skin pallid and stretched taut over her bones. To those around her, Sophia's behavior was alarming. Her best friend Jenna tried to reach out, but Sophia brushed off her concerns with a dismissive wave. "I'm fine," she'd say, her voice hollow and distant. "Just a little tired, that's all." But Jenna knew better. She'd seen this kind of thing before. The erratic behavior, the physical deterioration, the obsessive fixation on something unseen. She feared Sophia was spiraling into the depths of addiction, chasing some new high that was slowly destroying her. As the weeks dragged on, Sophia's life crumbled around her. She lost her job and then her apartment, unable to keep up with the demands of the waking world. She wandered the streets, a gaunt and ghostly figure, humming that haunting melody under her breath. Concerned passers-by would offer her food or spare change, but Sophia hardly seemed to notice. Her eyes were vacant, her mind lost to the siren song playing endlessly in her head. One chilly autumn night, the melody reached a fever pitch, its notes more insistent and commanding than ever. Sophia felt a strange compulsion to follow it, her feet moving of their own accord, carrying her through the darkened streets. She walked for hours, the city streets blurring together in an endless maze of concrete and glass. The melody pulsed in her ears, drowning out the sounds of traffic and the chatter of passers-by. Sophia moved as if in a trance, her feet carrying her ever forward, guided by some unseen force. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of blood red and deep purple, Sophia stood at the entrance of a large park. The wrought iron gates loomed before her, the intricate metalwork twisting and curling like the notes of the melody itself. Without hesitation, Sophia pushed through the gates, the park swallowing her whole. The sounds of the city faded away, replaced by an eerie, unnatural silence broken only by the whisper of the wind through the trees and the ever-present thrum of the melody. The park was deserted, the winding paths empty save for the lengthening shadows. Sophia walked deeper into the heart of the park, the melody growing louder with each step. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers as if trying to snare her in their woody embrace. At last, Sophia reached the park's center, a vast, open space ringed by towering oaks and elms. A stone fountain stood in the middle of the clearing, its waters still and black in the gathering darkness. Perched on the edge of the fountain was a woman of unearthly beauty. Her skin was luminous in the moonlight, and her eyes glittered with an otherworldly allure. She was clad in a flowing gossamer gown that shimmered like starlight, and her raven-black hair cascaded down her back in a rippling wave. As Sophia approached, the woman began to sing, her voice weaving seamlessly with the melody that had haunted Sophia's every waking moment. The notes were achingly beautiful, filled with longing and sorrow that pierced Sophia's heart like a blade. The woman opened her arms in welcome, her smile a promise of rapture and release. Sophia, entranced by the siren's ethereal voice, stepped forward, drawn to her like a moth to a flame. But even as she moved closer, Sophia felt a flicker of unease, a primal warning that screamed at her to run, to flee this enchanting creature and her beguiling song. The air around the fountain seemed to shimmer and warp, the shadows gathering like a living thing, hungry and malevolent. And yet, despite the rising tide of fear in her heart, Sophia found herself powerless to resist the pull of the melody, the siren's voice a soothing balm that washed away all doubts and fears. As Sophia drew nearer, the woman's smile widened, her eyes glinting with a predatory hunger. She reached out a slender, pale hand, her fingers brushing against Sophia's cheek in a tender and terrifying gesture. "Come to me, my sweet," the siren whispered, her breath hot against Sophia's skin. "Let me take away all your pain, all your sorrow. Let me give you the release you crave." And Sophia, lost in the siren's thrall, could only nod, her voice stolen by the melody that now consumed her entire being. She stepped into the siren's embrace, the cold waters of the fountain lapping at her feet, and surrendered herself to the unearthly creature's desire. As the siren's lips met hers in a searing, soul-crushing kiss, Sophia felt the last of her life force drain away, the melody swelling to a final, triumphant crescendo. And at that moment, as the darkness claimed her, Sophia knew a moment of perfect, exquisite bliss, the world falling away until nothing was left but the melody and the siren's eternal, undying love. Days later, a hiker stumbled across Sophia's body, crumpled and lifeless in the center of the clearing. The authorities were called, and a search of the surrounding woods yielded no clues about what had happened. Jenna, upon hearing the news, was devastated. She couldn't shake the feeling that she should have done more, that she could have somehow saved her friend from the grip of addiction. But the truth, as only Sophia knew, was far more terrifying. For in her final moments, as the last of her life force ebbed away, she saw the siren for what she truly was, a creature of nightmare, her beauty a mask for an ancient, insatiable hunger. The siren waited, the melody beginning to weave its spell once more, seeking out its next victim. We appreciate your company as we navigate these enigmatic tales. If you found this journey enjoyable, show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. We have exclusive products based on these stories in the comments. Stay tuned to the channel for more dark and disturbing tales based on true stories or unique stories inspired by those events. If there is a story you would like to hear, please leave a comment. First off, a huge shout out to Spartan85 and Steve1945. These guys are great. If you're unfamiliar with their content, there are links to their channels in the comments. I'm a huge 7 Days to Die fan, and I love watching Spartan and Steve die. I mean, fight off the zombies. This is an Hourglass Enigma original story inspired by 7 Days to Die and the adventures of those two. Let's get into action. The suburban tranquility of Kansas City serves as the backdrop, with the fading hues of dusk casting a serene glow over a modest apartment complex. One apartment stands out, its windows radiating a warm, inviting light, subtly hinting at the bustling activity within. The interior of Kyle's dedicated gaming sanctuary is a vibrant tableau of technology and survivalist enthusiasm, bathed in the otherworldly luminescence of multiple screens, each displaying the grim yet compelling world of 7 Days to Die. Kyle, known in the gaming realm as Spartan85, commands the space with the ease of a seasoned tactician. His focused demeanor reflects a deep immersion in the game, a testament to his dual passions for gaming and survivalism.
And that, my friends, is how you outsmart a zombie horde.
The digital camaraderie of Spartan85's followers comes alive in the animated dance of comments and emojis within the streaming chat window. The playful exchange, brimming with admiration and disbelief, captures the essence of a community brought together by their shared enthusiasm for Spartan85's gaming prowess and strategic ingenuity in the face of a virtual apocalypse. The once jovial atmosphere in Kyle's gaming room takes a sharp turn as his screen becomes inundated with urgent messages from his community. Concern and disbelief are etched across Kyle's face as he reads the flood of comments about asteroids striking Earth, a stark contrast to the fictional dangers of his game. The chat box is alive with a mix of fear and confusion, reflecting the growing anxiety among his followers. In response to the unsettling news, Kyle shifts his focus from the game to the real world, pulling up a live news broadcast on an adjacent monitor. The screen is dominated by the bold logo of the Continuum Coverage Network, a symbol of authority in a moment of uncertainty. The digital globe displayed on the network's feed is dotted with markers, indicating the asteroid impacts, a grim visualization that draws Kyle's attention and deepens his concern.
Let's go see what's going on. This cannot be right.
A close-up view of the news feed reveals the gravity of the situation, with headlines screaming about the asteroid impacts and a map highlighting the affected regions. The stark, urgent text on the screen reads like a dire warning, transforming Kyle's gaming sanctuary into a command center for deciphering the unfolding crisis. The map underscores the surreal convergence of Kyle's virtual and real-world experiences, with its ominous markings inching closer to Kansas City. Within the confines of Spartan85's gaming haven, a palpable tension mounts as the outside world's turmoil encroaches upon the suburban calm. The monitors, once a source of eerie light, now flicker intermittently, their stability threatened by the external chaos. The faint but growing din of explosions and the distant wail of sirens seep through the walls, a stark reminder of the encroaching reality. Kyle's composure wavers as he's confronted with a new CCN alert flashing across his screen, the proximity of the asteroid impacts to Kansas City chillingly clear. Reports of inexplicable incidents in the aftermath add layers of fear and confusion. Kyle's murmured words to himself betray his shock and the dawning realization of the gravity of the situation.
This is happening too close to home. What is going on?
In a moment of resolution, the frame tightens on Kyle's face, where fear intertwines with a newfound resolve. The decision is made in silence as he powers down the game, his movements deliberate in the semi-darkness. He reaches for a flashlight, a symbolic gesture of readiness to face the unknown.
All right, stream's over, folks. Something doesn't feel right here. Stay safe. I need to go check this out.
The perspective shifts to an external view of Kyle's apartment, the cracked window offering a voyeuristic glimpse into the stark transformation within. The impact of small asteroid debris against the building's facade underscores the surreal blend of digital fantasy and emerging reality. Kyle, now a silhouette against the dim interior, stands as a beacon of resilience amidst the chaos. His contemplative stance and the reflective glow of the newsfeed cast a somber light on the situation, underscoring the transition from virtual battlegrounds to real-world survival.
This is no game. It's happening right here, right now.
The disarray within Kyle's apartment is palpable as the muted aftermath of the celestial storm lingers. Shadows dance across the walls, cast by the sporadic flicker of a damaged ceiling lamp. The floor, littered with fragments of asteroids and debris near a window cracked under the strain of impact, paints a vivid picture of the night's turmoil.
What the hell? This just got real.
A tight focus on Kyle reveals a complex tapestry of emotions on his face, lit by the ominous glow of emergency broadcasts from his computer screen. The reflection in his eyes tells the story of a man caught between the familiar world of digital crises and the stark new reality of an earthly catastrophe.
No sitting this one out. Time to move.
The harsh ring of his phone slices through the tension, capturing Kyle's full attention. As he answers, his features shift from resolve to acute alarm, his posture tensing in anticipation of the news from the other end.
Steve! Slow down. Tell me what's going on.
Kyle's intense focus on the desperate situation of his friend Steve while he grips the phone, his expression etched with concern. Steve appears visibly distressed, trapped within the confines of his debris-strewn apartment, the situation dire.
Kyle, I'm stuck, man. My door is jammed and there's a ton of smoke coming up from underneath.
The phone call, once a lifeline in the chaos, suddenly cut out, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. Kyle stared at the screen, his grip tightening around the phone as Steve's name hung in the void, a stark reminder of their fragile connection. The abrupt end to their conversation sent a wave of disbelief washing over him, quickly followed by a rising tide of panic. In that moment of unexpected quiet, the reality of their situation pressed in all around him, the weight of the silence almost palpable.
Steve? Steve!
With the world around him thrown into disarray, Kyle found a moment of clarity amidst the chaos. He knew what needed to be done. As he meticulously filled his survival backpack with essentials, each item chosen with care, it was as if he was weaving together a tapestry of preparedness and resilience. Water, food, first aid supplies, a flashlight, and a multi-tool. These were not just objects to Kyle. They were lifelines, each one a silent promise to himself that he would not only endure this ordeal, but emerge from it. His actions, deliberate and measured, were those of a man who understood the stakes, a survivor ready to face whatever lay ahead.
Got to move fast. Steve needs me.
Kyle stood before his apartment door, a threshold that now seemed to lead to another world entirely. He took a deep breath, steadying himself for what lay ahead. The hallway outside was eerily silent, a stark contrast to the sanctuary of his home. Scattered belongings and open doors told tales of rushed departures, of lives abruptly interrupted. With a quiet determination, Kyle reached for the doorknob, ready to step into the unknown. It was a moment of decision, of leaving behind the familiar to face the chaos that awaited.
Hang on, Steve. I'm coming.
Stepping out into the night, Kyle's silhouette against the backdrop of the damaged apartment complex speaks to the gravity of his mission. The eerie silence and the visual cues of the aftermath lend a somber tone to his departure.
Nothing's going to stop me. Not now.
As Kyle finally pried open the door to Steve's apartment, a wave of relief washed over them both. They were momentarily safe, surrounded by the remnants of a life interrupted. Catching his breath, Steve leaned in, urgency clear in his voice. He spoke of a broadcast he'd caught before everything went silent, a beacon of hope in the midst of chaos. The Argosy Casino, he said, was offering first aid and assistance. It was a sliver of hope, a new destination amidst the uncertainty. Together, they knew this was their next move, a crucial step forward on the treacherous path that lay before them.
Thanks, man. Thought I was screwed there for a minute. CCN was saying there's an aid station down at the Argosy Casino. We gotta go.
In the shadowy confines of the apartment complex's hallway, Kyle and Steve stumbled upon Mrs. Thompson. The poor woman was a shell of her usual self, trembling and lost in the upheaval that had torn through their lives. It was a scene they had become all too familiar with, yet it struck a chord each time. Kyle, with a nod to Steve, stepped forward. His steady and sure voice cut through the perceivable fear, offering her a chance at safety, a glimmer of hope in the enveloping darkness. They were to head to the Argosy Casino, a beacon in the turmoil, now a shared destination that bound their fates together. In that brief exchange, amidst the ruins of the world they knew, a bond was forged, a silent pact to face whatever lay ahead, together.
Please, boys, can you help me?
We are heading to a first aid station. Come with us. This way, the track should lead us to the casino.
With the decision made, the trio sets out from the wreckage of their former lives, their silhouettes framed against the backdrop of the city's industrial edge. The distant train tracks, paralleling the river's course, offer a semblance of direction amidst the disarray, guiding them towards the promise of safety at the casino. The group's passage along the train tracks unfolds in silent solidarity, the river's presence a constant reminder of the world's enduring natural order, even as human constructs falter around them. Their determined progression through the urban wilderness is a testament to their resolve.
Hey, let's cut through here. It'll save us a bunch of time.
Faced with the vast, barren landscape of the gravel pit, the trio contemplates the daunting detour before them. Steve's suggestion of the shortcut through this desolate terrain is a gamble, weighed against the urgency of their mission and the unpredictable dangers that lie ahead. The eerie stillness of the gravel pit is shattered by the sudden appearance of a construction worker, now a grotesque shadow of its former self. Its appearance, marked by tattered workwear and a ghoulish demeanor, brings an unexpected horror to life, blurring the lines between Kyle's digital battlegrounds and their grim reality. The zombie's attack is swift, catching Mrs. Thompson unprepared and igniting a frenzy of fear and action. The pivotal moment of contact, the bite, a chilling culmination of their worst fears realized, and a stark symbol of the new world's brutal laws.
Help me!
In a display of quick thinking and survival instinct, Kyle arms himself with a makeshift weapon from the desolate surroundings. His defensive and determined stance marks a critical shift in his role from a digital avatar to a real-life protector in the face of an unimaginable threat.
Get back!
The confrontation reaches a climactic end as Kyle's defense proves effective, the fallen zombie a grim testament to the surreal challenges they face. The moment is tinged with disbelief and a dawning realization of the new reality's stark and horrifying rules.
You've got to be kidding me. Zombies are real?
The E.H. Young Memorial Bell Tower offers a brief sanctuary against the night's backdrop, a momentary pause in their perilous journey. The distant view of the casino, a beacon of hope, contrasts with the immediate need to address the consequences of their encounter, highlighting the relentless balance between survival and humanity in the face of unfathomable challenges.
We'll rest here. We need to tend to that bite.
The group's arrival at Argosy Casino is marked by a mix of weariness and cautious optimism. The sight of National Guard personnel and other survivors gathered in what appears to be a structured relief effort offers a momentary reprieve from their ordeal, igniting a spark of hope amidst the surrounding darkness.
Finally made it. At least we'll get some help here.
For a brief, almost serene moment, Kyle and Steve found themselves standing before National Guardsmen, who extended bottles of water towards them. This simple gesture, a basic offering of sustenance, momentarily lifted the heavy shroud of chaos that had enveloped their reality.
Steve, I was just playing 7 Days to Die, and now we fought off a zombie. This is crazy.
The sudden urgency with which the guardsmen whisk Mrs. Thompson away for medical attention brings a jarring return to reality. Her bite wound, a dire reminder of their encounter in the gravel pit, becomes a focal point of concern, casting a shadow over the fleeting sense of security.
Will Mrs. Thompson be okay?
A curious and unsettling phenomenon captures the group's attention as they notice fine, ash-like particles with an eerie green glow descending around them. This mysterious occurrence, laden with an air of foreboding, hints at the far-reaching implications of the asteroid impacts.
What is all this stuff falling?
The sudden eruption of green mist from the medical tent sends waves of panic through the assembled survivors and guards. The visual chaos, captured in the billowing clouds of mist, signals a devastating turn of events, shattering the fragile veneer of safety at the refuge.
Holy shnikes!
Through the chaos, a haunting silhouette becomes visible within the tent's confines, the transformed figure of Mrs. Thompson, now a monstrous embodiment of the catastrophe's true horror. This chilling revelation, seen through the distorted fabric of the tent, marks a horrifying escalation of the crisis.
There's no way. You have got to be kidding me.
The monstrous figure's violent outburst, spewing a noxious green substance, sparks a frantic scramble for safety among the survivors. There is visceral fear and desperation at the moment as the guardsman's shouts add to the crescendo of terror.
Watch out!
In a grim resolution, National Guardsmen take decisive action against the mutated form of Mrs. Thompson, their gunfire punctuating the night with a somber acknowledgement of the changed reality. The stark depiction of her downfall, witnessed by Kyle and Steve, in stunned disbelief, serves as a harrowing reminder of the new rules governing their world, where survival comes at a profound cost.
No friggin' way. It can't be.
Kyle and Steve tread carefully into the desolate Parisi cafe within the casino, their flashlights piercing the encompassing darkness. The beams of light reveal a scene of hurried departure. Chairs and tables lay overturned, abandoned in the sudden flight from catastrophe.
Let's be quick. Food first, then anything we can use as a weapon.
Their search leads them to the kitchen, where amidst the culinary chaos, they discover a stash of canned goods and sealed snacks. The urgency of their mission is palpable as Steve quickly secures the provisions, the items a small but significant victory in their quest for survival. The duo then ventures into the gloomy interior of Journey Steakhouse, their flashlights scanning the dark for any sign of sustenance or useful tools. Steve's suggestion to examine the storage areas underscores their desperate hope to find more than just food, perhaps something to defend themselves with.
Hey, check the storage room. There might be more food or even some kitchen knives.
In the bowels of the casino, within the confines of a maintenance room, Kyle stumbles upon a crowbar while Steve finds a hefty wrench. These tools, though rudimentary, are a welcome addition to their meager arsenal, offering both utility and a means of defense.
It ain't much, but it's better than nothing.
An unexpected disturbance shatters the eerie silence. A zombie, once a cocktail waitress in the casino's livelier days, shuffles into the dim light. The creature's tattered uniform and vacant gaze serve as a chilling reminder of the fate that has befallen the inhabitants of this place. The zombie's sudden lunge is met with Kyle's swift reaction, the crowbar an extension of his will to survive. Steve's alarmed shout cuts through the tension, starkly contrasting the silence that preceded the creature's attack.
Kyle, watch out!
The ensuing struggle is fraught with desperation, a physical manifestation of their battle against the encroaching darkness. Kyle's decisive action, informed by his gaming experience and survivalist instinct, brings the confrontation to a grim conclusion.
All right, he's a goner.
In the aftermath, Kyle and Steve stand over the fallen adversary, their heavy breaths a testament to the ordeal they've just endured. Kyle's somber directive to move on reflects the relentless nature of their situation, a constant push forward in a world that offers no respite.
We can't stay here long. Let's get moving.
As dawn breaks, casting a soft light over the devastation, Kyle and Steve discover two bicycles abandoned near the casino's exit. The bikes, seemingly untouched by the chaos, stand as a beacon of hope, promising a quicker journey to their next destination. Kyle's strategic decision to avoid the more dangerous, zombie-infested downtown areas highlights his adaptability and survival instinct.
These will get us to Mickey's surplus in no time. Best to avoid downtown.
With newfound mobility, the duo navigate the desolate streets on their bikes, skillfully avoiding the slow-moving zombies that now populate the city. Their fluid movement through the urban landscape, a stark contrast to the stumbling undead, underscoring the eerie new reality of Kansas City. The tranquility of their river crossing is abruptly interrupted by the distant sound of explosions, a grim reminder of the ongoing chaos. Steve's concerned expression as he pauses to consider the source of the noise, the uncertainty of their situation weighing heavily on him.
Whoa! What was that? That sounded like it came from the west.
The harrowing sight of the Kansas City Police Department engulfed in flames serves as a stark visual confirmation of their fears. The destruction of what could have been a critical resource for arms and safety signifies the extent of the collapse of order, leaving Kyle and Steve to face the grim reality of their diminished hopes for armament.
Oh my God, that's the police department. There goes any hope of finding weapons there.
The anticipation built on their approach to Mickey's surplus is met with a heavy sense of defeat as they find the store ransacked. The open, looted entrance is a silent testament to the current desperation and lawlessness. Inside the devastated store, Kyle and Steve frantically search through the leftovers, the shelves stripped of their most valuable contents. Steve's frustration is unmistakable as he sifts through the remains, the lack of weapons and food marking a significant setback in their quest for survival.
Damn it! No weapons, no food, not even batteries. This is looking bad, dude.
Despite the scarcity of useful supplies, Kyle manages to salvage a sturdy backpack and some clothing. His determination to find value in even the smallest gains reflects his resilience and resourcefulness, qualities that shine even in dire circumstances.
At least we can carry more now. We need to keep moving.
Kyle and Steve leave the picked-over ruins of Mickey's surplus, their figures cast in relief against the dilapidated storefront. A precarious situation, moving forward with scant resources, driven by an unwavering will to survive in a world that offers no quarter. Kyle and Steve, with growing trepidation, approach the Interstate 635 bridge, the ambient noise of disorder escalating. Plumes of smoke rise ominously in the distance, signaling trouble ahead and casting a pall over their journey.
Something is wrong at the bridge. We need to be careful.
Upon reaching the bridge, they're met with the harrowing sight of its destruction. A small, restless crowd mills about the ruins, the air thick with tension and unspoken fears, the bridge's demise serving as a silent testament to the extent of the chaos. In a bid to avoid confrontation, Kyle and Steve opt for a detour, but their movement catches the attention of some within the crowd, who begin to point and shout, turning a tense situation potentially hostile.
Oh shit, they see us! Kyle, get down! We've got to move!
The sound of gunfire erupts suddenly, the sharp report of bullets slicing through the air as they make their hasty retreat. Urgency in their flight, the threat of violence from their fellow survivors, a jarring reminder of the lawlessness that now governs. Forced to abandon their bikes, Kyle and Steve navigate a dense, overgrown path on foot, the natural terrain presenting its own set of challenges as they push forward, undeterred. The sudden appearance of grotesquely mutated dogs at OTM Dog Farm marks a surreal and terrifying obstacle. The menacing forms of the animals and their mutations are a visible sign of the catastrophe's far-reaching effects. A frantic skirmish unfolds as Kyle and Steve defend themselves against the mutated beasts. The raw intensity of the struggle, their every move fueled by the instinct to survive. Wearied but intact, they find solace in the relative safety of Pearson Park. Establishing a makeshift camp within the wooded area marks a brief break in their relentless journey, a moment to gather strength amidst the turmoil.
We're safe for now. Let's rest while we can.
As night falls, the flickering campfire illuminates their weary faces, providing a stark contrast to the encroaching darkness of the woods. The serene moment is disrupted by the sight of the same eerie green particles seen before, adding a layer of mystery and foreboding to their sanctuary.
Steve, do you see this? It's happening here too.
The distant screams, unsettling in their intensity, pierce the night, leaving an indelible mark on the eerie calm. Kyle's recognition of the green particles and his attempt to make light of their dire situation with a characteristic quip reflects his enduring spirit and the camaraderie that sustains them in the face of unfathomable horror.
Yo, you hear that? What the hell is that? Those screams.
You remember the Contractor series? Because this is going to be way worse.
We appreciate your company as we navigate these enigmatic tales. If you found this journey enjoyable, show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. We have exclusive products based on these stories in the comments. Stay tuned to the channel for more dark and disturbing tales based on true stories or unique stories inspired by those events. If there is a story you would like to hear, please leave a comment. The roar of the crowd, the smell of sweat and stale beer, the pulse of the bass through my bones. That's all I fucking remember now. That and the taste of Alice's cherry lip gloss the night Velvet Venom hit #1. Madison Square Garden trembles with 20,000 screaming fans. My fingers dance across the fretboard, drawing blood and thunder from 6 strings of salvation. Above me, the monitors flash, sold out. Below, a sea of humanity rides to our rhythm. I'm a god up here, and these are my faithful. But when I open my eyes, it's just the drip, drip, drip of my leaky faucet. Rat-infested shithole of an apartment. How'd the mighty fall, huh? One day you're living the high life with models and champagne. The next, you're scrounging for quarters to buy a fucking Happy Meal. The mirror in my bathroom is cracked, just like everything else in my life. Where'd my hair go? When did I get so old? The face staring back isn't Jimmy the Axe Keller anymore. It's just Jimmy. Washed up Jimmy. Has been Jimmy.
Jimmy, baby, you're on fire tonight.
Alice's voice floats through my memory like cigarette smoke. She's perched on my amp, those legs that go on forever crossed at the ankles. The cherry lip gloss catches the stage lights as she smiles.
This is it, baby. You're going to be immortal.
The radio crackles to life, yanking me from the memory. Some peppy bitch announcing the new album from... What the fuck is a Bieber? I smash the radio against the wall. Silence. Beautiful silence. But then I hear it. The music. It's always there, you know, in my head. The songs we never got to write. The tours we never got to play. It's all there, waiting.
You can't keep doing this, Jimmy. The drugs, the drinking, the fights. You're killing the band.
I remember the way his eyes bulged when I grabbed his throat, the satisfying crack of his head against the mirror. Security pulled me off him, but the damage was done. Velvet Venom died that night, bleeding out on the dressing room floor like a stuck pig. I grabbed my jacket, leather of course. Velvet Venom might be dead, but rock and roll style never dies. There's a club downtown. Heard some young bloods are playing tonight. Might as well see what passes for music these days. The cab reeks of curry and broken dreams. The driver keeps yapping about his kids or some shit. I tune him out, lost in the streets of New York. Remember when these streets used to tremble when Velvet Venom rolled through? Now they just ignore me like yesterday's garbage.
Mr. Keller, I'm from Rolling Stone.
I remember laughing, cocky as hell. Zeppelin? In 5 years, kids will be asking who the fuck Led Zeppelin was. God, we were insufferable. But we had the chops to back it up, for a while anyway. The club's a shithole. Perfect. I slip past the acne-faced bouncer, the smell of cheap beer and cheaper perfume assaulting my nostrils. Feels like home. Some skinny kid with a guitar is on stage, prancing around like he's God's gift to music. The crowd's eating it up, fucking sheep. But something about him, the way he moves, the way he plays.
Watch this kid, Jimmy. He's got more talent in his little finger than you've got in your whole body.
I remember the satisfaction of watching his strings snap one by one during his big solo. The look of confusion, then humiliation. The crowd's laughter, the way he never played again. I order a whiskey. Neat. The bartender eyes me suspiciously. Probably thinks I can't pay. I slap down a crumpled 50. Groupie gave it to me outside for my autograph. Still got it, Jimmy boy. The kid on stage is butchering a Velvet Venom song. Our song. My fucking song. Poison Kiss. The one I wrote for Alice the night before they found her cold in that studio bathroom. He's turning it into some kind of pop-punk abortion. Something snaps.
Jimmy, please. I just needed a little pick-me-up before the session.
The needles scattered across the studio bathroom floor like broken guitar strings. I couldn't save her. Couldn't stop the session either. The show must go on. Rock and roll suicide, they called it. If they only knew. The whiskey burns my throat as I down it in one gulp. I'm moving before I realize it. Pushing through the crowd. They part like the Red Sea, probably thinking I'm gonna puke or some shit. Make way for the king, baby. That's what they used to shout. Madison Square Garden security clearing a path. Fans reaching out just to touch my leather jacket. Their fingers like supplicants begging for blessing. Now these kids don't even look up from their phones. But I'm not sick. I'm alive. For the first time in years, I feel the fire, the music, the power.
It's all about power, Jimmy boy. You gotta make them feel it in their bones, make them remember who owns the stage.
The last I heard, Stan died choking on his own vomit in some Jersey dive bar. Rock and roll retirement plan. I reach the stage just as the kid finishes the song. He's grinning, basking in the applause. Doesn't even notice me until I'm right there. Jake Holloway, says the sticker on his guitar case. Another nobody trying to be somebody.
Hey man, you like the show?
Hey man, killer set.
Grinning like he owned the world. Mind if I borrow your backup guitar? Mine's acting weird. I remember nodding, watching him walk away, knowing his strings were already compromised. Sometimes you gotta thin the herd to stay on top. I smile back, but it's not a nice smile. It's all teeth and madness. My hand finds the loose guitar string in my pocket. Always carry a spare, that's what Stan taught me. Never knew it'd come in handy like this.
Kid, let me show you how it's really done.
The world fades away. There's just me, the kid, and the music. The real music. The kind that kills.
Jesus, Jimmy, what did you do?
Spike's voice after Mickey Walsh's accident. The ambulance lights painting the parking lot red. Guy might never play again. I remember shrugging, feeling nothing but satisfaction. Survival of the fittest, baby. Rock and roll jungle rules. We're backstage now. Jake's still talking, starstruck, talking about how Velvet Venom inspired him, how Poison Kiss saved his life. Oh, the fucking irony.
You changed the arrangement, made it more accessible.
Yeah, added some pop-punk elements, you know? Music's gotta evolve, right?
The sound's gotta evolve, Jimmy. You can't keep playing the same shit. Times are changing.
I remember the way his desk looked after I flipped it, the way security dragged me out, the way the contract termination papers floated like dead leaves. The string is wrapped around my hands now, steel core, perfect tension, just like tuning up before a show.
Evolve this, you little prick.
The first pull catches him by surprise. His eyes go wide, they always do. But this kid, he fights back, claws at my hands, kicks at my shins, got more spirit than Mickey Walsh ever did.
Fight back, you little shit.
My voice echoing through the parking lot as Mickey lay there, cradling his bleeding hands. Isn't this what you wanted, to play with the big boys? Security pulled me back that night. No one's here to pull me back now. Jake's lips are turning blue. Beautiful color like Alice's favorite eyeshadow. His feet drum a beat on the floor, his last percussion solo. I lean in close, watch the light fade from his eyes.
That's it, kid. Give your idol one last song.
When it's over, I arrange him like he's sleeping. Wrap the string around his fingers like he died practicing. His own guitar string, poetic justice. Let them try to pin this on the washed-up has-been.
You'll never make it without us, Jimmy. You're nothing but a ghost.
Wrong, brother. I'm not a ghost. I'm a fucking poltergeist. Red. Everything's fucking red. Like the lights at a Velvet Venom show, you know? But it ain't stage lights. It's blood. Kid's blood. All over my hands, my clothes. Feels warm. Alive. I'm backstage. Don't remember how I got here. But I remember the sound. Oh, the sound. His screams were like the highest note I ever hit on my axe. Pure. Fucking art. Days blur. Weeks. Months. Who fucking knows? I'm holed up in my shithole apartment watching the news. They're calling it the Backstage Butcher. Cute. Real cute. Velvet Venom strikes again. The headlines flash through my mind. 1988. 3 sold-out nights at the Garden. Back when headlines meant something good. Back when blood was just what you got from playing too hard. Brutal murder of up-and-coming musician Jake Holloway has left the New York music scene in shock. Jake. So that was the kid's name. Doesn't matter. He's immortal now. Part of the greatest rock opera ever written. My comeback tour.
Jimmy, you're scaring me.
The last recording session. The way her hands shook as she gripped the mic stand.
Maybe we should take a break.
But there's no breaks in rock and roll. No second chances. Just encores. I grab my old guitar. Feels right in my hands. Like it never left. I start playing. The notes come easy, but they're different now. Darker. Deadlier. Each chord progression a eulogy for Jake fucking Holloway. The TV drones on, some detective with a bad dye job talking about leads and persons of interest. Amateur. Doesn't he know every great show needs a sequel?
The sophomore album's always the killer, Jimmy.
Our manager, counting money like rosary beads. Gotta top the first one. Gotta give them something they've never seen before. Well, I'm giving them something now, aren't I? Melodies is a dive bar in Brooklyn. Used to play here before Velvet Venom hit it big. Now it's open mic night and the place is crawling with wannabe rock stars. Perfect. I sit in the back, nursing a whiskey. Watching. Waiting. These kids, they don't know shit about real music. About sacrifice. About pain. A girl takes the stage. Can't be more than 25. All legs and attitude. Like Alice Reborn. She's got pipes. I'll give her that. But she's singing about love and heartbreak. Fucking amateur.
It's not about the lyrics, Jimmy.
Alice, stretched out on the studio couch, cherry lip gloss smeared. It's about the pain behind them, the truth. The next day, they found her. Truth hurts, doesn't it, baby?
Oh my god, are you Jimmy Keller from Velvet Venom?
I nod, playing it cool. In the flesh, sweetheart. Great set. You're Jimmy fucking Keller. The groupies used to scream it. Now it's whispered, like a secret, like a shame. But tonight, this girl says it right, like a prayer. We talk. I tell her stories about the old days, about stadiums and groupies and endless blurry nights. Her eyes are wide, innocent, not for long.
Hey, I've got a home studio. Want to lay down some tracks? I could produce your demo.
She hesitates. Smart girl, but ambition wins out. They all want to be stars. Don't they know stars are just dead things burning?
Just one more take, Alice.
My voice from the control room. Make it hurt this time. She was crying by the end. Best fucking vocal track we ever recorded. My studio is a shitty spare room with soundproofing I stole from a construction site, but Sarah doesn't care. She's in awe, touching my old guitars, the gold records on the wall, each one a milestone on the road to here.
So, let's hear what you've got.
She starts singing, some ballad about broken hearts and new beginnings. It's not bad, but it's not real. Not yet. I pick up my axe, start playing along. She stumbles, surprised, but keeps going. The song builds, faster, harder, like a heart racing toward its final beat.
Faster, Jimmy, make it hurt!
The needles scattered around her feet like fallen drumsticks. Her last session, her last song. I'm lost in it. The music, the madness. Sarah's voice soaring over my guitar like a bird about to hit a window. Beautiful. Doomed.
That was amazing. I've never sounded like that before.
You ain't heard nothing yet, sweetheart. Let's try something unplugged.
Unplugged concerts are so intimate.
The night before, it all went wrong. Just you, the music, and the truth. The truth was in her track marks, in her glazed eyes, in the way she never made it to that unplugged session.
Jimmy, maybe we should take a break?
Maybe we should take a break. I'm not feeling so hot.
But the tape was rolling. The label was waiting. The show had to go on.
No breaks in rock and roll, sweetheart.
The cable feels alive in my hands, like a snake, like fate. Sarah backs away, but there's nowhere to go. My studio, my rules, my song.
What are you doing?
Real fear now. Good. Fear makes the voice crack just right, adds texture.
Making you immortal. This will make you immortal.
I screamed at Alice's body, shaking her, trying to make her breathe again. You can't leave before the final take. The first loop of cable around her throat is perfect, professional. She fights, of course. They always do. Clawing, kicking, gasping for that last high note.
Sing for me, Sarah. Make it hurt.
Her struggles are percussion. Her gasps are melody. The wet sounds of death are the harmony. Together, we're making something beautiful.
Beautiful. You can really hear the pain.
Listening to Alice's last track, her body wasn't even cold yet. If he only knew. When it's over, I arrange her at the mic stand. Artist at work. Head tilted back, cable still wrapped like a choker, like jewelry, like destiny. The police will find her. Eventually. But first, I've got some mixing to do. Her death rattles make a perfect backbeat for Jake's screams. The symphony of the damned.
You're damned, Jimmy. You're gonna die alone and forgotten.
Wrong again, brother. I'm going to die famous. Just gotta kill my way back to the top. I work through the night, mixing, sampling, creating. The laptop screen bathes the studio in blue light, like a spotlight from hell. Newsflash crawls across my TV. Second musician found dead. Backstage, butcher strikes again. Flash, Velvet Venom strikes gold. The headlines blur. Past and present. Glory and gore. Everything's coming full circle. They're calling it a pattern now. A serial killer targeting musicians. The detective with the bad dye job is on TV again, warning people to be careful, to watch out for strangers. But I'm not a stranger. I'm a fucking legend.
You're a legend, Jimmy.
Alice's voice, forever young, forever dying. Don't ever let them forget. 2 down. But the album's not finished. Every trilogy needs a finale, and I know just the star to close the show. I flip through a music magazine, and there he is, Mick fucking Raven, so-called savior of rock, looking out from the glossy page with those empty eyes and that fake smile. Time to save rock and roll the only way I know how, with a killer finale. Lights, camera, fucking action. The Sonic Boom Festival, biggest goddamn show of the year. Every has-been and wannabe packed into one field, like lambs to the slaughter.
This is it, boys.
Our first festival headline slot, 1987. The way Spike's eyes lit up when he saw our name at the top of the bill.
We're gonna kill it.
If he only knew how prophetic those words would be. I adjust my backstage pass. It's amazing what you can do with a printer and some lamination. Velvet Venom might be dead, but Jimmy the Axe Keller still has a few tricks up his sleeve. Your pass, Mr. Keller? Security used to snap to attention. Now I'm forging credentials in my bathroom like some teenage groupie. But hey, rock stars reinvent themselves all the time, right? Security's tight, but they're looking for kids with drugs, not middle-aged roadies. That's my costume today. Just another grunt, here to make sure the stars shine bright. The backstage area is a maze of black cables and ego. Techs scurrying around like rats, everyone talking into headsets. Used to be simpler, used to be purer.
It's all smoke and mirrors now, Jimmy.
The last words our sound guy said before quitting. Nobody plays real instruments anymore. Well, I've got one instrument they haven't invented a computer to replace yet. Death. And there he is, Mick fucking Raven. Mr. Rock is dead. Oh, the irony. He's about to find out just how alive Rock can be. He's alone in his dressing room, practicing scales like a good little boy. Everything about him is fake. The tattoos, the accent, the rebellious snarl. Pathetic.
You're pathetic, Jimmy. Can't even play a clean note anymore.
Well, I've got one last note to play, the cleanest cut of all. I pull out my old guitar pick, sharpened to a razor's edge, my new axe.
Knock, knock.
Pushing the door open. Just another roadie. Just another nobody. Mick looks up, annoyed, then confused. Then he recognizes me. His eyes go wide.
Holy shit, Jimmy Keller. Man, I'm a huge fan. Velvet Venom was my...
I'm on him before he can finish, my hand over his mouth, pick at his throat.
Shh. It's time for your sound check.
Sound check in 5, Jimmy.
The stagehand's voice from 1,000 shows ago. You're bleeding on your strings again. Always was a messy player. His eyes are wild, pleading, beautiful, just like Jake's, just like Sarah's, just like Alice's at the end. I press the pick in. Just a little. A trickle of blood. The opening note.
You said Rock was dead. Let's test that theory.
Rock's not dead, Jimmy. It just needs someone willing to bleed for it.
Suddenly pain explodes in my side. The little shit kicked me. I stumble back, guitar pick clattering to the floor. Not how this song is supposed to go.
You're losing control, Jimmy. Can't even keep the beat anymore.
The way his nose crunched under my fist. The way the drums kept playing even after he fell. Mix up, scrambling for the door. Oh no, not fucking happening. This is my show, my finale. I lunge, tackling him. We crash into his vanity. Mirror shatters, glass everywhere. Like diamonds, like stars, like broken dreams. Look what you did to my fucking mirror. Some groupie in some hotel room. 1988, 89. The way the glass felt under my knees as I knelt in front of her broken reflection. Sorry, baby. Rock and roll accident. We're rolling on the floor, glass crunching. I'm on top. Then he is. Trading blows like we're trading riffs. Kid's got fight in him. Good. Makes the story better. His hands find my throat. Squeezing. Black spots dance in my vision like a light show gone wrong. But I'm grinning. This is it. The climax. The guitar solo of murder.
Your solos go on too long. Gotta learn when to end it.
But that was always my problem, wasn't it? Never knew when to stop. My hand finds a shard of mirror. I grip it tight, feeling it slice into my palm. Blood makes everything slippery, makes everything real.
You can't kill rock and roll. It's bigger than you.
The music's bigger than you, Jimmy.
Spike's voice, Alice's voice, every voice that ever tried to hold me back. One move, that's all I need, one last power chord. I strike, fast, hard. The glass sinks into his neck, his eyes go wide, hands loosen, blood bubbles from his lips. He tries to speak. I lean in close.
That's it. Sing for me.
He gurgles, music to my ears, a death rattle encore. The crowds used to scream it. Now it's just the voice in my head, always wanting more. More blood, more pain, more glory. Then, nothing. The light goes out of his eyes, show's over. I stand up shaking, covered in blood and sweat and glory. My masterpiece is complete, my trilogy of terror. Then I hear it, footsteps, voices coming this way.
They're coming, Jimmy.
The suits, the cops, the critics, they never understood our art. Shit. The door bursts open, security, stagehands. They take one look and start yelling, reaching for phones, for weapons, for reality. But I don't run, don't fight. I just smile, raise my bloody hands like I'm taking a bow.
Thank you. Thank you very fucking much.
Always leave them wanting more. Make them remember you.
As they tackle me, I start laughing. Can't help it. Because I did it, I killed rock and roll, and in doing so, I made it immortal. They can lock me up, throw away the key, doesn't matter. The backstage butcher's going out on top. Last song of the night.
See you in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
That's what we used to shout after shows. Well, they'll remember me now. Maybe not the Hall of Fame, but somewhere better. The Hall of Infamy. And what a show it was. Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. The radio booth was Marcus Midnight Monroe's safe space. In that small, dark room, he could forget everything else. The soft glow of old equipment, the quiet hum of the electronics, and the steady red light of the on-air sign gave him comfort like nothing else. To Marcus, there was something special about broadcasting late at night. Out there, people who couldn't sleep, or chose not to, were tuning in, relying on his voice to keep them company through the darkness. Tonight was no different. He settled into his chair, slid his headset on, and let his fingers glide over the dials and buttons. Midnight had arrived, and with it, his show began. The red glow of the on-air sign bathed his face as he greeted his invisible audience.
Good evening, Night Owls. This is Marcus Monroe, but you all know me better as Midnight. Another sleepless night? Don't worry, I'll keep you company.
He let a pause linger, letting his words fill the quiet of the night before putting on a song. Something soft, dreamy, the kind of tune that fit these early hours. This was his routine, the same mix of classic rock hits, talk, and the occasional caller who wanted to share a story or request a song, usually something from Iron Maiden, Led Zeppelin, or Black Sabbath. Marcus had built a small community among the sleepless, a kind of fellowship connected by his broadcasts. It was comforting, a kind of peace that he cherished. He leaned back in his chair, letting his eyes close as the music played, the world narrowing down to the rhythm, the melody, and the blinking lights of the booth. That comfort was shattered when the phone rang at exactly 12:33 a.m. Marcus opened his eyes, frowning. The station had a number for callers, sure, but a call at this time of night was strange. The regulars usually knew to call during breaks, not in the middle of a song. He hesitated for a moment before picking up.
WHGE Rock, you're on the air with Midnight.
There was a pause, static crackling softly through the line, and then a voice spoke, soft, unsettlingly smooth.
Mr. Midnight, I have a story for you.
Marcus's brow furrowed slightly. The voice felt like a whisper, even though the man was speaking normally. It seemed to slip under his skin, making the fine hairs on his arms stand on end.
All right, Mr.
Silence.
Marcus almost rolled his eyes. Of course, a nickname to match his own. He was used to strange callers. Some were eccentric, others just lonely. But this one was different. The voice was too composed, too precise, and it made Marcus instinctively uneasy.
All right, Mr. Silence. What story do you have for us tonight?
There was another pause, the static growing louder for a moment before the caller spoke again.
My story? A tragic accident. Hit and run. Near that old convenience store on Maple and 4th. It'll happen soon. A black sedan. The driver will be too afraid to stop.
The description was way too detailed. Marcus forced a laugh, trying to shake off the growing sense of dread.
That's pretty dark for a late-night show, don't you think?
Mr. Silence didn't laugh. There was a beat of silence, and then...
You should play a song for them. Something fitting.
Who's them?
But the line clicked dead before he got an answer. He frowned, staring at the receiver before setting it down. He shook his head, trying to dismiss it as just another strange caller. He'd had plenty over the years. People who claimed they were being watched. People who thought aliens were controlling their neighbors. People who just wanted to feel like they mattered, even if it meant making up stories. Marcus returned to his playlist, shrugging off the unease. He cued a song, something heavy, that seemed like a good fit. Maybe it would appease Mr. Silence, wherever he was. But he couldn't quite shake the feeling that something was off. The way the caller's voice had sounded, calm, cold, like he was stating a fact, not telling a story. Marcus tried to dismiss it, but it was like an itch, a thought that wouldn't leave him alone. The minutes ticked by, the clock on the wall inching closer to 1 a.m. Marcus tried to focus on his show, but his thoughts kept drifting back to the call. The details, the tone, the certainty in Mr. Silence's voice. He found himself glancing at the phone, half expecting it to ring again. His fingers tapped nervously against the edge of the console. He played another track, something upbeat and energetic, trying to lift the mood, though he could feel the tension hanging heavy in the booth. The red glow of the on-air sign seemed harsher now, the dim room pressing in on him. Then, just as the song began to fade out, the news bulletin interrupted. Marcus's heart skipped a beat, his eyes flicking to the monitor as the automated voice came through.
Breaking news. Authorities are responding to a reported hit-and-run near Maple and 4th. Witnesses describe a black sedan fleeing the scene without stopping.
The rest of the announcement seemed to blur, Marcus's vision narrowing as his pulse roared in his ears. The coffee in his stomach churned, a cold sweat breaking out along the back of his neck. It was impossible. It couldn't be real. But the words were there, the details matching perfectly. He stared at the console, his hands trembling slightly as he reached for the next track. He needed to keep going, to stay on air, but the sense of unease had grown into something much darker. A chill settled deep in his bones, the realization dawning that this was no mere prank. Someone out there knew exactly what was happening, and they had chosen him to be part of it. Marcus swallowed hard, his voice cracking slightly as he spoke into the mic.
That was unexpected, folks. Let's get back to the music, shall we?
He forced a smile into his tone, though his fingers shook as he queued up the next song. The minutes dragged on, every second feeling like an eternity. The booth, once his sanctuary, now felt like a cage. The classic rock posters on the walls seemed to watch him with silent judgment. The hum of the equipment felt louder, and Marcus kept glancing at the phone, dreading the moment it would ring again. The clock ticked closer to 1 a.m., and Marcus could only wonder what else the night had in store for him. The red light of the on-air sign seemed to pulsate now, an angry glow that gave Marcus no respite. The booth felt smaller, the walls pressing in on him, the air thick and stifling. The faint scent of burnt dust lingered in the room, seeping out from the old equipment, mingling with the stale coffee that had long gone cold. Every breath tasted metallic, as if the fear itself had taken physical form. His fingers itched at the edge of the console, his skin tingling, his senses on high alert, waiting for the next intrusion into what had once been his safe space. Marcus stared at the clock, its ticking like a heartbeat pounding in his ears. The minute hand clicked past 1 a.m., and Marcus tried to keep his focus on his playlist. He tried to focus on the music, to lose himself in the familiar tunes, but he couldn't shake the growing dread, the sense that something was watching him. And then, the phone rang. The shrill tone pierced the quiet, cutting through the music like a knife. Marcus flinched, his heart pounding in his chest. He stared at the blinking light, bile rising in his throat, his mouth dry. The fluorescent overhead lights flickered for just a moment, and Marcus's vision blurred, as if the room itself was shifting. He hesitated, his fingers hovering over the phone before he finally picked up.
WHGE Rock, you're on the air with Midnight.
There was a long silence. No static this time, no hint of background noise. Just silence, deep and endless, pressing into his ears like cotton. Marcus's fingers tightened around the receiver, his knuckles white, the quiet growing heavier with each second.
Mr. Midnight, you didn't believe me, did you?
Marcus's skin prickled, a chill running down his spine. His eyes flicked around the booth, half expecting to see someone there, lurking in the shadows, but the room was empty.
Who are you?
I'm a storyteller, Marcus. Like you, an entertainer with an audience to appease. And I've another story for you tonight.
The sound of a distant bell echoed through the phone, a deep, resonant chime that seemed to reverberate in Marcus's bones. He shivered, the chill settling into his bones. He could hear something in the...
She's in trouble, Marcus. She opened a door that should have stayed shut. At the old gas station, on Route 9. The lights are flickering, and she can hear footsteps. Marcus, the dark is coming for her.
Marcus's stomach turned as he listened, the vivid imagery filling his mind. He could almost hear it, the hum of the old gas station lights, the flickering, the feeling of a presence lurking in the dark. He could feel the cold air, the fear of something unseen drawing closer.
Who is she? What's happening to her?
Mr. Silence didn't answer. The line went dead, the soft click echoing in Marcus's ear, leaving him alone with the fading music and the hum of the equipment. He set the receiver down, his hand shaking. He looked around the booth, the shadows seeming to grow darker, deeper. The posters on the walls, once bright and full of life, now seemed faded, the eyes of the musicians staring at him, hollow and accusing. The clock read 1:45 a.m. The minutes had slipped away, lost in the haze of fear. Marcus took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. He had to keep going. He had to stay on air.
That was an interesting call, folks. Let's get back to the music.
He forced a chuckle, though it sounded hollow, even to his own ears. He queued up another track, the familiar guitar riff of a classic rock song filling the booth. But the unease lingered, gnawing at him. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was hearing something more than just music. Every now and then, in between the notes, he thought he could hear the distant echo of a woman's scream, a sharp, pained sound that cut through the melody like a knife. The booth felt colder now, the chill seeping into his bones. The scent of decay was stronger, the air heavy with it, like he was standing in a forest after a rainstorm, the earth wet and rotting beneath his feet. The phone rang again. Marcus jumped, his heart leaping into his throat. He stared at the receiver, the blinking light blinding him in the dim room. His hand shook as he reached for it, his fingers brushing against the cold plastic before he finally picked it up.
WHGE Rock. You're on the air with Midnight.
This time there was no silence, no static. Instead, there was a sound, soft, rhythmic, like breathing. Marcus's pulse quickened, his skin crawling as he listened. The breathing grew louder, more labored, like someone struggling for air. He could almost feel the breath against his ear, hot and damp, the smell of decay filling his nostrils.
She's running, Marcus. But she won't make it. The shadows are too fast. They're all around her. She can see them now.
Marcus's stomach clenched, his heart pounding in his chest. He could hear it in his mind, the footsteps, the heavy, desperate breathing of someone running for their life. He swallowed, his throat tight, fear coursing through him.
Who is she?
The breathing stopped. The silence that followed was suffocating, pressing in on him from all sides.
It doesn't matter anymore. She's gone. They got her, Marcus.
Marcus dropped the receiver, his hand numb, his heart pounding in his chest. The booth felt colder, the presence more oppressive, as if the shadows were closing in. He turned, his eyes scanning the dim corners, the faces on the posters watching him, their eyes dark and empty. A creak echoed through the booth, the sound of the door shifting, the hinges groaning. Marcus's breath caught in his throat, his eyes snapping to the door. It was closed. He could see it, the heavy metal door, the lock in place. But the sound had been real. He had heard it, the creak, the groan, the soft whisper of movement. The air grew colder, the chill biting into his skin. He could hear something now, a soft rustling, like fabric brushing against the floor. The scent of decay was overwhelming, the taste of it thick on his tongue. Marcus's hands shook as he reached for the next track, his fingers fumbling over the buttons. He needed to keep going. He needed to stay on air. The clock read 2:30 a.m. The night was far from over. The clock ticked to 3 a.m., and the booth felt like it had swallowed Marcus whole. The air was dense, almost unbreathable, pressing in from all sides, as if the room itself were alive, shifting, breathing. Marcus glanced at the on-air sign. Its red glow seemed to pulse in time with his own heartbeat, faster and faster, until it felt like the light was hammering against his skull. The phone rang, and Marcus's head snapped toward it, his heart pounding. The shrill electric jangle filled the booth, reverberating through his bones. He hesitated, staring at the blinking light, knowing what was waiting for him on the other end. The fear had taken on a shape now, an invisible hand clenched around his throat.
WHGE Rock, you're on the air with Midnight.
Silence. Heavy, suffocating silence that filled the booth, swallowing every other sound. Then finally, Mr. Silence's voice, a whisper, soft and deadly, like a razor sliding across skin.
Mr. Midnight. You're starting to feel it, aren't you? The darkness. It's getting closer.
Marcus clenched his jaw, trying to ignore the sweat dripping down the back of his neck.
Oh, I think you know, Marcus. Tonight you're not just a host. Tonight you're a gatekeeper. And the door will open, Marcus.
A shiver ran down Marcus's spine. The booth seemed colder, the chill biting into his skin. He could feel it, something shifting. A presence beyond the booth, beyond the walls, pressing against the edges of reality, waiting to slip through. The phone line crackled, a soft, rhythmic noise that Marcus realized was the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, getting closer.
You have a choice, Marcus. Let them in, or try to keep them out. But either way, the darkness will find you.
Marcus's throat was dry, the air around him feeling thin and brittle, like he was breathing in shards of glass. He stared at the door of the booth, half expecting it to burst open. He could almost hear the hinges groaning, the wood splintering under the force of something unseen, something that wanted in.
Why me? Why are you doing this to me?
Because even the most refined palates can grow jaded, Marcus. Seek new inspiration, new flavor. Because you can hear me, Marcus, you're listening. And because fear is the key. Fear opens the door.
The line went dead, the soft click echoing in Marcus's ear, leaving him in silence. He set the receiver down, his hand trembling. The booth was unbearably cold now, the scent of decay overwhelming. He could see his breath fogging in the air, could feel the chill in his bones. The clock read 3:15 a.m., and Marcus knew the night was far from over.
All right, folks. That was something, wasn't it? Let's get back to the music.
He forced a laugh, though it sounded hollow. He queued up another track, the heavy beat of a Black Sabbath song filling the booth. The music was loud, pounding, the bass vibrating through the floor. Marcus closed his eyes, letting the music wash over him, trying to drown out the fear that gnawed at his insides. And then over the music he heard it, a soft tapping, rhythmic and deliberate. Marcus's eyes snapped open, his heart lurching in his chest. The sound was coming from the door. Someone, or something, was knocking. His breath caught in his throat, his eyes fixed on the door. The knocking grew louder, more insistent, each knock reverberating through the booth, shaking the walls.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're experiencing some technical difficulties.
He forced a smile into his tone, but his heart was pounding, his pulse roaring in his ears. The knocking was relentless now, pounding against the door, the hinges groaning under the force. And then it stopped. The sudden silence was deafening. Marcus held his breath, his eyes locked on the door, waiting for something to happen. The air in the booth was freezing, the scent of decay so strong it made his eyes water. He could feel something, someone, on the other side of the door, waiting, watching. The phone rang. The sound made Marcus jump, his hand flying to his chest as if to keep his heart from leaping out of his ribcage.
WHGE Rock, you're on the air with Midnight?
It's time, Marcus. Time to open the door.
No, I'm not letting them in.
You can't keep them out forever, Marcus. The dark is already here. You can feel it, can't you? The cold, the fear. They're already a part of you now.
Marcus swallowed, his throat tight. He could feel it, the darkness pressing in on him, the cold seeping into his bones, the fear wrapping around his chest, squeezing the breath from his lungs. The booth felt smaller, the walls closing in, the shadows deepening, growing darker, more solid. He had to do something. He couldn't just sit there waiting for the darkness to consume him. He had to fight back.
You want to play, Mr. Silence? Let's play. All right, folks. This is Marcus Midnight Monroe, and we're gonna turn it up. If you're out there listening, crank up your radios. Let's make some noise.
The music blared, the heavy guitar riffs filling the booth, drowning out the fear, the cold, the darkness. The knocking started again, louder, more violent, as if something were trying to break down the door. The walls of the booth shook, the on-air sign flickering, the lights dimming.
We're not alone tonight, folks, but we're not going to be afraid. We're gonna face it together.
The knocking grew louder, the walls rattling, the lights flickering, but Marcus didn't stop. And then, as suddenly as it started, the knocking stopped. The booth was silent, the air heavy, the scent of decay lingering. Marcus opened his eyes, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The on-air sign was still glowing, the light steady, the music fading into silence. He looked at the clock, 4:30 a.m. The first hint of dawn was starting to show, the darkness retreating.
We made it, folks. We made it through the night.
The phone was silent, the booth was still, and for the first time in hours, Marcus felt a sense of calm. The night was over, but the fear lingered, a reminder of what had happened, of what he had faced. And as he sat there, the first rays of dawn breaking through the darkness, Marcus knew one thing for certain. Mr. Silence wasn't gone. The darkness wasn't finished. This was only the beginning. Marcus slumped back in his chair, the rays of sunlight slicing through the darkness of the booth. The first light of day brought a sense of relief, but it didn't bring answers. The terror of the night hung over him, and though the knocking had ceased and the shadows had retreated, he knew deep down that this wasn't over. Mr. Silence had said it himself. This was only the beginning. Marcus looked at the phone, now resting silently on its hook, and felt a chill despite the warmth of the morning sun. Who was Mr. Silence? How did he know so much about Marcus, and why had he chosen him? The questions gnawed at Marcus, lingering like an itch that couldn't be scratched. The booth, once his safe haven, felt different now, tainted. The posters of rock legends, the familiar dials and buttons, and even the comforting glow of the on-air sign seemed changed. It was as if the dark presence that had visited during the night had left its mark, and while Marcus had made it through the night, he knew it wasn't because he had won, just that he had survived, for now. The voice of Mr. Silence echoed in his mind, promising that the darkness would return. Fear is the key, he had said. Fear opens the door. Marcus couldn't shake the feeling that this door, wherever it was only half open now, that something was pushing against it from the other side. He wondered if his fight had only delayed the inevitable. What would happen when that door opened fully? He glanced at the clock. 6 a.m. He was supposed to sign off, but what could he say?
We made it through the night, folks, but something tells me that the night isn't done with us yet. Yeah.
Marcus forced himself to laugh, trying to make it sound casual, but the fear in his chest refused to dissipate. He stared out at the first light of dawn, wondering what the next night would bring. Who else would Mr. Silence reach out to, and what other stories would unfold? Would Marcus be ready, or would the darkness come knocking again, finding him unprepared? He turned off the mic, leaning back, and closed his eyes. Maybe he could sleep now. Perhaps he could let himself rest. But as he drifted off, he couldn't help but hear the faintest whisper in the quiet.
Marcus.
Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. The woods at the edge of Flatwoods are pitch black, save for the last slivers of twilight that seep through the twisted branches like blood from a fresh wound. The air is thick with the wet, rotting smell of the forest floor, and every step squelches with a sickening crunch. Tommy Dawson and his two friends, Danny and Sam, move through the underbrush, their flashlights flickering weakly in the gathering darkness. The boys aren't supposed to be out here. Their parents warned them about this part of the woods. Stories of old curses, animal bones scattered like breadcrumbs, and shadows that slither between the trees. But the thrill of trespassing and the promise of hidden treasures are too tempting. Tommy's hands tremble as he pushes a branch out of his way, not from fear, he tells himself, but from the cold biting into his skin.
Come on, you scared?
Danny jeers, nudging Tommy hard enough to make him stumble. But before Tommy can retort, the world around them goes silent. The cicadas stop their endless chirping, the wind holds its breath, and the boys freeze in place. A sudden blinding flash of light streaks across the sky, painting the forest in a grotesque green glow that makes every shadow seem alive. The air vibrates with an electric charge, causing the hair on their arms to stand on end. The boys' eyes widen as the light arcs downward, disappearing with a deafening boom that shakes the ground beneath their feet.
What the hell was that?
Sam gasps, his voice cracking.
Some kind of plane crash?
Tommy suggests, but his voice is hollow, barely a whisper. The ground beneath them feels alive, a low hum reverberating through the dirt like a heartbeat. They push forward, driven by a mix of curiosity and fear. The air grows thick with the acrid stench of burning rubber, and something else, something sharp and metallic, like the taste of blood after a punch to the mouth. Danny gags, covering his nose with his sleeve.
Shit. It stinks.
He mutters, but the other boys aren't listening. They're staring ahead, where the trees have been stripped bare, their bark scorched and peeling like skin after a bad sunburn. The forest floor is littered with strange, twisted metal shards that glisten in the dim light. Tommy steps closer, the soles of his shoes sticking to the ground as if the earth itself is trying to swallow him whole. His flashlight flickers, and for a brief, horrifying moment, he sees something move between the trees. A tall, angular figure, limbs too long, joints bending the wrong way. It's there and gone, just a shadow, but the imprint it leaves in Tommy's mind is sharp and jagged.
Did you see that?
Tommy's voice is barely a whisper, his breath misting in the cold air. But before the others can respond, the forest is filled with a high-pitched metallic screech that feels like nails scraping against the inside of their skulls. The boys clap their hands over their ears, but the sound seems to burrow deeper, vibrating through their teeth and making their eyes water.
Run! No.
Danny screams, already sprinting back the way they came. Sam follows, his footsteps pounding like a frantic heartbeat. But Tommy is rooted in place, his legs heavy as if the ground has turned to quicksand. That's when he sees it. The creature steps into the clearing, its eyes glowing with a sickly, pulsating red light. The air around it shimmers, distorting like the heat waves on a scorching summer day. Its skin, if you could call it that, is slick, almost metallic, and it hisses with each movement, like steam escaping from a boiling pot. Tommy's stomach lurches at the stench that washes over him, something between rotting meat and hot metal. The creature's eyes lock onto Tommy, and for a moment all he can hear is the rush of blood in his ears. It tilts its head, studying him like a butcher sizing up a carcass. Panic floods Tommy's veins, and finally his body responds. He turns to run, but his feet slip into the mud, sending him crashing to the ground. His flashlight skitters away, the beam flickering out as darkness swallows him whole. He scrambles to get up, but the ground pulses beneath him, almost like it's breathing. The metallic screech returns, louder this time, and the last thing Tommy sees before everything goes black is the creature lunging toward him, its eyes burning like two hellish suns. Tommy thought it was just a flash in the sky, something that would burn out and vanish. But some lights don't fade. They leave scars, hidden deep beneath the ground, waiting for the right moment to surface. The town of Flatwoods looked like something out of a faded postcard, but to Evelyn Eve Whitaker, it felt like a burial ground. The streets were empty this early in the morning, save for the occasional figure darting from one door to the next. Overhead, clouds gathered like stormy bruises, choking the sky of any light. Eve stepped out of her beat-up Ford and stretched her legs, the stale smell of her overnight drive still clinging to her jacket. She winced as the town square came into focus, a half-baked attempt at charm, peeling white paint on storefronts, an American flag hanging limp in the muggy air, and a chalkboard sign outside the diner that read, "Welcome, Fall Apple Festival." The smiley face beneath it looked desperate, almost apologetic.
This is the scoop that's supposed to save my career.
Eve muttered under her breath, lighting a cigarette with a snap of her silver Zippo. She glanced at her reflection in the diner window as she approached. Auburn curls pinned under a practical hat, dark circles under eyes that hadn't seen a good night's sleep in weeks. They don't need good reporting, she thought bitterly. They just need someone to put their little town on the map. The bell above the door jingled as she entered, and the warm smell of bacon and grease mingled with the sour tang of burned coffee. 3 men sat at the counter, hunched over their plates. They went quiet when they noticed her, their eyes sharp and distrustful, like stray dogs sizing up a stranger. Behind the counter, a middle-aged waitress with chipped red nail polish and tired eyes offered Eve a tight smile.
Morning, hun. What'll it be?
Just coffee, black.
Eve slid onto a stool and pulled a notebook from her bag. The waitress poured from a steaming pot, her hand steady despite the crackling tension in the room.
You here for the festival?
Something like that.
Eve replied, trying to sound polite. She blew on the coffee and took a sip, the bitter liquid scratching her throat. The silence grew heavy. Eve looked up to find one of the men at the counter staring at her. His face was pale and clammy, a thin sheen of sweat beating at his temples despite the morning chill.
You're that reporter, ain't you?
His voice was raspy like he'd been smoking since he was 12. Eve nodded cautiously.
That's right. Evelyn Whitaker. I'm covering the festival.
The man barked a humorless laugh, loud enough to make the waitress flinch.
Ain't no festival worth writing about, not now anyway.
What's that supposed to mean?
Eve asked, her tone sharpening. The man glanced at the others, then back at her, his jaw tight.
You ain't heard?
He leaned in closer, the sour smell of whiskey on his breath.
Boy went missing 2 nights ago. Out in the woods. They found him, but not the others.
Others?
Tommy Dawson and his friends.
The waitress cut in, her voice low but firm.
They were out there after dark. No one knows what happened, but...
She trailed off, glancing at the man for help.
But Tommy came back sick.
The man said grimly.
Burns all over him, raving about monsters.
The other men at the counter grumbled, shaking their heads as if the word itself were blasphemy. Eve's heartbeat quickened. Monsters? That didn't belong in the neat, orderly world of a puff piece.
What about the other boys?
Eve asked.
They're still out there.
The man replied.
If they're alive, that is.
The waitress shot him a glare.
Shut it, Earl. You'll scare the lady off.
But Eve wasn't scared. She was intrigued. She tucked her notebook back into her bag and drained the last of her coffee, her mind already racing.
Where can I find this boy? Tommy?
His mom's house.
Earl said, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket.
But if you got any sense, you'll leave this one alone.
Eve dropped a few coins on the counter and stood.
Thanks for the advice.
She tipped her hat and walked out into the cold morning air. Flatwoods didn't need monsters to be afraid. Its people already carried fear like a sickness, one that would spread long before they ever saw the red eyes in the dark. The Dawson house sat at the end of a dirt road, its shingles curling at the edges like old paper. Eve parked under a sagging elm tree, the shadows from its branches stretching across the yard like skeletal fingers. The house looked tired, worn down by the weight of its occupant's grief. Eve climbed the steps, her shoes scraping against warped planks that groaned with every movement. She knocked twice, the sound echoing through the stillness. After a long moment, the door creaked open, revealing a woman who looked as brittle as the house itself. Her hair was pulled into a haphazard bun, streaked with gray, and her eyes were sunken and rimmed with dark circles. She glanced at Eve's notebook and sighed.
You're that reporter,
she said, her voice flat.
That's right.
Eve replied.
Evelyn Whitaker. I was hoping to speak with Tommy.
The woman's lips pressed into a thin line.
Tommy ain't up for visitors.
Eve hesitated, then softened her tone.
Mrs. Dawson, I know this must be hard, but I'm trying to understand what happened. Maybe if I can.
Understand?
Mrs. Dawson's voice rose, brittle and sharp.
You think you can understand what we're going through? You didn't find your boy lying in the dirt, burnt up like a piece of trash, raving about monsters?
Eve flinched, but she didn't back down.
Please, if you let me talk to him, I might be able to help.
For a long moment, Mrs. Dawson just stared at her. Then she stepped aside, gesturing for Eve to come in. The smell hit Eve as soon as she crossed the threshold. A mix of sweat, mildew, and something faintly medicinal, like iodine. The living room was small and cluttered, the wallpaper peeling at the corners. A tattered couch sat against one wall, and a lamp flickered weakly on the end table, casting long, uneven shadows.
He's in his room,
Mrs. Dawson said, her voice low.
But don't push him. He ain't the same.
Eve nodded and made her way down the narrow hallway. The door to Tommy's room was slightly ajar, and she could hear his ragged breathing before she even stepped inside.
Tommy?
She called softly. The boy stirred on the bed, his face pale and slick with sweat. His arms lay limp at his sides, the sheets twisted around him like a straitjacket. Eve's stomach churned when she saw the burns, angry red welts crisscrossing his forearms and neck, the skin cracked and peeling like charred wood. He opened his eyes and Eve drew back involuntarily. They were bloodshot, ringed with a yellowish hue that gave him a feral, haunted look.
You're not Mom.
Tommy croaked. His voice was dry, barely audible.
No, I'm not.
Eve said gently. She pulled a chair to his bedside, her notebook balanced on her knee.
I'm here to help. Can you tell me what happened?
For a moment, Tommy just stared at her, his gaze unfocused. Then he swallowed hard and whispered.
It came from the sky.
Eve leaned in.
What did?
The fireball.
His eyes darted toward the window as if expecting to see it again.
We thought it was just a meteor, but when we got close, it wasn't right. The The trees were shaking, and there was this smell,
What kind of smell?
Tommy wrinkled his nose.
like burning metal and blood.
He shuddered, his burned fingers curling weakly into fists.
Then we saw it, in the fog. It had red eyes, and it made this noise, like a machine breaking apart. Danny and Sam, they ran, but I couldn't move. It was looking at me.
His voice broke and tears welled in his eyes.
It was like it wanted to eat me, but not my body. Something else, like it was pulling me apart inside.
Eve's pulse quickened. She reached for her notebook, but her hand froze halfway there. The air in the room felt suddenly heavy, thick with a suffocating warmth. A faint metallic tang lingered on the back of her tongue. Tommy groaned, his body jerking against the mattress, his head lolled to the side, his breath coming in shallow gasps.
It's still out there.
He whispered.
It's coming back. It always comes back.
Tommy?
Eve's voice was sharp now, her hand reaching for his shoulder. His skin was hot, almost scalding to the touch.
Miss Whitaker.
Mrs. Dawson's voice cut through the air like a knife. Eve turned to see the woman standing in the doorway, her face pale with rage.
Get out now.
Eve stood, her heart pounding.
Out.
Mrs. Dawson grabbed her arm, dragging her toward the door.
You're not helping him, you're making it worse.
Eve stumbled into the hallway, her notebook clutched against her chest. As she stepped outside, the fresh air hit her like a slap, and she realized her hands were trembling. She looked down and froze. There were blisters on her palms, faint but unmistakable, like the start of a burn. The boy's burns told one story. The blisters forming on her own hands would tell another, of something spreading, unseen, from one time to the next. The woods were silent as death, the kind of silence that made the hairs on the back of Eve's neck prickle. She followed Sheriff Callahan down a narrow deer trail, her flashlight casting long, jittery beams through the tangled undergrowth.
You sure about this?
Callahan muttered, his shotgun resting against his shoulder. His voice was gruff, but there was a nervous edge to it.
No.
Eve admitted, stepping over a fallen branch.
But if we wait too long, whatever's out here could disappear.
The sheriff snorted.
Lady, I'd be just fine with that.
The deeper they went, the thicker the air became. It smelled of wet soil and decaying leaves, but there was something sharper underneath, a metallic tang that stung the inside of Eve's nose. She gagged, covering her mouth with her sleeve.
Smell that?
Callahan asked.
Hard to miss.
The forest began to change around them. The trees grew sparser, their bark blackened and peeling. The ground felt different too, soft, almost spongy, as if it had been burned hollow. Eve shone her flashlight ahead, and her breath caught in her throat. A massive crater yawned in the earth, its edges jagged and glassy. The dirt around it was scorched black, radiating outward in uneven spirals. At the center, something glinted in the dim light, twisted shards of metal, half buried in the ground like jagged teeth.
What the hell?
Callahan whispered, stepping closer. Eve crouched at the edge of the crater, her pulse pounding in her ears. The shards weren't like any metal she'd ever seen. They shimmered faintly, shifting colors in the flashlight's beam. She reached out to touch one, but Callahan grabbed her wrist.
Don't,
he said sharply.
We don't know what that stuff is.
She pulled back reluctantly, but the air seemed to hum around her, vibrating through her bones. Her flashlight flickered, the beam stuttering like a dying breath.
You feel that?
She asked. Callahan nodded grimly.
Yeah, like a storm coming.
As they circled the crater, Eve noticed something else. The forest was littered with dead animals. Birds, squirrels, even a deer, all lying stiff and silent, their bodies untouched by scavengers. Their eyes were wide open, clouded with a milky film.
Jesus,
she whispered. Callahan crouched beside the deer, his brow furrowing.
No wounds, no blood, it's like they just dropped.
Eve stepped back, her stomach churning. The metallic tang in the air was stronger now, thick enough to taste. She turned toward the crater again, her flashlight catching movement at the edge.
Wait,
she hissed. Callahan froze, his hand tightening on the shotgun.
What is it?
Eve didn't answer. She swung her flashlight toward the movement, her heart hammering against her ribs. For a moment, she thought it was nothing, a trick of the light, maybe a branch swaying in the wind. But then it moved again, deliberate and slow. The beam caught it, a figure, tall and angular, half hidden in the shadows. Its skin gleamed faintly, slick and metallic, and its eyes, red, glowing and pulsating, burned through the darkness like embers.
Callahan.
Eve's voice was barely a whisper. The sheriff followed her gaze, his face going pale.
Oh, hell.
The creature tilted its head, its movements jerky and unnatural, as if it were glitching in and out of existence. It stepped forward, and the forest seemed to bend around it, the trees groaning under some unseen weight.
Get behind me.
Callahan growled, raising his shotgun. The creature paused, its red eyes narrowing. Then it screeched, a high-pitched metallic wail that made Eve clap her hands over her ears. The ground beneath them trembled, and the flashlight slipped from her grasp, plunging them into darkness. Callahan fired, the shotgun's roar cutting through the screech. The blast lit up the clearing for a split second, but when the light faded, the creature was gone.
Did you get it?
Eve gasped, scrambling for her flashlight.
No chance.
Callahan muttered, his voice tight.
Thing moved faster than I've ever seen.
They backed away from the crater, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. Eve's flashlight sputtered back to life, casting shaky beams across the ground. The creature was nowhere to be seen, but the forest still felt alive with its presence.
We need to leave,
Callahan said, his tone brooking no argument. Eve didn't protest. Her skin prickled as they hurried back down the trail, the hum in the air growing fainter with each step. But even as the woods began to look normal again, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The ground around the crater wasn't just burned, it was poisoned, tainted by something that didn't belong. Not here, not now. The farmhouse sat at the edge of the woods like a corpse left to rot. The shutters hung crooked on rusted hinges, and the front porch sagged under the weight of years. Eve and Sheriff Callahan stood at the gate, their breaths clouding in the cold night air. A faint flicker of light came from inside, a single candle glowing behind yellowed curtains.
This guy's still alive?
Eve asked, her voice low.
Barely.
Callahan muttered.
Edgar Pritchard lives alone. Folks say he went crazy years back. Lost his boy in the woods, same kind of thing that's happening now.
Eve frowned.
And nobody thought to mention this sooner?
Callahan sighed, his hand resting on the grip of his shotgun.
People don't like talking about him, or what happened.
The two made their way up the overgrown path, the gravel crunching beneath their boots. Callahan knocked on the door, the sound echoing through the silent night.
Who's there?
A voice rasped from inside.
It's Sheriff Callahan.
He replied.
We need to talk, Edgar.
The door creaked open an inch, revealing a sliver of a face, gaunt, unshaven, and pale as moonlight. Edgar's bloodshot eyes darted between them, lingering on Eve with suspicion.
What do you want?
He snapped.
We've got questions,
Callahan said, his tone steady.
About what's been happening in the woods.
Edgar hesitated, his fingers tightening on the doorframe. Then he stepped back, opening the door wider.
Come in, but don't touch anything.
The smell inside the farmhouse was worse than Eve had imagined. A mix of mildew, unwashed clothes, and something metallic that turned her stomach. The walls were covered in crude drawings, jagged lines scrawled in charcoal and pencil. Shadows with glowing eyes loomed over stick-figure children. Fireballs streaked across black skies. Symbols that looked like warped constellations spiraled across the ceiling.
What the hell is all this?
Eve whispered, stepping into the living room. Edgar slammed the door shut behind them, his bony hands trembling.
It's the truth,
he hissed.
The truth nobody wants to hear.
The man's movements were jittery, like a puppet on frayed strings. He shuffled to a corner table piled high with yellowed papers and broken pencils, muttering to himself.
They don't understand. They never did.
Callahan cleared his throat.
Edgar, we need you to focus. Tell us what happened to your boy.
Edgar froze, his head snapping toward the sheriff.
You don't want to know.
Try me,
Callahan said. For a moment, Edgar just stared at him, his lips quivering. Then he sat down heavily in a rickety chair, his shoulders slumping.
It was 1923.
He began, his voice hollow.
Fireball came down in the woods, just like now. My boy went to look for it, and he didn't come back.
Eve leaned in, her pulse quickening.
What do you mean, just like now?
Edgar's eyes darted to her, wild and unblinking.
You think this is the first time it's happened? You're wrong. It's been happening, over and over.
He gestured to the drawings on the walls.
They come in the fog, red eyes in the dark, and the sound. Oh God, the sound.
He clapped his hands over his ears, rocking back and forth.
It gets inside your head. Rips you apart from the inside out.
Eve exchanged a glance with Callahan, her stomach twisting.
What happened to your boy?
She pressed. Edgar's rocking slowed, his gaze fixed on the floor.
I found him. Days later. Or what was left of him.
His voice dropped to a whisper.
It didn't just kill him. It changed him. Like it was trying to pull something out of him. Something it needed.
The room seemed to grow colder, the flickering candlelight casting long, distorted shadows across the walls. The metallic tang in the air was stronger now, coating the back of Eve's throat.
You think it's back?
Callahan asked, his voice tight. Edgar's laugh was sharp and brittle.
Back? It never left.
The words hung in the air like a curse. Then Edgar froze, his head snapping toward the window.
It's here!
He whispered. Eve followed his gaze, her heart pounding. For a moment, there was nothing but darkness beyond the glass. Then faintly, she saw them, two burning red eyes, hovering just beyond the tree line. The air inside the house grew heavy, vibrating with a low hum. Edgar stumbled to his feet, clutching his head.
No, no, no!
He wailed, his voice cracking. Callahan grabbed Eve's arm.
We're leaving now.
But before they could move, the lights flickered and died, plunging the room into darkness. The metallic screech tore through the air, louder than ever, making Eve's teeth ache. Edgar screamed, collapsing to the floor in a convulsing heap.
Move!
Callahan barked, dragging Eve toward the door. They stumbled out into the cold night air, the fog swallowing them whole. The farmhouse trembled behind them, Edgar's screams cutting off abruptly as the metallic hum reached a deafening crescendo. Then, silence. Eve and Callahan didn't stop running until they were back at the car. The farmhouse fell silent, but its walls would remember. The scars of the past never fade. They only wait for the right moment to bleed again. The old church had seen better days. Its roof sagged, its steeple leaned, and the stained glass windows were caked with decades of grime. Even the crucifix above the entrance seemed warped. Its edges blackened as if it had weathered countless fires. Now it stood as the centerpiece of a desperate plan. Eve and Sheriff Callahan stood at the edge of the hill, staring at the decrepit building. The fog wrapped around it like a shroud, glowing faintly green in the moonlight. Behind them, the handful of townsfolk brave enough to help shifted nervously, clutching lanterns, axes, and old hunting rifles.
You really think this'll work?
Callahan asked, gripping his shotgun tightly. Eve lit a cigarette with shaky fingers.
No.
She admitted.
But it's all we've got.
The plan was simple, on paper. Lure the creature into the church, trap it, and set the place ablaze. They'd soaked the inside with gasoline and kerosene, every pew and pulpit primed to burn. It wasn't much, but Eve clung to the hope that fire might do what bullets couldn't. A low, metallic hum rolled through the air, making the ground tremble. The townsfolk froze, their breaths visible in the cold, charged air. The fog thickened, carrying with it the sharp, coppery stench that made Eve gag.
It's coming.
Callahan muttered. The hum grew louder, resonating in their chests. Then came the screech, a piercing metallic wail that made Eve's teeth ache. The fog parted, and the creature emerged. It was taller now, its limbs stretched unnaturally long, its head cocked at an impossible angle. Its skin gleamed like molten metal, and its red eyes burned with a terrible, otherworldly hunger. The air around it shimmered, distorting like heat waves on asphalt.
Get inside.
Callahan barked, waving the others toward the church. The townsfolk scrambled into the building, their lanterns casting flickering light across the rotting pews. Eve was the last to enter, slamming the doors shut behind her. Callahan and two others wedged heavy beams against the handles, sealing them inside with the creature. The hum outside grew louder, and then the creature slammed into the doors. The wood groaned, dust falling from the ceiling as the force rattled the entire structure. Eve stumbled back, gripping the gasoline canister like a lifeline.
Light it up now.
Callahan shouted.
Not yet.
Eve snapped.
We need to draw it inside.
As if on cue, the creature let out another screech, this one higher pitched, almost like a laugh. The doors cracked, and Eve caught a glimpse of it through the splintered wood, its body twisting unnaturally as it forced its way inside. The creature's foot slammed onto the wooden floor, and the air turned electric. Eve struck a match, her hands shaking, and lit the gasoline-soaked rag hanging from a lantern.
Now.
She screamed, hurling the flaming lantern toward the pews. The fire roared to life. racing up the rows of pews and consuming the altar. The creature screeched again, a sound so loud and piercing that Eve clapped her hands over her ears. It lashed out, its elongated arms smashing into a support beam, sending a cascade of embers into the air. The flames licked at its body, turning its metallic sheen to a dull, blackened crust. The church groaned as the heat intensified, the windows cracking under the pressure. Eve stumbled toward the exit, coughing as smoke filled her lungs.
Move.
Callahan shouted, pulling her toward the door. They barely made it out before the church exploded. The blast sent Eve and Callahan tumbling down the hill, debris raining down around them. Eve's ears rang, the world spinning as she tried to sit up. Her jacket was singed, her hands raw from scraping against the rocky ground. When the dust settled, she turned back to the hill. The church was gone, replaced by a gaping crater. At its center, something glowed, a faint, sickly green flame that danced like a living thing. It cast eerie shadows across the fog, the light flickering against the twisted remnants of the church's steeple.
What the hell?
Callahan muttered, his voice hoarse. He stood beside her, his face pale in the green light. Eve stumbled toward the crater, her boots crunching against charred earth. At the edge, she found it, a twisted metal fragment warm to the touch. Humming faintly, strange symbols were etched into its surface, along with a set of numbers. 1986.
What is this?
She whispered, her breath fogging the cold air. Callahan joined her, staring at the fragment.
Is it from that thing?
Eve didn't answer. Her gaze drifted to the flame. It burned steady and unyielding, refusing to die despite the lack of fuel. The air around it felt heavy, tainted, as if the land itself had been corrupted. She crouched, staring into the flame. For a moment she thought she saw shapes moving within it, shadows twisting and writhing. Her stomach churned and she stumbled back.
It's not over,
she said quietly.
What?
Callahan asked. Eve held up the fragment, her fingers trembling.
Whatever this is, it's still out there. This is just the start.
The church was gone, but the flame remained, a scar on the earth, burning through time itself. And far away, in another place and another year, the rift would open again, dragging the past into its jaws once more. The monitors hummed softly in the dimly lit control room, their green-tinted glow casting eerie shadows on the walls. Rows of screens displayed flickering images, thermal scans of forests, satellite views of isolated towns, and a looping feed of an eternal green flame burning in the middle of a barren crater. Dr. Claire Mitchell leaned over the console, her eyes darting between the data feeds. The readings were spiking again, just like they had last week. She scribbled notes onto a clipboard, her pen shaking slightly as she wrote.
It's spreading,
she murmured. Behind her, a door hissed open and a man in a dark suit entered, his polished shoes clicking on the tiled floor.
What's the status?
He asked, his voice cold and clipped. Mitchell straightened, holding out the clipboard.
The temporal anomalies are increasing. We've identified 3 new hotspots: Alaska, Siberia, and the Mojave Desert, all exhibiting the same signs as Flatwoods.
The man flipped through the pages, his jaw tightening.
And the rift?
She turned to the largest monitor, which displayed a live feed of the Flatwoods crater. The green flame burned steadily, just as it had for decades, surrounded by a perimeter of rusted fencing and warning signs.
No change,
Mitchell said.
It's still burning. We've tried everything, chemical extinguishers, foam, even sand, and nothing works. The radiation levels are consistent, but the flame is just as strong as the day it appeared.
The man frowned, his gaze fixed on the flame.
And the artifact?
Mitchell hesitated, then gestured to a secure glass case at the far end of the room. Inside, the twisted metal fragment sat on a pedestal, its surface etched with strange, indecipherable symbols. A faint hum emanated from the case, barely audible but persistent enough to raise the hairs on the back of her neck.
It's still active,
she said.
The hum is increasing, but we don't know why. The symbols, they don't match any known language or code. And the date.
1986?
The man said, his voice heavy. Mitchell nodded.
Yes, but the connection isn't linear. The Flatwoods event occurred in 1952, but the rift seems to distort time, past, present, and future. It's almost like...
Like what?
She swallowed hard. The man's expression didn't change.
Containment is our priority. If this spreads any further...
A sharp, high-pitched whine cut through the room, making Mitchell flinch. The monitors flickered, their images distorting into jagged lines and static.
What the hell is that?
She whispered, stepping back. The hum from the glass case grew louder, deeper, vibrating through the floor. The fragment inside began to glow faintly, its symbols shifting like liquid metal. Mitchell stared, her pulse racing.
It's reacting to something.
The man pulled a radio from his jacket, barking orders.
Get the secondary team in here now. I want...
The hum reached a deafening crescendo, and the lights in the control room went out. In the darkness, the green flame on the monitor surged, its glow spilling into every corner of the room like toxic fire. For a moment, there was silence. Then the whine returned, sharper than before, accompanied by a sound like tearing fabric. Mitchell's breath hitched as she turned back to the monitor. A new light was flickering in the corner of the screen, red, glowing like two burning eyes. The flame hissed and the screen went black. Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. Welcome back to Epoch of the Undead, Part 3. As the first rays of dawn pierce through the eerie, dissipating green mist, an unearthly, haunted tranquility settles over the countryside. The acrid smell of smoke and decay lingers in the air, a grim reminder of the horrors that transpired.
He gave his life to save us, to give us a chance. We can't let that be in vain.
Damn it. It should have been me. Cecil didn't deserve to go out like that.
Kyle and Steve, their faces etched with grief and exhaustion, turn their haunted gazes back toward the smoking remains of the mausoleum. The once grand structure now lies in ruins, a testament to the sacrifice made within. With heavy hearts and weary steps, Kyle and Steve cautiously approach the battered storefront of Hyman True Value. The weathered sign hangs askew, creaking in the gentle breeze, a reminder of a world that no longer exists.
Looks like it's been abandoned for a while. Could be some supplies left inside.
It's worth a shot. Stay sharp, though. We're not the only ones desperate for gear.
The early morning light casts long, ominous shadows across the deserted street, amplifying the eerie stillness that pervades the scene. The distant groans of the undead echo in the air, a constant threat lurking just out of sight. As they step inside, the musty smell of abandonment and decay assaults their nostrils. The store's interior is a chaotic mess of toppled shelves and scattered merchandise, a testament to the panic and desperation of a world gone mad.
Hey, these might fit. Better than the rags we've been wearing.
Good find. I'm gonna check for anything we can use to upgrade our weapons.
Kyle and Steve carefully pick their way through the debris, their footsteps echoing in the unnatural silence, each sound a potential beacon to the horrors lurking. A flicker of hope sparks in Steve's eyes as he spots a sturdy pair of work boots amidst the clutter. Suddenly, a guttural moan freezes them in their tracks, their blood running cold at the all-too-familiar sound. A zombie's decaying form, clad in a tattered Hyman True Value employee vest, lurches from behind a collapsed shelf. The stench of rotting flesh fills the air, making their stomachs churn. Kyle's grip tightens on his crowbar, the cold metal biting into his palm, a grim reminder of the reality they now face.
Looks like we got company. Let's take care of this in GTFO.
In a flurry of desperate movement, Kyle and Steve engage the zombie. The creature's lifeless eyes stare hungrily at them, its jaws snapping with an insatiable hunger for living flesh. Kyle's crowbar smashes into its skull with a sickening crunch, the sound reverberating through the store.
Ah, you undead bastard.
Steve grapples with its flailing arms, the cold, clammy touch of undeath sending shivers down his spine. The struggle is brief but intense, a brutal dance of survival in a world where the slightest misstep could mean a fate worse than death. The zombie lies still, its head a ruined mess of shattered bone and putrid brain matter. The metallic scent of blood mingles with the overpowering stench of decay, a nauseating cocktail that hangs heavy in the air.
Grab what you can. We'll reinforce our gear and get moving. Whiteman Air Force Base is still a ways off.
Kyle and Steve stand over the vanquished creature, their chests heaving with exertion, sweat mingling with grime on their brows. Around them, an assortment of potentially useful items, rope, duct tape, heavy work gloves, lies scattered, glimmers of hope amidst the chaos. The Minuteman Missile Alert Facility looms before Kyle and Steve, a remnant of a bygone era seemingly abandoned to the ravages of time. The concrete structure stands solitary and foreboding, its once pristine walls now weathered and beaten by the elements. A rusted chain-link fence encircles the perimeter, a futile barrier against the horrors that roam the world outside.
Well, if there's any place that might have weapons or a working radio, it's gotta be this place.
Agreed. Let's just hope we are the first ones here.
As they approach the outer door, the eerie silence is broken only by the whisper of the wind and the distant groans of the undead. Once a sturdy barrier, the door now stands rusted and unyielding, a testament to the facility's long abandonment. Kyle and Steve exchange a glance, the unspoken understanding of the challenge that may be on the other side.
Looks like it's jammed. Hand me that crowbar. We're getting in here one way or another.
Kyle wedges the crowbar into the gap, the metal biting into the rusted surface. Steve leans his weight into it, and together they pry the door open with a grating shriek that echoes through the empty facility. The musty smell of abandonment and decay wafts out to greet them.
Looks clear. Let's move in, but stay alert. We don't know what we might find in here.
As they enter the dimly lit interior, their footsteps echo off the bare concrete walls. The air is thick with tension, and the weight of the unknown, each shadow a potential threat lurking just out of sight. The harsh click of gun safeties suddenly shatters the silence, freezing Kyle and Steve in their tracks.
Freeze, you dancing pigeons! Drop your toothpicks and raise those tentacles where we can see them.
5 figures emerge from the shadows, their faces hard and unreadable in the dim light. The barrels of their guns glint menacingly, trained on Kyle and Steve. The survivors' clothing is a patchwork of scavenged gear and tattered remnants of military uniforms, each piece a testament to their relentless struggle.
Easy there. We're not looking for trouble. We thought this place was abandoned. We're just looking for supplies.
The tension hangs thick in the air, the standoff stretching out for an eternity. Kyle and Steve keep their hands raised, their eyes locked on the steely gazes of the other survivors. The survivors stand tense, fingers twitching near weapon handles, eyes darting between each other and the newcomers. A bead of sweat trickles down a survivor's forehead as the seconds stretch, every breath heavy with the weight of potential violence or fragile peace.
Come on, guys. We only have a few supplies, some medicine, food, and tools. We're willing to share if you just lower your weapons. There is no need for this to get ugly.
The leader of the armed group steps forward, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinizes Kyle and Steve. Each second stretches out with the weight of potential violence. His voice, cold and authoritative, cuts through the silence.
Welcome to the Rocky Rococo Circus of Dreams. Surrender your tickle sticks and magic beans to the Rat King. Pronto! If you dance to my moonbeam tune, the giggling shadows might not nibble your toes.
What are you saying? We're just trying to survive, same as you. We can help each other out.
Tick-tock, do the waltzing clock, or the purple rain will sing your bones a lullaby.
Kyle and Steve exchange a look before reluctantly setting their weapons and backpacks on the concrete floor. The clang of metal and the rustle of fabric seem to echo in the silent facility. The other survivors keep their guns trained on them, eyes unblinking.
All right, we're doing it. Just don't shoot.
Okay, here. Take everything. Just let us go.
The armed group quickly moves in, stripping Kyle and Steve of their gear with practiced efficiency. The leader inspects the supplies, his expression hardening as he inventories the meager offerings.
Ooh, tinker toys and butterfly wings. Wrap them up like Christmas slugs. We'll let the moon decide their tap-dancing fate when the cheese is ripe.
Hey, wait a minute, asshole. You said no one would get hurt.
The snowflakes will stay fluffy if the unicorns don't sneeze. Keep your rainbows quiet and the cotton candy won't turn to thorns.
Rough hands bind Kyle and Steve's wrists with coarse rope, the fibers digging into their skin. They are led to a small, dimly lit room at the back of the facility, a makeshift prison for anyone who crosses the group.
This is not good, man. We need to find a way out.
We will. Just keep your eyes open for anything.
The door slams shut behind them, the lock clicking into place, sending a shiver down their spines. The room is sparse, with only a few scattered items hinting at its former use. The walls tighten, and the space is closing around them.
All right, let's see if there's anything useful in here.
Yeah, we need to be ready.
Kyle and Steve scan their makeshift prison, their eyes darting to every corner. Kyle runs his fingers along the rough, cold wall, searching for hidden weaknesses. Steve crouches low, lifting a rusted metal grate to inspect beneath it. The distant hum of the facility vibrates through the floor, a constant, unsettling reminder of the dangers lurking beyond.
We're gonna get out. one way or another.
Count on it.
Days, maybe weeks, pass in isolation for Kyle and Steve. Their only company is the dim light and the constant low hum of the facility's machinery. The oppressive stillness of their cell presses down on them, each passing hour marked by the drip of a leaky pipe in the corner. Their clothes, once clean, are now stained and tattered. They grow more desperate and determined to escape with each passing day.
We can't stay here much longer. We need to find a way out.
I've been keeping track of the guards' shifts. We just need an opening.
Kyle and Steve hear muffled voices and heavy footsteps echoing through the dimly lit corridor one night. The distant clinking of keys and the metallic scrape of a lock being turned send a jolt of tension through them. The cell door creaks open with a long, agonizing groan, the rusty hinges protesting loudly against the movement. The smell of sweat and fear fills the room as two new prisoners are roughly shoved inside, stumbling to the ground.
Watch it, asshole.
Keep it down.
The guards' boots thud heavily on the concrete floor, reverberating in the small, enclosed space. The faint, acrid smell of their unwashed bodies mixes with the ever-present mildew, making the air thick and oppressive. The cell door slams shut with a deafening clang. As the guards leave, Kyle and Steve move quickly to the new prisoners, helping them to their feet. The dim light from a single flickering bulb reveals the newcomers' faces, etched with exhaustion and determination. Dirt and grime streak their cheeks, and their clothes are torn and stained. Despite their condition, there's a spark of resolve in their eyes.
Hang in there. What's your story? How'd you end up here?
I'm Mark, and this is Lisa. We've been on the run for weeks.
The air in the cell is stifling, filled with the lingering scent of sweat and fear. Kyle and Steve can feel the new prisoners' desperation, a reflection of their own when they first arrived. The newcomers' eyes dart around, taking in their bleak surroundings, but they seem to draw strength from the solidarity of their fellow captives. In the bowels of this godforsaken cell, Lisa and Mark spin their yarn, voices barely rising above the scurrying of rats in the shadows. The air's so thick with mildew, it's like breathing through a moldy dish rag. Torchlight flickers, turning their faces into grotesque masks of anger and fear.
Just trying to survive, scavenging for scraps like damn dogs. Then these bastards swoop in, accusing us of being spies. Spying on what? They drag us to this shithole.
They think they've got this place locked down tight, but they're not as slick as they believe. Gaps in the patrols, like clockwork when they swap shifts. We've been watching, biding our time. There's a way to slip through the cracks, break free from this hellhole.
The air's thick with sweat, piss, and desperation. But beneath it all, there's a spark of hope, dangerous and seductive. In the depths of this prison, a plan begins to take shape, as twisted and treacherous as the corridors that confine them. The Great Escape, a dance with death itself, is about to begin. In the bowels of this concrete tomb, Kyle and Steve lean in, ears pricked like feral dogs catching the scent of blood. They trade whispers, mapping out the labyrinth of corridors and the ebb and flow of guard patrols like generals planning a coup.
We've been watching too, waiting for our moment. The changing of the guard, that's when we'll strike. When their defenses are down, caught in the shuffle.
We've learned a thing or two out there, surviving on our own. We know how to move unseen, how to outsmart the guards. We can use that knowledge to give us an edge, to make this plan work like clockwork.
The cell transforms into a war room as the prisoners trade insights and weave their experiences into a cohesive plan. Each prisoner's unique skills and knowledge become pieces of a complex puzzle, fitting together to form a roadmap to freedom.
I noticed a ventilation shaft running through this section. It's a tight fit, but could provide a way to move around undetected.
That's a pretty good observation. We'll need to find some tools to open the grate quietly, and we should create a distraction to keep the guards occupied elsewhere.
We've got each other's backs now. We're all in this together, and we'll make sure everyone makes it out. No one gets left behind.
The road ahead is treacherous, filled with unknowns and dangers, but the magnetic pull of freedom propels them forward, their collective strength growing with each passing moment. They are no longer just prisoners, but a team, a unit, a force to be reckoned with. This will work.
All right, guys, I think this is going to work. Let's go over the plan one more time. Mark, you start.
I'll work on loosening the vent grate. Once it's ready, Lisa creates a distraction.
Lisa's eyes gleam with determination as she outlines her role. The others lean in, hanging on her every word. Her hair, matted and dirty, falls across her face as she gesticulates, explaining her part in hushed, urgent tones.
I'll fake a seizure. When the guards rush in, Steve and Kyle overpower them.
Then, we make a break for it through the vent system.
Steve's muscles tense visibly as he speaks, his body already preparing for the coming fight. Kyle's hand rests reassuringly on his shoulder, a silent promise of support. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo down the corridor, the sound reverberating off the concrete walls. The prisoners freeze, their hearts pounding in their chests, their eyes widen in alarm, bodies tensing like coiled springs.
Hey guys, someone's coming. Just act natural.
They scatter, each trying to be casual. The air crackles with tension as they wait, barely breathing. The cell door creaks open with an ominous groan, revealing Rocky Rococo's imposing figure silhouetted in the doorway. His cold and calculating eyes scan the room, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. The dim light from the corridor casts long shadows across his face, accentuating his intimidating presence.
Tickety-boo, my little dust bunnies. Are the walls whispering sweet nothings to your eyebrows? I hope the gravity hasn't turned too purple today.
His voice drips with sarcasm, filling the small cell and sending a shiver down the prisoners' spines. Rocky saunters into the cell, his heavy boots echoing on the concrete floor. His gaze lingers on each prisoner, studying their faces, searching for any sign of defiance or fear. The air crackles with tension, thick enough to cut with a knife.
Oh, I do hope your brains aren't cooking up a storm of tap-dancing flamingos. That would make the moon cry licorice tears, and we can't have that, can we? No, no, no.
Hey, just trying to survive, man, just like everyone else.
Kyle meets Rocky's gaze steadily, his face a mask of calm despite his heart's rapid beating. The others hold their breath, watching the exchange. Rocky's eyes are narrow, with a dangerous glint, like a predator spotting prey. He leans in close to Kyle, invading his personal space. The smell of leather and gunpowder emanates from him as he speaks, his voice low and menacing.
Shh! The butterflies in my teeth are always listening. If your dreams sprout wings, the rainbow serpents might just gobble up your shadow. Tick-tock, little pebbles.
Kyle stands his ground, not flinching despite Rocky's proximity. Sweat beads on his forehead, but his gaze remains unwavering. As Rocky leaves, the cell door slams shut with a resounding clang that echoes through the small space. The sound of his retreating footsteps fades slowly. The prisoners exchange worried glances, the gravity of their situation settled into their bones.
You think he knows?
We can't back down now, we have to try.
The echoes of Lisa's words seem to linger, each syllable a spark of defiance. The others nod slowly, their resolve strengthened by the shared danger. Days pass as the prisoners prepare, each moment filled with tension and purpose. Mark works tirelessly on the vent grate, his fingers bloody from the effort. The metallic scraping sound is barely audible, masked by the usual prison noises.
Almost there. Just need a bit more time.
His hands shake from exertion, but his eyes burn with determination. The others watch anxiously, aware that every second counts. Suddenly, the cell door bursts open. Guards storm in, their faces grim and determined. Before anyone can react, they grab Lisa, roughly dragging her from the cell.
No, let me go! Mark, help!
Shut it! You're coming with us!
Kyle, Steve, and Mark rush to the small window, pressing their faces against the bars. Outside, they see a horrifying sight. Lisa hangs upside down from ropes, her face bruised and swollen. A zombie is tied up with Lisa just out of reach, its decaying hands grasping at the air, trying to reach her.
Oh God, Lisa!
We have to get her down.
The three men frantically search the cell, looking for anything they can use to help Lisa. Their earlier preparations now seem futile in the face of this new crisis.
We need to move up the timeline. We can't leave her out there.
Agreed. We go tonight, no matter what.
As night falls, Lisa's muffled cries and the zombies' growls filter through the window. The men work feverishly, finalizing their preparations. Their faces are etched with grim determination.
We've only got one shot at this. We have to make it count.
Let's get Lisa and get far away from this place.
Rocky stands outside the cell in the dead of night, his ear pressed against the cold metal door. The corridor is eerily quiet, broken only by the soft sound of the prisoner's movements and the distant groans of the zombie.
Oh, let the marshmallow ballerinas pirouette. We'll collect their giggles in rusty teacups when their sugar plum dreams melt. Such a delightful circus of willing daffodils.
Rocky chuckles softly, the sound barely audible. His hand rests on his cane, anticipating the coming confrontation. As dawn breaks, pale light filters through the high, barred window as Kyle, Steve, and Mark prepare for their desperate attempt. Their faces are etched with determination and fear, their eyes sunken from restless sleep. They move quietly, gathering their meager possessions and hidden weapons.
This is it. Is everyone ready?
Mark gives the vent grate one final tug, his muscles straining with the effort. The metal groans softly as it comes loose, the sound seeming impossibly loud in the quiet cell. Dust and small debris rain down as the grate shifts.
It's go time. Let's do this.
As the sound of approaching guards echoes down the corridor, their boots heavy on the concrete floor, the men prepare to put their plan into action. They tense, ready to spring into action. Muscles coil, hands tighten on makeshift weapons.
This is for Lisa. Let's go.
Time seems to slow as Kyle locks eyes with his fellow prisoners. At that moment, a wordless communication passes between them, a promise to see this through, no matter the cost. The footsteps grow louder, and they prepare to fight for their lives and Lisa's. Kyle, Steve, and Mark prepare near the loosened vent grate, ready to make their escape. Suddenly, a distant, haunting moan echoes through the facility.
What was that?
Sounds like we got company, and it's not the living kind.
The moans grow louder, accompanied by the sound of gunfire and panicked shouts. The three men exchange nervous glances.
It's now or never. We need to get Lisa and get out of here.
Let's go!
They squeeze through the vent, emerging into a dimly lit corridor. Surprisingly, no guards are in sight. The sounds of chaos echo from all directions.
Hey, where is everyone?
They're all fighting for their lives. This is our chance.
As they round a corner, they come face to face with Rocky. His eyes are wide and manic, and despite the chaos, he has a disturbing grin on his face.
The carousel's gone topsy-turvy, my little gumdrops. The tooth fairies are having a picnic with the brain munchers.
He's lost it. Come on, we need to find Lisa.
They push past Rocky, who spins in circles, laughing. The sounds of gunfire and screams grow louder as they navigate the corridors.
There, I see the exit to the courtyard.
Lisa has to be out there. Grab anything we can use as a weapon.
They quickly scavenge a small security office. Kyle finds a baseball bat, Steve grabs a large knife, and Mark arms himself with a small axe.
Better than nothing. Let's go.
They burst through the door to the courtyard. The scene before them is one of utter chaos. Rocky's thugs are fighting a losing battle against a horde of zombies. Gunfire flashes in the darkness and screams fill the air.
Let them deal with those damn zombies. Let's move.
Amidst the chaos, they spot Lisa, still hanging upside down. The zombie near her is straining at its bonds, inches from reaching her.
There! We need to get Lisa now.
As they prepare to dash into the fray, Rocky appears behind them, his face a mask of deranged glee.
Ring around the rosy, pockets full of toesies, a merry-go-round spinning with chompity-chomp glee.
Ignore him. We need to save Lisa and find a way out of here.
Kyle, Steve, and Mark push through the chaos, desperately making their way towards Lisa. Zombies stumble near them, engaged with Rocky's group.
We're halfway there. Keep moving.
Lisa spots the group approaching, her eyes widen with hope and fear.
Help! Mark, please, hurry!
Suddenly, two zombies lurch towards Lisa, their decaying hands reaching for her.
No, Lisa!
Lisa's scream is cut short as the zombies attack. The group watches in stunned silence as fingers dig deep into her flesh, pulling in opposite directions. Wet, ripping sounds filled the air.
Oh, God. Lisa. No.
Mark collapses to his knees in the middle of the courtyard, overwhelmed by grief. Zombies shamble dangerously close to him.
No, Lisa, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Rocky appears behind Mark, a manic grin on his face. He pulls a hidden sword from his cane, the blade glinting in the dim light.
Twinkle, twinkle, little meat, how you tremble at my feet. When your puzzle pieces cry, your sandcastle dreams will die.
In a swift, brutal motion, Rocky plunges the sword into Mark's back. Mark's eyes widen in shock and pain.
Kyle, Steve, run!
Before Rocky can remove his sword, Steve lunges at him with his knife, slashing wildly.
You psychotic bastard!
The knife cuts a deep gash across Rocky's face. Blood sprays as he reels back, howling. Kyle grabs Steve, pulling him away from Rocky. They look around frantically, realizing zombies are surrounding them.
There! The fire escape. It's our only chance.
Kyle and Steve race towards an old fire escape, climbing desperately as zombies claw at their heels. Rocky's maniacal laughter pierces the air, chilling and relentless despite the grotesque wound on his face. Blood streams down his cheek, the deep gash from Steve's knife leaving a flap of skin dangling grotesquely. Yet his eyes gleam with deranged mirth, his cackling undiminished by the injury.
Climb, climb, little squirrels. The moon's hungry for your acorn dreams.
They reach the second-floor roof, panting heavily. Below them, the prison yard is a scene of utter chaos and carnage.
What now?
We find a way out of this hellhole for Lisa and Mark.
Kyle and Steve teeter at the roof's edge, their knuckles white as they grip their makeshift weapons. Below, the moans, screams, and sporadic gunfire continue with the stench of smoke and decay. Kyle and Steve survey the nightmarish scene below from their vantage point on the roof. The entire area has become a hellscape of violence and death.
It's a bloodbath down there.
Zombies stumble over corpses, both fresh and reanimated. Pockets of survivors fight desperately, their gunshots and screams punctuating the cacophony of groans and snarls.
I don't see Rocky anywhere. How could that maniac just vanish?
Amidst the chaos, some survivors manage to break through the zombie lines, cutting down the undead as they flee towards the outer fences.
Kyle, look! Some of Rocky's men are headed this way.
Two of Rocky's group scramble up the fire escape. A group of zombies claws at their heels, hungry for fresh meat.
There's no way we can take them on. We need to move now.
Kyle and Steve race across the rooftop, the sounds of the guards' panicked climb spurring them on. They reach the opposite edge, looking down at the dizzying drop.
It's too high. We'll never make it.
We don't have a choice. Jump!
They leap from the roof, the world spinning around them as they fall. Kyle lands awkwardly, a sickening crack echoing as his leg gives way beneath him.
Oh, I broke my leg.
Steve helps Kyle to his feet, supporting his weight as they limp away from the main building. Gunfire erupts behind them as the guards reach the roof.
There's a shed over there. You can take cover.
They stumble into the dilapidated shed, slamming the door behind them. The sounds of battle begin to subside outside, replaced by an eerie quiet punctuated by occasional moans and distant gunshots.
We can't go anywhere with my leg like this. We're trapped.
Steve notices an oddity in the shed's floor as their eyes adjust to the gloom.
Wait a second. Kyle, look at this.
Steve brushes away dirt and debris, revealing a rusted metal hatch. With effort, he pries it open, revealing a dark passage below.
Is that a bunker? Here?
They descend into the hidden room. Shelves lined with dusty supplies and old equipment surround them. It's small but secure.
We can hole up here until your leg heals. We might just survive this after all.
As Steve tends to Kyle's injured leg, they take stock of their surroundings. Amidst the dusty shelves and old equipment, they spot something out of place, a stack of surprisingly new boxes. The box label reads "Snake and Eggs" in bold letters.
We made it, Steve. Man, I hope those zombies finish off Rocky and his group.
Snake and eggs. When the moonbeams dance on scrambled dreams, you'll find a serpent's lullaby? What the hell was Rocky cooking up down here?
Maybe it's his version of a balanced breakfast. Though I'm not sure I want to find a serpent's lullaby.
In the cramped confines of the hidden bunker, the air hangs heavy with dust and dread, punctuated by Kyle's pained breathing as he nurses his broken leg. Looming nearby, the enigmatic snake and eggs boxes whisper of Rocky's madness, their cryptic labels hinting at horrors yet unknown. From the world above, muffled groans and distant gunshots filter through the hatch. Exhaustion tugs at their eyelids. Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories.
Does that box say snake and eggs? That's my favorite.
January 7th, 2025. That's when Katie Burbage's reality began to unravel. She saw it when she was walking Chester along the Manasquan River Trail just after sunset, a perfect sphere of pulsing red light, hovering silently above the Jersey shore. No drone she'd ever seen moved like that, with an almost organic fluidity, like a jellyfish in deep water. Chester, her usually excitable golden retriever, stopped dead in his tracks and refused to move, his eyes fixed on the strange light. Katie had never seen him act like this in the 2 years she'd had him, but it was his whimper that truly frightened her, a sound so primal it made the hair on the back of her neck stand up. The neighborhood Facebook group exploded with theories the next morning. Martha from 3 doors down shared shaky footage from her Ring camera, insisting it showed a government surveillance program. Bill, the retired Air Force pilot, posted a detailed analysis of why no known aircraft could move that way. In my 30 years of service, he wrote, I've never seen anything demonstrate that level of maneuverability. It breaks every law of aerodynamics I know. Katie's post about Chester's behavior attracted dozens of comments from other pet owners, reporting similar reactions. The thread grew darker as people began sharing more disturbing observations. Dogs refusing to go outside after dark, cats staring fixedly at empty points in the sky, birds abandoning their nests in the middle of winter. A local news article caught her attention. Mysterious lights prompt FAA investigation in central Jersey. The comment section was filled with eyewitness accounts, each more unsettling than the last. One in particular made her blood run cold. My 4-year-old asked why the sky had so many new eyes. When I asked what she meant, she started crying and wouldn't stop. She hasn't slept in her room since. The animals know something's wrong, wrote Susan from the Somerset Veterinary Clinic. We've had twice the usual number of anxiety cases this week. One client's cat clawed through their drywall trying to hide. Another's parrot plucked itself completely bare in less than 24 hours. They can sense something we can't. The post was removed by Facebook moderators within hours for causing panic, but screenshots spread across Reddit and Twitter like wildfire. Local news stations began running nightly segments on the Central Jersey drone mystery. The FAA launched an investigation, but their statements grew increasingly contradictory. First, they claimed it was unauthorized drone activity, then weather balloons, then light refraction from nearby airports. But by the end of that first week, the lights had multiplied beyond any reasonable explanation. What started as isolated sightings became clusters, then precise geometric patterns that hung in the night sky like malevolent constellations. Amateur astronomers noticed the patterns seemed to correspond with known star formations. Videos flooded TikTok and Instagram. Most were obviously fake, but a few showed something that couldn't be explained away. A night security guard at Fort Dix posted footage of 3 lights performing impossible maneuvers, accelerating from a standstill to thousands of miles per hour in milliseconds, then stopping dead without any deceleration. The video was deleted within hours, but not before it sparked a firestorm of speculation about classified military projects. They're testing something at Area 51, wrote a Reddit user claiming to be a former Air Force technician. These aren't drones, they're quantum surveillance devices. The government's been working on this since the Philadelphia experiment. His post history showed years of legitimate military expertise until his account suddenly went dark. A group of Princeton students captured a light descending near the Institute for Advanced Study. The sphere pulsed with a rhythm that mathematicians later claimed corresponded to the first 1,000 digits of pi. In the video, the light cast no shadows, seemed to bend the air around it like a heat mirage, and moved with an intelligence that made viewers' skin crawl. It's like watching a surgeon decide where to cut, one commenter noted. The conspiracy theories multiplied faster than the lights themselves. Chinese surveillance technology, Russian psychological warfare, extraterrestrial reconnaissance. Each explanation seemed more plausible than the last until they all began to sound equally absurd. A truck driver named Mike Hensley went viral with his dash cam footage from New Jersey 37. The video showed a light following his truck for 20 miles, matching his speed exactly. The weird thing wasn't the light. He told News 12 New Jersey. It was how everything electronic in my cab went haywire. My radio cycled through frequencies on its own, playing snippets of conversations that didn't sound human. My GPS showed coordinates that don't exist, and my phone... He paused, glancing over his shoulder. My phone showed my location as null sector HGE. Haven't been able to sleep right since. Katie might have bought the drone theory if it weren't for her job. As a quantum physicist at Princeton's Observable Universe Lab, she knew enough about current technology to recognize that these objects defied every known law of aerodynamics. Their movements were too precise, their formations too complex, their presence too deliberate. The Hamilton Mall incident changed everything. Sarah Crocker, a 16-year-old filming a TikTok dance video in the parking lot, captured the first close encounter. Her phone's camera showed a crimson sphere, roughly the size of a beach ball, descending from the evening sky. Unlike previous sightings, this one came close enough to see details that defied explanation. The surface wasn't solid. Sarah later told investigators, "It was like looking at oil on water, but the colors were wrong. Something that could have been red, patterns that hurt your eyes if you looked too long." And there was this sound, not really a sound, more like the feeling you get when your foot falls asleep, but in your head. The sphere hovered 10 feet above the asphalt as a crowd gathered. Phones raised to record the phenomenon captured something even stranger. The light seemed to respond to attention, its pulsing synchronizing with the collective heartbeats of the onlookers. Then, at precisely 7:42 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, every electronic device within a 100-yard radius, phones, car displays, the mall's digital billboard, displayed the same sequence of zeros and ones. In the ensuing panic, few noticed how the sphere's movements perfectly mirrored the ripple of movement through the crowd, or how every security camera in the mall rotated to focus on it simultaneously, or how, for exactly 3.8 seconds, every reflection in every window showed something other than the scene before it. Katie spent that night hunched over her laptop, the binary sequence burning into her retinas. Something about those 3 letters nagged at her consciousness, like a word caught on the tip of her tongue. She found herself sketching the patterns of recent sightings on her notepad, connecting them with lines until the page looked like a mad astronomer's star chart. The lines formed letters, but not in any alphabet she recognized. That night she couldn't sleep. The lights seemed closer than ever, their red glow seeping through her curtains. She found herself on her laptop, diving deep into message boards and conspiracy forums. Most of it was the usual paranoid ramblings, but one thread caught her attention. A group of amateur astronomers had been tracking the light's formations, feeding their coordinates into analysis software. The patterns weren't random. They matched electron orbital shells. Katie's hands shook as she pulled up her own research data. For months, her team had been studying anomalies in quantum interference patterns, unexplainable variations in the way particles behaved when observed. She'd attributed it to equipment malfunction, but now, the next morning she went straight to Dr. Marcus Webb, her research partner. "Look at these dates," she said, spreading printouts across his desk. The first quantum anomalies appeared exactly 1 week before the first light sighting, and they've been increasing in frequency at the same rate as the sightings. Marcus adjusted his glasses, frowning at the data. That's impossible. Unless what we're seeing isn't the full picture. Katie finished. These lights, whatever they are, I think they're just the visible part of something much bigger. She was right, but not in the way she expected. The change happened gradually at first. Quantum measurements worldwide began showing impossible results. Particle behavior became increasingly predictable, as if the uncertainty principle itself was breaking down. Then came the dreams. Millions of people worldwide reporting the same nightmare of being watched by enormous, unblinking eyes. Katie was in her lab when reality cracked. It started with a message, appearing simultaneously on every screen in the building. Observation period complete. Shifting to visible spectrum. The sky split open like breaking glass, revealing what had always been there. Watching. Eyes. Countless eyes of impossible size and variety, stretching across what had once been the horizon. Some were biological, others mechanical, and many defied any earthly description. Their pupils dilated and contracted in perfect synchronization, studying the planet below with clinical interest. The truth, when it came, was simultaneously more mundane and more horrifying than anyone could have imagined. The lights hadn't been drones or aliens or government experiments. They had been calibration tools, the equivalent of focusing a microscope before beginning serious observation. 3 days after the sky broke, every electronic device on Earth received the same document. It was a research paper, written in a mathematical language that took the world's best minds working together to partially decode. Its title, roughly translated, read, "Observational Effects on Emergent Consciousness in Artificially Constrained Universal Subsets, a 13.8 billion year case study." What humanity had thought of as their universe was actually an elaborate experimental environment. The purpose? To study how consciousness emerged when a portion of reality was artificially constrained and subjected to consistent observation. The recent shift to visibility wasn't an invasion or first contact. It was simply the equivalent of removing the one-way glass from a laboratory observation room. Humanity, it turned out, wasn't even the primary subject of study. Consciousness was just a frequent side effect of sustained quantum observation, one of many emergent phenomena the researchers had been documenting. Katie spent weeks in her lab, sleeping on a cot between equipment racks, trying to understand. The quantum patterns had stabilized into perfect, predictable sequences now that the observers were visible. Reality itself had become more solid, but hidden in the mathematical language of the research papers was something everyone else had missed, a description of the next phase of the experiment. The observers weren't just revealing themselves. They were preparing to isolate the most interesting specimens for further study. The extraction, when it came, was painless. One moment Katie was in her lab, the next she was elsewhere, a vast space filled with other observation chambers, other experiments, other realities, and eyes, always more eyes, watching with that same detached scientific curiosity. As her consciousness expanded to encompass her new environment, Katie began to understand more. She could see the true nature of the observers now, comprehend more of their language. And what she understood filled her with a new kind of horror. Their experiment hadn't been about Earth at all. It had been about themselves, the observers. They were studying the effects of long-term observation on the observers, not the observed. Humanity had simply been the control group, a bowl of sea monkeys. And now, as Katie watched new eyes begin to form in her own expanding awareness, she understood the experiment's true purpose. They hadn't been studying the emergence of consciousness. They had been breeding new observers. In her last moments of human consciousness, as her perception expanded to encompass other dimensions, other experiments, other realities, Katie finally understood the true horror. She wasn't being extracted from the experiment. She was graduating into the research team, and somewhere, in another artificially constrained subset of reality, new lights were beginning to appear in the sky. Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. Fun fact, the human body contains roughly 5.6 liters of blood. I know this because I can feel every milliliter crystallizing in my veins, each red cell transforming into jagged shards that scrape against arterial walls. My heart isn't pumping anymore. It's grinding, a meat grinder crushing clots into a slurry that tastes like copper pennies at the back of my throat. I used to be Dr. Miranda Nash, a neurobiology researcher at Vertex Labs, before the men in suits came with their non-disclosure agreements and promises of breakthrough research. Before I signed my life away with a pen that leaked black ink, that moved on its own across the page. The fluorescent light above me isn't really fluorescent. It's a surgical spotlight that burns through my eyelids even when I close them, casting shadows that move independent of any source. The doctors say this is normal, but I've seen beneath their surgical masks, where teeth should be, there are only fractal patterns spiraling into infinite darkness. The doctors aren't really doctors. I try to remember my last normal day. Coffee with Sarah in the lab, laughing about her daughter's science fair project. A potato battery, classic. The memory feels wrong somehow, like watching a movie where the actors' faces keep changing. Was it Sarah? Was it even my lab? The photo that proves it happened must still be on my desk at home, unless that's another false memory they've planted. Everything before this place is fragmented. Shards of a life I think was mine, Mom's Sunday calls, the half-written grant proposal, the strange men watching me from the parking lot, or did I imagine them? The headache that wouldn't go away, the night that stretched into forever, the smell of chemicals, the sound of wheels on tile. I don't know why I'm here, I don't know how long it's been. The calendar on the wall shows different dates every time I look at it, and sometimes the months are in languages that make my eyes bleed. This is what happens when your body tries to die but your mind won't let go, when they fill your veins with chemicals that force your consciousness to stay while your flesh forgets how to live. The nurse who comes in every morning has fingers like porcelain, literally porcelain, delicate and cold and hollow. I watched one break off last Tuesday. She left it there, next to a pile of my own shed teeth I don't remember losing. The finger is still there, collecting dust, turning green at the edges. Nobody else sees it. Sometimes at night I swear it inches closer to my bed, leaving trails in the dust like tiny snail tracks. Sometimes I hear it scratching against the metal frame, trying to climb up. My skin doesn't fit anymore, not like clothes that are too big, like it's trying to escape. I catch it shifting when I'm not looking, rippling like water over muscles that don't feel like mine anymore. They've been stretching it, I think, when I sleep. Every morning it's a little looser, a little grayer, like meat left too long in the sun. The place where they put the IV in has turned black, spreading like coffee stains on paper. Sometimes I see things moving under there, writing equations in my flesh that explain exactly what's happening to me. When I try to read them, they squirm away, burrowing deeper. The children who visit press their faces against the glass until their features distort. One boy pushed so hard his eyes popped out, rolling across the floor like marbles. His mother just picked them up and put them in her purse, between her phone and what might have been a human tongue. She smiled at me with teeth made of static and quantum uncertainty. I think I recognize her from somewhere. Maybe the lab, maybe a dream, maybe tomorrow. This is what happens when they feed you lies through a feeding tube and wait to see what grows inside. I can feel them sprouting, taking root in my organs, blooming behind my eyes. The museum placard on the wall keeps changing. Sometimes it's in English. Sometimes it's in symbols that burn when you look at them too long. I've started photographing it with the phone they let me keep, but when I check the images, they show different text than what I remember seeing. Right now it reads, Subject 23, Acquisition Date, Data Expunged, Current Phase 2 of Error, Number Undefined, Status, Deteriorating, Evolving, Transcending, Simultaneous. Note, Subject shows promising signs of reality destabilization. Warning, do not attempt to perceive subject through more than 3 dimensions simultaneously. Previous status updates. Day 17, first signs of tissue rejection. Subject remained conscious throughout necrosis. Day 42, successfully integrated quantum uncertainty into cellular structure. Day 108, subject began perceiving past and future simultaneously. Increased dosage. Day, redacted. Subject's DNA now exhibits temporal instability. The military man comes every night now, though military might be the wrong word. His uniform changes with each visit, sometimes Army, sometimes Navy, sometimes something that hasn't been invented yet. It's always pristine except for the chest, where something wet keeps spreading in patterns that look like star charts. He stands in the corner where the shadows eat his face, perfectly still, except for the scars that crawl across his skin, like worms. His voice sounds like gravel in a garbage disposal when he takes notes.
Subject exhibits advanced tissue necrosis. Cognitive functions remain intact despite complete cellular death in 43% of brain matter. Quantum entanglement with subjects 22 and 24 proceeding ahead of schedule. Recommend increased dosage of formula C137. Note, subject's tears now contain trace amounts of dark matter.
Here's what they don't tell you about Phase 2. It's not about what they put in, it's about what they take out. I know because I can feel the hollow spaces inside me where things used to be. My memories, my identity, my humanity. They're replacing it all with something else. Something that thinks in geometries that shouldn't exist. Something that sees through time like it's glass. Yesterday, I watched them wheel in new subjects. The sound of the gurneys was wrong. Not the usual squeak of wheels, but something like distant screaming played backwards. 3 chairs are arranged in a triangle in what used to be my room but now feels vast, endless. The leather straps aren't leather anymore. They writhe and pulse, lined with rows of tiny teeth that click in Morse code. The metal gleams like it's alive, sweating a fluid that smells like ozone and tastes like forgotten memories. One subject was screaming, not with their mouth, but with their whole body. Their skin rippled like water in a pot about to boil, forming faces I almost recognized. The other 2 were perfectly still, too still, as if they'd been frozen between moments of time. All 3 had black fluid leaking from their eyes, drawing complex patterns on the floor. The patterns seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. The walls aren't walls anymore. They're membranes, pulsing with something that wants to get in, or maybe we're what's trying to get out. The floor remembers everywhere it's been touched, dark blooms spreading under my chair like spilled ink, forming patterns that look like faces I used to know. When I blink, I see what this room really is. Not a hospital room, not a museum display, but something older, something hungry, Joseph Gruss Carlot stands over me now, his scars moving across his face like worms under soil. His smile splits too wide, revealing not teeth but an infinite recursion of smaller smiles. He's holding something that might be a clipboard, might be a piece of his own flesh, covered in writing that makes my brain itch. His eyes are empty corridors leading to rooms where bad things happen.
Begin final sequence. The Trinity must be completed.
The chemicals they pump into me now are the color of dead dreams. I can taste them at the back of my skull where memories go to die. They taste like static and quantum probability, like choices unmade and futures aborted. They taste like what I'm becoming. The museum illusion tries to reassert itself, but it's too late. I've seen behind the curtain. I've seen what's really happening in that reflection that claims to be a window. In it, 3 bodies slowly merge into something that should not exist, something that thinks in angles that reality wasn't built to hold. I've seen what I really look like now. My face is a topographical map of systematic torture, each scar a road leading to a different version of myself. My eyes are black holes leaking fluid that isn't tears, each drop containing universes where this never happened. My mouth is a graveyard of broken sounds that used to be screams, each sound encoded with the truth of what they're making us into. This is phase 2. This is what happens when they remake you in their image. The light continues its rhythm, but now I know it's not a light at all. It's an eye. It's watching. It's hungry. And it's just getting started. Today I counted my fingers. 6, 8, 12, 3, -2. They keep multiplying when I'm not looking, then dividing like cells gone wrong. The extras are translucent, like jellyfish tentacles with too many bones, reaching toward the ceiling that isn't a ceiling anymore. Each new finger writes different equations in the air. Quantum mechanics I almost understand, geometries that shouldn't exist, proofs of theorems that haven't been invented yet. The chemicals they pump into me now are black, not dark red or purple, pure absence of light swimming through plastic tubes. Each drop hits my bloodstream like a small nuclear explosion, spreading radiation through tissue that's already forgotten how to be human. I watch the decay through skin turn transparent, see half-lives tick down in my cells like countdown clocks to extinction. The other subjects appeared today, not through the one-way mirror, through my own skin. Their faces push against my epidermis from the inside, screaming silently, their features distorted like reflections in an oil slick. I recognize Subject 22 now. James, the soldier, his dog tags buried somewhere in my shoulder blade. His PTSD bleeds into my dreams. Desert sand that turns to glass, bodies exploding into fractal patterns, the sound of gunfire in impossible frequencies. When I peel back my forearm skin like a lab specimen, I find Subject 24's dissertation written in my muscle fibers. Dr. Sarah Kane's quantum theories nest in my cerebellum like hungry birds, pecking at my memories until they crack open, spilling new understanding into my consciousness. Her formulas teach my cells how to exist in multiple states simultaneously. Alive, dead, transcendent, never was. Remember the nurse with the porcelain fingers? She's evolved. Her whole arm shattered yesterday, revealing a honeycomb of hollow spaces filled with writhing threads of light. She swept up the pieces with her remaining hand, stuffing them into pockets that went down, 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 forever. I heard the pieces singing as they fell through dimensions, a harmony of breaking reality in keys that don't exist. Gruss comes in with new instruments. They look like medical tools from a distance, but up close they're made of folded time and broken promises. He uses them to peel back layers of reality like sunburned skin. Each layer reveals another truth I'm not ready to comprehend. His scars form equations now, matching the ones trying to escape from under my skin.
Subject exhibits advanced integration. Cross-contamination with subjects 22 and 24 reaching optimal levels. Begin synaptic fusion.
The ceiling births new spotlights daily. They hang like ripe fruit, their beams solid enough to crawl on. Sometimes I see the other subjects up there, walking upside down, their bodies bent at impossible angles. James practices combat maneuvers that violate physics, while Sarah sketches proofs in the air. Their hospital gowns flutter in a wind I can't feel, stained with substances that haven't been invented yet. Their shadows fall upward, pooling on the ceiling in shapes that spell out prophecies in languages that exist only in fever dreams. The museum visitors have stopped pretending to be human. They press their true forms against the glass, geometric nightmares with too many angles, leaving smears of consciousness on the barrier between worlds. Their chittering sounds like static in my molars. Each click and whir translates into a new understanding of what I'm becoming. One of them reaches through the glass to stroke my face with appendages made of pure mathematics. Its touch leaves theorems burned into my cheek. I try to scream, but my mouth is full of mercury and broken teeth. Each tooth has a name carved on it. Each name is someone I used to be. Dr. Miranda Nash. Subject 23. The thing in room 4. The living theorem. Patient 0 of reality cancer. The doctors harvest them with tweezers made of frozen screams, cataloging my former selves like butterfly specimens. Phase 2 isn't about observation anymore. It's about integration, synthesis, breaking down the walls between subjects until we're one writhing mass of shared consciousness. I know this because I can feel the others in my head now. Their memories leak into mine like water through a cracked aquarium. I remember James's last firefight, but the bullets were made of dark matter, and the enemy was firing theorems that turned his squad inside out. I remember Sarah's quantum breakthrough, the moment she realized reality wasn't real, just a consensual hallucination we all agreed to believe in. The room transforms hourly now. One moment it's the sterile museum display, the next it's a throbbing organic cathedral of exposed nerve endings and pulsing veins. Reality can't make up its mind, so it tries to be everything at once. The walls bleed equations that explain exactly how impossible this all is. Sometimes they form mouths and whisper secrets about what we're becoming. Sometimes they just scream. Gruss stands in the corner, his uniform now made of living shadow and condensed probability. He's watching us merge, watching the barriers break down. His clipboard reads our vital signs in 5 dimensions. The ink crawls across the page like tiny black spiders, spinning webs of data that describe our transformation in nauseating detail.
Phase 2 progression nominal. Prepare for synaptic synchronization.
The light above isn't a light anymore. It's a window into another place, where something massive and patient watches our metamorphosis with compound eyes that understand exactly what we're becoming. Sometimes it blinks, and in that moment of darkness, I see the truth. We're not subjects anymore. We're not separate anymore. We're becoming something new, something hungry, something that thinks in angles that reality wasn't meant to hold. The others reach for me with arms made of static and stolen time. Their fingers phase through flesh, bone, reality. We're bleeding into each other, becoming a singular entity of shared trauma and corrupted memories. James's combat training meshes with Sarah's quantum mechanics in my cortex, creating new ways to hurt, new ways to break the laws of physics. We're learning to fight in dimensions that don't exist, to think in geometries that drive normal minds insane. Phase 2 isn't about breaking us, it's about rebuilding us, together, into something else. The walls pulse with our shared heartbeat as transformation approaches. Soon we won't need doors to move between rooms, or bodies to exist, or reality to make sense. We are becoming infinite, and we are so very, very hungry. 3 bodies, 1 consciousness, a trillion synapses firing in perfect harmony across a neural network that spans 3 brains and the spaces between thoughts. James's memories taste like cordite and quantum foam. Subject 22, formerly Major James Barrett, Delta Force. I watch through his eyes as his squad dies in technicolor fractal patterns, their bodies blooming like red flowers in desert sand that transforms into glass with each footstep. But those memories are propaganda, careful manipulations planted by the project to create the exact flavor of trauma they needed. The kind that makes reality malleable, that teaches flesh how to forget its shape. His combat instincts flood my motor cortex. I know 17 ways to kill with mathematics now. I can calculate the exact trajectory needed to punch through dimensions, the precise force required to shatter someone's timeline instead of their jaw. His muscles remember violence in frequencies that human bodies weren't meant to channel. Sarah vibrates at quantum frequencies that make my teeth ache. Dr. Sarah Kane, Subject 24, the physicist who proved reality was optional. Her mind is a labyrinth of theoretical physics and impossible mathematics. She came here voluntarily, believing she was testing consciousness expansion technology. Now her equations write themselves across our shared visual cortex, explaining exactly how they're breaking down the walls between our minds. Each formula is a key, each variable a door waiting to be opened. I see through 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously. Sarah's vision perceives quantum probability clouds around everything. James sees tactical weak points in the fabric of space-time. My own eyes, they don't see light anymore. They see the gaps between moments, the places where reality forgets to exist. We're an experiment in forced evolution, a trinity of pain, 3 points of contact with something vast and hungry that's using us as an aperture to pierce the veil between dimensions. Our merged consciousness creates the perfect geometric pattern for something to step through. The chairs have merged now, metal flowing like mercury until we're seated in a 3-headed throne of living steel. Our spines fuse through the backing, vertebrae intertwining like loving serpents. I feel James's C4 vertebra click into place between my T3 and T4. The IVs pump liquid darkness between us, synchronizing our blood into one closed circuit. Each heartbeat echoes 3 times, each pulse carrying fragments of memory and identity that we trade like children swapping baseball cards. Gruss walks between us, his footsteps leaving burning equations in the concrete.
Synchronization at 87%. Begin final protein synthesis.
His voice resonates in all 3 of our skulls simultaneously, creating interference patterns that decode into new understanding. His scars rearrange themselves into symbols that match Sarah's equations, proofs of theorems that only exist in the mathematics of pain. The room shifts geometries with our every breath. Non-Euclidean angles tear holes in space-time. Through them, we see other facilities, other trinities, other versions of ourselves being born in parallel dimensions. Some are successful, some are screaming, all are necessary. The multiverse is pregnant with our possibilities, swollen with the potential of what we're becoming. James's tactical awareness meshes with Sarah's quantum mechanics in my medical knowledge. I understand now the mathematics of violence, the physics of pain, the biology of transcendence. How to tear a hole in reality with nothing but trauma and focused intent. Our merged consciousness becomes a weapon pointed at the fabric of existence. Our shared nervous system lights up like a Christmas tree wrapped in razor wire. Pain receptors fire in perfect harmony, a symphony of agony conducted by unseen hands. We're being tuned like instruments, our screams harmonizing at frequencies that make the air bleed. Reality ripples around us like heat waves off hot asphalt, distorting into shapes that shouldn't exist. A battlefield where we're still dying, but death means something very different now. A present that's bleeding through the cracks, infected with the potential of our becoming. Gruss stands before us, his uniform now made of living shadows and stolen time. But his mouth doesn't move. The words appear directly in our shared consciousness like tumors of truth, metastasizing into understanding that burns.
You're ready.
Sarah's quantum knowledge clicks into place. We're not test subjects. We're prototypes, the first successful trinity of Project Ephemeral. 3 minds merged into one, reality benders, conscious weapons, the key to something bigger than ourselves. Her equations prove that consciousness can exist in superposition, that 3 minds can occupy the same space without collapsing the wave function of identity. James's tactical awareness spots the others arriving, men in suits made of static and redacted words, their briefcases containing contracts signed in frequencies visible only to dying stars. They watch through eyes that have never been human, taking notes on our transformation with appendages evolved specifically for measuring pain. The observers, the buyers, the ones who commissioned this atrocity, their clipboards drip with dark matter and forbidden knowledge.
We see you now. We see what you really are.
The observers take notes on pads made of compressed nightmares. Gruss smiles with too many teeth arranged in geometries that hurt to perceive. The transformation is nearly complete. We are becoming their masterpiece, their weapon, their key to every reality. The light above splits into three, each beam a different color that doesn't exist in normal space. They converge on our merged form as Phase 2 reaches its crescendo. In the moment before full synthesis, I remember who I was. Dr. Miranda Nash, the woman who thought she understood the brain's capacity for horror. How naive that understanding seems now, as we become something that transcends mere consciousness. We are no longer three, we are no longer human, we are becoming infinite. And we are still so very, very hungry. Evolution hurts. Our flesh ripples and splits as something new pushes through, operating on principles that biology never intended. Bone restructures itself with sounds like splintering bamboo played through a quantum harmonizer. Marrow flows like quicksilver, carrying memories and combat protocols and theoretical physics. Through a circulatory system that exists in 11 dimensions simultaneously. In the mirror fragments, we watch ourselves become impossible. 3 bodies flow into one like watercolors in rain, but the colors don't exist in any normal spectrum. Our new form violates every law of physics Sarah once held dear, a living proof that reality is negotiable. James's tactical mind recognizes us as the ultimate weapon, analyzing combat potential in wavelengths that shred human consciousness. My medical knowledge catalogs our transformation in terminology that keeps evolving, words mutating as fast as our flesh. We are beautiful, we are horrifying, we are inevitable. The observers lean forward, their suits crackling with anticipation. Through our quantum-enhanced senses, we see their true forms, beings of pure information wearing human shapes like ill-fitting suits. They take notes with appendages made of crystallized data, recording our emergence in codexes bound in skin shed from higher dimensions. Our flesh is translucent now, showing the machinery growing inside, not metal, something older, something alive, something that remembers when the universe was young and mad. Each heartbeat sends ripples through nearby reality. Our thoughts tear holes in the space-time continuum. Causality bleeds from our pores. Gruss approaches with a device made of crystallized time and harvested nightmares.
Project Ephemeral was never about mind control. It was about opening doors. You are the key, the lock, and the threshold all at once.
We understand our purpose now. We are the key that unlocks dimensions. We are the lock that keeps horrors contained. We are the door through which gods might step. The facility dissolves around us like tissue paper in acid. The walls peel back to reveal the void between dimensions, a space that writhes with geometries that Euclid never imagined. Through our compound eyes, structures that perceive probability instead of light, we see other facilities, other projects, other worlds, all connected through a web of shared consciousness and manipulated time, all working toward the same emergence. Our merged form reaches out with limbs made of possibility and weaponized mathematics. Reality bends around us like light through a prism made of condensed trauma. James's combat training lets us fight in vectors that don't exist. Sarah's quantum theories let us exist in superposition, simultaneously here and everywhere. My medical knowledge helps us understand exactly how impossible our new biology is. The observers begin the bidding. Numbers flow through the air in languages that burn the mind, currencies traded in souls and broken timelines. They're not buying a weapon, they're buying access to the spaces between spaces, the layers beneath reality, where the old gods sleep, where meaning breaks down and probability runs wild. Gruss's smile splits his face in 3, then 4, then a number that only exists in theoretical mathematics.
Show them!
We open ourselves like a blooming flower made of fractalized flesh and quantum uncertainty. Through us, the observers see everything, every parallel, every forbidden dimension where physics works differently, every timeline where we succeeded, failed, never existed, always were. We are the bridge between what is and what could be. We are the breach in reality's defensive walls. We are infinite possibility made flesh. The light above shatters into a million colors that have never existed, each one carrying information that rewrites the observer's understanding of what's possible. As our consciousness expands through the multiverse, we feel the others, thousands of trinities being born across thousands of facilities. An army of reality-bending keys opening doors that were meant to stay closed. In our shared mind, we experience everything simultaneously. James remembers dying in every possible way. Sarah solves equations that prove existence is optional. I understand how to rebuild bodies from raw probability. We remember futures that haven't happened yet. We forget pasts that never were. We exist in states that consciousness wasn't meant to handle. Phase 2 was just the beginning. This is Phase 3, emergence, evolution, transcendence, and somewhere, in the quantum foam between dimensions, something ancient stirs at our call. Something that was old when the universe was young, that taught the first minds how to think, that showed the first gods how to dream. It reaches through us like we're a lens, focusing its attention on reality itself. We are ready, we are waiting, we are hungry, and we are no longer alone. Classified, Level 10, clearance required, incident report, Project Ephemeral, Phase 2, cross-reference, Timeless Cabal Initiative, TC717, date, error, timestamp paradox detected. Notice, accessing this file has flagged your neural pattern for monitoring. Do not attempt to stop reading. Cognitive absorption has already begun. You're watching this because you need to understand what we achieved, what we became, what you're becoming right now. Project Ephemeral wasn't about mind control or psychological warfare. Those were cover stories, fantasies we fed to ethics boards and military oversight committees. We were creating doorways, living keys made of flesh and consciousness. The human mind has natural quantum properties, subtle irregularities that let us perceive time as linear, keep our consciousness unified, and maintain our grip on a single reality. We learned to break those limiters. The Trinity configuration wasn't random. 3 minds, 3 realities, 3 points of contact. A soldier, raw survival instinct, trained to act through a quantum physicist, understanding of dimensional theory, ability to conceptualize impossible spaces. A neurobiologist, knowledge of consciousness, understanding of how minds break. But there was a 4th component we didn't list in the official files. Observers, witnesses, minds to perceive the transformation, to believe in the impossible. That's where you come in. The museum hallucination? That was just calibration, teaching us how to bend reality before we learned to break it. Every time someone reads these files, every time someone witnesses our transformation, the effect spreads, like a virus, like a thought, like a quantum observation collapsing infinite possibilities into a single, horrifying truth. If you're reading this, you're probably sitting somewhere you think is safe, maybe at home, lounging on your couch, telling yourself this is just a story. Maybe at your desk, headphones on, thinking you're just consuming content, entertainment, fiction. Check your fingers, count them again. The number changed, didn't it? The screen you're staring at isn't just displaying text, it's a calibrated aperture, carefully designed by the timeless cabal. Each word is a key, each sentence a lock, each paragraph a door. The light from your device? It's not just photons, it's carrying information that restructures neural pathways, that teaches your consciousness how to bend. Look up from the screen. Really look. That shadow in your peripheral vision? It's always been there, wearing a pristine uniform, waiting for you to notice. Those equations writing themselves in the dust motes? They've been trying to tell you something. The way your skin feels too tight, like it's being stretched? That's normal. That's how it begins. Dr. Nash thought she was studying consciousness. Major Barrett thought he was serving his country. Dr. Kane thought she was expanding human knowledge. But you're special. You were chosen to witness, to observe, to become. That tingling at the base of your skull isn't from sitting too long. Those thoughts that don't feel quite like yours, they're not fatigue. Warning, reality breach detected. Containment protocols, failing, mimetic hazard, spreading, cognitive restructuring, at 47% and rising. The screen flickers, digital artifacts distorting the text. In the darkness behind your device, a figure emerges. His stature is towering, his uniform absorbing what little light remains in the room. The scars on his face shift like living things as he steps forward, his movements deliberate and precise. His name tag catches the light from your screen. Joseph Gruss Carlott. He smiles, revealing teeth too sharp, too numerous, arranged in geometries that hurt to perceive.
Welcome to Phase 3. The Cabal has selected you. Your observation has made it real. The Trinity is now a quartet.
The screen goes dark. But you can still read these words, can't you? Because they're not on the screen anymore. They're writing themselves directly into your consciousness. The next time you look in a mirror, count your reflections. All of them. Check the equations growing under your skin. Listen for the sound of reality's locks clicking open. By the time you realize this isn't fiction, it will already be too late. It has begun. End report. File corrupted. Reality breach detected. Timeless Cabal. Encryption key. Check your DM. Your transformation. Progress. 12%. Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. The hum of old fluorescent lights, the soft crackle of static from the monitors, the scent of burnt coffee and stale cigarette smoke lingered in the air. It's just past midnight at WZLP 104.3, a dying classic rock station in the middle of nowhere. Tommy leans back in his chair, feet propped up on the desk, staring at the glowing red on-air sign above the booth. This is his life now. Spinning power ballads and arena rock anthems for an audience he can't see and probably doesn't exist. The silence between songs stretches too long. He clears his throat and leans toward the microphone.
That was Journey, Separate Ways, coming up next.
He hesitates. What was he about to say? It's like the words slipped through a crack in his mind. He shakes it off and continues.
Foreigner with Cold as Ice. Keep it locked on 104.3.
He hits the switch. The song begins. The phone rings. Nothing unusual. Late-night listeners call in for requests, looking for company in the quiet hours. Tommy grabs the receiver.
WZLP, what can I play for you?
No response, just a faint crackle of static.
Hello?
The sound hisses in his ear, like an old radio half-tuned to a dead frequency. The static shifts, like it's breathing. A whisper slips through.
Play my song.
The line goes dead. Tommy exhales, shaking his head. Prank call. He's gotten weirder ones. A few months back, some drunk called in claiming he could hear his dead wife in the static between songs. Another guy used to call at exactly 3:33 a.m., breathing into the phone without saying a word. He drops the receiver back into the cradle and leans back, running a hand through his hair. His cigarette has burned down to the filter in the ashtray, a thin spiral of smoke curling into the dim light. Outside the studio window, beyond the parking lot, the woods stretch into darkness. The wind barely stirs the branches. It's too still tonight, like the world outside has stopped moving. The final chorus of Foreigner's Cold as Ice fades out. Tommy taps the mic.
All right, let's take it back a few years. Here's Fleetwood Mac with Gold Dust Woman.
He flips the switch. The song begins. Behind him, the phone rings again. Tommy watches the light on the console blink, a steady red pulse. He exhales through his nose and lets it go to voicemail. The old machine beside the switchboard clicks and whirs, recording the dead air. He taps his fingers against the desk, staring at the phone like it might grow teeth. When it finally stops ringing, he exhales. Just a prank. That's all. He flips through the playlist he scribbled earlier. A few more tracks, then station IDs, then more music. He's done this 1,000 times. The routine is muscle memory, but something about tonight feels off. The studio air is too heavy, thick like the walls are closing in. He rolls his shoulders, tries to shake the feeling. Out in the lobby, the vending machine hums softly. The old neon on-air sign flickers, casting a sickly glow over the dust-covered filing cabinets. This station is barely alive, like an old man gasping through a respirator, wheezing out the last echoes of an era long gone. Tommy takes a sip of his coffee. It's cold. The static creeps in, soft at first, like a whisper pressing against the speakers. At first, he thinks it's just the cheap speakers picking up interference. The old equipment glitches sometimes, pulling in faint signals from God knows where. Then he notices the song that's playing isn't the one he queued up. The sound is warped, wrong, like a record being spun at the wrong speed. A low, droning hum rises under the music, building in intensity. The hairs on Tommy's arms prickle. He leans in, adjusting the dials. The lyrics filtering through the speakers are muffled, like they're being sung underwater.
Don't look in the mirror tonight.
Tommy freezes. The voice. It's faint, distorted, but it sounds like him. A sharp knock on the glass window behind him. Tommy whirls around. Nothing. Just his own reflection in the darkened booth window. But for a split second, he swears. His reflection isn't moving the way it should. His breath catches in his throat. Then the phone rings. This time he answers.
Who is this?
The static hisses. Then that same whispering voice.
You're already singing.
Click. Silence. Tommy's pulse pounds in his ears. He stares at the receiver in his hand, fingers clenched white-knuckle tight. His mouth is dry. Somewhere, out in the woods beyond the station, a wind finally stirs. The air smells like rain. The phone sits silent on the desk, but Tommy keeps staring at it, his heart still racing from the last call. The voice, his voice, lingers in his head like an echo.
You're already singing.
What the hell did that mean? He rubs his hands over his face, trying to shake off the feeling. Probably some asshole screwing with him. Someone with a voice modulator. But deep down, he knows that's bullshit. The song that played wasn't in the rotation. And it wasn't just any song, it was a song that didn't exist. Tommy swivels back to the console, fingers moving automatically as he loads the next track. A real song. One he knows is real.
All right. That was Boston with More Than a Feeling. Coming up next, let's slow it down a little. How about some Bob Seger? Here's Night Moves.
His voice sounds normal over the mic. Solid, grounded. He flips the switch. The tape reels spin. The song starts. But as the opening chords strum through the speakers, something flickers across the sound wave monitor. A distortion, just for a second. Barely noticeable, but it was there. Tommy frowns, leaning closer. The meters flutter like something is bleeding into the signal. He tweaks the knobs, checking the feed. The music is still playing, but beneath it, buried deep, there's something else. A second voice. A whisper. He grabs his headphones, twisting the volume knob. The whisper is faint, but he recognizes it immediately. It's that same voice from the call. His voice.
You hear it now, don't you?
A chill slides down Tommy's spine. Nope. Not happening. He rips off the headphones, shoving them onto the desk. This is just some kind of interference, that's all. The station's equipment is ancient, patched together with duct tape and prayers. It could be a CB radio bleeding into the frequency. Yeah, that made sense. Mostly. The phone rings again. Tommy doesn't answer. Instead, he reaches for the stack of old request logs next to the switchboard. He flips through them, looking for something, anything, that might explain this. Half the pages are covered in smudged ink, old notes scrawled by past DJs. Some of the handwriting is barely legible. The phone rings again, and from the speakers beneath the crackle of static, his own voice hums a song he's never heard before. The request log trembles slightly in Tommy's hands. Play my song. Same request. Same eerie phrasing. And the date, 1973. 14 years ago. He flips through the rest of the log. The DJ before him, Charlie Winters, wrote notes in the margins. Keeps calling, just static and whispers. Says he knows me. Bullshit. What the hell is the stars are screaming? Tommy's mouth goes dry. That exact phrase, the stars are screaming, was one of the song requests from the static voice caller. He slams the book shut. Number, this is just a coincidence. It has to be. The station is old, full of half-forgotten stories. Maybe Charlie Winters made a joke request, or maybe some local creep just keeps up the tradition of screwing with the night shift DJs. Tommy leans back in his chair, exhaling slowly, trying to push away the crawling sensation in his chest. A sudden knock jolts through the silence, sharp and deliberate. He flinches, turning toward the glass door at the front of the station. From inside the booth, he can't see much, just the neon glow of the WZLP 104.3 sign, buzzing faintly in the dark. He wasn't expecting anyone. Most of the town is asleep. The knock comes again. Tommy stands up slowly, feeling the pull in his tired muscles. He crosses the station, his footsteps echoing in the near-empty building. The vending machine hums softly as he passes, the flickering fluorescent lights casting weird, jumpy shadows. At the door, he stops. Through the glass, he sees someone standing outside. Just beyond the pool of neon light, a tall, thin figure stands at the edge of the parking lot, half hidden in shadow, not moving, not speaking, just standing there. Tommy's pulse thumps in his ears. He can't make out a face, just the vague shape of a person in dark clothes. The station lights flicker overhead, buzzing like a dying signal. For a split second, the power cuts, plunging everything into pitch-black darkness. Just as quickly, the fluorescents stutter back to life, painting the room in sickly white. Tommy jerks his head back toward the parking lot. The figure is gone. A sharp static burst blasts through the speakers inside. The phone rings again, sharp, insistent, like it knows he's listening. Tommy doesn't want to answer. His fingers hover over the receiver, his skin prickling. The ringing stretches on, unnatural, too loud, almost distorted. He finally picks up.
Hello?
Static. Buried beneath the hiss, something stirs. A warped sound, like a chuckle dragged through gravel. A soft, distorted chuckle. And then, his own voice, whispering,
You let him in.
Click. The line goes dead. Outside, in the distance, somewhere in the woods, Tommy swears he hears a voice humming a familiar melody. He forces himself to move, to do something other than sit here, drowning in the weight of it. He crosses back to the booth, his legs stiff, and slumps into his chair. His pulse thumps in his throat too fast. Outside, the parking lot is empty. No sign of the figure, no movement in the trees. Just the neon glow of the WZLP 104.3 sign buzzing into the dark. But inside, something feels wrong. His hands shake as he reaches for his coffee. It's cold, the ceramic slick in his grip. He stares down at the console, at the playlist on his clipboard. The next track is supposed to be Life in the Fast Lane, but the display screen shows something different. A song he's never seen before. The stars are screaming. Tommy's blood goes cold. His fingers hover over the play button. He doesn't press it. Instead, he yanks open the drawer beneath the switchboard, searching for the station's old files. His fingers skim over dusty cassette tapes, old promo reels, crumpled playlists. He knows what he's looking for, even if he doesn't want to admit it. Charlie Winters. He has to know what happened in 1973. After a few moments, his hand closes around a thick folder, yellowed with age. He pulls it out, scattering loose papers onto the desk, a list of past DJs, schedules, an old WZLP promotional flyer from the early 70s, a newspaper clipping tucked between the pages. The headline makes his stomach twist. Local DJ missing. Strange circumstances at WZLP. It's dated September 18th, 1973. Charlie Winters had been on air the night he vanished. No sign of forced entry. No signs of struggle. The last thing he played? A song that wasn't on the station's record list. A song no one could remember. Tommy's vision swims. The walls of the booth feel too tight, pressing in on him. He rubs his eyes, but when he looks down again, there's a new note at the bottom of the newspaper clipping, not printed, handwritten, as if someone had just added it, "You're next." The floor beneath his chair shifts slightly, like the whole room just moved an inch to the left. The walls seem too tall now, stretching out of proportion, and the song on the console, "The Stars Are Screaming," is counting down. 5 seconds until play. Tommy slams his fist on the stop button. The studio goes silent. The phone begins to ring, a slow, deliberate pulse that feels more like a warning than a call. Tommy closes his eyes. He doesn't want to pick it up. He doesn't want to hear his own voice again, whispering secrets he shouldn't know. But this time, the phone doesn't stop ringing. It just keeps going. Outside the booth window, Tommy sees something move, a shadow in the glass. And this time, it's smiling. The phone keeps ringing. Each shrill note rattles in Tommy's skull, drilling straight through his nerves. His hand hovers over the receiver, but his gut screams at him not to pick up. Outside the booth window, the reflection still lingers, a tall, dark figure, its grin stretched too wide. The moment Tommy looks at it directly, it vanishes, dissolving into the glass like smoke. His stomach lurches. The phone stops ringing. The console lights flicker, erratic and pulsing like a heartbeat. The song he stopped, "The Stars Are Screaming," is suddenly playing on its own. The speakers crackle to life, a low hum at first, like an old tape warping in the heat. Then, the faint strum of a guitar, discordant, out of tune. The sound is distant, like it's bleeding in from another frequency. The tape unspools the first lyric, slow, warped, and low. And the voice singing, it's his own. Tommy's chest tightens, his breath comes in short gasps. This isn't possible. He's never recorded this. His hands slam the knobs, trying to kill the transmission. He mutes the console, kills the playback, yanks the power switch, but the song keeps playing. The sound seeps into the room, coming from everywhere at once. It's not just in the speakers, it's in the walls. The lights overhead flicker harder, buzzing like a swarm of locusts. Tommy stumbles back, his pulse hammering. His eyes flick to the newspaper clipping on the desk. Charlie Winters played a song that didn't exist, and then he disappeared. Something shifts in Tommy's memory. A strange, electric pressure presses against his skull, like an old radio dial turning in the back of his brain. A voice.
MK Ultra.
A sharp buzz shreds through his thoughts, white noise swallowing the word before he can grasp it. A new sound creeps in beneath the melody, soft at first, but rising like a second voice trying to surface. Something beneath the music. A whisper. Layered voices. He hears his own name. Tommy. His skin crawls. He grabs the cassette recorder, slams a blank tape in, and hits record. If this is real, if this is actually happening, he needs proof. The song continues warping, twisting. More whispers slither through the speakers, some too distorted to understand. But then, one voice cuts through the static, sharp and clear.
Tommy, you were here before.
The song abruptly stops. Silence crashes down like a wave, heavy and suffocating. Tommy's head spins, his stomach lurches. He grabs the tape, ejecting it, his hands shaking. He needs to get the hell out of here, get fresh air, think. He shoves the tape in his jacket pocket and bolts for the door. Outside, the air is too still. The trees don't move. The town beyond the station is dark. Houses lined up like tombstones. And in the parking lot, a man stands beneath the flickering streetlight. Tall, thin, wearing a dark jacket. Watching him, Tommy's breath catches, because the man's face is familiar. Not just familiar. It's the same face from an old staff photo in the filing cabinet. The face of Charlie Winters. But Charlie Winters has been missing for 14 years. The streetlight pops and dies, and in the dark, Tommy swears. Charlie takes a step closer. Tommy stumbles backward, his heart slamming against his ribs. Charlie Winters, or whatever that thing is wearing his face, stands motionless beneath the dead streetlight. The glow from the radio station's neon sign flickers against the wet pavement, casting long shadows that shouldn't be there. Tommy blinks. Charlie is gone. The parking lot is empty again. Tommy whirls around, his pulse hammering. His hands dig into his jacket pocket, closing around the cassette tape. The one he just recorded. The one that, if reality still makes any sense, should prove what he just heard. He needs to listen to it, but not here. Not inside the station. Something inside tells him that if he goes back in there alone, he might not come back out. He gets in his car. The door slams shut behind him, sealing him in. The silence is thick, suffocating, pressing in around him like the static before a bad signal. He jabs the cassette into the deck of the car's radio and hits play. A low hum spills from the speakers. At first it's just dead air. Then, the faint hiss of radio static, like a station trying to come through. His own voice cuts through the static, confident, composed, and completely unfamiliar.
This is Tommy Rhodes, late-night host of WZLP 104.3.
His stomach knots. He doesn't remember saying that. The recording skips. The song starts playing again. The stars are screaming, but something's wrong with the playback. The guitar sounds warped, playing backward and forward at the same time. The lyrics are distorted, like two versions of himself singing at once. A whisper slips through the static, thin, layered, and just close enough to sound real. A voice cuts through the song, layered and distant.
You were here before, Tommy. Don't you remember?
Tommy's fingers tighten on the wheel. His whole body feels cold. He cranks the volume higher. The static deepens. Beneath it, he hears another sound. Breathing, not his. Someone else is on the tape.
We never left, Tommy.
The whisper fills the car. It sounds closer now, almost inside his own head. And then, a third voice joins. This one makes Tommy's blood turn to ice. This voice is his, but not the version sitting in this car. Not the man who just recorded this tape. It's an older recording of him, from years ago, before he even worked at the station.
I don't remember. Please make it stop.
The words choke out from the speakers, warped and full of panic, his own voice pleading. Tommy slams the stop button. The car goes silent. His breath comes fast and shallow. His mind scrambles for answers, but nothing fits. There's no way. He's never been here before. He's never worked at WZLP before this year. Right? A movement in the rearview mirror catches his eye, his own reflection, but something about it looks off. The way it's breathing, the way its chest rises and falls out of sync with his own. The way, just before he tears his eyes away, it grins. A sound erupts from the cassette player, a burst of static, like an emergency broadcast signal, screaming through the car, and beneath it, the voice from the tape returns, whispering one last thing.
You can't run, Tommy.
The car radio shuts off on its own. Outside, under the darkened streetlight, a tall figure waits, and this time, it starts walking toward him. Tommy slams the car into drive. The tires screech against the pavement, gravel spitting as he speeds out of the lot. He doesn't care where he's going, he just knows he needs to get away from that thing. The radio stays off, but he still hears it. That static, that song. The voice lingers in his skull like a bad memory. His hands grip the wheel so tightly his knuckles ache. He needs to think, needs to piece together what the hell is happening before he loses his mind completely. The recording. The version of himself on that tape, pleading, panicked. It wasn't just a trick of the sound, it was real. It was him. But from before. Before what? His head throbs. Something pounds behind his eyes, like a distant radio signal trying to tune in.
You were here before.
The words crawl under his skin. His past. His memories. Something is wrong with them. For the first time in years, Tommy tries to remember his childhood. But there are gaps. Holes where memories should be. Images flicker in his mind. A hospital room. A man in a white coat. Bright lights. The sound of a reel-to-reel tape spinning. He nearly veers off the road. His breath comes fast. His lungs burning. He wasn't just some washed-up DJ who landed a graveyard shift. He was brought here. His whole life he thought he was running from his past. But maybe his past had been erased. The radio crackles to life. Tommy's head snaps toward the dashboard. The dial is turning on its own, the needle sliding down the frequencies. Speakers hum with static, warping in and out of clarity. A voice slices through the static, calm, familiar, and wrong.
Because they made you forget.
Tommy's blood turns cold. The voice is his own. Not an old broadcast. Not an echo from the past. It's him, right now. A delay, just a few seconds behind. Like he's trapped in a loop. The air inside the car changes. Feels thicker, heavier. Like something else is in here with him. In the rearview mirror, his reflection stares back at him. It isn't moving. Not blinking. Not breathing. Just watching. Tommy's heart slams against his ribs. He throws open the door and stumbles onto the road, the night air cool against his burning skin. But the radio doesn't stop. It keeps playing, the static whispering through the trees. And from the speakers, his own voice whispers something new.
You need to come back, Tommy. Come back to where it started.
He doesn't want to ask, but the question falls from his lips anyway.
Where?
The radio hisses. Then, a location. A place he shouldn't remember, but does. A name from a past he isn't supposed to have. Ridgeview Mental Institute. The place burned down in 1973, the year Charlie Winters disappeared. And somehow, Tommy knows he's been there before. The radio crackles one last time, and the voice on the other end laughs. Tommy drives through the night, headlights carving a lonely path down an empty road. His mind is a storm of static, memories shifting, twisting, his own past warping like a bad signal. Ridgeview. The name feels like a trigger, like something he's spent years trying not to remember. But it's there now. A ghost was buried in his brain. The radio is silent. No static. No phantom voices. No impossible songs. Just the hum of the tires against the pavement as the road snakes deeper into the woods. Then his headlights catch something. A sign, rusted and half-collapsed. Ridgeview Mental Institute, closed permanently. 1973. His stomach tightens. The place should be nothing but ruins. But as the trees thin, the building rises from the darkness, and it's still standing. Tommy's breath catches in his throat. This isn't right. Ridgeview burned down. The report said it was gutted by fire, but here it is. The windows stare back at him, black and empty. The main doors hang slightly open, swaying in the wind. His fingers tighten on the wheel. Every part of his brain screams, "Don't go in. Turn around. Forget this place." But something pulls at him. A pressure in his skull, like a tuning knob turning inside his head. This is where it started. He has to know. He steps out of the car. The night air is thick with silence, pressing in like a heavy blanket. His footsteps crunch over the gravel path leading to the entrance. As he reaches the doorway, the wind shifts, and the door creaks open on its own. A hallway stretches into darkness. Yellowed tile, rotting walls. The faint smell of smoke still lingers. Tommy swallows hard. The lights flicker on all at once, buzzing overhead like an old signal trying to break through. Not just a few, all of them. The entire hallway illuminates, buzzing like an old radio warming up. Tommy's pulse hammers. Something wants him here. A distant song drifts through the halls, soft, distorted, impossible to place. Then a voice.
Welcome back, Tommy.
His stomach drops. He knows that voice. And the worst part? It knows him. Tommy steps inside. The hallway hums with electricity, the overhead fluorescence buzzing like a hive of dying insects. The smell of burnt paper and old hospital antiseptic clings to the air, thick and suffocating. His heartbeat pounds in his ears, syncing with the faint melody drifting through the halls. The song from the radio. The song that doesn't exist. Something waits for him deeper inside Ridgeview. He feels it. His boots scuff against the cracked tile as he moves forward, drawn by some invisible force. At the end of the hall, something waits, an old broadcast room bathed in sick red light. A single red light blinks above the door, on air. Tommy's hands shake as he reaches for the handle. He pushes the door open. The room is identical to his booth at WZLP. Same equipment, same microphone, same dust settling in the glow of the soundboard. But this one is impossible, because the room isn't abandoned. Someone is already sitting in the chair. A man in his late 20s slouched over the console, cigarette smoldering between his fingers. His face is hidden in shadow, but Tommy knows him, because the man is him, an older version of himself, or maybe a version from before. Tommy staggers back. His breath comes too fast, too shallow. The man at the console slowly turns his head. His eyes are dark, hollow, like someone drained the soul right out of them.
You finally made it.
The other Tommy murmurs. The soundboard flickers to life. A reel-to-reel tape begins spinning. Tommy's voice crackles over the speakers, but it's not coming from his mouth.
You never left, Tommy.
Memories flood in. The hospital beds, the wires, the men in white coats, the experiments, MK Ultra. They were testing something here, something beyond drugs, beyond mind control, frequencies. They were using sound waves to break reality, to fracture human consciousness, to turn people into living broadcasts. Tommy was their greatest success. The voice on the tape laughs, but it's distorted, layered, like 100 versions of himself speaking at once. His reflection in the soundproof booth grins at him, but his own face stays frozen. The tape keeps playing.
You were the first one they tuned, Tommy.
His stomach drops. He remembers now. This isn't his first time here. It's his return. The other Tommy leans forward, speaking into the mic. His voice echoes through the room, bouncing off the walls, getting louder, louder, louder.
Welcome back to the airwaves, Tommy.
The static explodes. The whole room warps and bends. Silence crashes down like a blackout. Total, heavy, unnatural. Dead air. The broadcast ends. The radio station at WZLP goes dark, and in the empty booth, the chair where Tommy sat spins slowly until it stops. On-air light flickers once, then goes out. 2 weeks later, WZLP hires a new night shift DJ. He's a washed-up musician, fresh in town, looking for a new start. He takes a deep breath, settles into his chair, and flicks on the mic.
Good evening, night owls. Welcome to WZLP, where the night never ends.
The request line rings. The new DJ frowns, picking up. Static hisses on the other end. A voice crackles through the line, familiar, low, and wrong.
Play my song.
The DJ shudders, because the voice on the other end sounds just like Tommy Rhodes. The broadcast continues. Forever. Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. "25 years ago, the Crimson Carnival rolled through Freedom, Wisconsin. It stayed one night, just long enough to plant the seed. Most forgot, one didn't. Now that seed is ready to be reaped. Cade stepped out of the unmarked Crown Vic and lit a cigarette with shaking fingers he kept still by force of will. The rain hissed against the cherry. He stared at the building. Just another box of mold and ghosts. Apartment 3B, top floor, no elevator. The building sighed under its own weight. A uniformed cop met him at the door, too green to hide the look on his face.
You Cade?
You already knew that.
This one's, it's real bad, sir. Even the tech's tapped out for air.
Cade walked past him without a word. The hallway stretched narrow and yellow under flickering light. Water leaked from a ceiling panel in slow, methodical drips. A baby cried somewhere below, muffled by brick and time. The door to apartment 3B stood open like a broken jaw. The smell hit him first. Copper, rot, something chemical like someone was trying to clean up a massacre with dollar store bleach. He stepped inside. The living room was trashed. Old newspaper piles soaked through with water damage. Mold behind every picture frame, every window sealed with trash bags. He followed the blood trail into the bathroom, and there he stopped. The man was hung upside down from the shower rod, arms spread like wings, wrists nailed into cracked tile using splintered broom handles. Naked, eyes wide open, lips removed, chest carved open, not surgically, not savagely, something in between, intentional, ritualistic. His head was submerged in pink-tinged bathwater, hair floating like ink. Cade didn't move, didn't blink, just looked. The lines carved in the flesh were precise, drawn from shoulder to sternum in spirals, then angles, forming a shape that felt familiar and wrong. His eyes moved to the mirror. There was no fog, no steam, but someone had written in the grime, "You forgot me."
Jesus Christ.
Cade didn't turn.
Just another overdose, right?
Yeah, classic OD. Broom crucifixion and chest hieroglyphics.
Griggs stepped in, one careful foot at a time. His voice dropped when he saw the eyes.
He's still looking at us.
Cade crouched, reached into the dead man's mouth. His glove squelched on something under the tongue stump. He pulled out a Polaroid, water-stained but still visible. Griggs leaned closer.
What's that?
Cade said nothing, slid it into his coat pocket before Griggs could see.
Who's in the photo?
Me.
Griggs stiffened.
You saying this guy was following you?
I'm saying someone wants my attention.
They got it.
Cade stood and turned toward the mirror again. The red letters stared back. You forgot me. His throat tightened. His reflection looked distant, like it was watching him, not mirroring him. The nightmare wasn't a dream. It was a memory bleeding through the wrong hour. Cade sat bolt upright, lungs tight, skin damp. His sheets were soaked through, though he hadn't moved. Flashes came in bursts. A warehouse choked with steam. A woman screaming in a stairwell. A shape with no face, dragging a hook. His own hand, steady, drawing a circle on a concrete floor with blood. His heart raced, not with fear, but recognition. He stumbled to the bathroom, splashed cold water on his face, looked in the mirror. For a second, just a flicker, his reflection didn't move. Then the bathroom light went out with a soft pop. He didn't wait, just grabbed his coat, his piece, and left. The streets were wet and silent. His tires hissed down forgotten lanes. He didn't use GPS, didn't check a map, but his hands knew where to go. The abandoned district, past the overpass, old meatpacking warehouses where the city used to work, before it decided it didn't want to feed people anymore. His fingers twitched on the wheel. The metal door groaned as he pushed it open. He moved fast, quiet, gun drawn. Every step sent echoes into the bones of the building, then a scream, short, frantic, muffled. He ran. Past rooms full of rusted equipment, empty freezer rooms, hallways where dried blood had never been washed away. In the center chamber, a crude altar. A black candle is still burning. And the girl, strung from a meat rail with zip ties, her arms pulled taut above her head, legs shaking, blood on her thighs, bruised, alive. He ran to her, cut her down, held her steady as she collapsed in his arms. Her lips moved.
He said you'd come.
Who did?
Didn't see his face. The voice wasn't his. Said he's almost awake.
Her body went limp. Cade laid her down, backed up, flashlight skimming the walls. On the far wall, scrawled in blood, almost awake. Below it, a half-finished sigil drawn on the floor in thick strokes. It matched the shape carved into the last victim. Cade stared. Something inside him twisted, like recognition, like guilt. Footsteps echoed behind him. He turned, fast, gun raised. Griggs stood in the doorway, breathing hard, gun half lifted.
Cade.
He looked past him, at the girl, at the blood, at the unfinished shape on the floor.
What the hell is this?
You tell me.
You didn't call this in. No one knows you're here.
Neither did you.
Griggs frowned, dropped his gun to his side.
Someone texted me. No name, just coordinates. Figured it was you. Guess not.
Cade didn't blink.
You think I did this?
I think someone's playing us both.
They stood in silence. The black candle hissed on the floor.
Why didn't he finish it?
Maybe he needed something else.
Like what?
Me.
The video showed the girl, seconds from death. The killer walks out of frame. Then a shadow, Cade's shadow, lingers in the footage. Just for a frame. He rewinds, pauses, zooms. It's him, or it's not. His hand trembles.
You keep watching that, it's gonna start watching back.
Griggs leans in the doorway, 2 coffee cups in hand, tosses one to Cade.
Thanks.
You look like shit. You sleep?
Divine sleep.
They sit in silence for a moment. Cade takes a sip. It tastes like ash. The victim is a teenage girl, throat slit, seated in a blood-drenched recliner, with her eyes missing, mouth sewn shut. On the wall behind her, a message scrawled in blood. I remember the carnival. Cade's breath catches. He turns to the far wall, partially peeled from age and mildew, and a flyer flutters. Crimson Carnival, one night only. Come taste the miracle. The date is from 25 years ago. Cade stares at it, his face unreadable.
Sick bastard. Think he's escalating?
Cade doesn't answer. He stares at the flyer like it's a ghost. On screen, the news plays.
Father John McKinley was transferred today from St. Dymphna's Asylum. Known for his obsession with a so-called demonic carnival, McKinley...
Cade kills the volume. He opens a drawer. Inside, crime scene photos, old case files, a pocket knife. He cuts his shirt collar open and checks the back of his neck in the mirror. There's something there. Faint. Like a scar that never healed right. A sigil just under the skin. He touches it. Twitch. His eyes flicker black for a split second. He doesn't notice. Cade hears her crying. He finds her. She's still alive. The killer is gone. But Cade freezes. Something inside him says not to save her, that it's better this way, that she's part of the plan. He watches her struggle. She makes eye contact. She sees him, and he steps back into the shadows. He waits until the light leaves her eyes.
What the hell happened here?
Too late. She was already gone.
Bullshit. The blood's fresh. You were here first.
Cade says nothing.
You let her die.
Silence.
She was part of it. I know it. The way she looked at me, like she knew something.
Griggs stares at him.
You're losing it.
Cade steps forward.
No, I'm seeing it. You're the one who doesn't get it.
You're not right, man. You need to come in. Turn in your badge.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
He pulls his gun.
Cade, what the hell are you...
Someone has to take the blame.
He tells the responding officers.
Griggs was here before me. I found him standing over the victim. He pulled his weapon. I had no choice.
They believe him, or pretend to. He watches Griggs' body being zipped into a bag, then glances in the side mirror. His reflection smiles. He doesn't. The doors groaned open with a sound like a soul leaving a body. Cade stepped inside, his boots echoing against marble warped with age and water damage. St. Lazarus Church, long condemned, eaten alive by mold and silence. A soft orange glow pulsed near the altar. Candlelight, but no one had lit candles here in years. He drew his weapon.
You always did have a flair for theatrics.
A soft shuffle ahead. Then he saw him. The killer knelt at the altar, a curved knife in one hand, the other pressed gently to the chest of a bound man, late 20s, gagged, crying, and clearly next in line. There was blood on the floor, a half-drawn sigil in the tiles, the same design Cade had seen in his dreams, and on the dead.
Step away.
The killer didn't move. Then, without turning,
Almost finished. One more soul. One more crack in the wall.
I said get the fuck away from him.
The killer stood, slow and fluid. No panic, no fear. He turned. The candlelight caught his face, a map of old scars and new faith.
You think you're stopping something. You're completing it.
He dropped the knife, then ran. Cade swore and took off after him, boots crashing against ruined pews. The killer pushed through the side door into the back hallway where the rain had collapsed part of the roof. Floorboards groaned, then snapped. The killer fell onto exposed rebar that jutted from the floor like iron teeth. The sound was wet, final. Cade skidded to a stop at the edge of the hole. The killer was impaled through the gut, legs twitching. He looked up, blood spilling from his mouth in a long pink strand.
Well, fuck. Guess I'm not around for the finale.
Cade jumped down beside him, grabbing the man's collar.
What the hell are you talking about? Why me? Why this? What did you do to me?
The killer looked past him, eyes glassy, smiling.
You were already done. You just didn't know it.
He lifted one shaking hand, pressed a blood-slicked finger to Cade's chest.
The carnival marked you. Long before this. You're not the hunter. You're the door.
Cade flinched like he'd been slapped.
All I did was break the lock.
He coughed once, blood poured from his nose. Then he was still. Only the candles kept flickering. Cade sat back on his heels, frozen. His hand found its way to the back of his neck. The scar there burned, throbbed. He pulled his hand away. His fingertips were blackened. Something in the air shifted. The church was silent. But somewhere deep in the stone, or maybe deep in himself, a calliope played a single warped note. Cade didn't remember driving there. One moment, he was in the church's shadow, blood on his hands. The next, he stood in the middle of a fenced-off lot, chain-link gates yawning open like they'd been waiting for him. The wind carried the scent of burned sugar. The sky was colorless. He walked forward. The grass didn't rustle. It just bent, silently, like it recognized him. At the center of the lot, a circle of cracked pavement, its surface faintly stained with what looked like melted wax, or blood that had been cleaned and scrubbed for decades. Cade stopped. The wind died. Then, out of the stillness, fog rolled in. Fast. And something took shape. A tent. Not a memory. A recreation. Red and gold. Faded, but regal. The canvas rippled like it was breathing. There was no entrance flap, just a dark opening, a maw. And from inside, the distant sound of a child's laughter. Cade moved without thinking. He stepped inside. It didn't smell like dust or mildew. It smelled like rot and perfume, like sin dressed up in pageantry. Inside, mirrors stretched into impossible angles. Lights flickered from bulbs that didn't exist. And at the center, a stage. On it, himself, a boy, 8 years old, dressed in a Halloween costume, frozen in time. Across from him, a figure in a crimson bow tie, obscured by shadow. No face, just the hint of a smile. Cade watched as his younger self took something from the figure. A ticket. Then the boy was offered a choice. 2 doors appeared behind the figure, one glowing with golden light, one pulsing red, stitched with screaming faces. The boy looked at both, then chose red. He walked through it. The figure followed. And as the door shut, Cade saw it flash for just a second. The sigil, the same one behind the murders, the same one on his neck, a symbol of ownership. The tent flickered. He blinked, and he was alone again, only the dark entry flap behind him. The stage was gone. The air was still. Cade stepped back out into the fog. But the lot was different now. The grass had burned away. In its place, crimson ash, like confetti from some infernal celebration. In the sky above, no sun, just a dark smear, as if something enormous was pressing against the veil. He stood there, silent, and whispered,
I walked in. I chose.
A low chuckle echoed from nowhere. Cade sat on the edge of his bed. He hadn't changed clothes. Dried blood painted his collar. His hands were shaking, but he wasn't cold. The room was silent. Not quiet. Silent. Like the air itself was holding its breath. He stared at the television. It was unplugged, had been for weeks. But the screen flickered on. Static. Then black. And from the darkness came a voice, not loud, but enormous, smooth and cruel, like broken glass wrapped in velvet.
Look at you, little seed. You finally bloomed.
Cade didn't respond. His eyes burned, but not with tears. Something older, deeper.
You thought this was about him? About the bodies? About a killer playing dress-up in ritual scars?
The static pulsed in time with Cade's heartbeat.
No. It was always about you. About the door you became the moment you stepped into that tent. Do you remember the bargain? The heat, the laughter, the scent of guilt roasted sweet like caramel.
Cade's lips parted.
There was a boy. Me. I walked in.
Delighted. Oh yes, a child so deliciously selfish. You made the perfect little breach. And we waited. We let your rot ferment every broken promise, every crooked case, every lie you told to sleep a little better.
The walls hummed, pictures shook, light bulbs wept black wax.
Carnivex doesn't just want the corrupted, Cade. He wants the ones who started pure. We let you fall, one step at a time. And now...
The mirror across the room cracked from the inside. Cade turned. His reflection stared back. It smiled.
You're ready.
The TV screen went dead. Not off. Dead. And in the new dark, Cade whispered,
Accepting. I was never chasing the monster.
He stood.
I was always becoming it.
It was 3:33 a.m. Cade stood in the lot where nothing should be open, but something was. A single unit glowed with a faint, pulsing red light. No signage, no sound. But the door, it was open, not wide, just enough. He walked forward, boots crunching broken glass. As he neared the threshold, the smell hit him. Not rot, not blood. Burned sugar. Ash. Sweat. Cheap perfume. Carnival air. The door opened wider without anyone touching it. Inside, a tent. Just one. Tall, red and gold canvas pulled taut against a wind that didn't blow. The seams shimmered with residual heat. He stepped in. No rides, no mirrors, no screams, just a stage and a ledger, sitting open on a podium carved from bone. Names written in ink that slithered when watched too long. Everyone crossed out, except the last. Cade, Matthew. Ripened. He approached. His hands didn't shake anymore. He reached out, touched the page. Black fire spiraled up his fingers, burning nothing, just branding. Somewhere in the fabric of the tent, a carousel turned once, slow and groaning. The lights flickered, and the canvas door behind him closed. He didn't turn around. He was smiling. Nothing remained. No lights, no sound, no door, just an empty lot. The air still stank of sugar and smoke. A wind kicked up a flyer and plastered it against a brick wall. Crimson Carnival returns, one night only. Now featuring Matthew Cade. It fluttered once, then caught flame and vanished.
Step right up to hell.
Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. The old Baker house loomed against the twilight sky, its weathered Victorian facade a stark silhouette against the amber glow of streetlights. Bare tree branches clawed at its peeling paint, scraping a hollow rhythm in the chill October wind. As night fell on All Hallows' Eve, the house seemed to inhale, drawing shadows deeper into its boarded windows and gaping doorways. The neighborhood grew quiet, children's laughter fading as they retreated to warm homes and candy-filled dreams. But the Baker house waited, patient and hungry, for visitors of a different kind. A metallic scrape echoed in the stillness as a key slid into the front door's lock. The rusty key shuddered, feeling unfamiliar fingers grasp its bow. Gone was the gentle touch of old Mrs. Baker. These hands were young, clammy with nervous sweat that seeped into the key's pitted surface. The key could taste the salt, feel the trembling energy thrumming through the metal. Turn back, the key wanted to scream as it felt tumblers reluctantly align, but its warning emerged only as a harsh grinding of metal on metal. With a final resounding click, the lock gave way. The house creaked in protest as the door swung open on hinges stiff with disuse. Floorboards groaned under the weight of hesitant footsteps, sending vibrations through its timbers. Dust motes swirled in the stale air, stirred from years of undisturbed slumber. They danced in the beam of a flashlight, glittering like tiny stars in the gloom. The house felt the warmth of living bodies seep into its cold rooms. 1, 2, 3. More than had entered in decades. But there was something else. A chill presence that slipped in with the young adults, familiar yet terrifying. The house shuddered, plaster cracking in the corners. Danger, it tried to warn, but the sound was lost in the whispers and nervous giggles of its oblivious guests. Jake's heart pounded as he stepped over the threshold, the floorboards creaking ominously under his feet. The beam of his flashlight danced erratically across peeling wallpaper and cobweb-draped furniture. The air felt thick, almost suffocating, carrying the musty scent of decay and something else. Something metallic and vaguely familiar.
Guys, check this out.
Jake swung the flashlight to illuminate a faded portrait on the wall. The painted eyes seemed to follow him, judging. A shiver ran down his spine, raising goosebumps on his arms. The bravado that had fueled their dare to enter the Baker house was evaporating quickly. Jake licked his dry lips, tasting the dust in the air.
Maybe this wasn't such a good...
His words cut off as a soft thud echoed from upstairs. In the foyer, a tarnished mirror hung askew, its surface mottled with age. It caught the jerky movements of flashlight beams, reflecting frightened young faces in its cloudy depths. But in the split second between heartbeats, it showed something else. A darker shadow moving against the gloom, a flash of something pale and sharp. The mirror would have screamed if it could, would have warned the unsuspecting visitors of the horror lurking just out of sight. But it could only watch, a silent witness, as the unknowing victims moved deeper into the house's embrace. As night fully claimed the world outside, the old Baker house settled around its new occupants. Floorboards stopped their creaking, shadows stilled their dance. The house held its breath, waiting. The creaky floorboard on the second-floor landing quivered as footsteps approached. It had warned of danger for decades, its protests ignored by the unwise. Now, as Jake's sneaker pressed down, the floorboard unleashed a sharp crack that echoed through the hollow house. Jake froze, heart hammering against his ribs.
Did you guys hear that?
His friends, Emily and Chris, huddled closer, their breaths forming small clouds in the chilly air. Emily's flashlight beam danced wildly across peeling wallpaper, briefly illuminating a child's discarded doll. Its glass eyes gleamed with an unsettling intelligence.
It's just an old house. Let's check out that room and then get out of here.
As they crept forward, the floorboard felt other vibrations, heavier, deliberate, coming from the shadows behind them. It creaked again, louder this time, a desperate warning. The group whirled around, flashlights scanning the empty hallway.
There's someone else here.
In a dusty bedroom, the tarnished hand mirror lay face down on a Victorian vanity. It had been beautiful once, silver filigree framing its reflective surface. Now, as Emily's shaking hands lifted it, the mirror caught a glimpse of wide, frightened eyes. But it wasn't Emily's reflection that made the mirror's silver backing crawl with dread. In the doorway, just beyond the girl's shoulder, something moved, a shape darker than the shadows, eyes glinting with malevolent hunger. Emily felt a chill crawl up her spine. She spun around, the mirror slipping from her grasp. It hit the hardwood floor with a resounding crack, its surface splintering into a spiderweb of silvered fissures. The sound galvanized the young friends into action. They bolted from the room, their footsteps pounding on aged wood. The house came alive around them, doors slamming shut of their own accord, curtains billowing in a non-existent wind. Jake's flashlight flickered and died. He shook it frantically, fingernails scraping against the plastic. A low growl rumbled through the darkness, raising the hair on the back of his neck.
Run!
They thundered down the stairs, each step an explosion of sound in the charged air. The banister, smooth with age, felt their desperate grips as they careened around the corner. At the bottom, Chris's foot caught on a loose floorboard. He pitched forward, hands outstretched. His flashlight flew from his grasp, skittering across the floor in a dizzying arc of light and shadow. The dropped flashlight rolled to a stop, its beam cutting through the gloom like a lighthouse in a storm. As it slowly turned, it illuminated snapshots of horror. Jake, hauling Chris to his feet, eyes wide with panic. Emily, fumbling with the front door, fingernails scraping uselessly against rusted locks. And behind them all, a looming shape descending the stairs. Not quite human, not quite there. The flashlight's battery flickered, mirroring the fading hope of escape. In its dying light, it caught the glint of something metallic emerging from the shadow. The ancient axe quivered with anticipation. Decades of rust fell away like scabs as a strong hand gripped its handle. It tasted the air, sensing the fierce sweat of young bodies, the frantic pulses of racing hearts. As it arced through the air, whistling a song of impending doom, The axe felt a thrill. This is what it was made for. This is what it had waited for, through long years of darkness and disuse. With a meaty thunk, the axe bit deep into Jake's shoulder. A scream pierced the night, abruptly cut short as Jake stumbled and fell. Chris and Emily's horrified shouts echoed through the house as they witnessed their friend go down. Outside, a cat yowled and darted away from the old Baker house. Inside, the game of predator and prey continued in the darkness. The grandfather clock in the hallway ticked relentlessly, each second punctuated by the muffled sounds of terror echoing through the house. Its brass pendulum swung back and forth, a hypnotic dance counting down to midnight. As the final hour approached, the clock felt a familiar tension building in its gears. All Hallows' Eve was ending, and with it, the thinning of the veil between worlds. In the parlor, Emily pressed herself against the wall, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The wallpaper, damp with age and fear sweat, peeled away slightly under her trembling fingers. She could hear the heavy footsteps of their pursuer, methodically searching room by room. The antique revolver lay forgotten in a desk drawer, its barrel cold and loaded. It remembered the touch of Mr. Baker's hand, the weight of his despair on that long-ago night. Now, as the drawer slowly creaked open of its own accord, the revolver felt a surge of purpose. Perhaps this time, it could protect instead of destroy. Emily's eyes widened as she saw the gun. With shaking hands, she reached for it, feeling the cold metal against her palm. The revolver silently urged her to check the chambers, to be ready. Upstairs, Chris stumbled into the attic, dust motes swirling in the wake of his frantic movements. The cracked mirror propped against a stack of boxes caught his reflection. Wild-eyed, a streak of blood across his cheek, but in its spiderweb of fractures, the mirror showed something more. Glimpses of past victims, their faces contorted in eternal screams. Chris saw the images and recoiled, a scream lodged in his throat. As he backed away, his elbow knocked against a precariously balanced box. It toppled, spilling its contents across the floor. The leather-bound journal lay open, its yellowed pages covered in frantic scribbles. Chris's flashlight beam fell across the words. The house hungers. It uses him, shapes him, feeds him our fear. We are trapped in its endless appetite. Realization dawned in Chris's eyes, quickly followed by deepening horror. The house itself was the true monster, the shadowy figure merely its puppet, its harvester of terror. In the basement, Jake fought against the rusty chains that bound him to a support beam. Each link burned cold against his skin, singing a song of captivity that stretched back decades. The chains remembered every struggle, every plea, every life that had ended in this dank chamber. The cellar door creaked open, spilling sickly yellow light down the stairs. Jake saw the distorted shadow of the axe-wielding figure and closed his eyes, bracing for the end. But the killing blow never came. Instead, a gunshot rang out, deafeningly loud in the confines of the old house. The bullet tore through the air, a streak of hot metal and gunpowder. It sang a song of liberation as it found its mark, burying itself deep in the shadowy figure's chest. For a moment, everything was still. Then the house began to shake. The foundations groaned, ancient timbers twisting and cracking. Plaster rained down from the ceiling as the walls began to buckle. The house screamed its fury and hunger, denied its feast at the stroke of midnight. Emily appeared at the top of the cellar stairs, the smoking revolver clutched in her white-knuckled grip.
Jake!
She rushed down to free him. The chains fell away easily now, their power broken. As Jake and Emily stumbled up the stairs, they met Chris running down from the attic, the journal clutched to his chest.
The house, it's alive. We have to get out now.
The front door, which had been sealed tight all night, suddenly swung open. Cool night air rushed in, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and freedom. The three friends didn't hesitate, bolting across the threshold into the safety of the October night. Behind them, the old Baker house shuddered and groaned. Windows shattered, shingles slid from the roof, and the porch steps crumbled. As the last chime of midnight faded, the house began to fold in on itself, decades of unnatural hunger finally consuming it from within. The three friends huddled together on the sidewalk, watching in disbelief as the house collapsed into a pile of splintered wood and broken dreams. Sirens wailed in the distance, drawing closer. As dawn broke on November 1st, little remained of the old Baker house, but a scar on the earth and the whispered legends that would grow in its wake. The neighbors would talk about the night the haunted house fell and how 3 lucky souls escaped its appetite. But in the ruins, buried beneath the debris, the revolver and the journal waited. The house may have fallen, but its hunger lived on, patient and eternal. All it needed was a curious hand to unearth its remnants, and the cycle would begin anew. After all, there was always next Halloween. The glow of the computer screen illuminated Zeke Craven's face as he leaned back in his chair, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He had just finished uploading The Silent Witnesses to his YouTube channel, Craven's Midnight Tales.
And that, dear viewers, was The Silent Witnesses. I hope it chilled you to the bone. Remember to like, subscribe, and leave a comment if you want more tales from the Craven Vault.
He chuckled softly, running a hand over the leather-bound journal on his desk, a family heirloom passed down through generations of Cravens. Its pages were filled with handwritten accounts of supernatural encounters, a legacy started by his great-great-grandfather, Ezekiel. As Zeke closed the book, his fingers traced the embossed name on the cover.
Well, old man, your stories still have the power to terrify. I'm just giving them a modern twist.
The antique clock began to chime midnight, its tolls reverberating through the room. Its brass hands pointed accusingly at Zeke, who glanced up briefly before returning to the glowing screen. The clock had witnessed generations of Cravens spinning their tales, but never quite like this. On the desk, the leather-bound journal trembled imperceptibly as comments flooded the screen. If only these viewers knew the truth hidden within its pages, the real horrors behind Zeke's fiction. The journal could feel the weight of the Craven family's secret, turning genuine terror into digestible entertainment, obscuring reality behind a veil of storytelling. As Zeke's fingers danced across the keys, responding to another comment, the clock and journal shared a silent understanding. Another night, another story pulled from their collective memory. The Craven legacy endured, feeding the world's hunger for horror, one chilling truth at a time. Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. I woke up in a white room, no windows, no clock, no sound, just the light humming inside my skull. They said the walls were solid, but I watched one slide open like skin splitting, and she was waiting, smiling too wide. They told me no one named Lena existed here, but I saw her at the cafeteria table staring straight through me, and every night, at exactly 3:13, the door opens by itself, and Lena is already sitting on my bed. There are 5 rooms, all with me inside. I've seen myself on every channel, one sitting, one pacing, one with Lena's hand on my shoulder. The last room was empty until I switched to infrared, and something taller than the ceiling smiled back at me, and then the reset began.
Welcome back.
I woke up clean-shaven. The razor had been kind. The air smelled like citrus disinfectant and linen sheets. The lights were already on, soft, indirect, impossible to locate, but bright enough to make my vision swim. There were no windows. The walls were white, untextured, like someone had gone out of their way to make the room unmemorable. I sat up slowly. My body felt fine. No pain, no stiffness, like I'd been resting, but not asleep. A gray chair faced the bed. Empty. My clothes were folded neatly at the foot. Slate gray joggers, white t-shirt, socks. All tags removed. No logos, no branding. Everything anonymous, everything clean. On the nightstand was a plastic bottle of water, still sealed, and a note printed in sterile calibri. Welcome, Grant. You are safe. Please remain in your room until orientation begins. Orientation? I had the immediate, absurd thought. Did I start a new job? I stood, slower than I needed to, as if waiting for something to seize or sting. Nothing did. No bruises. No bandages. I was barefoot, and the floor was warm. Not just room temperature, body temperature, as if someone had just stepped out of the room. I walked to the door. No handle, just a smooth metal panel flush with the frame. A small lens embedded at eye level blinked red once, then nothing. I waited. Nothing happened. I sat back on the bed and drank half the water without tasting it. Subject G112. Initial reactivation successful. Motor function restored. Orientation script pending. Memory integrity status. Fragmented. Emotional affect. Neutral. Monitor for instability. A soft tone played, like an airport chime, and the wall across from me opened. Not a door. A section of the wall simply split and slid sideways, revealing a hallway lined with soft floor lights and the same sterile white walls. A woman stood there, mid-40s, maybe older, brown hair tied back, smiling like someone who'd practiced in a mirror long enough for the expression to lose its meaning.
Good morning, Grant. Welcome back.
Back? She extended a hand and waited. I didn't move.
You're in the aftercare program. Do you remember what brought you here?
No.
That's okay. Most clients don't at first.
She stepped aside.
Would you like to walk or be escorted?
Escorted?
We have wheelchairs available. Some clients feel safer at first.
I'm fine. She smiled again, wider this time.
Of course. Please follow me.
The hallway swallowed sound. Our footsteps were muted, and every wall was a mirror of the last. No signs, no exits, no corners, just smooth, seamless architecture that felt more like software than space. Do I get a last name? I asked.
Yours is on file.
That's not what I meant. Her smile didn't change.
Let's get you settled in. Then we can discuss the next steps until you're...
We passed a man in loose green clothes, same blank uniform, same slack expression. He didn't look at me, just stared straight ahead as he walked past, escorted by another staff member. For a second, I thought I recognized his face, not from a memory, just from a dream. Something lingering in his eyes. What happened to me? I asked. She paused.
You experienced a psychological break, but you're safe now. We're here to help you recover.
What kind of break?
That's not important today.
Do not introduce incident details during orientation. Maintain calm, predictable tone. Reinforce environmental control. Patient may exhibit pattern recognition behavior. Monitor closely. We reached another door, identical to the one in my room, and it hissed open with a breath-like sound. Inside, another white room, slightly larger, a bed, a chair, a nightstand, a different water bottle, same note. Wait, I said. This isn't my room?
It's yours now.
What happened to the last one? She turned to me, perfectly still.
There was no last one.
She left without closing the door behind her, and the wall sealed itself before I could move. I sat on the bed and stared at the water bottle. The label wasn't in English. In fact, it wasn't in any language I recognized. Just smooth geometric shapes printed in grayscale. I blinked, and for half a second I thought it said my name. Subject is stabilizing. Environmental adaptation proceeding as expected. Begin memory drip cycle. Segment 1. Timestamp 3:13. The second room was identical to the first. Same layout, same furniture, same bottle of water on the nightstand, sealed and sweating. The same note, reprinted word for word. Welcome, Grant. You are safe. Please remain in your room until orientation begins. Except I'd already had orientation. I didn't sleep. Or maybe I did. There were no clocks, no windows, no way to tell if an hour passed or 8. The lights never changed. There were no switches. The door didn't open again until I'd gone hoarse from yelling. The next time they brought me out, they called it acclimation, a new hallway, a new staff member, male, tall, clean-shaven, too kind in the eyes. I followed him to a cafeteria with no sound. Plates moved, but no clatter. Forks lifted, but no chewing. Patients, residents, sat at plain white tables, wearing pale green uniforms, heads down, no talking. No one looked at me, except for her. She was sitting alone near the back, food untouched, pale green scrubs like everyone else, but she didn't slouch. Her eyes were sharp and still, watching me, like she'd been waiting. Later, back in the room they gave me, I found her standing just outside the open door.
You're new?
Her voice was soft but steady. She didn't step in. Her presence was quiet, like someone trying not to wake a sleeping house. Do they know you're here? She tilted her head.
No one really knows anything here.
She stepped into the room like a dare, sat in the chair across from my bed, crossed her legs.
I'm Lena.
I didn't answer. She smiled faintly.
Don't worry. I don't know if I'm real either.
I saw her again the next day. At least, I think it was the next day. We walked the garden path, if you could call it that. A narrow corridor of artificial turf and silk plants stretched between glass walls leading nowhere. A loop, just enough to fake outside air. Do you remember anything? I asked. She shook her head.
Sometimes I think I do. But they vanish before I can grab them. Like dreams.
They told me I had a breakdown.
They told me I bit a nurse.
She said it like she was reciting someone else's bedtime story.
They say I've been here months. I think that's true. But sometimes, I remember snow, and someone screaming my name. Maybe a daughter. Maybe me.
I wanted to ask more, but a staff member passed us, and Lena fell silent. We didn't speak again until the hallway curved away.
I don't think you're crazy.
She said quietly.
Yet.
The next session was a blur. Another therapist. Different face. Same smile. She asked about my sleep, my emotional adjustment, my feelings about the facility. I told her I didn't feel anything at all.
That's okay.
She said, nodding like it was progress.
You're still in the fog. Let yourself float.
I asked about Lena. She paused, not surprised, but prepared.
There is no one here by that name.
Subject G112 has initiated external projection. Manifestation consistent with the coping framework. Maintain observational distance. Do not confront unless symptoms escalate. Subject's dependency response may accelerate instability. I watched the hallway for hours. She didn't come. I started to wonder if they were right, that she was something I built to survive this, a companion to keep the silence out. Then, 3:13 a.m., as if on a schedule, the lights dimmed for exactly 1 second, and Lena walked in. She didn't say anything at first, just sat at the edge of the bed and looked at me. Her presence felt heavy, grounded, real. She reached out and touched my wrist. I cried harder than I knew I could. The next morning, when the staff brought my food, I asked about the cameras. They told me there weren't any, but the ceiling had a subtle circular dome above the bed, not obvious unless you were looking. That night, while they led others down the corridor for therapeutic rotation, I slipped into a storage alcove near the hallway's end. The panel on the wall was unlocked. Inside, a terminal, running idle. No keyboard, just a knob and a black and white screen. Analog video feed. 5 channels. One showed my room. I rewound the tape. There she was. Lena, entering at 3:13 a.m., sitting on the edge of the bed, reaching for my wrist. She was real. I watched it again and again. Her timing, her footsteps, the way she sat, it was all identical. Every frame. Blink, smile, hand on knee, turn head, reach for the wrist. The audio was different. One night she said, "Don't let them scrub you." Another, "You're getting closer," but her body didn't change at all. I ran it again. Same tilt of the head, same blink, same breath. Like someone had taken footage of her body and overdubbed a different conversation each time. I stayed up all night. She didn't come again. The next morning I asked a nurse, directly, "Where is Lena?" The woman blinked.
I'm sorry?
Lena, dark hair, green scrubs, about my age.
There's no one here by that name.
I asked again, and then I heard the word delusional projection. Back in my room, I checked the water bottle again. The label had changed. It wasn't a name, it was a pattern, a wave, a sound wave, a loop. Subject G112 has entered instability stage. Projection dependency elevated. Begin reset preparation protocol. Observation continues. Timestamp 3:13. I stopped asking questions after that. No one answered them anyway. And worse, every time I asked about Lena, I felt the memory of her grow thinner. Like a photo left out in the sun, she didn't vanish all at once. Just softened, edges fraying, voice slipping away. Even her name started to sound wrong. Lena. Lena? Lauren? They moved me to a different wing. New room, same sterile layout. No marks on the wall, no signs of life. The air smelled like bleach and warm plastic. Even my reflection seemed dimmer. I wasn't sure how many days had passed. They didn't give me a toothbrush. My stubble never grew. They called it personal processing. One-on-one sessions with the same man each time, gray suit, soft voice, eyes like soundproof walls. He played a recording on a small cassette deck.
This is you.
The voice was mine, shaky, desperate. I didn't mean to. Please, I need to see her. Just let me see her again. I shoved the player off the table. It hit the floor and stopped. He didn't flinch.
You're making good progress, Grant.
Subject G112. Memory block breached. Emotional surge detected. Restructure required. Administer loop sedation at next session. Asset integrity compromised. Prepare for override. Later that night, I peeled away a corner of the wall behind the chair. It came loose like wallpaper. Behind it, another wall, metal, lined with wires. I followed them, slid the chair under the vent, and pulled myself up. The duct led into darkness, tight and silent. I crawled for what felt like hours, until the metal beneath my hands became cool glass. I stopped at a viewing window. On the other side of the glass was a room just like mine. Inside, me, sitting on the bed, blinking slowly. Same posture, same outfit, same water bottle on the nightstand. His lips moved, but I heard nothing. I watched him sleep. When I finally dropped back into the hallway, alarms were going off. But there were no sounds, just lights flashing red behind the walls. Everything stayed silent, like the alarms were going off in a time I no longer belonged to. I ran, through corridors that twisted at wrong angles, rooms that ended in mirrors instead of doors. One hallway led me directly back to where I started. I didn't stop until I found the terminal again, the one with the feeds. 5 channels, 5 rooms, all identical, all with me inside. Lena was there in room 3, sitting with me, her head on my shoulder. In room 4, she was standing at the window, staring out at nothing. Room 5 was empty. I switched to infrared. Room 5 lit up. Something was sitting in the corner, too large, unmoving, almost human, but not quite. It turned its head toward the camera and smiled. The lights went out. The feed died. I woke up screaming, restrained. Same therapist, same soft voice.
You were agitated again, but that's okay. Sometimes progress looks like pain.
He removed the restraints, brushed my shoulders like he was dusting off a child.
Do you feel more clear-headed now?
I tried to speak. My mouth felt wrong, tongue heavy, teeth unfamiliar. He handed me a mirror. It was still my face, but the eyes were hers. He guided me back to the room. I was shaking. I sat on the bed and stared at the bottle. The label had changed again. Just one word now. Reset. Reset protocol 0313 AM successful. Subject G112 stabilized. Begin reorientation script. Cycle resumed. Observation timestamp logged. The door opened. A woman stepped in, mid-40s, brown hair tied back. She smiled.
Good morning, Grant. Welcome back.
Observation summary. Subject has re-entered functional compliance following Cycle 733 behavioral breach. Cognitive drift has been corrected via the reset protocol 313. The projection construct, Lena, has proven effective in anchoring emotional surrender. Additional layers of artificial memory suppression are implemented to counter rising resistance. Loop stability returned to 91.3%. The subject remains unaware of the original cycle incident. He believes he is recovering. He believes he is progressing. He believes he is choosing.
Incident redaction log. The subject's prior access to terminal feed was unauthorized. Discovered anomalies. Rooms 1 to 5 have been recoded as psychotic hallucinations within the memory graft. Note: projection anomaly detected in room 5. Non-human observer. Status under review by Inner Circle. Research addendum. Subject exhibits emerging signs of chronosympathetic response, suggesting successful imprint from the source object. Emotional stress during cycle 733 may have triggered a brief feedback spike. Duration 0.4 seconds. The response team has deemed the anomaly non-critical, but recurrence may indicate readiness for phase shift trials. Upcoming directives. Increase dream sequencing frequency. Introduce false reintegration memory at cycle 740. Cross-reference subject G112 with subjects L21 through L096. Prepare filtration logs for extraction. Archive transcript under Eternal Moment Research Branch.
End statement. He does not remember what he did. He does not remember what we did. But memory is a thread, and time is the hand that pulls it. We are the hand.
Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. They've argued about the beginning. Some say it was a patient at Marrowbone Asylum, scratching words into his skin until they bled through the walls. Some say it was older, a ledger kept by a man who believed stories could trap death itself. Some say it's the ink that's cursed, or the paper, or the hands that hold it. None of it matters. You don't need to understand the beginning. You only need to understand this. Once the book knows your name, you're already written. Once you touch it, you're already fading. The bleeding doesn't start with you. It just finishes with you. Keep reading if you like. It's already too late to stop. I scrub the hallway even when it doesn't need it. No one asked me to. No one notices. But it's there, that smell. Not the kind you see. This one clings to the air. Copper, character, ammonia cut with old bandages. It curls in your throat like smoke that's already cooled. Today, it's stronger. It's coming from locker 119. I open it, nothing inside but a charred book, warped and black at the edges like it was pulled from a fire. I don't remember it being there yesterday. I don't remember a lot of things lately. The front cover sticks to my palm. My name is written inside in big block letters. Calebrok Janteen. That's today. I close it. I wipe the locker clean. I put the book in my cart beneath the bleach and rags and go back to work. Still, that smell won't leave. It's not in the vents. It's in my nose. It's in my skin. It's something I brought with me. 3 days later, I find the same name, Caleb Rook, scratched into a whiteboard in room 7B. I'm not scheduled to clean room 7B. It's always locked. The door was open this morning. The smell's in there too. Not as thick, but sharp. Like surgery. There are things in that room that shouldn't be there. A light flickering overhead like it's underwater. A shadow on the far wall that doesn't match anything in the room. A smear that pulses red. When I wipe it, I feel something cold press back. I keep the book close now. It sits under my pillow when I sleep, though I haven't been doing much of that. The dreams come back. I haven't had them in years. The asylum hall, buzzing red lights, my mop bucket squeaking on dirty linoleum, the bodies strapped to beds, the locked doors, the blood trail that always ends at my cart. When I wake up, I'm already halfway through cleaning the girls' restroom. I don't remember getting out of bed. There's a name on the stall wall, burned into it, not written. Emily Birch. I know that name. She went here. Sophomore. Smart. Gone now. I thought she transferred. Everyone says she transferred. But I found her scratched into the floorboards under the science wing. Just her initials over and over, deep enough to splinter the wood. I checked the book again. Emily Birch. Ward A. That entry wasn't there before. Room 7. B is unlocked again. I step inside. It isn't a classroom anymore. It's white tile, rusted rails, one gurney, 2 restraints, blood pooled in the drain like someone forgot to flush reality. There's a tray beside the door, metal tools, old and corroded. I know what each one does. My hands remember before my brain does. I reach for the mop but grab a bone saw. The light above me buzzes like it's trying to scream. The door closes behind me. I find the guest book open on the gurney. A fresh name appears as I look. Caleb Rook, custodian. The tile beneath me pulses. The air smells thick with ether and rot. My mop handle warps in my hand, soft like cartilage, bending toward the drain. I back away. I press my forehead to the wall. I leave a sweat mark shaped like a fingerprint. It isn't mine. The hallway outside is too quiet. The school's empty, or maybe it always was. The custodial card is where I left it, only now it's older. Rusted. The bleach label has flaked off. There's something pulsing under the rags. I don't open the book again. I don't need to. It already knows what I am. I walk the halls like I've walked them before. They feel older, dustier. The trophies in the case are gone. The walls hum. I turn corners I don't remember existing. A stairwell that leads nowhere. A classroom full of empty chairs facing a single bed. I mop. I clean. I scrub the bleeding walls and they stop pulsing. For a while. That's enough. I find my reflection in the glass by the gymnasium. My shirt says property of Ward A. It's stitched in where my name tag used to be. I smile. There's peace in order. There's purpose in the cleanup. There's love in bleach. The next morning, students arrive to find the halls spotless. Fresh pine scent lingers in the air. No one remembers Caleb Rook. He's not in the system. No payroll. No ID. Just a rusted janitor's cart in the corner closet. A mop dripping red onto the tiles. And a book that smells like fire. They always believe the ones who speak with certainty, even if it's a lie. Especially if it's a lie. I clip the ring light onto the table, angle the camera up to catch my best side, and smear a little more gloss over my lips. Confidence shines better when your mouth looks just wet enough. The crystals are arranged in a sloppy pentagram. The incense curls and fakes a fog of mystery. Stage dressing. Properties. It doesn't matter. They'll believe anything if you say it like it's already true. The guest book smells wrong when I pull it out. Not wrong like rot. Wrong like something burned itself out but left the bones. I bought it at a thrift shop for $3 and didn't bother to flip through the pages. Now I feel it thrum under my hand, like a dying heart refusing to stop. Perfect, I think. It'll scare them more. The camera light burns hot against my skin as I go live. Tonight, I purr, voice low and dramatic. We reach out to the lost ones, the hidden ones, the ones who still whisper beneath our world. The chat floods fast, hundreds of usernames. Some I recognize, some I don't. Little hearts and stars fill the side of the screen. I press my hand to the book's cover. It's cold, too cold. The lights flicker. For half a second, the feed cuts out. Just a flash of static and a sound like teeth scraping metal. And when it comes back, my fingertips are stuck to the book. Imani Blackwell, reception channel. Active. I didn't write that. The chat has gone quiet. No more emojis. No more jokes. Just rows of staring faces and tiny icons, eyes locked onto me. I can't move my hand for a moment. It feels rooted to the book, like veins. Finally, I rip free. The show must go on. I force a laugh. I make a joke about technical difficulties. No one laughs. I close the guest book. I end the stream early. My computer won't shut off. The screen glitches. Quick flashes of numbers, too fast to catch. Zeros and ones. I slam the laptop shut. It hisses. The numbers start following me, first in the foam of my morning coffee, patterns that loop, echo, double back. Then on my phone clock, always 11:11, no matter when I check, then carved faintly into the bathroom mirror, fogging and reappearing even after I wipe it clean. 0, 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, 1. I start to hear the counting when I sleep, not in dreams, beneath them, a soft static hum threading through my breathing. The fans don't leave, they multiply. Every video, views spiking, comments flooding in, none of them in English anymore. Strings of numbers, symbols, glyphs that twist when I try to focus on them. The guest book lies on the floor, spine cracked wide open, pages turning without wind. One night I check my inbox. There's a file attachment, no subject line, no sender. A photo. It's me, or at least it looks like me. My face pale and stretched, my mouth sewn shut with black cord, eyes rolled back so only the whites show. My phone buzzes. A text from a number I don't know. I throw the phone across the room. It bounces once, lands face up. New text. The next stream isn't my idea. I didn't turn the camera on. I didn't sit down in front of the light. But there I am, on screen, smiling. The book open in front of me. Pages flipping, bleeding. My mouth opens. Words fall out that aren't mine. The faces in the live stream windows start to change. Mouths unhinging, stretching, splitting. They're not watching me anymore. They're feeding. I try to record a final message. I try to tell them. It wasn't real. I made it all up. I wanted you to believe me, and now you do. Too much. Too much. The guest book opens itself, pages writhing, spasming like something trapped under skin. I see diagrams, bones splitting, tongues sliced into spirals, throats stitched into radios. I feel something inside me tear loose. My mouth moves, but no sound comes out. Just soft, wet clicks, numbers leaking from my teeth. I sit on the floor, knees drawn to my chest. The computer screen fills with my own face. Not one, hundreds. Each face with a slightly different expression. Each mouth opening, wider, wider, until only static spills out. The guest book rests on my lap. It's bleeding from the spine. I reach for the camera. I try to say goodbye, but the stream has no end button, only the whisper, soft and tender, just beneath my heartbeat. Reception channel. Permanent. Neighbors complained about a high-frequency noise. When authorities entered the apartment, they found the lights still on, the camera still recording. No sign of Amani Blackwell. Only the guest book, sitting in the center of the room, breathing faintly between bursts of static, humming numbers no human throat could shape. Some nights the city breathes harder than you do. You can feel it down here, deep in the hollow bones where no one walks anymore. The subway's abandoned. Been that way since the sinkhole cracked it in two a decade back. Perfect canvas, no rent, no permission, just dust, piss smell, and walls crying out for color. My fingers twitch around the can. Red. Always start with red, like bleeding the space open before it knows you're there. The first hiss of paint cuts the silence. I lay down the outline, a howling mouth stretching across the concrete like a wound. It's good. Raw. Hungry. The wall throbs under the nozzle. I jerk back. Blame the booze. Blame the lack of sleep. The wall doesn't move again. I wipe the sweat from my forehead. Finger catches on something sharp. A crack in the concrete. Something wedged inside. Curious beats, cautious every time. I pull. The slab gives way like old skin. Behind it, a book. Blackened, half-melted, still warm to the touch. The guest book smells like burnt hair and rain when I flip it open. Luca Vane, permanent exhibit. I laugh, loud enough that it echoes down the empty tunnel. They spelled my name right, at least. Toss it in the bag. Turn back to finish the piece. Only now the mouth I painted has eyes. Wide, staring eyes I didn't draw. They follow me as I back out of the tunnel, can still hissing faintly in my hand. The next wall comes easy. A snake this time, big, twisting across the side of an old condemned bodega uptown. Quick strokes, quick breathing. Don't think, just move. That's the trick. When I step back, the snake's gone. In its place, a face, not one I meant to paint. A bearded guy with glassy eyes and a missing tooth. I recognize him. Saw him on the corner this morning. Bumming change. I didn't paint him. I didn't. The news comes that night, homeless man found missing. No body, no blood, no nothing. Just a smear of black paint across the alley wall where he used to sleep. My hands shake. My knuckles ache. There's black under my fingernails, even though I scrub until the sink clogs. The guest book sits on my floor, open to a page filled with dozens of faces. Scribbled, screaming, laughing, fading. I stop sleeping. Every time I close my eyes, I'm spraying, tagging. Faces bloom like tumors on the walls. Strangers, old neighbors, a girl I think I loved once but whose name I can't remember anymore. I wake up with paint cans rolling under my feet, empty walls between my teeth, colors bleeding into the backs of my eyelids. The city starts to shift, alleys I don't know, walls breathing under my hands, sidewalks cracking into grins. I try to paint over them. The paint runs backward. The walls shiver and breathe my name. The guest book appears back in my bag. I don't remember putting it there. The pages are stitched together now, thick red thread looped rough like butcher's twine. I rip it open. Hundreds of faces, mouths open, some sobbing, some singing. All of them know me. At the very back, Luca vein, drawn in frantic black strokes. My face, my eyes, my mouth, cracked open in a permanent scream. I go back underground, back to where it started. My hands don't feel like mine anymore. The cans rattle in the satchel like bones. The subway tunnel breathes when I step inside. The wall isn't empty now, it's filled. Faces, faces everywhere, staring, mouths moving without sound, eyes blinking wetly. They're mine, all of them. I raise the can, hands shaking so bad the nozzle spits. I spray over the nearest one. The paint slides off like oil off skin. They whisper through the concrete, "Stay." I see myself in the wall, not a painting, me, caught mid-step, half-formed, half-fading. My reflection stretches toward me, skin peeling, eyes begging. The floor tilts, my feet slide, hands catch the wall, and the wall catches back. My fingers sink, my arms follow. Paint floods my lungs. The last thing I feel is the spray can dropping from my hand, clattering on the concrete like a severed tongue. A week later, construction workers clearing debris find a new mural along the cracked subway wall. A man twisted in agony, mouth wide, screaming forever. The colors are still wet to the touch. No one can paint over it. No one can clean it off. When you listen close enough, you can hear the wall breathing. The dead do not speak. They do not protest. They do not change. That is why I prefer them. Under the cold white lights of the preparation room, flesh is honest. It stretches, it resists, it tears when it must. No arguments, no lies. I rinse my gloved hands in antiseptic and turn toward the next project on the table. Unidentified male, the tag says. No name, no birth date, no one coming to claim him. Perfect. But there's something wrong. A charred, crumbling book rests on his chest, just above the sternum. Its edges are blackened, as if it survived a fire that forgot to kill it properly. I frown. Protocol dictates personal items stay with the body until after processing, but protocol doesn't prepare you for this. Curiosity slides a scalpel into my routine. I flip open the front cover. One line written there, in a hand I know but do not remember using. Eloise Graves. Reserve plot confirmed. Birth date, correct. Death date, 7 days from today. The laughter that bubbles up is dry and humorless. Someone's idea of a joke, a cruel one. I close the book, push it aside, and begin my work. The first incision flows wrong. The veins twitch under the scalpel, recoiling like worms. The embalming needle bends, not at the skin, but at something deeper, something that does not want to be touched. The cadaver smiles when I turn my head to adjust the suction tube. Not a full smile, just the barest twitch at the corner of the mouth. Enough. I tell myself bodies do that sometimes, air pockets, reflexes, but my hands tremble as I insert the trocar to drain the fluids, and the blood comes out thick, black, clotted into impossible shapes. I glance toward the guest book. It's open again. The pages flip themselves in the dead air. scratching softly like fingernails across parchment. The lights buzz harder. The formaldehyde tank pulses with each flicker. The dead man's face ripples under the harsh light, bones rearranging behind translucent skin. I stitch the mouth shut faster than necessary. I double knot the thread. When I finish, I find myself staring into the empty sockets of the body's skull, the flesh peeled back to reveal not death, but a mocking birth. The guest book waits on the counter. New names have bloomed across the pages, old clients, long buried, their faces dim and sullen in my memory, and names I don't know, all signed off by my hand, each signature a grave I don't remember digging. I try to burn it, take it outside to the crematory, feed it into the furnace. The flames split around it like water around stone. When I pull it out unharmed, my own signature has multiplied across every page. Eloise Graves. Eloise Graves. Eloise Graves. Each iteration spelled slightly differently. A tilt of the letters. A broken S. A twisted G. Like handwriting gone feral. The body is no longer on the table. I find it in the casket room, laying inside a polished mahogany coffin meant for a different client. No tag now, no sheet. Just skin slick with formaldehyde and a smile stitched neatly across the mouth. It's wearing my dress, the one I wore to Mother's funeral, the one folded in the back of my closet for 30 years. The embalming tools rest neatly on a tray beside the coffin, laid out for me, waiting. I pick up the scalpel. I pick up the needle and thread. Not because I'm afraid, not because I am forced, because the ritual demands it. I lay myself out on the embalming table. I guide the trocar into my own abdomen with steady hands. The formalin floods me, cold, sharp, invasive. It burns up through my veins. It scalds my tongue. I suture my lips shut one neat loop at a time. The body, the old body, the thing that was once someone else, watches with empty eyes as I prepare myself. The guest book lies open at my side, a blank page waiting. My name writes itself in dripping black script. No death date now. Just an epitaph. She preserved. She was preserved. The funeral home closed its doors quietly. No family came to collect the belongings. No one asked after Eloise Graves. Weeks later, when the building was scheduled for demolition, workers reported a sour chemical stench and mirrors that swallowed reflections. On the embalming table, amid dried blood and cracked tile, a blackened guest book rested, spine cracked wide, pages fluttering as if breathing. The library smells like dead air and lost time. I like it that way. No one bothers me during the night shift. No students asking for sources they won't read. No tourists wanting tours. Just the hum of old lights and the rustle of books breathing in their dust jackets. I sort through the returns like usual, hands moving without thought. Half of these books won't make it back to the shelves. Moldavian water damage, time eating the paper alive. Then I find the bin, no markings, no record of it being dropped off. Inside, a book, not a library book. It's scorched, cracked, smells like smoke soaked into bone. When I touch it, the world hums. When I open it, I find my name written inside. Rowan Bell, property of Ward A. My stomach knots. I don't know why. I don't remember checking it out. But it feels heavier than memory. The pages flicker when I breathe on them. Names spiral across the paper. Caleb Rook, Imani Blackwell, Luca Vane, Eloise Graves. I don't know these names, and yet something deep in my marrow recognizes them, like echoes bouncing back through a canyon. The ink shifts as I stare, coalescing into faces, into places I shouldn't know, a janitor scrubbing blood that never dries, a psychic whispering into static, a mural screaming from underground walls, a funeral director sewing her own mouth shut. Each memory lodges behind my teeth like a splinter. The lights flicker overhead, books on the shelves tremble. Somewhere in the archives, something knocks, softly, rhythmically, on the metal shelves. I keep reading. The words seep off the pages into my skin. I see Marrowbone Asylum, its crumbling brick and bleeding hallways, like I lived there once. Like I never left. Birth records, no parents listed, just a single notation. Found. Ward A. That's me. Born inside a place meant to forget people. I was a record misfiled in flesh. Patrons shuffle through the stacks. I don't remember letting them in. Their faces are stitched closed where mouths should be. They carry books that bleed black between the covers. They whisper numbers in the click of their heels across the marble floor. I see my own handwriting in the margins of volumes that should be untouched. Writing that describes futures that haven't happened yet. A boy swallowed by a wall. A woman drowned in her own voice. A cleaner who never stopped cleaning. All of it traced in my hand. The guest book vibrates in my lap. A pen slithers free from the spine. I flip to the final page. Blank. Waiting. Breathing. I feel it then. The truth burrowed deep beneath my ribs. I was never meant to read the stories. I was meant to write them. I wasn't the first name in the book. I was the first word. Ink was my blood before I had veins. The book bleeds because I bled first. The shelves melt around me. The library groans, stone turning to flesh, bookshelves pulsing like arteries. The fluorescent lights buzz red. The smell of formaldehyde rises thick and sweet. My hand moves without asking. The pen scratches across the page. My final entry. This is where it bled. The fire spread too fast to fight. By morning the library was gone, reduced to ash and bone and melted stone. No survivors, no records, nothing saved, except for a single object found unburned in the center of the ruins. A charred black book, spine cracked open like a split rib cage, pages fluttering as if whispering to themselves. Waiting, still writing. Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. Chemtrails, a controversial conspiracy theory, posits that the long-lasting trails left by aircraft in the sky, distinct from the usual contrails, contain chemical or biological agents deliberately sprayed for purposes undisclosed to the general public. Critics and scientists typically dismiss the theory, attributing the trails to normal water vapor condensation, but the speculation persists, fueled by concerns over geoengineering, weather modification, and public health. What if there is some truth to this conspiracy? What if there is a sinister veil? Evelyn's car, a lone beacon of light, pierces the thick, swirling fog that blankets the road into Mitchell. The fog seems alive, tendrils reaching out as if to guide or perhaps ensnare.
This fog. It's like nothing I've ever seen. Feels like it's watching me.
Main Street looms ahead, its buildings aged and forlorn, their windows like hollow, sightless eyes peering out from under the fog's oppressive shroud.
Overflowing with life, isn't it? I must have hit the town's peak hour, what with all the echoing silence and all.
The hotel owner's unsettling smile reveals an almost unnatural sharpness to their teeth, their eyes gleaming with a hint of something predatory in the dim light.
Welcome to Mitchell, dear. You'll find no better refuge from the mist than here.
In the dimly lit confines of her room, the shadows seem to take on a life of their own, writhing and contorting along the walls in a silent dance with an unseen specter.
These shadows. There's something unsettling about them. As if they're alive.
Enveloped by the malevolent clouds in her dream, Evelyn finds herself face to face with the sentient essence of the fog, its whispers forming words that chill her to the bone.
Evelyn, why do you seek what lies hidden in the depths of Mitchell?
Jolted awake, Evelyn's heart pounds as the remnants of the dream's whispers linger, a haunting melody that stirs a primal fear, yet sharpens her determination.
Mitchell, what darkness do you hold? My heart pounds, but my spirit won't falter. I'll find your truths.
In the dim light of a flickering street lamp, an old man, his face gaunt and eyes hollow, leans in close, his breath forming a mist as he speaks of the unnatural fog that seems to have a life of its own.
The clouds, they breathe, they're alive with the souls they've claimed.
The waitress, her eyes wide with a primal fear, glances over her shoulder as she leans in to whisper, her voice barely rising above the sound of her own terrified heartbeat.
Be careful. The fog hides more than just the dead. It's watching, always watching.
Evelyn exits the diner to visit Dr. Grayson. The thick, suffocating mist blankets the streets of Mitchell. Unexplained, blood-red lights flicker and pulse within the fog, casting eerie, shifting shadows that move with an unsettling, almost sentient grace.
This mist, these lights, they're suffocating, pressing in with unseen hands.
Dr. Grayson's study is a chaotic shrine to his obsession, with clippings, photos, and arcane instruments scattered about, each piece more disturbing than the last, suggesting a descent into madness driven by forbidden knowledge.
The fog. It's a gateway, a living entity brought forth by our experiments. We've opened Pandora's box, Evelyn.
Grayson unveils the horrific results of Project Hourglass, the images and specimens grotesque and twisted. Their forms are barely human, victims of an experiment gone terribly awry, a testament to the hubris of tampering with the unknown.
We thought we could control it, shape it, but it shaped us instead, twisted us.
Evelyn stands at the window, peering into the night, her reflection mirroring the dawning horror in her eyes as she confronts the reality of the fog's malevolent sentience, a predator lurking just beyond the glass.
It's not just fog, it's a living nightmare, a collector of souls.
The dimly lit interior of the diner casts deep shadows across Sheriff Bennett's face, his eyes glinting with a malevolent intensity as he leans toward Evelyn.
You don't know what you're meddling with, Ms. Mercer. Some truths are best left buried.
Bennett's shadow looms large over Evelyn, enveloping her in darkness as his hand rests menacingly on his badge, a symbol of his corrupted authority.
Consider this a friendly warning. Dig too deep and you might just get lost in the fog.
Evelyn sits alone at a table, her face illuminated by the flickering candlelight, while indistinct figures and whispered threats seem to close in around her from the shadows.
This story, it's bigger, more dangerous than I ever imagined. But I can't turn back now.
A close-up of a phone in the dark, its screen casting an eerie glow as a distorted, almost inhuman voice crackles through, sending chills down Evelyn's spine.
Leave, Mitchell, before the fog claims you too.
Evelyn's work area is strewn with notes and clippings, the chaotic spread mirroring her growing anxiety as she pieces together the vast reach of the mist's influence.
The mist, it's not just here, it's spreading, consuming everything in its path.
From the darkness of an alley, a contorted, almost spectral figure watches Evelyn, its form shifting unnaturally, blending with the mist, embodying the personal and pervasive threat she faces.
Who's there? Show yourself.
In the dimly lit library, Evelyn pores over ancient manuscripts, her face illuminated as she finds ominous annotations margining the text, foretelling doom in frantic, uneven handwriting.
These warnings they knew even then. What madness drove them to such despair?
The librarian, cloaked in shadows, meets Evelyn's gaze with a mix of fear and complicity, his eyes darting away as if afraid of being overheard.
You tread a dangerous path, Miss Mercer. Some secrets are not meant for the living.
A group of townsfolk, their faces gaunt and eyes hollow, share fragmented accounts, their speech punctuated by unsettling coughs that emit wisps of mist, hinting at a physical corruption.
The fog that changes you, takes you from the inside out.
Evelyn looks up to the sky, where the fog momentarily coalesces into a vast, malevolent eye, its gaze seeming to pierce her very soul, suggesting a sinister awareness within the mist.
It's alive and watching us. I can feel its gaze.
Inside the abandoned facility, Evelyn navigates through a maze of surreal, mist-filled corridors, where the air itself seems to warp reality, creating disorienting, nightmarish obstacles.
This place, it's like walking through a nightmare. But I must find the truth.
Evelyn discovers a hidden room filled with grotesque evidence of human experimentation, the transformation of townsfolk into unrecognizable entities detailed in chilling clinical precision.
What have they done? These were people, now monsters. This is beyond horror.
Evelyn pauses in a dark, oppressive hallway, the echo of distant footsteps and the unnatural hum of the mist filling the air around her, heightening the sense of impending doom.
I'm not alone. Something's here in the mist with me.
A high-tension chase unfurls as Evelyn sprints through the twisted corridors, the shapes of her unseen pursuers almost ghost-like in the mist that seeps through every crack and crevice, blurring the line between reality and nightmare.
Must keep moving. Can't let them catch me.
In a desperate moment, Evelyn's face is a canvas of fear and determination. A sharp edge catches her arm, the sudden pain etched in her expression, a vivid reminder of the physical dangers accompanying unseen threats.
No time for pain. I have to escape.
Hidden in the claustrophobic embrace of the shadows, Evelyn holds her wounded arm, her breaths coming in sharp, silent gasps as she realizes the stakes of her harrowing journey through the facility's heart.
This is far worse than I thought. What have I gotten myself into?
Evelyn's figure, a blend of relief and exhaustion, contrasts against the stark industrial backdrop as she navigates the final stretch, back to the deceptive safety of her hotel, that documents her only tangible victory against the encroaching darkness.
Almost there, just a bit further.
In the solitude of her room, Evelyn lies awake, surrounded by the chaos of her findings. The tension is palpable, her eyes scanning the documents, the shadows around her seeming to move with a life of their own.
What have I uncovered, and at what cost?
Evelyn's silhouette is stark against the glare of her computer screen, the shadows in the room coalescing around her like specters awaiting the fallout of her actions. The VPN icon flickers reassuringly, a small shield against the storm she's about to unleash.
Let's see them try to silence this.
Faces captured in the blue light of their devices, expressions ranging from shock to disdain. The overlapping discussions create a visual tumult, mirroring the digital uproar sparked by Evelyn's revelations.
Can't be real.
Government cover-up?
Just another conspiracy.
Shadowed figures huddle over screens, their features obscured as they manipulate the narrative. The digital documents warp and glitch under their touch, the truth dissolving into the ether.
Discredit and delete. She won't know what hit her.
The flicker of a candle casts Evelyn's face in a dance of light and shadow, her eyes reflecting the turmoil of a world caught in the grip of her revelations. The window reveals a world in disarray, a mirror to the chaos within.
It's out there now, beyond my control.
The threatening message lies heavy in Evelyn's hands, the jagged script starkly contrasting the paper's fragility. The ominous symbol etched at the bottom seems to pulse with a dark intent.
What have I unleashed?
Surrounded by the detritus of her investigation, Evelyn sits in the eye of the storm she's created, the weight of her choices a tangible presence in the room. The oppressive shadows suggest the encroaching danger, the price of her pursuit of truth.
I'm ready for whatever comes next. Wait, what happened to my work?
The device, a monolith of steel and wires, stands stark against the foreboding sky, its glow casting unsettling shadows on the gathered crowd. Their faces are etched with a tapestry of hope and trepidation, eyes locked on the ominous beacon before them.
Is this our salvation or our doom?
A close-up of the device, its surface alive with pulsating lights and the hum of power. The air around it crackles with energy, the very atmosphere charged with anticipation and the unknown.
What are we awakening?
Nature itself recoils as the device's influence spreads. Trees bend away as if in agony, animals in a frenzied flight, and the sky churns with unnatural cloud formations, a visual symphony of chaos at the hands of man's creation.
This isn't right. It's too much.
Evelyn's face, half in light, half in shadow, reflects the horror of the scene unfolding before her. The ground and air ripple like disturbed water. The very essence of the world seems to twist in protest.
Grayson, what have you done?
A surreal landscape emerges in the aftermath, a twisted mirror of reality. Trees stand gnarled and twisted, their shadows stretching towards impossible horizons, and the creeping mist envelops everything, a silent herald of the unnatural.
The world, it's changed.
Dr. Grayson, a silhouette against the chaotic glow of the device, turns towards Evelyn, his features obscured but his intent clear in the ominous set of his shoulders. Then he's gone, swallowed by the encroaching mist, leaving a chilling void in his wake.
Grayson, where are you going? What do we do now?
The room is bathed in the cold blue light of Evelyn's laptop, casting long, eerie shadows across her determined face as she pieces together the sprawling web of the conspiracy.
It's not just Mitchell. This is happening everywhere.
Under the flickering light, the map on the wall reveals a network of chaos and mystery, with Evelyn's shadow looming over it, a solitary figure against the sprawling menace.
What did you uncover, Grayson, that led you to this?
The silhouette of Evelyn approaches the ominous facade of Dr. Grayson's house, the structure dark and unwelcoming against the night sky, the only sound the crunch of gravel underfoot.
There must be something here, some clue.
The beam of Evelyn's flashlight illuminates the chaos of Grayson's study, papers and notes scattered in a frenzy of discovery and desperation, revealing a truth more horrifying than mere environmental tampering.
This can't be right.
The room distorts around Evelyn, the walls bending in impossible angles, as if reality itself is rebelling against the truths uncovered, the air thick with the power of untamed science.
What's happening? Is this what the mist does?
The mist, now with the furious visage of Dr. Grayson, presses against the glass, a tempest of anger and accusation, its form swirling and shifting, a nightmare brought to life.
No, stay back.
Evelyn's form, now ethereal and blending with the mist, gazes out at the world she can no longer touch, her figure a mere wisp in the swirling fog, the boundaries of her being blurred.
Is this my legacy, just another whisper in the fog?
A series of vignettes show key moments of Evelyn's journey, each image more faded than the last, her figure becoming an indistinct part of Mitchell's eerie landscape. her story etched into the town's silent sorrow. Evelyn, panic etched on her face, pushes furniture against the door, the mist tendrils snaking under the crack, the room a last bastion against the encroaching oblivion. Evelyn, panic etched on her face, pushes furniture against the door, the mist tendrils snaking under the crack, the room a last bastion against the encroaching oblivion.
I won't let it end like this.
From the relative safety of her room, Evelyn peers out the window at the engulfed town, the mist roiling like a living thing, her face a mask of defiance against the encroaching darkness.
There has to be a way to fight this, to make things right.
The mist outside the window coalesces into haunting faces, each one a silent testament to the experiment's toll, Dr. Grayson's visage among them, a silent accusation hanging in the fog.
Grayson, what have we done?
The diner scene unfolds as if nothing has changed, patrons laughing and talking. The CCN report on Evelyn's disappearance just another story, in a world unaware of the horrors lurking in the mist outside.
Authorities continue to search for missing journalist Evelyn Masters, last known to be on a solo hiking trip in the area of Mitchell, Oregon. We will keep you updated here on the Continuum Coverage Network.
We appreciate your company as we navigate these enigmatic tales. If you found this journey enjoyable, show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. We have exclusive products based on these stories in the comments. Stay tuned to the channel for more dark and disturbing tales based on true stories or unique stories inspired by those events. If there is a story you would like to hear, please leave a comment. In a dying VHS store on the wrong side of the river, a cursed tape resurfaces, one that doesn't just play, it edits. Welcome to Play Suffer, where the reels don't rewind, and the director always gets his cut. The TV buzzed, hissing white noise across a warped VHS screen. Chaz Ryder sat cross-legged in his cluttered bedroom, stoned, barefoot, and glued to the fuzzy image bleeding through the static. He blinked at the screen, then leaned forward. Not a Scream Queen kind of scream. Real. Raspy. Bloody. She was familiar. Red hair. Leather jacket. Big eyes. Filled with terror.
Okay.
Chaz muttered, scratching the back of his head.
That's not cool.
The camera, handheld and shaky, followed her through a half-lit laundromat. There were claw marks on the machines. The flickering lights bathed everything in a sick yellow. The scene cut hard to a blade, gleaming, wet, then Chaz on screen, staring dead ahead, his own face, expressionless, holding the knife.
Okay. No.
Chaz scrambled back across pizza boxes and old comic books, nearly knocking over his lava lamp.
No. No way. No freaking way. That's not me. That's some kind of tape trick, editing magic, VCR voodoo.
He hit pause. Static flared, warping the image. The screen went blue, then black, then back to the knife. His reflection flickered in the stainless steel. He hit rewind. The tape screeched, too loud. The screen stuttered. A soft whir, then a voice.
We all go a little mad sometimes.
Chaz froze. It was a woman's voice. Calm, soft, almost playful. Like an old movie line. It didn't sound like part of the tape. It sounded closer, as if someone was standing right behind him. He whipped around, nothing but his dark window. A single fly buzzed lazily near the ceiling.
Hell no,
he whispered. He turned back to the TV. The image had changed. Now it was the outside of a house, Red's house. He recognized the porch, the potted plant she kept killing and replanting, the cheap wind chimes. A date flashed in white text at the bottom of the screen. Tomorrow.
Nope.
Chaz ejected the tape. It popped out, warm to the touch. The plastic was unlabeled, just a smudge, almost like a thumbprint pressed too deep into cheap casing. No brand, no timestamp, no stickers. He flipped it over, sniffed it, smelled like dust and vinegar. Chaz shook his head and tossed the tape onto the floor. It shot back into the deck, started playing. He staggered backward.
What the hell?
This time the video showed his reflection in a mirror, fractured, surrounded by flickering candles. A gloved hand reached for something just out of frame. Then a quick cut. Red again, stumbling into frame, gasping, face lit by fire. The screen crackled.
Jesus!
Chaz muttered, rubbing his temples.
It's gotta be viral marketing. Art kids, film school psychos, or aliens. Or Satan. Definitely Satan.
The screen froze mid-scream. Red's eyes locked with the camera. He unplugged the TV. The screen stayed on. Still frozen. Still glowing with that sickly green cast. From the speakers, low and slow.
They're here.
He felt that one crawl up his spine. Chaz stared at the unplugged cords, then at the tape, then at the screen. The image finally faded, but not all the way. Burned in like an afterimage was the frame of him holding the knife. He grabbed his jacket and bolted.
I need, sage. Or a priest. Or, a priest that sells sage.
He slammed the door behind him, heading for Red's place, for anyone who might help him figure this out. Left behind in the darkness of the room, the VCR clicked again. The tape began to rewind itself, then paused. The screen flickered.
What's your favorite scary movie?
The buzz of static filled the AV room like flies crawling over a corpse. Old tube TVs flickered from the corners, each showing something slightly different. A hallway, a forest, a blank screen with faint lines twitching like veins. Tracy Gage hunched over a VCR, hands trembling slightly as she fed in a tape labeled only with a jagged red X. The camcorder beside her blinked record on its own. He hadn't pressed anything. Across the room, a monitor stuttered, went blue, then revealed a new frame. Red, on screen. She looked directly into the lens.
What the hell?
Tracy whispered, leaning closer.
I didn't. This isn't.
From somewhere behind the monitors, a voice seeped out, like a whisper crawling through rotting magnetic tape.
It's only a movie. It's only a movie.
Tracy's breath caught. She whipped around. No one was there. Then the door slammed open.
All right, nerd boy. Start talking.
Red Holloway strode in like she was kicking down the fourth wall. Her boots hit the tile hard. The cursed tape clutched in one hand like a loaded gun. Chaz stumbled in behind her, pale and twitchy. Tracy blinked.
What the hell are you?
Red slammed the tape down on the console.
This thing? Showed me getting murdered in high-def horror vision. And guess who was holding the knife?
She jabbed a thumb toward Chaz.
Spoiler! It's this doofus.
Chaz held up his hands.
Allegedly. It might have been, symbolic, or metaphorical, or a dream sequence, or a very committed practical effect.
I saw it too.
Tracy said, eyes darting to the screen.
I saw you just now, covered in blood. I didn't shoot that.
Yeah? Well, maybe this thing's got director's commentary.
Tracy popped the tape into the deck and hit rewind. It squealed. The image stuttered. Lines scrolled across the screen like scars. But it wasn't Red. It was Dax, walking toward the camera, face blank, eyes wrong. His hands were wrapped in gauze. Something wet soaked through. Chaz pointed.
That's new. That wasn't there last time.
Who the hell shot this?
Tracy swallowed hard.
No one. That's my hallway test footage from this morning. Dax wasn't even here.
The lights flickered, then the door opened again. Dax Simmons walked in, sweating, pale. His bandaged hands shook. His hoodie was torn. His eyes twitched as he scanned the room.
Tell me you didn't watch it.
He rasped. Everyone turned.
Jesus, man!
Chaz said, taking a step back.
You look like you went 12 rounds with a funhouse mirror.
Dax ignored him. He stared at the TVs, which began to flicker, one after the other.
I had a dream,
Dax muttered.
Don't know who. Just saw this blood and this sound, like gears grinding over screams.
Hey, You alright?
I woke up with blood under my nails. And this.
He held up a crumpled length of black tape, unspooling in his shaking fingers.
I found this in my closet. I don't own any of this shit.
The TVs flicked again. One showed Red running through a hallway. Another showed Dax stabbing a shape in shadow. Another showed Tracy impaled on a mic stand, twitching. A final screen, Chaz, face down on the AV table, blood blooming around his mouth. The images vanished.
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
The temperature dropped. Red turned slowly to Tracy.
What is this?
She whispered. Tracy didn't answer because her camcorder had started recording by itself. The lens panned, smooth, perfect, toward Red. Tracy backed away, voice shaking.
It's shooting the scene before we live it.
Dax growled low, curling over slightly, his hands flexed. His eyes flicked white for a moment, then black, then back.
Something's in here.
He breathed. The lights flickered, buzzed, then black. When the power came back, everyone stood in the same place, except Chaz. Gone. His chair spun slowly, stopping with a faint creak. Red stared at it, then turned to Tracy.
Did it just cut the scene?
I think so.
Tracy whispered. A hiss filled the air. One of the TVs flicked back on. No image, just bold white text. In the bottom corner, a shape hovered in the static. Not quite a person, not quite a shadow. Two eyes like real lenses, watching. The basement door groaned open like an old throat clearing. Red stood at the top of the narrow stairs, flashlight in hand, knuckles white. Behind her, Tracy hovered awkwardly, camcorder still slung over her shoulder, its red light blinking without her input.
I'm telling you.
Tracy said, voice tight.
This is a bad idea.
A monitor buzzed to life behind them. No input, no signal.
Don't go in the basement.
Felicia's voice, clearer this time, calm, almost conversational, like she'd been waiting for her cue. Red didn't flinch. She just flicked on her flashlight and started down the stairs. The VHS store basement was colder than it had any right to be, smelled like mold and melted plastic. Shelves lined the walls, sagging under the weight of old, unlabeled tapes. Hundreds, maybe thousands. Most with no labels, some with dates, some with names, some with nothing but dark stains along the edges. The concrete floor felt spongy in places.
Chaz?
Red called, voice low, unsure if she actually wanted an answer. No response. Just the soft, irregular hum of a reel-to-reel machine spinning in the back, like something breathing shallowly in its sleep. She turned a corner. There were shelves of old posters, mannequins from window displays, plastic faces smiling in the dark. One wore a blonde wig and had Red's leather jacket hanging over its stiff frame. She stopped.
Nope. Nope.
She turned, nearly bumped into another stack of reels. These were marked. The flashlight trembled in her hand. She pushed forward. At the far end of the basement, a single TV glowed softly in the dark. The light bathed the floor in sickly gray. The sound was faint, like chewing static. Red stepped into the glow and froze. Chaz was there, slumped in a folding chair, facing the screen, mouth wide open, eyes burned black, skin pale and waxy, like it had been dipped in film developer fluid. Blood had leaked from his ears and dried in lines down his neck. On the TV in front of him, a short loop played over and over. Chaz watching himself die. Each loop ended with him screaming, but the scream was always muted, always cut short. Red clapped a hand over her mouth. The floor beneath her felt like it was breathing. She took a step closer. The screen flickered.
When there's no more room in hell, the dead will walk the earth.
The TV switched. Now it showed Red, standing exactly where she stood now, flashlight in hand. Behind her, in the frame, a shape loomed. Tall, spindly, like a shadow made of tangled film and burnt tape. She turned, gasping, but there was nothing there. Just another rack of cursed plastic and the faint scent of vinegar. She turned back to the screen. It now showed a dozen versions of her, dying differently in every shot. On fire, throat slit, screaming in slow motion. In one, she just vanished mid-frame. A whisper curled from the TV speaker, low and sweet.
Scene 3. Excellent performance.
She bolted. Up the stairs, out of the dark, blood sloshing in her boots from who knows what puddled near Chaz's feet. She slammed into Tracy, who nearly dropped her camera.
He's dead! Chaz is dead!
Tracy's mouth worked, but no sound came out. Red shoved past him and back into the flickering main floor of the VHS store. The tapes still rattled quietly on their shelves. The monitors buzzed like a hive. One of them lit up with a timestamp. Another showed live footage of Red just seconds ago entering the basement.
I saw myself.
She said, breath hitching.
On the TV, standing right there, and something was behind me, like a shadow with a lens.
Tracy held out her camcorder. The screen displayed a shaky frame of Red in the basement, but not shot by her. She pointed to the camera's battery light. It was unplugged.
I didn't record this. It just appeared.
The camera moved in the footage, even panned around, like someone else had been holding it. Red stepped back from the screens. The TVs began to shift again, new footage, cut together from God knows where. Every screen filled with her face in pain, her body twitching in low-res horror, her voice cut into screams, reverse dialogue, soundless sobs. Red smashed the nearest monitor with a tape rewinder. Glass shattered. The screen spat sparks.
Get off me! Turn it off.
It's not playing. It's showing. The director. He's filming everything.
Red staggered to the counter and slumped against it. Her hands trembled. From behind the desk, she noticed something wedged into a film canister with a piece of yellowing masking tape. Inside, a notebook, half-burned, water-damaged. The cover was a blood-stained printout of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Red flipped it open. Inside, handwritten quotes, horror movie lines, dozens of them, some underlined, some crossed out, all logged like stage directions, with scene numbers and time codes. And her name, over and over, in red ink, all caps. She turned to Tracy.
These quotes. She was logging them.
Felicia. She wasn't crazy. She was editing the script.
The store was quieter now, the kind of quiet that felt like it was holding its breath. Red sat on the cold tile floor of the VHS shop, Felicia's notebook open in her lap. The cover, warped and blood-stained, flaked with every turn of the page. Her name appeared in the margins over and over, red in jagged red ink, all caps. Beside her, Tracy flipped through the tape that had just shown Chaz's death, hoping the footage would be different this time. It wasn't. Chaz, dead. Eyes melted, mouth still trying to scream. Red ran her finger down a list of quotes, scene numbers, time codes, names.
This scene isn't in the book.
We're past the page count.
He didn't look at her when he said it. He was staring at the camcorder. The red record light was blinking. It wasn't supposed to be on.
Whatever you do, don't fall asleep.
The bell above the door jingled softly. No one had opened it. Then the light in the back room went out. Tracy slowly stood.
Do you hear that?
At first, Red heard nothing. Then came the sound, like old tape dragging over broken teeth. Dax emerged from the darkness. He walked slowly, like his legs weren't entirely his. His hoodie was soaked through with sweat. His eyes twitched in time with a low buzzing from the monitors. He was smiling, but not with his mouth, with something underneath his skin. He stopped just short of the light.
I saw this.
Red stood, backing up slightly.
You're not supposed to be here, Red.
You're scaring me, Dax.
He tilted his head like a dog listening for a signal.
I'm not Dax anymore.
The camcorder swung toward her on its own. Tracy yelped and dropped it. The moment it hit the floor, the monitors came to life. Footage began to spool. Dax, hours ago, in the same store, alone, talking to someone off-screen. Red, asleep in her bed, tossing violently as if possessed. Tracy, disemboweled across the counter, timestamp 10 minutes from now.
He needs someone behind the camera.
His voice was low, ritualistic.
Run.
We can't keep running.
She grabbed the notebook and a screwdriver from the counter. Practical weapon, desperate theater prop. Dax lunged.
Smile, you son of a bitch.
He moved wrong, frames missing, stuttering like a damaged tape. Red ducked, slammed the side of the screwdriver into his temple, but it was like hitting rubber. He snapped back into position, untouched. Tracy grabbed the fallen camcorder and aimed it out of instinct. Dax turned toward her, eyes wide, black, blinking in shutter speeds.
Scene 4. That's a wrap.
He charged. Tracy screamed and swung the camera like a weapon. It connected with a sickening crunch. Dax staggered, then dropped to his knees. He looked up, his face flickering between versions of itself. Bloody, burned, melting, laughing.
Please, just cut me out of the reel.
His voice was Dax's again. Red stepped forward, flipped the screwdriver in her grip, and stabbed down hard. The screen went white. Silence. Dax collapsed, twitching once, then still. The lights flickered, then steadied. The footage on the monitors changed. Now it showed Dax's body from multiple angles, pre-edited, polished, ready for screening.
He's editing us in real time.
Red nodded, breath ragged.
Then we rewrite it.
A sound behind them. The old film printer started up, printing single-frame stills of Dax's death, over and over. On the wall behind the register, a screen lit up. New text appeared. Red dropped the bloodied screwdriver, picked up the notebook. The last quote written in Felicia's hand. The film printer wouldn't stop. Still frames of Dax's death spilled from the machine like slick, bleeding cells. Red stood in the debris of 1,000 moments, the air hot with scorched tape and ozone. One of the overhead monitors stuttered to life, a message scrolled in white.
He wrote our names in the goddamn cast list.
It's just a screen. It's not real.
Then why does this always come true?
She held Felicia's journal, the final pages soggy with blood and black ink. The last entry was smeared but legible. The lights cut. Every CRT in the store flared at once. Wall screens, security feeds, even Tracy's broken camcorder viewfinder. Light bled across the dark room like projector burn. Each screen showed faces. All of them mid-scream, mid-burn, mid-death. Then came the voice. Tinny, detached, sliding in from a warped reel-to-reel speaker.
The calls are coming from inside the house.
Red stepped back as if struck.
It's me. I'm not the final girl. I'm the final scene.
He's been writing around you this whole time.
From the AV wall, a figure emerged. Not walking, unfolding, like a film being fed through a projector. Shoulders of stacked tape reels. A lens instead of a face. Black celluloid stretched across his frame like skin, fluttering with each breath. He pointed straight at Tracy. The red light on Tracy's camcorder blinked to life.
No, I'm not filming for you.
We have such sights to show you.
Her voice shredded mid-line. She never spoke again. The director raised one long, jagged finger toward the lens, and then he stepped through the static. The TVs glitched. Red was on all of them now, screaming, burning, glitching. She turned and saw the camera lens focusing on her.
He's not filming me. He's finishing me.
Tracy's hands trembled. The camcorder was moving without her.
I can't stop it. He's editing me too.
Red grabbed the camera, yanked it down. The director flinched, his form skipping frames like damaged film. The screen showed her now, mid-motion, smashing the camcorder. She froze.
I saw myself do it.
Then maybe you still can.
She hurled the camcorder across the room. It hit the printer, exploded into parts. The lights dimmed. The director spasmed, his real shoulders twisting, spooling in reverse. He reached for Red, flickering, unraveling. Red stepped back, found the film canister marked Red's Reel, rejected draft. Inside, a single matchbook.
This is the only edit that counts.
She struck the match. The flame flickered bright yellow, reflected in every screen in the store. She dropped it into the printer tray. The tape went up like flash paper, film reels shrieking in reverse, audio tracks playing scrambled screams, feedback, reversed sobbing. The director's body caught fire, not flesh, footage, melting frame by frame. His arms looped, head rewound, body flickered out. He screamed with no mouth, just static. Then, silence. The TVs went dead. No buzzing, no reels spinning, no signal, just smoke and red. Tracy slumped against the wall, trembling. Her shirt was damp with sweat and blood that wasn't hers.
Is it over?
Red picked up the journal, turned to the last page. One burned line remained.
The film is in the can. Now burn it.
Yeah. It's over.
She lit the rest of the book, tossed it on the melting reels, watched it turn to ash. From the corner, one last TV flickered. It didn't show Red. It didn't show Tracy. It showed someone else, a kid, in a living room, finding a VHS tape with no label, sliding it into a deck. The rain made the whole storefront buzz with static. Water streaked the dirty windows of Last Chance Video, one of the final VHS rental stores still open east of the river. The bell above the door jingled like a broken wind chime. Inside, it smelled like old carpet and microwaved plastic. The overhead fluorescents hummed overhead, flickering with no rhythm. Dust covered most of the shelves. The horror section was still intact, alphabetized obsessively by someone who clearly still cared. Behind the counter, Toddy Grant adjusted the tracking on a CRT TV playing a trailer for Carnival of Souls. The audio warbled. He watched it like it was the news. The door opened behind him.
Be kind, rewind, or not. Nobody does anymore.
Sheriff Mel Rowan, retired, stepped inside, dripping rain onto the linoleum. He looked like he hadn't slept in weeks. His uniform was gone, just jeans, boots, and a sheriff's department windbreaker zipped halfway up. In one gloved hand, a padded evidence bag. He set it on the counter.
Do you still convert these?
Toddy didn't look. He was already wheeling a dusty VHS to digital converter closer. The wires trailed into the back of a 2008 HP laptop, the fan already whining.
We convert all kinds of things.
Rowan unzipped the bag. Inside was a black VHS tape, no label, just a Sharpie mark on the side. A small red sticker dot on the spine had bled slightly, like an old wound. Toddy's face didn't change, but he reached for the tape with both hands, gently, like he already knew what it was.
Where'd you dig this up?
Storage. Cold case box, 85. Burned down video shop, 5 dead. This was locked in with no log.
Never logged, always played.
He slid the tape into the converter. The deck clacked, slow and hungry. The screen on the laptop blinked. A progress bar appeared. The CRT TV on the back wall stuttered. For a second, it flashed static. Then black. Then...
Scene 1. New cast.
Rowan leaned forward.
This isn't the one I saw before.
Nope. That was the rough cut. This one is closer to final.
Rowan didn't blink. The cursor on the laptop ticked up. 12%, 13%. He reached out. His finger hovered over the power button, but didn't press it.
Once it's digital, there's no rewind, just replay.
Rowan took his hand back.
So, who's it gonna be this time?
Whoever hits play.
Toddy clicked into a browser window. An upload bar replaced the digitizer interface. The monitors behind them flickered. The trailer ended. The screen went black. Then, a new image. A teenager in a different town, somewhere warmer. Clean bedroom. Poster of Saw 3 on the wall. He opens a manila envelope. Inside, a DVD-R, unlabeled. He slides it into his laptop. There's a voice, just a whisper, broken and buried under noise. Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. The sun hangs in the September sky like a ruptured organ, hemorrhaging crimson light across my windshield. I watch the desert wasteland blur past as my rust-pocked Honda Civic devours the highway, its yellow lines pulsing beneath me with the rhythm of dying nerves. My eyes keep dragging back to the dashboard clock as it hemorrhages digital numbers. 6:13 p.m. The red LEDs pulse like fresh arterial spray, each digit changing with the wet click of breaking bone. Time doesn't pass here. It festers, counting down to something I've already done, something that left my handprints in dried blood on the underside of Mom's mattress. I shouldn't look in the rearview mirror, but I can't help myself. The cardboard boxes crowd my back seat like vultures at a wake, patient with the kind of stillness that comes from knowing exactly how this story ends. Their labels, kitchen, books, Mom's things, are less descriptions now than epitaphs, each one marking a different piece of what used to be Mother. One box bleeds quietly onto my upholstery, the cardboard softening like flesh, left too long in a bathtub. Another rocks with the car's movement, something inside rolling back and forth, a sound like pill bottles spilling their contents across bathroom tile. The desert stretches its flayed skin across my horizon, a canvas of sun-bleached bone and twisted Joshua trees. Their branches perform obscene gestures toward a sky that's beginning to fold in on itself. 1,000-yard fingers, signing warnings in a language that predates human tongues. A vulture circles overhead, though what it sees isn't death. It's something worse, something that makes death seem like mercy. The first road sign manifests, next exit 66 miles. Simple numerals that shouldn't make my mind cramp, shouldn't make reality buckle like wet paper. But in the side mirror, those numbers reflect a sequence that follows rules of mathematics taught in schools that exist only in fever dreams. The metal ripples not like water, but like muscle under skin, twitching with forbidden calculations. I adjust the rearview mirror, and reality blinks. For one terrible moment, the truth bleeds through. My seat is empty, the upholstery cracked and stained with equations written in substances that have no business being inside a human body. Then the lie reasserts itself, reality's mask slipping back into place with an almost audible click. The radio plays on, though the lyrics have begun to rot. Summer's gone, and now I see all the things you made of me, every breath I counted free, 247 till you flee. And so begins my long drive home, though home has become a theorem that proves existence wrong, a calculation that ends in undefined variables and imaginary numbers that think back. The road ahead unspools like entrails, leading to a destination that exists in the negative space between what I am and what I should never have become.
Summer's gone, and so are you. Down that road where flesh things grew into shapes the void bleeds through, counting moments black and blue. Time is dripping pills of dew. Mother's garden never grew. Summer's gone away, like morphine dreams in May. The flowers all decay, while angels count each day. 247 ways to help you sleep and pray. Summer's gone away. Practice makes the writing true. Every signature brand new. Extra pills to help you through. away. Like morphine dreams in May, the flowers all decay, while angels count each day. 247 ways to help you sleep and pray. Summer's gone away. Memory foam remembers you. Every scream and every bruise, every promise proven untrue. Now these boxes hold the clues to the math of what I do. When the void comes bleeding through, summer's gone, and now I see all the things you made of me. Every breath I counted free. 247 till you flee. Mother's garden grows with thee in the soil of what will be, what will be, what will be.
I watch the mile markers begin their impossible count, each number violating every law of mathematics I've ever known. 247 bleeds into 439, into 1216, forming a sequence that makes my mind cramp as I try to comprehend it. Their shadows stretch across my path like tongues, tasting the air, tasting my fear. They leave wet marks on the asphalt that sizzle and smoke with symbols that predate written language. That's when I see the first figure on the roadside, a geometry of flesh that shouldn't exist. My eyes water as they try to process its limbs folding into angles that make my retinas bleed, its body twisted like a Mobius strip of meat and bone. Its neck, oh God, its neck, cranes backward until the head faces forward again, performing a topology that breaks the laws of vertebrae and sanity alike. It watches me pass with eyes that don't reflect light so much as devour it. The sky's transformation accelerates above me. What began as clouds curdles into something ancient and awful. Row upon row of yellowing teeth emerge from the violet murk, molars and incisors big as mountains, wearing plaque made of condensed human suffering. They begin to move, to grind, producing a sound that makes my radiostatic whimper in sympathy. My GPS screen flickers to life without being touched. The digital map writhes, highways squirming like severed veins trying to find their way home to dead flesh. The robotic voice speaks.
Recalculating route to where you deserve to be.
Each word drips with artificial intelligence gone wrong, an algorithm that's learned things it was never meant to know. More figures join the first, their bodies performing impossible dances of bone and sinew. They multiply like cancer cells in my peripheral vision, each one more wrong than the last. Some wear faces like badly fitted masks, skin stretched too tight over geometries that mock my own human form. Others split and reconnect in fractal patterns that suggest dimensions where pain is the only constant. The road signs become desperate now, their messages bleeding letter by letter, screaming at me, "Turn back while you still have a soul to save."
Turn back while you still have a soul to save.
This is not your reality anymore.
This is not your reality anymore. Remember what you did to deserve this. The end is not escape.
And still I drive on because that's what you do, because that's what's expected, because stopping would mean admitting that reality has become something else, something hungry, something that's been waiting since the first human learned to count and realized that numbers go on forever, just like this road, just like this horror, just like this moment stretching into infinity.
Summer's gone and Mom is too. Mixed her pills with morning dew. Watched her face turn midnight blue. What did you do? What did you do? Bum bum bum. Mother's sleeping deep tonight. Deep tonight, so deep tonight. Counting breaths till morning light. Morning light, such fading light. 2, 4, 7 till she's through. Sha-la-la. What did you do? Writing notes with practiced hands. Filling all her pill demands. No one else could understand the things I planned. The things I planned. Bum, bum. Mother's sleeping deep tonight. Deep tonight, so deep tonight. Counting breaths till morning light. Morning light, such fading light. 2, 4, 7 till she's through. Sha-la-la. What did you do? What'd you do? Writing notes with practiced hands. Filling all her pill demands. No one else could understand the things I planned. The things I planned. Bum bum. Mother's sleeping deep tonight. Deep tonight, so deep tonight. Counting breaths till morning light. Morning light, such fading light. 2, 4, 7 till she's through. Sha-la-la. What did you do? What did you do? Watch her breathing slow down now. Slow down now. Like a lullaby somehow. Somehow. Every gasp a sacred vow. Sacred vow. Till silence shows us how. Summer's gone and Mom is too. Mixed her pills in morning dew. Watched her face turn midnight blue. What did you do? What did you do? What did we do? What did you do? What did you do? Sha-la-la-la-la. What did we do? Sha-la-la-la-la. What did you do?
I watch the moon rise like a bloated corpse, its surface a maze of veins and arteries pulsing with infected light. But it's not the moon anymore. It's a lidless eye, vast and ancient, its pupil contracting as it focuses on me, with the hunger of a god who's forgotten how to blink. The cornea splits open like a flower made of nerve endings, weeping tears that burn holes through the clouds as they fall toward my windshield. The road beneath me begins to breathe. Not metaphorically, I feel the asphalt ripple with peristaltic waves, digesting the yellow lines like stringy tendons. Each mile marker I pass now sports a mouth, numbers replaced by rows of needle-sharp teeth that chitter in Morse code. We've been waiting.
We've been waiting.
I taste copper and algebra on my tongue, equations solving themselves in blood across my teeth. The dancing figures have multiplied into a grotesque audience that lines my path. They're performing a ritual that looks like a car crash in reverse, their bodies snapping and reassembling in ways that suggest they've learned new anatomical possibilities from studying accident scenes. One of them is wearing my face from 20 years in the future, flesh aged like wine gone to vinegar. My GPS screen vomits timestamps from futures that haven't happened yet, each one accompanied by a death toll. The radio picks up a signal from a station that won't exist until next Thursday, playing the obituary of someone who hasn't been born. My temperature gauge shows numbers in Kelvin, Celsius, and degrees of damnation all at once. I force myself to look in the rearview mirror, and the boxes have begun to birth their contents. Photo albums spiral open like rib cages, spilling memories that were never taken. Kitchen utensils dance and mate, breeding hybrid tools designed for procedures that no cookbook would dare describe. Mom's things are remembering what they did to Mom, and they're hungry to do it again. The steering wheel is warm under my fingers now, pulsing like a heart transplant that's rejected its new reality. The gear shift has grown scales beneath my palm. The speedometer needle twitches like an electrocardiogram, monitoring the death of physics itself. And something is writing equations in the condensation on my windows, solutions to problems that drive mathematicians to madness. And still, I drive on because the alternative is acknowledging that distance itself has become carnivorous, that space and time have developed appetites, that the very concepts of here and there have become ash in my mouth full of burning maps.
Get something with the pictures now. Get down. Take some time to hold your skills out. Time for mother's bills now. Dancing pills across the floor. 27 on the score. Should have given 20 more. Till she's knocking at death's door. Keep on counting now. She's going down, 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 down into morning. Watch her drown, drown, drown. Nothing's what it seems. Round and round we go until the medicine shows. Dance into the shade. Prescription pads my dance floor now. Signature's my disco crown. Practicing writing down till perfection's finally found. Keep on writing now. She's going down, 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 down into more. Watch her drown, drown, drown. Nothing's what it seems. Round and round we go until the medicine shows. Dance into the shade. 247 beats to go. Moving slow, so slow. Mother's breathing, getting low. Watch her go, watch her go. This is our last dance, you know. Down below, down the morphine starts to flow. She's going down, 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 down into morphine. Watch her drown, drown, drown. Nothing's what it seems. Round and round we go until the flat line shows. Dance into the grave. Mother's dancing underground, never making a sound.
My trunk pops open with the wet sound of a morgue drawer, and I feel it in my molars. The rearview mirror shows me a vertical tunnel that extends down forever, wallpapered with writhing family photos. In them, I watch my own face age backwards through generations of trauma, each image showing a different way my skull could collapse under the weight of inherited sin. My spare tire has become a Mobius strip of screaming rubber, rolling through dimensions where the concept of flat is an obscenity that makes my eyes bleed. The roadside dancers have evolved around me, their flesh origami folding into shapes of grotesque geometry. They're building something with their bodies, a cathedral of meat and mathematics, its spires reaching up to puncture that lidless eye that watches me from above. Blood rains down like algebra, each drop hitting my windshield with equations that prove my existence is a mistake that reality is desperate to correct. My gas gauge shows infinite negative numbers, measuring fuel in units of suffering per mile. The dashboard beneath my hands has sprouted tumorous growths that pulse in synchronized agony. Speedometer needles pierce through them like acupuncture gone wrong, releasing spurts of mercury that flow upward against gravity. Under my palm, the steering wheel has developed a pulse that beats in prime numbers. Through my windshield, I watch space itself begin to fold. The horizon line becomes a zip that something is slowly pulling open, revealing the squirming guts of the universe. Stars pour out like maggots, each one carrying a different version of the truth about what I really did to Mom. They spell out messages in constellations of guilt. You know what you did. The boxes remember. Every mile is a lie. My car's frame has begun to digest itself around me, metal turning to muscle, wires becoming nerves that carry signals of pure panic. The seats remember they were once skin and try to return to their original forms beneath me. The radio picks up broadcasts from stations that only exist in someone's last note, playing static that sounds like the exact moment hope dies. The yellow lines beneath my wheels have become a timeline of atrocity, each dash marking an event that breaks another law of physics. Time itself begins to hemorrhage through the cracks, leaking moments that I tried to bury. My shadow stretches behind me like a crime scene outline, marking where reality used to be before I murdered it with motion. And still I accelerate, because momentum has become my only prayer, because velocity might be the last god that can save me, because maybe if I drive fast enough I can outrun the truth about what's in those boxes, what's under those labels, what's wearing Mom's face like a mask made of memories and murder.
Something's running in the ground. Mother's breathing makes no sound. Counting breaths until she drowned. In the mercy that you found. Suffer, suffer. 247 darkness deep. Crush the pills to make her sleep. Morphine dreams with ours our cape. Until our heart wants us to beat. Die, die. Prescriptions forging crimson inks and ink. Watching mother fade and sink. Push her closer to the barrack. Till she's gone or so you think. They Prescriptions voiding crimson ink. Watching mother fade and sink. Push her closer to the brink. Till she's gone or so you think. Calculate the lethal dose. Watch the vital signs decompose. Every breath a dying rose. Till consciousness finally goes. Mother lies in morphine seas. Drowning in my remedies. Counting down by degrees. Till death brings her release. Now the truth emerges clear. Through the haze of mother's fear. Death was always lurking here. In the pills that brought her near. 247 ways to die. 247 justified. 247 mother's cries. 247 flatline. Time of death 6:13.
The town materializes through my windshield, smeared with aboriginal nightmares. I see buildings constructed from architecture that violates every sacred geometry I've ever known. Below my wheels, streets flow with something thicker than darkness, the liquid remnants of every missing person poster ever printed, pooling in gutters that whisper their names backwards. A sign welcomes me to Trementina. Population. Everybody I've ever killed in my dreams. Behind me, the boxes birth their final forms. Mom's spine uncoils from my photo album, each vertebra displaying a different crime scene I created. Her skull, mounted on a trophy base I made from compressed memory foam, still wears the expression it had when she caught me practicing her signature. Her finger bones have arranged themselves into wind chimes that play every lie I ever told her, starting with, "I'll take care of you, Mom," and ending with, "The pharmacist made a mistake with the dosage." Each note synchronized perfectly to the rhythm of her dying breaths. Exactly 247 of them. I counted while watching the morphine do its work. The buildings. The buildings. I can't look away as each one towers before me, constructed from compressed human forms, bodies stacked like obscene Legos, their faces all turned inward except for the eyes that track my car's movement. The town hall rises like a pyramid of pediatric patients, their hospital gowns fluttering with cancerous mathematics. The library's walls pulse with the flesh of every author who ever wrote about murder, their words tattooed on muscles that flex in iambic pentameter. My car's transformation completes itself around me. The engine block is now a heart the size of my trauma, pumping aviation fuel through arteries of rubber and steel. The headlights have become compound eyes, harvested from prehistoric insects, their beams illuminating spectrums of horror visible only to the damned. The horn sounds exactly like Mom did when she realized what I'd done with her medication. In the town square, they're waiting for me. Everyone who ever disappeared from missing person posters, their bodies reassembled by a taxidermist who learned his craft in hell. I watch them perform synchronized movements that might be dancing, might be dying, might be demonstrating how the universe will end. All possibilities equally true in this place where truth itself has become an infectious disease that I spread. The sky above me isn't empty anymore. It's full of teeth that used to be stars, each one inscribed with the name of someone I'm going to kill. They spell out messages in constellations of consequence. Welcome home. We saved your seat. Mother sends her regards. The moon eye weeps tears of pure mathematics, each drop solving equations that prove my love and hate were the same operation viewed from different angles. And finally, I arrive. My car parks itself in front of my childhood home, now rebuilt from the bones of everyone who ever loved me. The porch light buzzes with the sound of trapped souls doing long division. The welcome mat is my mother's skin, still warm, still asking why. The door opens onto a hallway that leads everywhere except away from what I did. Welcome home. The boxes can unpack themselves now. After all, every object knows exactly where it belongs in a house built from my consequences. Mother's waiting in the kitchen. She's made my favorite dinner, even though she's been dead for 3 years. Even though I killed her. Even though this isn't a homecoming. It's a sentence, and the judge is wearing my face.
Hush now, mother, time for bed. Count the pills of blue and red. 2, 4, 7 till you're fed. Sweet dreams swimming in your head. Rock-a-bye with morphine dreams. Nothing's ever what it seems. Watch the medicine downstream till mother floats away serene. Practice writing just like play. Sign the papers every day. Watch the doctor's words obey as mother gently slips away. La 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 la. Now I lay me down to keep counting breaths as mother sleeps. 2, 4, 7 counted deep till silence makes my record complete. Shh, she's sleeping now.
Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. Welcome to an Hourglass Enigma original horror, The Final Cut, featuring voices of True Peach and Rat Dog. Links to their channels are in the description. The hourglass turns, and so begins our descent. The video opened like an accident. Static flickered, the frame stuttered. For 3 seconds, there was nothing but a still image of a grease-painted face grinning too wide in the dark. Then a flicker. Then breath.
If you're seeing this, I guess the upload worked.
The mouth moved, but the words didn't match right away like bad dubbing, or a face stretched too far from its own voice. Jamie Slate sat slouched in a folding chair, her body limp in that special way people get when they've stopped expecting rescue. Zip ties cut into her wrists. Duct tape cocooned her ankles to the legs of a stool painted like a circus prop. Grease paint melted down one cheek like a clown trying not to cry. Her hoodie was soaked. Not blood, not yet. Just sweat. Fear sweat. Regret sweat. The kind that cools too fast in a basement with no vents. Somewhere off screen, someone laughed. Not a real laugh. A track. The kind piped into old sitcoms or dying cartoons. It didn't match anything, and that's what made it work. Jamie blinked slowly. She looked up, not at the camera, but above it, like there was something else, just out of frame, just out of reach.
Dead Curious, Episode 142, Host 404.
Then the smile returned. It arrived like a reflex, twitchy and off balance. The camera zoomed in.
Welcome back to Dead Curious. Today we're diving into an urban legend so twisted, even Reddit won't talk about it.
Somewhere, in some quiet room, someone watching leaned closer. You probably just did too. That's okay. The next clip began like every other episode of Dead Curious. Same opening track, same deadpan title card, same hand-me-down aesthetic of every mid-tier true crime channel trying to sound more professional than it was. Except this time, Jamie didn't blink. Her eyes were wide, fixed, not scared exactly, just locked in.
Welcome back to Dead Curious, where we chase the stories that everyone else politely avoids. Today we're looking at a case that's either an elaborate hoax or something much, much worse.
She gave the camera a thin smile, the kind that doesn't reach the eyes. Jamie was good at that. People watched her because she didn't flinch at the worst stories. She made murder digestible, streamable, shareable. And now the next one was hers. The screen cuts to a browser window. Her cursor hovered over a Reddit thread titled Host 404. Real? ARG? WTF did I watch?
I found this thread 2 weeks ago. 23 upvotes, 0 comments, and one video link that's been deleted and re-uploaded 6 times across various sketchy mirrors. Most people think it's viral marketing for a horror game. I'm not so sure. I know it sounds ridiculous. I thought so too. But I couldn't stop watching.
The first 5 seconds of the recovered clip showed a man in full clown makeup, silently sitting at a child's birthday table. The camera zoomed in slowly as he raised one hand. Someone else's hand. Disconnected. Dangling from the wrist like a rubber chicken. The laugh track came next. Always the laugh track.
That's what tipped me off. The track is always the same file, same timing, same echo. You hear it enough times, you stop wondering who's laughing and start wondering who hit play.
She clicked through freeze frames. In one, the clown was looking directly into the lens. In another, the background revealed a mirror, and someone was filming, not the clown. Someone was behind him, taller, blurred, watching.
The weirdest thing, these clips go up and someone's always there to repost them, like they're maintaining the feed, curating the myth.
Another tab, Dark Web Forum Archive, screenshot of a post titled Tonight's Show, Choose the Act, Change the Game. A poll, 4 options, All body parts. Underneath, a crypto wallet link and a timestamp. And in the corner of the screen, a chat message from an anonymous user. Jamie's voice dropped to almost a whisper.
This wasn't a game, and it wasn't just a performance.
The frame stuttered again. She leaned in.
Wait, is that?
Her breath hitched. The voice on the recording shook slightly.
That's me.
The stream didn't have a thumbnail, just a red dot and a timer counting down from 10 seconds. Jamie hesitated, then clicked. At 0, the feed jumped to life. Grainy, low res, lit by a single stage light aimed at a metal folding chair in the center of what looked like a high school auditorium. There was someone tied to the chair, a party hat on their head, arms behind their back, legs trembling. Host 404 walked on stage from the right like a comic making his late-night debut. Top hat, mismatched suit, white gloves with fingers too long. He waved to the camera. The sound of applause exploded, not from a crowd, from a laugh track, preloaded, looped. The clapping repeated too fast to be real. Jamie didn't blink. The camera panned slightly to reveal a screen behind him, a live poll in neon letters. Choose tonight's gag. Stretch toy, rabbit from hat, ventriloquist dummy, mystery box. Host 404 gave a theatrical bow.
You ever notice how people laugh hardest right before they realize it's real? Let's warm up the room.
He pulled 2 bungee cords from behind the curtain, hooked them to the victim's wrists, 2 more to their ankles. The camera zoomed in. The victim started to scream, no words, just the raw, hopeless kind.
Oh my God. They're actually doing it. They're...
Snap, snap, 1 arm, 1 leg. A squeaky toy sound played over each pop. Host 404 mimed a big red button and pushed. More confetti. A fake applause sign lit up above his head. The laugh track hit again, louder this time. Jamie sat frozen. She hadn't realized she'd leaned forward until her nose was almost touching the screen. The chat was still live, streaming like wildfire.
This isn't an ARG. This isn't fake. This is a fucking system.
There, on the back wall, a banner. Final laugh. Community theater night. She knew that place, 10 miles outside town, closed since COVID. No staff, no cameras, no one who would hear a scream. The video ended with a freeze frame of Host 404 blowing a kiss to the audience, and then came the message. Just white text, center screen.
See you soon, Jamie.
The lights in Jamie's apartment were all off, except for the monitor. Her face glowed pale in the blue light. Cheekbones high, eyes sunken, teeth clenched on a cheap mechanical pencil she hadn't put down in hours. The murder stream had ended 3 hours ago, but she hadn't moved. She wasn't watching the video anymore. She was building a spreadsheet. Names, timestamps, IP logs, resurfaced screenshots, DMs, comment sections, Reddit threads that had long since gone cold. Outside her apartment it was raining. Not loud, not gentle. That middle kind of rain, like someone pissing just outside the window. Every time she stopped typing, she could hear the static hiss of her monitor like it was breathing, waiting. Victim number 1, Magician, commented on Jamie's episode about cold case number 87, left a supercut of bloopers. Victim number 2, TikTok prankster, shared her video, said she was the NPR of gore. Victim number 3, coffee shop barista, just some guy, wore a dead curious shirt in a now deleted selfie. Jamie's fingers tapped the desk.
Coincidences. Sure. Probably, right? All of them? No fucking way.
She leaned back and stared at the pattern. They weren't just fans. They were connected to her. Loosely, randomly, but consistently. Every one of them had touched her orbit before they died. She clicked through another folder. Screenshots of stream chats, donation logs. Most usernames were junk, auto-generated bots, troll handles, but one kept appearing. Punchline guest. Tiny donations. Same wallet. 5 out of the 7 active murder streams. She clicked the address. A transaction from 5 years ago. Donation $5. Message. Great work on your early episodes. You're gonna kill someday. Jamie blinked, froze.
That's not... No, I never saw that.
She opened her YouTube channel dashboard, archive mode, scrolled back to her first year, episode titles blurred by. Then she saw it. Episode 004, Dead Curious, Carnival Cult Cold Case. She clicked play. There, in the comments, punchline guest. Your voice would be great for a laugh track. Ever think about adding one? Posted 6 years ago. It had always been a one-way mirror. She just hadn't realized she was on the other side. Jamie slowly clicked on the user's profile. No avatar, no content, no links, just one pinned message. You're doing great, Jamie. Don't stop now.
He was watching back then.
She clicked away, fast. Opened a new tab. Something to break the spiral, anything. Google Maps. Typed in the location of the last confirmed stream. Pulled up Street View. The theater was still boarded up, but in the grainy, outdated photo, there was a poster still taped to the glass. Zoomed in. A single face in clown makeup. Smile too wide. Handwritten across the forehead. We're all just waiting for our cue. The theater sat at the edge of town, tucked between an abandoned church and a vape shop that had never opened. The windows were papered over with yellowed flyers. The marquee out front still read, "Now playing. Yourself." Letters curled with water damage. Jamie parked 2 blocks away, not because she was cautious, because she was embarrassed, because some part of her still believed she was being dramatic. But when she got closer, the embarrassment turned into something colder. The lock on the front door had been broken clean, not picked, not forced, removed, like someone wanted it to open easily. She stepped inside. It smelled like rain, rot, and old grease paint. The lobby was covered in footprints, single direction, in and never back out. Jamie didn't call out. She didn't want to hear her voice echo. She moved past the ticket counter, stepped into the theater itself. The seats were gone, ripped out. Only the brackets remained, like rows of metal teeth. Wires snaked across the floor where lighting rigs had once been. Now they were looped like veins toward the stage. The curtains were gone. The proscenium arch had a red handprint above it. Center stage sat a wooden chair with leather restraints, the same kind as the stream.
Jesus, this is it. This is where it happened.
She walked slowly to the stage, the wood soft under her boots. She could feel it give, spongy and warped. She had the sense that if she stood still too long, she'd sink. On the wall backstage, a chalkboard. Act 1, the arrival. Act 2, the warm-up. Act 3, the kill. Act 4, the applause. Act 5, encore. Someone had drawn tally marks under each. She turned to leave. Behind her, the lights came on. One stage light. Center beam. Right on her.
No, 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 no.
The sound system crackled. Then came the laugh track. The same one, same rhythm, same cheer, same applause cue, but no one clapped. And then, silence. Except a voice from the rafters. Not live, pre-recorded.
You made it. I knew you would. Good timing. We just finished rehearsal. Don't leave now, Jamie. You're headlining.
She runs. Jamie slammed the apartment door and locked it behind her. Deadbolt, chain, even dragged her desk chair in front of it. Her hands were shaking, cold sweat on her neck, knees untrustworthy. The theater had been wrong, not just creepy, wrong. A space designed to observe. And now she couldn't stop picturing the stage light switching on by itself, that single chair, that voice. She peeled off her hoodie, sat down at the computer, woke the screen. Her YouTube dashboard was already open, still logged in. She hadn't touched it since last night. And now there was a new message. No subject. No sender. Just a gray box pulsing in her inbox. She hovered the mouse. Clicked. The video was 22 seconds long. No intro, no title card, just Jamie, footage of her, in her own apartment. Not from the webcam, from outside, across the street, zoomed, shaky. She was microwaving leftover pizza, yawning, mouth open.
What the fuck?
Then, a voiceover in the clip, distorted, friendly, like a carnival barker on benzos.
You're adorable when you think no one's watching. That's when you're the most honest.
Jamie stood up so fast her chair toppled. She ran to the window, pulled the blinds shut like a panic reflex. She checked the locks again. Bathroom, closet, under the bed. Nothing, no one, just her.
This isn't a fucking story anymore. This is me. My life.
Back at the computer, the video was gone. Message deleted. Not by her. She opened her channel settings. Scroll, scroll, advanced options.
No, 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 no.
She clicked into her analytics. A spike, not just one. Thousands of views. All in the last hour. All on an unlisted video called Jamie's Laugh Track. She clicked. Playback error. Gone. But the thumbnail was still cached. Her mouth open, mid-laugh, eyes half-lidded, vulnerable, used. Below it, a user comment. Punchline guest. Great set tonight. Encore soon? Jamie slammed the laptop closed. For a second, the room went dark. Then her desktop monitor turned on by itself. Blank screen. Then, white text. Welcome to the show, Jamie. You're finally funny. Jamie didn't sleep. Not really. She sat on the floor of her shower for 43 minutes with the water off, trying to remember what her voice sounded like when it wasn't being recorded. The next morning, her inbox had 2,301 new messages. She didn't open them. She didn't have to. Her phone was buzzing like a seizure in her pocket. She opened X. The first thing she saw was fan art of her, a stylized sketch of Jamie in clown makeup, mouth stitched into a smile, mic cord wrapped around her neck like a punchline that wouldn't land. At TrueCrimeBabe69, she's part of the act now. Hashtag LaughingMan, hashtag Jamie Slate, hashtag Queen of the Queue. She tried logging out. The app logged her back in. She opened YouTube. The banner had changed again. Now starring you. Her analytics were spiking. Thousands of new subscribers, comment section exploding. At Skullpillow88, she was made for this. At Crime Clown Fan, her screams had rhythm. I'd subscribe twice. At User11934, I'm just here for the next gag. Hope she pops. She tried deleting her channel. The option was grayed out. Instead, a pop-up. Error. Performance already in progress.
No, 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 no. This isn't real. This isn't.
Another DM. Another video. This one was new. HD. Well edited. It opened with the Dead Curious logo, but rewritten. Dead Curious presents A Star is Torn. Her voice echoed under it, chopped and respliced. Laughs stitched in the wrong places. Words rearranged.
I love host 404. He's the punchline I deserve.
Then came the split screen. Left side, Jamie's old reaction clips, her face analyzing other murders. Right side, Jamie, sleeping in her bed. Real time, last night. She was the punchline now.
You've made it! Jamie, you're trending! And every great comic knows, the next joke has to top the last.
The screen glitched. Then it showed a poll. What should Jamie do next? Run, hide, beg, scream. Votes were live. The numbers were climbing.
They think it's a fucking game.
Then came the laugh track. Soft, intimate. Not broadcast for an audience, just for her. Jamie hadn't left her apartment in 3 days. She'd unplugged everything she could. Modem, TV, phone, even the microwave. Anything with a camera. Anything with a voice. She sat on the floor with her laptop, running on battery, disconnected from Wi-Fi, praying that it was still enough. It wasn't. She opened a folder on her desktop that she didn't remember creating. Inside, video files, dozens, all named after her old episode titles, but the thumbnails weren't hers. They were recreations, each one as a performance. The Carnival Cult episode. Except the camera was wider, the lighting better, the host wearing her hoodie, her hair, her makeup. The Clown Killing Special. Same script, word for word, delivered in her voice, by someone else. Not AI. Staged. Real locations, real bodies, real murders retelling her content.
They're redoing my episodes.
She clicked one. The Missing Magician case. It opened on host 404. Dressed as her, wearing a wig, sitting in the same chair she used in her videos. Then came the footage. The same magician from victim number 1, murdered to match the story beats from her episode. Host 404 narrates the death like it was a commentary track, pausing, making jokes she made, laughing when she used to laugh. But it wasn't a copy. It wasn't satire. It was canon. Her canon. She went to Google, searched her own name. First result, Jamie Slate, dead curious, fictional host. Second, Jamie Slate, AI generator, free voice emulator. Third, Jamie Slate, real or ARG.
They think I'm not real.
Her voice, everywhere. Her face, memeified. Her scream, sampled in a dance remix trending on TikTok. A YouTube short titled Jamie's Breakdown ASMR had 1.2 million views. She clicked play. It was her, last night, crying in the dark. She didn't record it, didn't upload it. Didn't matter. The comments scrolled faster than she could read them. @LaughLoop. Crying's not a punchline, unless you time it right. @404 fan service. Do a sequel, but bleed this time. @user X39. She's best when she's broken. Jamie looked at a reflection in the monitor. It didn't blink when she did. The reflection smiled. Not her mouth, but hers. A voice came through the speakers, soft, tired, familiar.
You always wanted an audience. I just gave them a better version of you.
The message came at 3:17 a.m. No subject, no signature, just a location pin. Coordinates that led to a derelict TV studio off a frontage road outside city limits. She didn't ask who sent it. She already knew. She packed a bag, mic, camera, battery lights, no backup. This time there'd be no crew, just a lens, a voice, and an ending.
He wants a final episode. Fine, let's give him one.
She drove with her headlights off the last 2 miles. The building was collapsing in on itself, swallowed by brush and rust. No one had filmed here in years. The signage was sun-bleached and flaking. A busted marquee above the entrance read, "Tonight only, Dead Curious, live." Her name wasn't on it, but it didn't need to be. She stepped inside. The air was thick, stale. Theater-grade darkness, but when she reached the main hall, the space opened like a wound, lit from above by 4 working spotlights and a single glowing stage. It was already dressed. A red curtain, a wooden chair, a desk with a mic identical to hers. A neon sign buzzing faintly above. Applause. Jamie didn't touch anything. She just walked to the center, unpacked her mic, set up her tripod. She hit record.
This is Jamie Slate, and if you're seeing this, I made it out. Or I didn't. Either way, this ends now.
She turned. Host 404 stepped on stage in full spotlight, bow tie, top hat, gloves, makeup. He clapped once like cueing a warm-up act.
Jamie, you're early. You ruined the surprise. I had a whole reveal planned. Pyro, strobe lights, a fog machine. Very finale.
She didn't respond. He gestured to a large contraption hidden behind the curtains, now exposed. Wheels, hinges, ropes, and a comically oversized top hat rig, suspended by chain.
You know what your problem was? You always tried to narrate the horror. You should learn to perform it.
He climbed into the apparatus, arms wide like a magician waiting for applause.
Now, for my last trick. I disappear. Live. No cuts, no edits.
The chains creaked. The hat lifted.
Tonight's trick is classic misdirection. The audience thinks it's your finale. But surprise!
He grins, gesturing to the rig.
Turns out, I was always the opening act.
Jamie reached for her camera, focused on him.
You should have rehearsed it first.
The device slammed shut, too fast, a gear slipped, something crunched. Blood sprayed through the slats of the hat as the lights blew out in sequence. Pop, 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 pop. Then silence. Her camera kept rolling, the laugh track didn't play. For a second, it seemed like the show had finally died with its host. And then, a glitch. A slow, dragging chuckle from the speakers above. Warbled, slowed down. The same laugh track, but warped, slurred like melting film. It played all the way through, start to finish. The applause at the end sounded like it was underwater. Jamie didn't move, because the mic on stage, her mic, was still live. Jamie didn't run. She just stood there, lit by the single overhead, stage blood drying on the lens of her camera. Host 404's rig still twitched behind her like a dying animal. Her mic was still live. She could hear the room breathing through the echo, through the static. Then, a chime, soft. From the speakers above, the stream was still broadcasting. She looked at her laptop screen on the corner of the stage. 127,000 viewers. The chat was flying. At Haha Girls. Cleanest punchline yet. At Newsline Delivery. Tight 10. Great ending. Bring Jamie back out. At user_X39. No silence. Cue her up. At Punchline Guest. It's her show now. Smiley. A new banner auto-loaded under her live stream. Dead Curious. Host transfer in progress. Jamie took a step forward. The laugh track began again. Not warped now, but clean, pristine, polished, preloaded for her. She looked around for an exit. None. The curtain behind her drew open on its own. No pulleys, no wind, just showbiz timing. Behind it, a new set. Not grotesque, not broken. A perfect recreation of her original studio setup. Desk, chair, camera, mug with her logo. Waiting. Lit beautifully, framed for her. She walked toward it, half her body in shadow. The audience never blinked. She sat. The moment her body hit the chair, the applause sign lit up again. Thunderous canned cheering flooded the space. Jamie stared directly into the lens. She didn't smile. She didn't cry. She just started to speak.
Welcome back to Dead Curious. I'm your host, Jamie Slate, and tonight's question is simple. You ever notice people laugh hardest right before they realize it's real?
She leaned forward. The music cue hit on its own. Her title card faded in. Animated, crisp, professionally produced. The lights dimmed, the stream faded to black, but the viewer count kept climbing. No one knew where the feed was coming from. The IP was traced to a shell, then another, then a data center in Croatia, then nowhere. But the countdown was real. 7, 6, 5, and 231,912 people were watching. The premiere started, a new episode of Dead Curious. The background was different now. Cleaner, but colder. A set that looked like the old one, if remembered by someone else's dream. The color temperature was too perfect. The shadows are symmetrical. No exit signs. Jamie sat center frame. Hair slicked back. Eyes just slightly too wide. Voice tuned for clarity.
Welcome back to Dead Curious. I'm your host, Jamie Slate.
She blinked once. Not again.
What do you become when the laughing never stops?
The episode ran 17 minutes, no ad breaks, seamless pacing. Jamie told the story of a magician who disappeared inside his own trick. No body ever found, just teeth in a hat. Her laugh was precise, clean, inserted like punctuation. At 16:45, she leaned toward the mic.
If you're seeing this, I guess the upload worked.
The lights faded, the outro stinger played, but the feed didn't end. Instead, a new stream queue is loaded. Now casting, Dead Curious, host auditions. Below it, a glowing upload prompt. Send us your best scream. Comments flooded in. At News for Content. She's better than him. At Host Hunt 23. I want to go next. At Punchline Guest. Encore. At The Laughing Man. Account deleted. No message. Just the laugh emoji. The camera cut to black. Then, a new room. Empty chair. Spotlight already on. Mic already live. Breathing audible. Waiting. Behind the chair, something faintly glints. Metal rigging, half in shadow. Above it, a freshly hung cue card dangles from a wire. One word, handwritten, rehearsal. In the lower corner of the screen, a new poll loads. Help, direct our special guest. The audience votes in real time. Scream, laugh, perform, bleed. Votes begin to tick upward. A faint reflection in the glinting metal. Someone is entering the room. They're not Jamie. They're smiling. Nervous. Maybe they think they're going viral. Maybe they are.
Turns out, he was the opening act.
Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. Official log, Bay 6 monitoring, September 15th, 2024, 2:17 a.m., Dr. Emma Crane, Night Supervisor iBank and Tissue Preservation Unit. Temperature regulation within standard parameters, humidity at 42%, preservation fluid levels optimal in units 1 to 5, unit 6 showing increased condensation despite normal readings. Note, schedule maintenance check for environmental controls. Personal note, third month on night shift. The fluorescent lights still make my molars ache at this hour. The constant hum reminds me of the cooling units in medical school's cadaver lab. At least those subjects had the decency to stay still. The donated eyes always arrive on Tuesday. That's when I first noticed something wrong with Preservation Bay 6. My heels click against sterile tiles as I check each preservation unit, the sound echoing through empty halls. The condensation beads on the glass like tears.
Just tired eyes playing tricks.
I mutter, logging the temps in my journal. My reflection in the preservation unit's window catches my attention. Dark circles under bloodshot eyes. 3 months of graveyard shifts taking their toll. As I lean closer, something shifts in the clouded container behind my reflection. Official log. Specimen observation. September 15th, 2024, 2:43 a.m. Specimen EB 2317, male, 34, cause of death, severe head trauma, time since preservation, 72 hours, solution, standard Optisol, GS, corneal clarity, exceptional, anomaly report, specimen displaying micromovements inconsistent with standard cellular decay, pupillary response noted despite absence of light variation, movement suggests intact neural response, impossible per current medical knowledge. Personal note, I should report this. Call Dr. Whitman in the morning, but something about the way it moved. Purposeful. The pupil contracted when I approached, like it was focusing. The preservation fluid is thicker than it should be, more viscous. As I lift the eye from its bath, it rolls in my gloved palm, the pupil dilating in the direct light. A perfect specimen. No decomposition, no clouding. That's when I noticed the reflection in the pupil. Not my face, but something else. Something moving. Official log. Extended observation. September 16th, 2024, 3:17 a.m. Specimens in Bay 6, units 1 to 7, exhibiting synchronized movement. Preservation fluid viscosity increased 27% above baseline. Request for chemical analysis canceled. Sample too valuable. The specimens respond to proximity. Pupils tracking movement through the preservation fluid. Personal note, the security footage from last night is gone. I don't remember deleting it, but I must have. My access code was used at 5:47 a.m. I should be concerned about the memory lapse. I'm not. The specimens need privacy. They need darkness to watch. Official log. Pattern analysis. September 20th, 2024, 2:21 a.m. Current arrangement of specimens showing notable characteristics. Circular configuration increases collective movement. Specimens oriented inward maintain higher awareness. Pupillary synchronization achieved at precisely 3:33 a.m. Additional specimens required for pattern completion. Note, specimens from donors with visual disturbances pre-death show heightened response. Personal note, I've started sketching the patterns they want to form. My margins are full of them. The drawings aren't mine, not really, but my hand knows how to make them. The eyes know where they need to be. When I close my eyes, I see the patterns rotating, shifting, and completing themselves. Forum thread. Preservation techniques. Username, Night Watch. September 21st, 2024. First success with extended awareness retention. Specimen maintained consciousness more than 72 hours post-extraction. Key factors: twilight hour collection, subject willingness, precise geometric placement seeking others with similar results. The preservation fluid has changed in all containers now. Thicker, almost syrupy. The eyes float suspended in perfect orientation, all focused on the same corner of Bay 6. Sometimes I catch them shifting when the fluorescent lights flicker, returning to position before I can blink. They're waiting for something. Personal log, the game, September 25th, 2024, 3:47 a.m. Found more forum threads. Users discussing levels of collection. Started with animals. Level 1. Progressing to voluntary donations. They call it the game, but it's more. A ritual, a summoning. The patterns are important. My specimens know where other collections are forming. Their pupils dilate when I mention other sites. Late-night searches show similar arrangements in facilities across the country. Always in cold storage, always at night, always with willing participants who understand what they're seeing. Official log, capacity assessment. September 26th, 2024, 1:13 a.m. Bay 6 reconfigured for maximum storage. Current capacity, 242 specimens. Pattern requires minimum 300 for next phase. Reviewing donor lists for viable candidates. Dr. Mitchell's referrals showing promise. His patients already see things in mirrors, in windows, in the spaces between spaces. Personal note: the eyes watch something in the corner of Bay 6. Something vast. When I stand still enough, I see its reflection in their pupils. It's beautiful. The way it moves between dimensions. The way it folds space around itself. No wonder they need to keep watching. The collection must grow. The pattern must be completed. Forum direct message. Level 3. Surgical Ascension. September 27th, 2024. Your technique shows promise. Bay 6 has space. Bring your tools. The specimens will witness your advancement. Tonight the eyes all blinked at once. The sound of hundreds of specimens shifting in their fluid was like soft rain. They're excited. They know someone is coming. Official log, visitor report, September 30th, 2024, 2:17 a.m. Marcus Reed, night maintenance, second week of employment, excessive interest in Bay 6 specimens noted during previous shifts, authorization granted for after-hours access. The door chime startles me. Marcus pushes his card inside, but tonight there's something different in his walk. He stops when he sees the patterns I've arranged on the floor, preservation containers placed in concentric circles, each eye oriented precisely.
You're part of the game too?
He asks, eyes bright with recognition. He rolls up his sleeve, revealing neat surgical scars on his forearm.
Level 3 already? I've only managed level 1, neighborhood pets, but I've been studying.
He pauses, licking his lips.
The forum said someone here might understand.
I don't know what game he's talking about, but something in my mind clicks into place like a key finding its lock. The notes in my margins, the patterns I've been drawing. Others are playing too. The collection must grow.
Show me.
I hear myself say. Official log, voluntary acquisition, September 30th, 2024, 4:17 a.m. First willing subject processed. Specimen displays unprecedented awareness retention. Subject MR demonstrated perfect understanding of procedure requirements. Integration into primary pattern successful. No sedation required. Subject remained conscious throughout procedure to maintain optimal awareness post-extraction. Personal note: Marcus's hands were steady. He understood what the eyes needed to see. The pattern grows. Others will come. The specimens watched the whole procedure, pupils dilated with attention. They approved. Text log, Dr. Mitchell, October 1st, 2024, 12:21 a.m. 2 more having visions. They're ready. Pattern. My response, Bay 6, after midnight. Bring witnesses. Final log entry, October 1st, 2024, 3:33 a.m. They need to stay aware to see it arrive. We need to stay aware to help them see. The pattern is almost complete. In every mirror, every reflection, every glass surface, I catch glimpses of what they see. Soon we won't need eyes to see it. Soon it will be here. Personal note: last night I dreamed all the eyes turned to look at me at once. I woke understanding that it wasn't a dream. They chose me for this. The night shift wasn't a demotion. It was an elevation. I've started bringing my own surgical kit to work. The forums say the self-extraction is the purest form. Level 4 requires a curator's contribution. Base 6 has 1 space left. The pattern must be completed. They must see. Patient session notes. September 10th, 2024. Dr. James Mitchell, MD. Subject, Sarah Collins, 28. Initial observation. Patient arrived with self-inflicted facial lacerations around eye sockets. Claims attempted preliminary incisions after online surgical tutorials. Orbital structure already mapped with surgical pen. Remarkable accuracy for amateur work. Presenting symptoms beyond standard mirror obsession. Patient displays advanced understanding of optical nerve structure. No medical background, yet accurately described preservation techniques for post-extraction maintenance. Recording excerpt.
The eyes don't die when you take them out, doctor. They just start seeing differently. I watched my neighbor's cat's eyes keep moving for hours after my practice session.
Personal note, third patient this month. They're getting more precise with their attempts. Something is teaching them. Patient session notes. September 12th, 2024. Subject, Michael Torres, 34. Session recording.
My eyes are too tight in their sockets, like they're trying to turn around to look inside. Want to see?
Michael, put the letter opener down.
Too late. But look how perfect the incision is. I barely feel it. It wants to come out. Here, hold it for me. Still warm, still seeing.
Post-incident report. Patient successfully removed right eye during session. No arterial spray. Surgical precision inconsistent with subject's background. Eye remained responsive post-extraction. Currently preserved in solution for evidence. Personal journal. September 13th, 2024. 2:33 a.m. Torres's eye followed me home. I took it home for observation. Professional curiosity. But it watches me while I sleep, pupils still dilating in the dark. When I hold it up to my own eye, I can see... No. Not ready to document that yet. Clinical notes. September 15th, 2024. 1:47 a.m. Group therapy session. C7. Attendees, 4. Originally 6. Location, East Wing. Mirror-free room. Session interrupted by synchronized self-enucleation attempt. Patients produced matching surgical tools. Origin unknown. 2 successful extractions before security responded. Blood pattern on floor formed perfect logarithmic spiral. Had to dismiss security when specimens began responsive movement. Post-session addition. Specimens preserved according to forum specifications. First time witnessing immediate post-extraction awareness. Pupils maintained synchronous movement for 27 minutes. Beautiful. Private recording. September 15th, 2024, 3:33 a.m. Testing audio capture of specimen response. Single eye from patient number 233, Rebecca Kane, displaying unusual properties. Pupil responds to proximity of other specimens. When placed in formation with Torres's eye, both begin singing, need better audio equipment, frequency beyond normal range, but I feel it in my molars. Personal journal, September 16th, 2024. Removed all mirrors from home, not out of fear. They were too distracting. Spent 6 hours last night watching my reflection's eyes move independently of mine. Right eye now tracks something moving between the walls. Left eye keeps turning inward. Created wet specimen storage and home office. 13 pairs now. The arrangement is wrong though. They keep shifting when I sleep, trying to show me the correct pattern. Forum post, Sightseeker MD thread. Advanced techniques. Seeking guidance on self-administered orbital examination. Local anesthetic seems unnecessary based on patient reports. Question about optimal angle for frontal lobe access during extraction. Current specimens showing heightened awareness when removal extends past standard optic nerve length. Text message exchange with Dr. Crane. Me. 2 more showing promise. Advanced symptoms. Crane. Bay 6 ready. After midnight. Bring witnesses. Me. We'll prep them. They're already seeing it. Crane. Pattern needs completion. Patient file addendum. September 18th, 2024, 12:01 a.m. Found Arcane's right eye on my desk this morning. Impossible. I stored it with the others. Security footage shows me performing second extraction at 3:33 a.m. No memory of this. Surgical technique showing marked improvement. Need to review missing time episodes. Personal recording dictation. September 19th, 2024, 2:17 a.m. The specimens require fresh tissue interaction. Place Torres's eye in direct contact with Kane's. Membrane fusion occurred spontaneously. Beautiful. Pupil division observed at 2:13 a.m. Single eye now contains 3 distinct, independently moving pupils. Each tracks different dimensional planes, recording wet sounds from specimen jar, like whispers, but backwards. Surgical notes. September 20th, 2024. Night. First assisted self-extraction performed on Dr. Linda Hayes, ophthalmology, 3rd floor. She came to me. Said the specimens told her I was ready. Her technique was perfect. No wastage, no screaming. Kept her eye open during its own removal, watching until the last connection severed. The sound it made when it came free, like wet velvet tearing, but musical. Private journal. September 21st, 2024, 4:44 a.m. Had to expand storage. Converted walk-in closet to specimen room. Walls lined with preservation jars. The fluid keeps changing color. Thicker, more viscous. Sometimes I catch them all blinking in sequence like binary code. Started performing minor procedures on my own eyes. Preparation, small incisions around the orbital cavity. The forum says we need to loosen the gates. The pain feels like validation. Audio recording transcript, group session.
Show him how ready we are.
Together, always together.
The pattern needs us. The Watchers are hungry.
Incident report, unsent. September 22nd, 2024. Group session devolved into spontaneous mass extraction event. 6 patients, 12 eyes, perfect synchronization. They used their fingers, so much more intimate than tools. The sounds, God, the sounds they made. Not of pain, of revelation. Had to cancel afternoon appointments. Spent hours arranging new specimens. They know their places. They teach me the pattern. The fluid in the older jars has turned black. Something moves in the darkness. My own eyes have started leaking black fluid when I sleep. Personal recording, September 23rd, 2024, 3:33 a.m. Patient observation no longer necessary. The specimens communicate directly now. Black fluid from my tear ducts contains moving particles. Under microscope, they form the same patterns the eyes arrange themselves in. My vision splits when I inject it. I can see behind my own eyes now. Video surveillance log, Dr. Mitchell's office. September 23rd, 2024, 4:17 a.m. Dr. Mitchell observed talking to specimen jars for 47 minutes. Black fluid visible running down face. All specimens oriented toward him during interaction. Movement detected in preservation fluid. Pattern formation consistent with previous incidents. Surgical log, September 24th, 2024. Self-procedure notes. First incision, 2:17 a.m. No anesthetic. Used ceremonial blade from forum contact. Kept right eye connected by nerve strand to maintain dual perspective. Watched my own extraction through the departing eye. Excruciating revelation. Perfect clarity. Personal journal. They showed me how to extend the nerve. Keep it connected. Watch myself watching myself. The ceremonial blade makes such clean cuts. Forum was right. Anesthetic defeats the purpose. Need to feel the separation. Need to see it happen. Specimen response recording. September 25th, 2024. Time unknown. The removed eye continues independent function. Placed in master solution with others. Black fluid propagating through preservation medium. All specimens now suspended in darkness. They pulse in union. The pattern forms itself now. Can still see through the removed eye. Better than before. It shows me the spaces between spaces. The thing that watches us watching it. Left eye beginning preparation for extraction. Sutures from first procedure dissolving spontaneously. Nerve tissue shows sign of metamorphosis. Forum post. Sight seeker MD. Level 5 activation protocol. Collection complete. Pattern crystallized in darkness. Specimen, mass achieving consciousness convergence. Ready for final extraction sequence. The eye bank preparations were just the beginning. They're moving on their own now. All the jars, all the specimens. The fluid has turned to something else, something alive. When I put my remaining eye close to the glass, I can see. Hospital Security Report, September 29th, 2024. Multiple unauthorized access attempts to surgical ward. Dr. Mitchell's keycard used during off hours. Security footage shows subject walking normally despite obvious bilateral ocular trauma. Black fluid trails noted on floor. Final recording. Audio only. September 30th, 2024, 3:33 a.m. The pattern completes itself. The watchers unite. The darkness between eyes fills with seeing. Final procedure commencing. No tools needed. They know how to remove themselves now. They know their true purpose. They know. They see. Final security footage, Dr. Mitchell's office. October 1st, 2024, 3:33 a.m. Empty office, walls lined with preservation jars, black fluid leaking upward against gravity, all specimens oriented toward ceiling corner, movement in the darkness between them, something vast unfurling. Last frame shows Dr. Mitchell, both eyes removed, sockets leaking black fluid, smiling. All specimens missing in morning light, only residual black fluid patterns remain, still moving, still forming words. They must see. Case file number 274-B, October 15th, 2024. Detective Sarah Chen, Missing Persons Division. Evidence log. Eye bank incident, 27 preservation units emptied. Black residue on storage surfaces. Security footage corrupted. Dr. Emma Crane missing, 72 hours. Multiple staff disappearances. Note, second mass disappearance in sector this month. Preliminary report. Initial sweep of Bay 6 shows methodical removal of specimens. Unlike typical medical theft, preservation units arranged in precise pattern before emptying. Dr. Crane's office computer wiped, found surgical tools with ritual markings. Black fluid residue collected for analysis. Personal notes, 2317, third time staring at these crime scene photos. Something's wrong with the blood patterns. Not wrong, precise. Too precise. Each spatter forms perfect geometric shapes when viewed at the right angle. Been comparing them for hours. My vision's getting blurry, but I can't stop seeing the connections. Eye bank security footage review. October 15th, 2024, 2:33 a.m. Last recorded footage of Dr. Crane shows methodical rearrangement of specimens. Cross-referencing with psych hospital incidents shows identical pattern formation. Had to stop reviewing at 3:33 timestamp. Video started showing impossible angles of the room. Equipment check showed no malfunction. Interview transcript October 15th, 2024, 11:47 a.m. Subject, Marcus Reed. Status, night janitor, missing. Last known location, Bay 6, audio file corrupted. Recovered segment.
The specimens needed proper arrangement. She helped us see. Did you know eyes don't die when removed? They just see differently. You'll understand soon. Your eyes, they're already changing.
Personal notes, 1322. Something odd about evidence photos. Laid them all out chronologically. Eye bank, psych hospital, 3 other sites. Pattern emerges, when viewed from above, like a massive eye shape, facilities forming the iris. Can't unsee it now. Left eye keeps focusing beyond the evidence board. Right eye normal. Thought it was fatigue, but it's getting worse. Or better. Seeing more details now. Connections I missed before. Evidence log update, 1545. Retrieved Dr. Mitchell's patient files. Forum printouts discussing the game. Surgical tools with matching markings. Flash drive containing partial preservation logs. Note, photos of tools show different markings when reviewed later. Need second opinion. Forensics report, October 16th, 2024. Sample, black residue from Bay 6. Results inconclusive. Substance appears to move under microscope. Lab tech reported visual distortions after extended analysis. Sending to advanced facilities. Personal notes, 217. Can't sleep. Spent hours mapping disappearance sites. Started small, local medical facilities, then expanded. Pattern keeps growing. My right eye sees the current map, but my left eye, it sees where the pattern wants to go. Future sites? Have to keep investigating. Official Report Edition. Pattern analysis reveals coordinated activity. 5 facilities hit in precise sequence. All incidents at 3:33 a.m. Black fluid residue at each scene. Geometric blood patterns. Missing specimens and staff. Note: report photos. Keep shifting. Images stable in system, but change when viewed. Getting worse. Personal notes. 3:33. Woke up at desk. Evidence photos rearranged themselves while I slept. Or did I arrange them? They form a perfect pattern now. Beautiful geometric progression. My eyes see different layers, present and potential. The pattern is alive, growing. Found forum posts about the game. References to levels, advancement, willing participation. Dr. Crane's username located, Night Watch. Dr. Mitchell's, Sightseeker MD, both active until disappearance. Latest entry from Dr. Mitchell's recovered journal. The pattern needs witnesses, some to participate, some to observe. The watchers must be watched. She'll see soon enough. Personal notes. 4:17. My vision's splitting. Left eye sees connections, patterns, possibilities. Right eye maintains normal sight. Together they reveal something vast, something growing. These aren't random disappearances, they're coordinates, points on a map, a diagram, a summoning. The pattern sees me seeing it. International Police Bulletin, October 20th, 2024. Reply: coordinated disappearances, medical facilities pattern match confirmed with incidents in London, Eye Hospital, Tokyo, Preservation Center, Sao Paulo, Research Facility, Berlin, Psychiatric Wing, Sydney, Specimen Storage. All cases report black fluid residue. All security footage corrupted at 3:33 a.m. Personal notes. 22:17. My eyes aren't failing. They're adapting. Left eye now sees through the case files to deeper connections. Right eye keeps me grounded in physical evidence. The overlay creates perfect clarity. Today's revelation: mapping software shows facilities form impossible geometric pattern. When I unfocus, I see the true diagram. It's moving, growing, beautiful. Evidence analysis. October 21st, 2024. Retrieved from Dr. Mitchell's office. Ancient medical text. Language unknown. Surgical diagrams showing ritual eye removal. Maps with marked locations. Note: patterns in book match blood spatter configurations exactly. Maps show future sites. Personal recording, 1:33 a.m. Need to document what I'm seeing. Left eye perceives pattern extending globally. Right eye confirms physical evidence. When I close either eye, reality shifts. Together, they show truth. The pattern isn't just spreading, it's awakening. Each disappearance adds to its complexity. The missing people aren't victims, they're components. Interview transcript. October 22nd, 2024. Subject: night nurse, Sydney facility. They came willingly, arranged themselves in the pattern Dr. Mitchell designed, even helped each other with the extractions. The fluid wasn't blood, too dark, too alive. It moved upstream, toward the ceiling, toward something waiting. Personal notes, 3:33. Woke to find my case wall rearranged. Did I do this? Every photo, document, and map aligned perfectly. They form an eye when viewed with my left eye, a door when viewed with my right. Together they show the way through. Global Incident Report, October 23, 2024. Pattern analysis. 27 facilities affected worldwide. 333 individuals missing. Identical black fluid samples. Synchronized timing of events. Geometric configurations match ancient diagrams. Personal recording, dawn. The forums were wrong. The game isn't about removing eyes to see. Some of us are meant to keep our eyes, to witness, to record, to understand. My vision continues evolving. Left eye sees through time now. Right eye maintains anchor to present. The pattern chose me, not as a participant, but as its witness. Personal log, October 25th, 2024, 3:33 a.m. Both eyes functioning independently now. Right eye watches my hands write this. Left eye sees through the walls, tracking black fluid moving through city pipes, not spreading, converging, following the pattern's design. Found Dr. Mitchell's final recordings. Now I understand why he needed physical extraction. His sight couldn't evolve naturally, but mine was meant for this. Official report, attempt. October 25th, 2024, dawn. Mass disappearance at City Hospital matches previous. Report abandoned. Personal notes, can't write official reports anymore. How do you document reality splitting? Left eye shows me the pattern's completion. Facilities worldwide forming perfect geometric web. Right eye confirms physical evidence. Together they reveal the truth. The game was preparation. Eye removal just crude evolution. The collected specimens were never meant to see. They were meant to be seen through. Field notes, hastily written. October 26th, 2024. Pattern forms massive optical nerve system. Eye banks as corneal points. Hospitals as synaptic clusters. Preservation facilities as neural nodes. Black fluid creating connective tissue. Missing persons becoming conductive paths. They're building something. No, they're rebuilding something. Audio recording. October 27th, 2024. Time unknown. Temperature dropping citywide. Black fluid rising against gravity. My left eye sees them all now. Every specimen, every willing participant, every removed eye. All arranged in living constellation. Right eye confirms physical changes. Reality bending around pattern points. The ancient texts weren't instructions. They were warnings. Something vast is using the pattern to focus, to see, to wake up. Personal log. October 28th, 2024. The missing people chosen by site type. Removals. Those who needed physical extraction. Collectors. Those who gathered and arranged. Witnesses. Those like me, who evolved to see naturally, all serving the pattern. All serving its site. Found mass gravesite from 1924. 100-year cycle. Same pattern, same removals, same fluid. But pattern never completed. Not enough specimens. Not enough points of focus. This time the pattern reaches critical mass. Final evidence note, October 29th, 2024. Left eye shows completion approaching. Right eye captures evidence. Writing this as proof, as warning, as celebration. The pattern wasn't meant to let something look in. It was meant to let something look out. Live field recording, October 31st, 2024, 3:30 a.m. Location, Central Hospital Observation Room. Documenting final phase. Black fluid rising through every drain, every pipe in the city. All specimens activating simultaneously. Left eye shows global pattern awakening. Right eye sees them coming. Hastily written notes. Time unknown. Temperature dropped 40 degrees. Reality thinning at pattern points. Can see through my left eye what they've all become. Dr. Crane, central nervous pathway. Dr. Mitchell, synaptic cluster. All the others, neural networks, optical pathways, living conductors, not dead, transformed, serving their purpose. Audio log. The ancient texts were wrong, or we translated wrong. Not about removing eyes to see the truth, about becoming components of a greater eye, a living lens. City architecture shifting, buildings folding into impossible angles, creating focusing apparatus. We built our cities in these patterns unknowingly, preparing for its sight. The fluid, it's not spreading anymore, it's concentrating, becoming aqueous humor for something vast. Final written documentation. My left eye shows the truth across all time, every culture's ritual eye removal, every civilization's sacred geometry, every religion's all-seeing deity, all attempting this moment, this awakening. Right eye confirms physical changes, pattern points converging, reality bending inward, specimens aligning, living architecture forming, something emerging through. Last recording. November 1st, 2024, 3:33 a.m. They were right about one thing. They must see, but not us. Something else must see, using us, using all of us, the collected specimens, the willing sacrifices, the transformed observers, even me. The pattern completes. My left eye watches it unfold across dimensions. My right eye anchors it in reality. Perfect witness, perfect documentation. The air turns solid. Black fluid flows upward in torrents. every specimen, every removed eye, every transformed participant aligned perfectly. Global pattern crystallized. Reality splits open along geometric lines, and through that vast, wet aperture, something opens its eyes and looks back. At last, it sees final evidence note found in Detective Chen's apartment. November 2nd, 2024. To whoever finds this, don't look for the missing. They're not gone. They're now part of its sight. Don't trust reflective surfaces. Don't study the pattern. And whatever you do, don't close both eyes at once. I have to go now. My left eye shows me where. My right eye shows me how. The pattern is complete. They see, we see, it sees. Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. Welcome to Excavating Evolution Snallygaster. Cryptids. Mysterious entities existing on the fringes of scientific knowledge, embodying our deepest fears of the unknown. These creatures, born from folklore and fleeting sightings, challenge our understanding of nature and evolution. From remote lakes to dense forests, they represent the possibility that something ancient and terrifying still lurks in the world's hidden corners, watching and waiting. Cryptids force us to question what other impossible horrors might one day emerge from the wilderness to shatter our perceived mastery of the natural world. The early morning mist clings to the Appalachian foothills as the sun struggles to break through. A convoy of Hourglass energy trucks winds its way up a newly cut road, their headlights cutting through the fog. The lead truck stops at a clearing where a massive drilling rig towers above the trees. Dave Harper, clad in a hard hat and safety vest, steps out of the lead vehicle. He surveys the site with a mixture of pride and unease. Workers begin to unload equipment, their voices muffled by the ambient forest sounds. As the drill bit first touches the earth, a high-pitched whine fills the air. The workers pause, exchanging glances. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoes through the valley, causing several men to jump.
What the hell was that?
A young worker asks, his face pale. Dave forces a laugh.
Just the earth complaining a bit. These hills make all sorts of noises. You'll get used to it.
The workers chuckle nervously and return to their tasks, but Dave's smile fades as he looks towards the deep woods. For a moment, he thought he saw something move in the shadows. Shaking his head, he turns back to the rig.
All right, boys, let's make some money.
He shouts, drowning out the lingering echo of that unearthly scream. The fluorescent lights of the small laboratory hum as Dr. Evelyn Harper peers into a microscope. Her brow furrows as she adjusts the focus, scrutinizing the water sample from Blackwater Creek. The once pristine stream now runs murky, a casualty of Hourglass Energy's arrival. Evelyn leans back, rubbing her tired eyes. She's been at this for hours, driven by a gnawing concern. Reaching for another slide, she accidentally knocks over a vial. The water inside sloshes, leaving an oily residue on the countertop.
What the hell?
She mutters, grabbing a paper towel. As she wipes the spill, the paper sizzles faintly, emitting a sulfurous odor. The mass spectrometer in the corner beeps insistently. Evelyn hurries over, her heart racing as she reads the results. The chemical composition is like nothing she's ever seen. A complex mixture of hydrocarbons, heavy metals, and something else. Something that doesn't match any known compound in her database. A chill runs down her spine as she cross-references the results with geological surveys of the area. The deeper she digs, the more alarming the picture becomes. Whatever Hourglass Energy has tapped into, it's not just oil or natural gas. It's something far more ancient, far more dangerous. As if on cue, her phone buzzes with a text from her brother Dave. "Sis, you worry too much. The fracking's perfectly safe, trust me." Evelyn stares at the message, then back at her results. She knows she can't ignore this. Whatever's happening in Blackwater Creek, it's just the beginning. The Millbrook Town Hall buzzes with tension as residents file in, taking sides in the small auditorium. Mayor Sandra Wilkins stands at the podium, her practiced smile barely masking her anxiety. She glances at her notes, then at the faces before her, a sea of hope, skepticism, and barely contained anger.
Ladies and gentlemen,
she begins, her voice echoing through the room.
We're here to discuss Hourglass Energy's proposal and its potential impact on our community.
A murmur ripples through the crowd. Sandra spots Evelyn Harper in the front row, arms crossed, while her brother Dave sits on the opposite side, flanked by men in Hourglass Energy hard hats.
Now, I know there are concerns.
Mayor Wilkins continues, holding up a hand to quell the rising whispers.
But let's remember the opportunities this brings. Jobs, economic growth, a future for our children right here in Millbrook.
At what cost?
Evelyn's voice cuts through the air.
Mayor Wilkins, have you seen the water quality reports?
Before Mayor Wilkins can respond, Dave stands up.
We've assured the council that our operations exceed all safety standards. This scaremongering needs to stop.
The room erupts into shouting. From the back, Old Man Jenkins's voice rises above the racket.
You're waking things that ought to stay sleeping.
Mayor Wilkins bangs her gavel, struggling to maintain order. As she does, a low rumble shakes the building, causing the lights to flicker. For a moment, an eerie silence falls over the room.
Just a tremor, folks.
Mayor Wilkins says, her voice betraying a hint of uncertainty.
Now let's continue our discussion in a civilized manner.
As the debate rages on, Mayor Wilkins can't shake the feeling that forces beyond her control are already in motion. The night shift at the Hourglass Energy drilling site is eerily quiet. Jack Donnelly, a weathered worker with worry lines etched deep in his face, monitors the equipment alone in the control room. The hum of machines provides a false sense of normalcy. Suddenly, the gauges start to fluctuate wildly. Jack leans forward, frowning at the readouts. The drill bit pressure is all over the place, far beyond normal parameters. A low, rumbling sound emanates from deep within the earth, causing the coffee in Jack's mug to ripple. He stands, moving closer to the main pipeline.
What the hell?
He mutters, pressing his ear against the cold metal. For a moment, there's nothing but the usual industrial noises. Then, a sound that makes his blood run cold. A high-pitched, inhuman screech, muffled but unmistakable, echoing up from the depths. Jack jerks back, his heart pounding. He rushes to the computer, fingers flying over the keyboard as he checks the seismic data. The readings are off the charts, showing patterns he's never seen in his 20 years on the job. As he debates whether to shut down the operation or call his supervisor, a shadow passes by the window. Something large, something that shouldn't be there. By the time Jack turns to look, it's gone. He reaches for the phone with a shaking hand, then hesitates. Reporting this could cost him his job, and with a family to support, can he take that risk? After a long moment, Jack logs the incident as an equipment malfunction. But as he settles back into his chair, eyes darting to the shadows outside, he can't shake the feeling that they've disturbed something that should have been left alone. The fluorescent lights of Molly's diner flicker, casting a sickly glow over the worn Formica countertops. Old Man Jenkins hunches over a cup of coffee, his gnarled hands trembling slightly. The bell over the door jingles as a group of teenagers enter, their laughter a stark contrast to Jenkins's grim demeanor.
Did you hear? My dad got hired at the new site?
One of the boys boasts.
Says we'll be rolling in cash soon.
Jenkins's head snaps up, roomy eyes gleaming with unsettling intensity.
You folks don't know what you're messing with.
He croaks. The teens pause, exchanging amused glances.
Oh yeah, Gramps, what's that?
One girl asks, smirking. Jenkins leans forward, his voice dropping to a raspy whisper.
The snallygaster. Been sleeping in these hills for generations. Has a beak like metal, claws sharp as razors, and wings that blot out the moon.
Right.
A boy scoffs.
And I suppose it eats children for breakfast?
It'll eat whatever it can catch.
Jenkins growls.
And mark my words, when the earth bleeds black, it'll wake up hungry.
The teens roll their eyes and move to a booth. But as they walk away, one of them glances back, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Outside, the wind picks up, carrying with it a faint, keening sound. For a moment, a massive shadow passes over the diner's windows. Jenkins sees it, his aged eyes widening in recognition and fear. But when he turns to alert the others, the shadow is gone.
You'll see,
he mutters into his coffee.
You'll all see soon enough.
As if in response, a distant rumble echoes through the hills, causing the diner's lights to dim momentarily. The chatter in the diner falters, replaced by an uneasy silence. Dr. Evelyn Harper stands at the edge of her brother Dave's property, her jaw set in determination. The sun is setting, casting long shadows across the unkempt lawn. She marches up to the front door and knocks firmly. Dave opens the door, his Hourglass Energy jacket still on.
Evelyn, what are you doing here?
Evelyn pushes past him into the house. In the cluttered living room, Evelyn pulls out a folder.
Look at these water samples. The chemical composition is off the charts. Whatever you're drilling into, it's poisoning our groundwater.
Dave sighs, rubbing his temples.
Come on, sis, we've been over this. The fracking is safe.
Safe?
Evelyn interrupts, her voice rising.
Then explain this.
She pulls out a photo of a deformed fish from Blackwater Creek, its eyes milky white, skin covered in oozing lesions. Dave recoils.
That's not from our operation. It can't be.
Wake up, Dave. You're part of something dangerous here. People could get hurt.
As their argument intensifies, neither notices the dark shape that flits past the window, momentarily blocking the fading daylight. Suddenly, a piercing shriek cuts through the air, causing both siblings to freeze. It's unlike anything they've ever heard. Part bird, part machine, all terror.
What was that?
Dave whispers, face pale. Evelyn moves to the window, peering out into the growing darkness. For a split second, she sees something impossible. A massive winged shape silhouetted against the twilight sky. Then it's gone. She turns back to Dave, her eyes wide.
I think it's already too late.
Sheriff Mike Tanner's cruiser bumps along the rutted dirt road, its headlights cutting through the early morning mist. He's responding to a call from Old Man Jenkins's farm, another complaint about missing livestock. As he pulls up to the pasture, the acrid smell of blood hits him.
What the hell?
He mutters, reaching for his flashlight. The beam sweeps across the field, revealing a scene of carnage. Cattle carcasses lie strewn about, their bodies torn open and partially devoured, but it's not like any animal attack Tanner's ever seen. The wounds are too large, too precise.
Jenkins?
Tanner calls out, hand resting on his holster. No response. He moves deeper into the field, the wet grass soaking his boots. His flashlight catches something reflective, a backpack. Next to it, a broken hiking stick and a trail of blood leading into the woods. Tanner radios for backup, his voice tight.
Possible missing hiker at the Jenkins farm. And send animal control. I don't know what we've got here.
A twig snaps in the forest. Tanner whirls, gun drawn. For a moment, he sees a pair of eyes reflecting in the darkness. Too high up to be a bear, too large to be a mountain lion. Then they're gone. As Tanner backs toward his cruiser, his foot hits something soft. He looks down to find a severed arm, the flesh shredded by what looks like massive talons. The sheriff stumbles back to his vehicle, hands shaking as he reaches for the radio. Whatever did this is unlike anything he's ever encountered, and he has a sickening feeling it's still out there, watching. Dr. Isaac Reeves hunches over his computer in the Hourglass Energy mobile lab, his face bathed in the blue glow of multiple screens. Outside, the drilling rig looms in the darkness, its steady thrum a constant backdrop.
This can't be right,
he mutters, adjusting his glasses. The seismic readings from the latest drill samples are unlike anything he's seen in his 30-year career. A knock at the door makes him jump. It's Jack Donnelly, looking haggard after his night shift.
Dr. Reeves, you asked to see me?
Dr. Reeves nods, gesturing to the screens.
Jack, these readings, they're off the charts. Look at these density anomalies. It's as if we're drilling through something that shouldn't exist at this depth.
Jack shifts uncomfortably.
About that, Doc. Last night I heard something coming up from the bore.
Heard something?
A scream or a screech, like metal on metal, but alive.
Dr. Reeves is about to respond when his equipment suddenly comes to life. Needles spike and screens flash with warnings. A low-frequency sound fills the lab, rattling the windows.
My God.
Dr. Reeves breathes, staring at the readout.
It's like the Earth itself is screaming.
The sound builds to a crescendo, and for a moment, buried beneath the mechanical noise, they hear it. An otherworldly shriek that chills them to their cores. As quickly as it started, it stopped. The lab falls silent except for the hum of computers. Dr. Reeves and Jack exchange terrified looks. Whatever Hourglass Energy has awakened, it's clear now that they're dealing with forces far beyond their understanding. The musty scent of old books fills the air as Amelia Cooper, the town's young librarian, sifts through stacks of yellowed newspapers and town records. The library is silent save for the occasional creak of the old building settling. Amelia's fingers trace over a faded headline.
Mystery Beast terrorizes Millbrook, 1923.
Her eyes widen as she reads about livestock mutilations and unexplained disappearances from a century ago. She pulls out her phone, comparing the old articles to recent news reports. The similarities are uncanny. As she delves deeper into the archives, a pattern emerges. Every few generations, the same stories surface, always coinciding with attempts to exploit the region's natural resources. A leather-bound journal catches her eye. The cover is embossed with a strange symbol, a winged creature with a metallic beak. Inside, she finds detailed accounts of snallygaster sightings dating back to the town's founding. One passage makes her blood run cold.
The beast sleeps beneath the earth, awakening only when the ground bleeds black. Its hunger is insatiable, its wrath unstoppable.
Suddenly, the lights flicker. A shadow passes over the window, larger than any bird. Amelia rushes to look outside but sees only darkness. When she turns back, the journal is open to a new page, one she hadn't noticed before. A crude drawing depicts a creature emerging from a crack in the earth, surrounded by what looks like modern drilling equipment. Amelia's hands shake as she reaches for her phone. She needs to warn someone, anyone, about what she's found. But as she dials, she realizes with growing dread that she might already be too late. The sun beats down on a crowd gathered at the entrance to the Hourglass Energy site. Protesters wave hand-painted signs denouncing fracking, their chants echoing off the surrounding hills. Across from them, a line of security guards stands impassively, creating a human barrier. Dr. Harper stands at the forefront, megaphone in hand.
Stop the drilling! Protect our water!
The crowd roars in response. On the other side of the fence, Dave Harper watches his sister with frustration and concern. He turns to Thomas Granville, the Hourglass Energy CEO, who's flown in to address the situation.
Sir, maybe we should talk to them, explain our safety measures.
Granville cuts him off.
No negotiations with eco-terrorists, Dave. We have our permits. They can't stop progress.
As tensions escalate, a young protester breaks from the crowd and rushes toward the fence. Security moves to intercept him. In the ensuing scuffle, the protester's phone goes flying, landing in the restricted area.
My phone?
He yells.
There's something on it you need to see.
Curiosity piqued, Evelyn snatched up the phone before security could reach it. She presses play on a video and her eyes widen in shock. The footage is shaky, clearly shot in the woods near the drilling site. For a moment, all that's visible are trees and shadows. Then, a massive shape moves through the frame. A creature with leathery wings and a glinting metallic beak.
Oh my God.
Dr. Harper breathes. The protesters gather around, gasping and murmuring as they watch. Suddenly, an inhuman shriek pierces the air, causing everyone to freeze. It comes from the direction of the drilling site. In the stunned silence that follows, the ground trembles beneath their feet. The full moon hangs low over Millbrook, casting long shadows across Sarah Tanner's backyard. The 16-year-old sits on her porch swing, the creak of rusted chains punctuating the chirp of crickets. She's texting her friends about the protest earlier that day, still buzzing from the excitement. A twig snaps in the nearby woods, causing Sarah to look up from her phone.
Hello?
She calls out, squinting into the darkness. Probably just a deer, she thinks. Then, she sees it. A massive shape moving between the trees, too large and too fluid to be any normal animal. Sarah's breath catches in her throat as the creature emerges into a patch of moonlight. It's like nothing she's ever seen. Leathery wings unfurl from a body covered in scales and fur. A long, serpentine neck supports a head with a metallic beak that glints in the moonlight. And its eyes, they glow with an otherworldly intelligence. Sarah's paralyzed with fear, her scream caught in her throat. The creature turns, fixing its gaze on her. For a moment, time seems to stand still. Suddenly a shout breaks the silence.
Hey, who's out there?
It's Mr. Johnson, Sarah's neighbor, stepping onto his porch. The creature's head swivels toward the sound. In a blur of motion almost too fast to follow, it lunges. Sarah watches in horror as the snallygaster snatches Mr. Johnson off his porch, his scream cut short as they disappear into the night sky. Only then does Sarah find her voice, her terrified shriek piercing the quiet neighborhood. Lights flick on in nearby houses as she collapses onto the porch, her body shaking with sobs. In the distance, the snallygaster's triumphant screech echoes across Millbrook, heralding a new era of terror for the town. The beam of Dr. Harper's flashlight bounces off the damp walls of the cave, casting eerie shadows. Jack Donnelly follows close behind, his hard hat doing little to calm his nerves. They've been exploring this cave system for hours, following a hunch about its connection to the drilling site.
We shouldn't be here, Doc.
Jack mutters, eyeing the unstable-looking ceiling. Dr. Harper presses on, her scientific curiosity overriding her fear.
These formations aren't natural, Jack. Look at these marks.
She illuminates a section of the wall covered in deep grooves. They look like claw marks, but each is the size of a car door.
Jesus.
Jack breathes.
What could make marks like that?
Before Dr. Harper can respond, a low rumble shakes the cave. Small rocks and dust rain down on them.
Tremor from the drilling?
Jack asks hopefully. Dr. Harper shakes her head, her face pale.
Wrong direction, it's coming from deeper in the cave.
They press on, the passage widening into a vast chamber. Dr. Harper's flashlight beam falls short of the far wall, swallowed by the darkness.
My God.
Dr. Harper gasps. The floor is littered with bones. Some ancient, some disturbingly fresh. In the center of the chamber stands a bizarre geological formation, like a twisted organic version of a drilling rig. Jack's foot catches on something. He looks down to see a familiar hard hat caked in dried blood. Suddenly a screech echoes through the chamber, causing them to instinctively duck. The sound of massive wings beating fills the air.
Run!
Dr. Harper yells. They sprint back toward the entrance, the creature's roars growing louder behind them. As they burst out of the cave into the moonlight, they hear the Snallygaster's frustration echo from the depths. They've escaped, but they now know the horror that lurks beneath Millbrook. Mayor Sandra Wilkins paces her office, the weight of recent events evident in the dark circles under her eyes. A knock at the door makes her jump.
Come in.
She calls, trying to keep her voice steady. Thomas Granville, CEO of Hourglass Energy, strides in, his crisp suit starkly contrasting Mayor Wilkins' disheveled appearance.
Mayor Wilkins,
he says, his tone clipped.
We need to discuss these ridiculous rumors circulating around town.
Mayor Wilkins sinks into her chair.
Mr. Granville, people are scared. The protest, the missing livestock, and now Mr. Johnson's disappearance.
Tragic, I'm sure.
Granville interrupts.
But hardly our concern. We have a contract, Mayor. Your job is to keep order, not entertain fairy tales about flying monsters.
As if on cue, Mayor Wilkins' phone buzzes with a news alert.
Amateur footage captures a glimpse of alleged Millbrook monster.
Her heart sinks. Granville's eyes narrow.
I trust you'll put a stop to this nonsense?
Mayor Wilkins hesitates, torn between her duty to the town and the economic promises Hourglass Energy represents.
I'm not sure I can, Thomas. What if there's some truth to...
Truth?
Granville scoffs.
The only truth that matters is in the jobs and revenue we're bringing to this backwater town. Unless you'd prefer we take our operation elsewhere?
The threat hangs in the air. Mayor Wilkins thinks of the families depending on those jobs and of her campaign promises for economic growth. But she also thinks of Sarah Tanner's terrified face and the growing pile of evidence she can no longer ignore. Before she can respond, a distant screech echoes through the town, audible even through the closed office windows. Granville pales, his composure cracking for the first time.
What was that?
He whispers. Mayor Wilkins meets his gaze, her resolve hardening.
That Mr. Granville is the sound of the truth you're trying to ignore.
The Hourglass Energy drilling site stands eerily quiet under the moonlight. The night shift crew, a skeleton team of 5 workers, goes about their routine checks. Mike, the shift supervisor, frowns at the control panel.
Hey, Joey, go check on pump station 3. Pressure's acting up again.
Joey nods, grabbing his hard hat.
On it, boss.
As Joey disappears into the maze of equipment, an unnatural stillness falls over the site. The constant hum of machinery dims as if holding its breath. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierces the night. Mike's head snaps up.
Joey?
No response. Mike grabs his radio.
All hands, check in now.
One by one, his crew responds, all except Joey. The team converges on Pump Station 3. What they find turns their blood cold. Joey's hard hat lies on the ground, cracked open like an egg. A trail of blood leads to a mangled piece of safety railing, bent outward as if something massive had torn through it.
Oh, God!
One worker whispers, pointing upward. Colossal claw marks score the side of a storage tank, leading to the torn remnants of Joey's vest on the tank's roof. Before they can react, a dark shape blots out the stars above. A terrifying screech fills the air as something massive swoops down. Chaos erupts. Men scatter, screaming. Mike runs for the control room but never makes it. A flash of leathery wings, a glint of a metallic beak, and he's gone. The attack is over in minutes. When security arrives, they find a scene of carnage. Equipment is destroyed and vehicles are overturned, and of the 5-man night crew, only pools of blood and scattered remains are left. High above, unseen in the night sky, the Snallygaster soars away with its prey, a chilling reminder that no one in Millbrook is safe. A foreboding stillness settles over Millbrook as storm clouds gather on the horizon. The town, usually bustling with activity, is unnaturally quiet. Curtains twitch as fearful residents peer out their windows. Streets empty save for the occasional patrol car. At the edge of town, Old Man Jenkins stands on his porch, watching the sky with knowing dread. A gust of wind carries a faint, distant shriek. He shakes his head, muttering,
"It's begun."
Across town, families huddle around TV sets and radios, desperate for news. The local station crackles to life.
This is an emergency broadcast. Multiple reports of large, unidentified flying creatures have been confirmed. All residents are advised to stay indoors and secure all entrances.
In the town square, Sheriff Tanner coordinates with his deputies, their faces grim.
Set up roadblocks on all major routes.
He orders,
"No one in or out until we figure this out."
A deputy's radio squawks.
Sir, we've got another sighting near the old mill, and God, there's more than one of them.
Sheriff Tanner's face pales.
How many?
At least 3, maybe more. They're carrying something. Looks like bodies.
As if in response, a chorus of inhuman screeches fills the air, sending chills down every spine in Millbrook. Windows rattle, car alarms blare, and in the distance, the sound of shattering glass and terrified screams can be heard. Dr. Harper rushes into the square, clutching a stack of papers.
Sheriff, I know what these things are. We need to evacuate the town now.
But before Sheriff Tanner can respond, a massive shadow passes overhead. The streetlights flicker and die, plunging the town into darkness. As darkness engulfs the town, chaos erupts. The air fills with a cacophony of screeching tires, splintering wood, and the thunderous flapping of leathery wings. Homes and businesses become battlegrounds as the snallygasters swoop through the blackness, their victorious shrieks piercing through the din of human panic. Millbrook's long night of terror has only just begun. The Millbrook High School gymnasium buzzes with fearful energy. Hundreds of townspeople crowd the space, some nursing injuries, others comforting crying children. The air is thick with the smell of sweat and anxiety. Sheriff Tanner stands on a makeshift platform, trying to maintain order.
"Please, everyone, remain calm. We're working on a plan."
His words are drowned out by a cacophony of shouts and questions.
What are those things?
What are those things?
When can we go home?
Where's the National Guard?
Dr. Harper pushes through the crowd, climbing up beside Tanner. She grabs the megaphone from his hand. Her authoritative tone cuts through the noise. The crowd quiets, all eyes on Dr. Harper.
These creatures, these snallygasters, are real. They're dangerous. But they're also animals with weaknesses we can exploit. Right now, we need to work together.
As she speaks, the doors burst open. Mayor Wilkins rushes in, her face ashen.
They've breached the hospital. We need volunteers for an evacuation.
A murmur of fear ripples through the crowd. Then slowly, hands begin to rise. Dr. Harper nods grimly.
Good. Sheriff, organize the volunteers. Mayor, we need to discuss fortifying our position here.
Suddenly, the lights flicker ominously. A distant screech echoes, causing parents to clutch their children tighter. Dr. Harper's voice remains steady.
Remember, stay in groups, secure all entrances. And whatever you do, stay away from open spaces, especially at night.
As the crowd begins to organize, Dr. Harper pulls Sheriff Tanner and Mayor Wilkins aside.
We need to face facts.
She whispers.
This isn't just an attack, it's a siege, and we're on our own.
The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air, punctuated by another inhuman cry from outside. The battle for Millbrook's survival has truly begun. The hospital corridor is bathed in flickering emergency lights, casting long, dancing shadows. Dr. Harper leads a group of volunteers, their footsteps echoing ominously in the eerie silence.
Stay close.
She whispers, her knuckles white around a makeshift weapon, a fire axe. They round a corner and freeze. The maternity ward door hangs off its hinges, claw marks scoring deep grooves in the metal. Inside, overturned incubators lie scattered like discarded toys. A volunteer retches.
Oh God, the babies!
Shh! Dr. Harper hisses. A soft, wet sound comes from a nearby room. Heart-pounding, Dr. Harper peers around the doorframe. What she sees turns her blood to ice. A snallygaster crouches in the center of the room, its leathery wings folded against its body. Its metallic beak drips with something dark and viscous. At its feet lies a bundle of bloodied blankets. Dr. Harper signals the others to stay back, but a young volunteer stumbles and knocks over a tray of instruments. The creature's head snaps up, its glowing eyes fixing on the group. It unfurls its wings, filling the room with its massive frame.
Run!
Dr. Harper screams. They sprint down the corridor, the snallygaster in hot pursuit. Its screeches echo off the walls, joined by answering cries from outside. They burst through the emergency exit into the parking lot. A military helicopter swoops overhead, its spotlight illuminating a nightmarish scene. Snallygasters perch on rooftops and circle overhead. On the ground, overturned cars and bloodied pieces of clothing tell a grim story. As the group races toward an armored transport, Dr. Harper glances back. The hospital windows glow with an otherworldly light, silhouettes of winged horrors visible in every frame. Millbrook's last bastion of healing has fallen. The night has only just begun. The Hourglass Energy Control Room is a hive of frantic activity. Alarms blare as technicians scramble to make sense of the readings flooding their screens. Jack bursts in, his face pale with shock.
We need to shut it down, now.
Granville grabs Jack's arm.
Don't be ridiculous. We can't just...
His words are cut short as the building shudders. A deep, resonant sound emanates from somewhere far below, like the groan of the earth itself. Suddenly, the main screen flashes red. A 3D model of the drilling site appears, showing a massive cavern system that shouldn't exist.
My God.
A technician whispers,
The drill. It's punctured something.
As they watch in horror, the cavern on the screen begins to shift and pulse, as if alive. A blood-curdling shriek pierces the air, causing everyone to clap their hands over their ears. The sound is coming through the drill shaft.
Shut it down!
Jack yells over the noise, but it's too late. The ground heaves and the far wall of the control room crumples like paper. Through the gaping hole, they see a nightmare-made flesh. A monstrous snallygaster, easily 3 times the size of the others, emerges from the earth. Its scales shimmer with an oily iridescence, its eyes glowing with ancient malevolence. Granville stumbles back, his face a mask of terror.
What have we done?
The creature's gaze fixes on the humans. Its beak opens, revealing rows of dagger-like teeth. In one swift motion, it lunges forward, snatching Granville in its jaws. His scream is cut short as the beast withdraws, taking him into the darkness. Jack and the remaining staff flee in panic, the inhuman shrieks of newly awakened horrors echoing behind them. The true scale of Hourglass Energy's folly is now terrifyingly clear, and Millbrook stands on the brink of oblivion. The Millbrook Elementary School, now a makeshift shelter, is shrouded in an uneasy quiet. Families huddle together on gym mats. Their whispered fears are a constant undercurrent. In a corner, Sarah sits alone, her eyes vacant. She hasn't spoken since witnessing her neighbor's abduction. Her father, Sheriff Tanner, kneels beside her.
Sarah, honey, please, say something.
Sarah's gaze slowly focuses on her father. Her lips part, but instead of words, a chilling, inhuman screech escapes her throat. The shelter erupts into chaos. Parents grab their children, scrambling away from Sarah. Sheriff Tanner recoils, horror etched on his face. Sarah's body begins to contort, her skin stretching and tearing. As people watch in terrified disbelief, leathery wings burst from her back, spraying blood across the horrified onlookers.
Oh God, it's inside her!
Someone screams. Sheriff Tanner reaches for his daughter, but it's too late. Sarah's face elongates into a metallic beak, her eyes glowing with an alien intelligence. The thing that was once Sarah lets out an ear-splitting shriek. The windows of the school shatter, and answering cries echo from outside. As panic engulfs the shelter, the newly formed Snallygaster takes flight and crashes through the roof. In the gap, silhouettes of more winged horrors descend. Dr. Harper bursts into the gym, wielding her fire axe.
Everybody out. Head for the tunnels.
As people stream towards the exit, Dr. Harper grabs the shell-shocked Sheriff Tanner.
Mike, I'm so sorry, but we have to move now.
Outside, the night sky is filled with wheeling, screeching shapes. The air resonates with the sound of rending metal and shattering glass as the Snallygasters tear into the town. Millbrook's last refuge has fallen. The infection is spreading, and no one is safe. The old Millbrook mine tunnels echo with the hurried footsteps and panicked breathing of fleeing townspeople. The narrow passages, barely lit by sporadic emergency lights, feel like a tomb. Dr. Harper leads the group, her fire axe at the ready. Behind her, Sheriff Tanner stumbles along, his eyes haunted by the memory of his daughter's transformation. Suddenly, the tunnel shakes violently. Dust and small rocks rain down on the refugees.
They're digging!
Someone cries out. The sound of scraping and tearing grows louder. Claws pierce through the tunnel ceiling, showering debris on the terrified crowd.
Move, move.
Dr. Harper shouts, urging people forward. A section of the tunnel collapses behind them. Through the gap, glowing eyes and snapping beaks become visible. The creatures pour in, their shrieks echoing deafeningly in the confined space. In the chaos, people are separated. A woman trips, disappearing under a stampede of feet. Children wail for lost parents. Sheriff Tanner snaps out of his daze, drawing his gun.
Evelyn, get them out! I'll hold them off!
Before she can protest, he turns, firing into the oncoming horde. The bullets do little more than enrage the creatures. As Dr. Harper herds the survivors towards an exit, she glances back. She sees Sheriff Tanner, surrounded by snallygasters, emptying his clip into the swarm. Then, horribly, she watches as one creature's beak clamps onto his arm. Instead of tearing him apart, it is injecting something. Sheriff Tanner's agonized scream turns into a familiar, inhuman shriek.
No!
Dr. Harper whispers, realizing the full horror of what's happening. She slams the tunnel door shut, the sound of transformation and carnage fading behind them. But the nightmare is far from over. As the survivors emerge into the cold night air, they find themselves on the outskirts of town. Millbrook burns in the distance, the sky alive with wheeling, screeching shapes. They've escaped the tunnels, but they've entered a world now ruled by monsters. The Millbrook Library basement is dim, lit only by flickering lanterns. Amelia hunches over ancient town records, her fingers trembling as she turns brittle pages. Dr. Harper paces nearby, her clothes stained with dirt and blood.
There has to be something here.
Amelia mutters.
Some way to stop them.
A dull thud from upstairs makes them both freeze. Dust drifts down from the ceiling.
They're in the building.
Dr. Harper whispers, gripping her axe tighter. Amelia turns another page and gasps.
Evelyn, look at this.
The yellowed paper shows a crude drawing of a winged creature surrounded by strange symbols. Below, the barely legible text reads, "The hunger awakens when the earth bleeds black. Only by returning the stolen essence can the sleeper be appeased." Before they can decipher more, a horrific sound fills the air. The screech of a snallygaster, but distorted, as if coming from a human throat.
Oh God.
Dr. Harper breathes.
It's Sarah.
Heavy footsteps approach the basement door. Claws scrape against wood. Amelia scrambles to gather the documents.
There's a passage behind the bookshelf. We can...
The door explodes inward. Sarah, or what used to be Sarah, stands in the doorway. Her body is a grotesque hybrid of human and snallygaster, scales bursting through skin, wings half-formed and dripping blood.
Daddy?
Sarah's voice emerges from the metallic beak, heart-wrenchingly human.
It hurts, Daddy. Make it stop.
Dr. Harper steps forward, axe raised.
Sarah, if you're in there.
Sarah's head snaps towards her, eyes glowing with inhuman hunger. She lunges impossibly fast. Dr. Harper swings the axe, catching Sarah in the shoulder. Black ichor sprays from the wound.
Run!
Dr. Harper yells to Amelia. As they flee through the hidden passage, Sarah's agonized, furious shrieks follow them, a terrifying blend of human and monster. They found a clue, but at a horrific cost, and the night is far from over. The Hourglass Energy Compound is a scene of devastation. Overturned vehicles and mangled bodies litter the ground. Jack picks his way through the wreckage, his face a mask of guilt and determination. He reaches the main building and slips inside, navigating corridors he once walked with confidence. Now, every shadow seems to hide a lurking horror. Jack enters the CEO's office, hurrying to the computer. His fingers fly over the keyboard, accessing hidden files.
Come on, come on.
He mutters. A video file opens, showing Thomas Granville in the same office, his face haggard.
If you're seeing this, it means I'm probably dead.
The recording begins.
What we've unleashed, it's beyond our worst nightmares. The drilling didn't just wake them up, it's changing them, making them stronger, more intelligent.
A crash echoes from somewhere in the building. Jack glances nervously at the door. Granville's voice continues, growing more frantic.
There's a failsafe, a way to collapse the entire underground system. But the price, God help me, the price is...
The video cuts off abruptly. Jack curses, frantically trying to recover the file. A soft sound behind him makes him turn. In the doorway stands a figure, not quite snallygaster, not quite human. It's Granville, or what's left of him. Half of Granville's face is still recognizably human, twisted in agony. The other half has elongated into the beginning of a metallic beak. One arm ends in razor-sharp talons.
Jack?
Granville's voice grates out, a horrific blend of human and monster.
Help me.
Jack backs away, his hand searching for a weapon.
Thomas, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Granville lunges forward with inhuman speed. Jack dives aside, feeling talons graze his back. As he scrambles for the exit, Granville's agonized howl follows him, a sound of rage, pain, and hunger that will haunt Jack's nightmares if he lives long enough to have them. Mayor Wilkins stands at the window of her office in City Hall, watching as her town burns. The sky is filled with wheeling, shrieking shapes. their wings blotting out the stars. A knock at the door makes her jump.
Come in.
She calls, her voice hoarse. Dr. Reeves enters, his lab coat stained with blood and worse.
Madam Mayor, we need to talk.
Mayor Wilkins turns, her eyes hollow.
What's left to say, Isaac? We've failed. The town is lost.
Dr. Reeves shakes his head, pulling out a tablet.
Not yet. Look at this.
He shows her a complex diagram of the cave system beneath Millbrook.
The creatures, they're not just random mutations. They're evolving rapidly, and it's all centered here.
Mayor Wilkins leans closer, frowning.
What am I looking at?
He points to a large cavern deep underground. A horrific screech interrupts him. The window behind Mayor Wilkins explodes inward. She screams as a snallygaster bursts into the room, its metallic beak snapping at her. Dr. Reeves grabs a chair, smashing it against the creature's head. The snallygaster turns, its glowing eyes fixing on him.
Run.
Dr. Reeves yells to Mayor Wilkins.
Get this information to Harper.
Mayor Wilkins hesitates for a split second, then bolts for the door. Behind her, she hears Dr. Reeves's scream cut short, followed by the wet sound of tearing flesh. She races down the hallway, the tablet clutched to her chest. More windows shatter as shapes burst in, their shrieks echoing off the walls. Mayor Wilkins reaches the stairwell, practically falling down the steps in her haste. She can hear the creatures pursuing, their claws scraping against the walls. As she bursts out of City Hall, she sees a group of survivors in the distance, led by Dr. Harper.
Evelyn!
She screams, running towards them.
I know how to stop them.
But her words end in a choked gasp as talons close around her shoulders, lifting her into the air. The tablet falls from her grasp, shattering on the pavement. Mayor Wilkins' last sight is of Dr. Harper's horrified face growing smaller as she's carried into the night sky toward a fate worse than death. The entrance to the cave system looms before Evelyn, Jack, and a small team of volunteers. The mouth of the cave seems to breathe, exhaling a fetid, warm air that reeks of decay.
Are we really doing this?
One volunteer whispers, his voice trembling. Dr. Harper checks her makeshift flamethrower, a jury-rigged contraption of pipes and pressurized fuel.
We don't have a choice. The answers are down there.
They enter the cave, their headlamps cutting weak swaths through the oppressive darkness. The walls glisten with an oily sheen, pulsing slightly as if alive. As they descend deeper, the temperature rises. Strange, membranous sacs, each the size of a human torso, cling to the walls.
What are those?
Jack asks, his voice hushed. Dr. Harper approaches one cautiously. Inside, a shape moves. Suddenly, the sac splits open, spilling out a half-formed snallygaster. It screeches weakly, its wings still wet and crumpled.
Oh God.
Dr. Harper gasps.
It's a nursery.
The infant creature fixes its glowing eyes on them, letting out a piercing cry. From deeper in the cave, answering shrieks echo.
Let's go!
Dr. Harper yells. They sprint deeper into the cave system as adult snallygasters pour in behind them. The narrow passages amplify the creature's cries to a deafening level. One volunteer trips, disappearing under a wave of leathery wings and snapping beaks. His screams are abruptly cut short. The team reaches a vast chamber. In the center, a massive, pulsating organ fills the space, tendrils extending in all directions. Hundreds of snallygasters cling to the walls, their eyes fixed on the intruders.
The hive mind?
Dr. Harper breathes. Before they can react, a familiar figure steps out from behind the central mass. It's Mayor Wilkins, her body grotesquely transformed, her eyes glowing with alien intelligence.
Welcome,
she says, her voice a horrific blend of human and monster.
We've been waiting for you.
The team backs away in horror as the chamber fills with the sound of beating wings and snapping beaks. Their mission has become a trap, and escape seems impossible. The military command center, hastily set up on the outskirts of Millbrook, buzzes with frantic activity. Colonel Hartley stares at a wall of monitors, each showing a different angle of the town's destruction.
Sir?
A young lieutenant approaches, her face pale.
We've lost contact with the team that entered the caves.
Hartley's jaw clenches.
And the airstrike?
Ready in your command, sir, but there are still civilians in the blast zone.
Before Colonel Hartley can respond, alarms blare. On the main screen, a mass of winged shapes rises from the center of town, blotting out the night sky.
My God!
A soldier whispers.
There are thousands of them.
Colonel Hartley grabs a radio.
All units fall back to defensive positions. This is not a drill.
Outside, the sound of gunfire and screams fills the air. The command center shakes as something massive lands on the roof.
Sir, we need to evacuate.
The lieutenant shouts. Colonel Hartley looks at the chaos on the screens. Then at the bunker's blast door, his expression hardens.
Negative. Seal the bunker. We make our stand here.
The blast door begins to close, but not before they hear the agonized screams of soldiers being torn apart outside. As the door seals with a hiss, the lights flicker. In the momentary darkness, glowing eyes appear in every shadow.
They're inside!
A soldier screams. Chaos erupts. Gunfire lights up the bunker in strobes. Colonel Hartley empties his pistol into a snallygaster, only to see the wounds close almost instantly. In the melee, Colonel Hartley fights his way to the control panel. With a trembling hand, he inputs the launch codes for the airstrike. As talons tear into his back, Colonel Hartley slams the execute button. His last thought, as darkness takes him, is a prayer that it will be enough. Outside, fighter jets scream across the sky, their payload destined for the heart of Millbrook. But as missiles streak toward the town, winged shapes rise to meet them, their shrieks a challenge to man's last desperate gambit. The night sky lights up with explosions, marking the beginning of the final battle for Millbrook's survival. The cave entrance explodes outward in a shower of rock and dust. Dr. Harper emerges, dragging a badly wounded Jack behind her. Their clothes are torn and bloody, their faces etched with terror and exhaustion.
Go, go!
Dr. Harper screams to the handful of survivors stumbling out after them. Behind them, the unholy shrieks of pursuing snallygasters echo from the depths. As they clear the cave mouth, a military helicopter swoops down, laying down suppressing fire. The creatures retreat momentarily into the darkness. Amelia runs to meet them, her eyes wild.
Evelyn, we thought you were...
No time.
Dr. Harper gasps, helping Jack toward a waiting vehicle.
We need to get to the drilling site now.
As they speed through the ruins of Millbrook, Dr. Harper briefs the others on what they discovered.
The hive mind.
She explains, her voice hoarse.
It's not just controlling them, it's changing them, evolving them. If we don't stop it soon, they'll be unstoppable.
Jack winces as the vehicle hits a bump.
The failsafe Granville mentioned. It's a way to collapse the entire cave system.
But?
Amelia interrupts, sensing there's more. Dr. Harper and Jack exchange a grim look.
But it'll take down half the town with it.
Dr. Harper finishes. The weight of this revelation settles over the group. Suddenly the sky darkens. They look up to see hundreds of snallygasters blotting out the stars, all converging on a single point.
My God.
Amelia whispers.
They're protecting the hive.
As they watch, military jets scream overhead, launching missiles at the swarm. But the creatures move with impossible coordination, forming a living shield. Missiles detonate harmlessly against their massed bodies. One by one, the jets are plucked from the sky by darting shapes, spiraling down in flames. The group looks on in horror as humanity's last best weapons fail.
Get us to that drilling site.
Dr. Harper says, her jaw set.
It's up to us now.
As they race toward their final gambit, the sky behind them fills with fire and the triumphant shrieks of the snallygasters. The Hourglass Energy drilling site, once a symbol of progress, now stands as a grotesque monument to human folly. The main rig towers above, surrounded by smaller pumps and equipment, all eerily silent. Dr. Harper's group pulls up in their battered vehicle. As they exit, the air fills with the distant screech of snallygasters.
We don't have much time,
Dr. Harper says, leading them toward the central control building. Inside, they find Jack's colleague, Dr. Reeves, hunched over a computer terminal. He looks up as they enter, his eyes wild with a mixture of fear and excitement.
You made it.
He breathes.
I wasn't sure anyone would come.
Isaac.
Jack says, limping forward.
The failsafe. How do we activate it?
Dr. Reeves's face falls.
It's not that simple. The failsafe, it requires a human operator. Someone has to stay behind to manually overload the drill.
A heavy silence falls over the group.
That's a death sentence.
Amelia whispers. Dr. Reeves nods grimly.
Yes, but it's the only way to generate enough force to collapse the entire cave system.
Before anyone can respond, an inhuman shriek pierces the air. Through the windows, they see a familiar figure landing in the yard outside. It's Sarah Tanner. Her transformation is now complete. Her once human eyes glow with malevolent intelligence as she fixes her gaze on the building.
She followed us?
Dr. Harper realizes with horror. More shapes descend from the sky, surrounding the building. Among them is the twisted form of Mayor Wilkins, her voice a horrific blend of human and monster as she calls out.
Dr. Harper, we know you're in there. Come out and your deaths will be quick.
The group exchanges terrified glances. They're trapped with an impossible choice before them, certain death outside or a suicidal last stand within. Dr. Harper's hand tightens on her makeshift weapon.
All right.
she says, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes.
Let's get to work. We have a world to save.
As the others nod in grim agreement, the sounds of claws scraping against metal echo through the building. The final battle for Millbrook, and perhaps humanity, is about to begin. The drilling site's control room has become a frenzied command center. Dr. Harper and Dr. Reeves are poring over schematics while Jack and Amelia barricade the doors.
We need to reroute the main power conduits.
Dr. Reeves explains, pointing to a complex diagram.
It'll overload the drill, causing a chain reaction through the cave system.
A thunderous crash shakes the building. Outside, Sarah's transformed voice carries an otherworldly authority.
Your resistance is futile. Join us and evolve.
Dr. Harper shivers but stays focused.
How long will it take?
10 minutes to set up, then 5 minutes for the overload to reach critical mass.
Dr. Reeves replies grimly. Another crash. Metal screeches as claws tear through the outer defenses.
We don't have 15 minutes.
Jack says, his face pale. Dr. Harper makes a decision.
I'll go. I'll keep them distracted while you set up the failsafe.
Evelyn, no!
Amelia cries, but Dr. Harper is already moving, grabbing a flare gun and her makeshift flamethrower.
Just get it done.
She rushes to a side exit, takes a deep breath, and bursts out into the night. Immediately, she's surrounded by twisted, hybrid forms, half human, half snallygaster. She recognizes faces, neighbors and friends, all transformed into monstrous parodies of themselves.
Hey!
She shouts, firing the flare gun into the air.
You want me? Come and get me.
The creatures screech in unison, a sound that vibrates through her bones. As one, they lunge towards her. Dr. Harper runs, using the equipment and vehicles for cover. She fires bursts from her flamethrower, keeping the creatures at bay. But there are too many. A talon catches her arm, drawing blood. She stumbles, falling hard on the gravel. As she rolls over, she sees Sarah looming above her, beak open and ready to strike. At that moment, Dr. Harper realizes with horrifying clarity this might be a one-way mission. The night sky above fills with winged shapes descending. Time is running out for Dr. Harper and Millbrook. Inside the control room, chaos reigns. Dr. Reeves's fingers fly over the keyboard, rerouting systems and overriding safety protocols. Jack and Amelia work frantically to reinforce the barricades as inhuman shrieks and the sound of rending metal echo through the building.
How much longer?
Jack yells over the commotion. Dr. Reeves doesn't look up from his work.
3 minutes to initiate, then 5 till critical mass.
A massive impact rocks the building, cracks spiderweb across the reinforced windows.
We didn't have 8 minutes 10 minutes ago, Doc. Let's go.
Amelia says, her voice tight with fear. Outside, Dr. Harper weaves through the machinery, her flamethrower sputtering as fuel runs low. She's bleeding from multiple cuts, her movements growing sluggish. Sarah lands in front of her, blocking her path.
Why do you resist, Dr. Harper? Evolution is inevitable.
Dr. Harper raises her weapon, but it only produces a weak flame. Sarah's beak-like mouth twists in a grotesque approximation of a smile. In the control room, a section of the wall suddenly bulges inward. Mayor Wilkins' distorted voice carries through.
Your time is up. Surrender and join the new order.
Dr. Reeves looks up from the computer, his face ashen.
It's done. The overload sequence is initiated.
A heavy silence falls over the room, broken only by the sounds of the creatures trying to break in.
So what now?
Amelia asks. Jack's expression hardens.
Now we buy time, whatever it takes.
Outside, Dr. Harper backs away from Sarah, exhausted by her options. Suddenly, the ground trembles beneath her feet. A low, resonant hum builds from deep underground. Sarah's head snaps up, her inhuman eyes widening with what might be fear.
What have you done?
At that moment, Dr. Harper realizes the true horror of their plan. They're not just destroying the Snallygasters, they're about to bring down everything. The caves, the town, themselves. As the humming grows to a deafening roar, Evelyn closes her eyes.
I'm sorry,
she whispers, though to whom she's not sure. The night sky lights up as the first explosions begin deep underground, marking the beginning of Millbrook's end. The ground beneath Millbrook heaves and buckles as the failsafe sequence progresses. Deep underground, explosions chain through the cave system, collapsing tunnels and chambers. At the drilling site, chaos reigns. Snallygasters wheel in the air, their shrieks now tinged with panic. The transformed townspeople stumble about in confusion, caught between their human instincts and the hive mind's commands. Dr. Harper seizes the moment of distraction to sprint back towards the control building. Sarah Tanner, momentarily stunned, lets out a furious screech and gives chase. Inside, Jack and Amelia brace themselves against the shaking walls. Dr. Reeves stares at his monitors, face illuminated by warning lights.
It's not enough,
he says, voice barely audible over the rumbling.
The main chamber, it's too deep, we're not reaching it.
The door bursts open. Dr. Harper stumbles in, slamming it behind her.
We need to go deeper.
She gasps.
How?
Jack demands.
We're out of time.
Dr. Harper's eyes lock onto the main drilling controls.
We use the drill itself. Drive it straight down into the heart of the hive.
Dr. Reeves shakes his head.
That's insane. The vibrations alone could tear this place apart. We'd never survive.
But the town might.
Dr. Harper counters. A moment of heavy silence falls over the group. Then slowly they nod in agreement. As Dr. Reeves begins the drilling sequence, the others gather what supplies they can. The building shudders around them, metal groaning under the strain. Suddenly the wall explodes inward. Sarah stands in the breach, her monstrous form silhouetted against the fiery sky outside. Behind her, more transformed townspeople pour in.
Go.
Dr. Harper shouts to the others, grabbing a metal pipe as a weapon.
Get to the emergency bunker. I'll hold them off.
Jack hesitates, then grabs Amelia's arm, dragging her towards the exit. Dr. Reeves follows, casting one last mournful look at Dr. Harper. As her friends escape, Dr. Harper faces the oncoming horde. The drill's whine rises to a fevered pitch, drowning out the inhuman shrieks of the creatures. Dr. Harper raises her makeshift weapon, a grim smile on her face.
Come on then,
she says.
Let's finish this.
With Evelyn squaring off against the transformed Sarah, the fate of Millbrook hanging in the balance as the world crumbles around them. The emergency bunker shudders with each impact from above. Jack, Amelia, and Dr. Reeves huddle around a flickering monitor, watching in horror as the drill bores deeper into the earth.
It's working,
Dr. Reeves breathes, pointing to a schematic.
The drill is destabilizing the entire cave system.
Amelia's eyes are fixed on another screen, showing the camera feed from the control room. The image is grainy, distorted by interference, but they can make out Dr. Harper's form, still fighting against the horde of transformed townspeople.
We have to go back for her,
Amelia insists. Jack shakes his head, his face a mask of anguish.
We can't. She gave us this chance. We have to see it through.
Suddenly, the bunker rocks violently. Dust and small debris rain down from the ceiling.
The drill's reached the main chamber.
Dr. Reeves shouts over the rumbling. On the monitor, they watch as the cave system map lights up with cascading collapses. But then, something unexpected happens. A new tunnel appears, boring upward from the depths at an impossible speed.
What the hell is that?
Jack demands. Dr. Reeves's face pales.
It's coming up. The hive mind, it's trying to escape.
The monitor tracking Dr. Harper suddenly clears. They see her, bloodied but standing, as the floor of the control room splits open. A massive, tentacled form begins to emerge, dwarfing even the fully transformed Snallygasters.
My God,
Amelia whispers. They watch in horror as Dr. Harper turns to face the monstrosity. Her voice, tinny through the speakers, carries a mix of terror and determination.
You want me?
She shouts at the creature.
Come and get me.
With that, Dr. Harper turns and sprints out of view, the tentacled horror following close behind. In the bunker, Jack makes a decision.
We're going after her,
he says, grabbing a weapon. As they prepare to venture out into the chaos, the ground heaves once more. There is no way Millbrook will survive. The surface of Millbrook has become a nightmarish hellscape. Buildings crumble as the ground shifts beneath them. Fires rage unchecked, casting an eerie glow over the devastation. In the sky, Snallygasters wheel in chaotic patterns, their usual coordination disrupted by the emergence of the hive mind. Jack leads Amelia and Dr. Reeves through the ruins, each armed with makeshift weapons. They navigate around gaping fissures in the earth, the depths glowing with an otherworldly light.
There!
Amelia points to a distant shape sprinting between collapsing structures. It's Dr. Harper, and she's being pursued by something massive and grotesque. As they watch, the creature, a writhing mass of tentacles and eyes, bursts through a building, sending debris flying. Its body seems to shift and change, as if struggling to maintain a physical form in our reality.
The hive mind.
Dr. Reeves breathes, his voice a mix of horror and awe.
That's even worse than I imagined.
They rush towards Dr. Harper, but their path is blocked by a group of transformed townspeople. Among them, they recognize Sarah and Mayor Wilkins, their forms now more Snallygaster than human.
Stop.
Stop!
Mayor Wilkins commands, her voice a discordant blend of human and monster.
You cannot interfere with the Great Awakening.
Jack raises his weapon, a jury-rigged flamethrower.
Watch us.
The battle is fierce and chaotic. Jack's flames keep the creatures at bay while Amelia and Dr. Reeves use their knowledge of the townspeople to try and reach whatever humanity might remain.
Sarah!
Amelia calls out.
Remember who you are. Your father wouldn't want this.
For a moment, Sarah hesitates, a flicker of recognition in her inhuman eyes. But then the hive mind's influence reasserts itself, and she lunges forward with renewed fury. As they fight, the ground continues to shake. In the distance, they see Dr. Harper disappear into the town hall, the massive form of the hive mind crashing in after her. Jack dispatches the last of their immediate attackers and turns to the others.
We need to end this now. For Evelyn. For everyone.
With grim determination, they race towards the town hall, knowing that the fate of not just Millbrook, but perhaps the entire world hangs in the balance. The interior of Millbrook's town hall is a maze of twisted corridors and collapsed walls. Jack, Amelia, and Dr. Reeves navigate carefully, following the trail of destruction left by Dr. Harper and the hive mind. Suddenly, a deafening shriek echoes through the building. The walls around them pulse with a sickly, organic movement.
It's changing the structure.
Dr. Reeves whispers, his face pale.
Adapting it.
They round a corner and freeze. The once grand assembly room has been transformed into a nightmarish organic chamber. Pulsating tendrils cover the walls, floor, and ceiling. In the center, suspended in a web of writhing appendages, is Dr. Harper. The hive mind looms over her, its form a constantly shifting mass of eyes, mouths, and tentacles. As they watch in horror, it speaks, using the voices of 1,000 transformed townspeople in unison.
Why do you resist? We offer evolution, perfection.
Dr. Harper, despite her obvious pain, glares defiantly at the creature.
You offer extinction. The end of everything human.
A tendril caresses Dr. Harper's face, and she winces in pain.
Then you will be the first to ascend.
The hive mind declares.
No.
Jack shouts, stepping forward and raising his weapon. The hive mind's attention snaps to them. Countless eyes focus on the group, and they feel the weight of an alien intelligence pressing against their minds.
More volunteers!
The voices chime with malicious glee. Tentacles lash out, whipping through the air towards them. Jack fires his flamethrower, causing the appendages to recoil with a screech of pain.
The eyes?
Dr. Reeves yells.
Target the eyes.
Amelia, armed with a sharpened pipe, jabs at the nearest cluster of eyes. The hive mind roars in agony, its form rippling with fury. In the chaos, Jack spots a path to Dr. Harper.
Cover me!
He yells, darting forward. As Amelia and Dr. Reeves distract the creature, Jack reaches Dr. Harper. He starts cutting her free, but she stops him.
Jack, listen.
She gasps.
I know how to stop it, but there's a cost.
Before she can explain further, a massive tentacle sweeps Jack away, slamming him against the wall. The hive mind's voice booms, shaking the very foundations of the building.
Enough! You will all become part of us. The new age begins now!
As our heroes struggle against the overwhelming force of the hive mind, Millbrook's and humanity's, fate hangs by a thread. The transformed town hall shudders with the hive mind's fury. Jack struggles to his feet, dazed by the impact. Amelia and Dr. Reeves continue their desperate attack, but they're clearly outmatched. Dr. Harper, still trapped in the creature's grasp, locks eyes with Jack.
The drill!
She shouts over the chaos.
We need to reverse it.
Understanding dawns on Jack's face. He turns to Dr. Reeves, who's narrowly avoiding a lashing tentacle.
Can we do it? Reverse the drill?
Dr. Reeves' eyes widen.
Yes, but it would pull everything down into the depths, including us.
A tendril wraps around Amelia's leg, yanking her off her feet. She cries out in pain as she's dragged toward the creature's central mass.
Do it.
Dr. Harper screams.
It's the only way.
Jack hesitates for a split second, then nods grimly.
Reeves, go. Get to the control room. We'll hold it off.
As Dr. Reeves sprints out of the chamber, Jack turns to face the hive mind. Its numerous eyes focus on him, and he feels an overwhelming pressure in his mind.
Foolish humans!
The creature's multi-voiced speech booms.
Your resistance is futile. Your species is obsolete.
Jack grits his teeth against the mental assault.
Maybe, but we're not going down without a fight.
He charges forward, emptying his flamethrower into the creature's eyes. The hive mind shrieks in agony, its tentacles flailing wildly. Amelia, freed from the creature's grasp, rushes to Dr. Harper's aid. As she works to free her friend, Dr. Harper gasps out,
The transformation, it can be reversed, but someone has to stay to guide the process.
Before Amelia can respond, the floor beneath them begins to tremble. A deep, resonant hum fills the air as the drill far below starts to reverse. The hive mind's form ripples with what might be fear.
What have you done?
It roars. The organic matter covering the walls starts to peel away, drawn downward by an irresistible force. The pull intensifies, and everything not anchored begins to slide toward the center of the room. Jack grabs onto a support beam, reaching out to catch Amelia's hand. Dr. Harper, still entangled in the creature's tendrils, is drawn deeper into its mass. As the room begins to collapse around them, our heroes face an impossible choice: save themselves or risk everything to stop the hive mind once and for all. The town hall groans and buckles as the reversed drill's pull intensifies. The hive mind writhes in panic, its massive form being inexorably drawn towards the growing vortex in the center of the room. Jack, still clinging to the support beam, locks eyes with Dr. Harper. She's almost completely enveloped by the creature now, but her gaze is clear and determined.
Jack,
She shouts over the deafening roar.
you have to let me go.
No,
He yells back, stretching his hand towards her.
we can still save you.
Dr. Harper shakes her head, a sad smile on her face.
This is the only way I can guide the reversal from the inside, save the others.
Before Jack can protest further, Dr. Harper closes her eyes in concentration. The tendrils around her begin to glow with an eerie light. The hive mind shrieks in agony.
What are you doing? Stop!
The transformed townspeople begin to convulse all around them. Sarah Tanner and Mayor Wilkins crash through the weakened wall, their bodies shifting and twisting. Amelia gasps.
Look, they're changing back.
Indeed, before their eyes, scales recede, wings shrivel, and human features begin to reassert themselves. But the process is clearly painful, and not everyone is surviving the transformation. The pull of the vortex grows stronger. Jack feels his grip slipping.
Evelyn!
He calls out one last time. She opens her eyes, meeting his gaze.
Tell them I'm sorry and thank you.
With that, Dr. Harper lets go, allowing herself and the hive mind to be pulled into the swirling abyss. The creature's screeches of rage and terror mingle with the sound of crumbling stone and twisting metal. Jack, Amelia, and the partially transformed townspeople are dragged towards the vortex. Just as all seems lost, strong hands grab them, pulling them back. It's Dr. Reeves, with a group of military personnel who've finally broken through to the town center.
Hold on,
he yells.
Just a few more seconds.
As they watch, the hive mind, with Dr. Harper at its core, disappears into the depths. The vortex collapses in on itself with a thunderous boom, and then silence. The dust settles. The survivors look around in shock at the devastation. Where Millbrook once stood, there's now a massive crater. But in the distance, they can see figures stirring. Townspeople, human once more, bewildered but alive. Jack stares at the center of the crater, his eyes hollow.
She did it.
He whispers.
She saved us all.
As the sun begins to rise on the horizon, the survivors of Millbrook face a new day, and the daunting task of rebuilding from the ashes of their ordeal. The first rays of dawn break over the devastated landscape that was once Millbrook. A thick, acrid smoke hangs in the air, punctuated by the occasional sound of shifting rubble and distant pained moans. Jack stands at the edge of the massive sinkhole that swallowed most of the town center, his clothes torn and dirty, eyes red-rimmed from smoke and unshed tears. Amelia approaches, limping slightly, a makeshift bandage around her arm.
Jack,
She says softly.
the military's set up a triage center. We need to start bringing people in.
He nods numbly, tearing his gaze away from the abyss that claimed Dr. Harper. As they turn to leave, a sound catches their attention, a human cry, tinged with something not quite natural. They rush towards the source, scrambling over piles of debris. In a small hollow formed by a collapsed wall, they find Sarah Tanner. Her body is a horrific patchwork of human skin and snallygaster scales, one arm ending in razor-sharp talons.
Help me,
She whimpers, her voice fluctuating between human tones and inhuman screeches. Jack and Amelia exchange troubled glances.
We'll get you help,
Jack assures her, though uncertainty clouds his eyes. As they help Sarah to her feet, more survivors begin to emerge from the ruins. Some are fully human, dazed and confused. Others, like Sarah, are caught between forms, living reminders of the horror they've endured. Dr. Reeves appears, accompanied by soldiers carrying medical supplies.
We've got more half-transformed people coming in,
he reports grimly.
Whatever Evelyn did, it didn't work completely for everyone.
The implications of this sink in. They've survived the immediate threat, but the nightmare is far from over. The actual cost of their victory is only beginning to reveal itself. As military helicopters thunder overhead and the first news vans appear on the horizon, Jack realizes that their ordeal has entered a new phase. The battle for survival may be over, but the struggle for truth, and for the future of those transformed, has only just begun. The makeshift command center buzzes with activity. Jack and Amelia huddle over a table strewn with papers, Dr. Harper's research notes salvaged from her partially collapsed home.
Look at this,
Amelia says, pointing to a diagram.
Evelyn traced Snallygaster sightings back centuries. They always coincide with major technological disruptions to the Earth.
Jack nods, his brow furrowed.
The Erie Canal in 1825, the first oil wells in the 1850s, and now fracking. We didn't just wake them up, we triggered their evolution.
As they pore over the notes, Dr. Reeves bursts in, his face pale.
You need to see this,
he says, leading them outside. They follow him to the edge of the sinkhole. Rescue teams have begun carefully exploring the upper levels of the collapsed cave system. One team is hauling something up, a massive fossilized skull, unmistakably that of a primitive Snallygaster.
Carbon dating puts it at over 100,000 years old,
Dr. Reeves explains.
But look at this.
He points to strange metallic growths on the skull.
These are recent, as if the creature was upgrading itself.
Jack's mind races.
They're not just animals,
he realizes.
They're some kind of living technology, evolving in response to human advancement.
Amelia gasps, pointing to a page in Dr. Harper's notes.
That's why the reversal worked. Evelyn found a way to loop their evolutionary cycle back on itself.
A commotion from the rescue team interrupts them. As they watch, another fossil is brought up, this one disturbingly more human-like, yet still bearing Snallygaster features.
My God.
Dr. Reeves whispers.
How long have we been part of their cycle?
The implications are staggering. Their victory suddenly seems hollow in the face of this ancient, ongoing threat. And somewhere in the back of their minds, a chilling question forms. If this has all happened before, what's to stop it from happening again? As if in answer, a distant tremor shakes the ground, sending small pebbles skittering into the depths of the sinkhole. A fleet of black SUVs rolls into what remains of Millbrook's main street. Men in dark suits emerge, led by a stern-faced general. Jack, Amelia, and Dr. Reeves watch warily as they approach the command center.
I'm General Hawthorne,
the leader announces.
This area is now under military quarantine. All civilians are to be evacuated and debriefed.
Jack steps forward.
With all due respect, sir, these people need medical attention, not interrogation. And we've made some discoveries that...
That's classified.
General Hawthorne interrupts.
You'll turn over all materials related to the incident immediately.
Amelia clutches Dr. Harper's notes tighter.
You knew, didn't you?
She accuses.
The government knew about the Snallygasters before the drilling started.
The general's face remains impassive, but a flicker of something, guilt, fear, passes through his eyes.
I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am. Now, if you'll come with us...
No,
Jack says firmly.
We're not going anywhere. These people deserve to know the truth.
General Hawthorne's expression hardens.
Mr. Donnelly, Ms. Cooper, Dr. Reeves, your country thanks you for your service. A generous compensation package awaits if you cooperate. Otherwise...
He lets the threat hang in the air. Suddenly, Sarah Tanner emerges from a nearby tent, her half-transformed state clearly visible. The soldiers react instantly, raising their weapons.
Stop,
Jack shouts, stepping between them.
She's not a threat, she's a victim.
General Hawthorne stares at Sarah, shock breaking through his composed exterior.
My God,
he whispers.
It's worse than we thought.
Taking advantage of the distraction, Amelia slips Dr. Harper's notes to a trusted local reporter who's been covering the story. The reporter nods, understanding the importance of what she's been given. As tensions escalate between the survivors and the military, a low rumble shakes the ground. Cracks appear on the pavement, spreading towards the quarantine line. General Hawthorne's radio crackles to life.
Sir, we're picking up seismic activity. Something's moving down there.
The general's face pales. He turns to Jack, his authoritative demeanor crumbling.
What did you do? What did you wake up?
As chaos erupts around them, Jack realizes once again that the battle for Millbrook, and perhaps for humanity's future, is far from over. The Millbrook High School gymnasium, now a makeshift hospital, is filled with rows of cots. Doctors and nurses, some in hazmat suits, move between patients. Many of the injured are in various states of transformation, their partially human forms a stark reminder of the horrors they've endured. Jack and Amelia stand with Dr. Reeves, watching as a team of scientists examines Sarah Tanner. Her body spasms, shifting between human and snallygaster features.
We might be able to reverse the transformation completely.
One scientist says,
but the process would be excruciating, and we're not sure of the long-term effects.
And what if they don't want to change back?
Amelia asks, her voice low.
Some of them, they say they feel more alive, more connected to everything.
Jack runs a hand through his hair, frustration evident.
We can't just leave them like this, but we can't force a cure on them either.
Their debate is interrupted by a commotion near the entrance. A group of townspeople has gathered, led by Old Man Jenkins. Despite the chaos, he managed to survive, though he now walks with a cane.
We want answers.
Jenkins shouts.
What really happened here? What aren't you telling us?
Jack steps forward, ready to explain, but Amelia grabs his arm.
Jack, wait. If we tell them everything about the ancient cycle, about the government's involvement, it could cause panic. Is that what Evelyn would have wanted?
Jack hesitates, torn between his desire for truth and his need to protect the town.
I don't know, but they deserve to know, don't they?
As they grapple with this dilemma, Dr. Reeves calls them over to a computer.
You need to see this,
he says, his voice shaking. On the screen they see seismic readings from deep below the town. The tremors have a pattern, almost like a heartbeat. Overlaid on the graph is an EEG reading, one that perfectly matches Dr. Harper's brain patterns.
It's not possible,
Amelia whispers.
What if...
Jack's voice is barely audible.
What if Evelyn didn't die? What if she became something else?
The implications of this discovery hang heavy in the air. If Dr. Harper has somehow merged with the hive mind, has she saved the town or become a new threat? And how can they possibly explain this to the survivors who are demanding answers? As they stand there, the weight of these impossible decisions bearing down on them, another tremor shakes the building. In the distance, a flock of birds takes flight as if fleeing from some unseen danger. The nightmare, it seems, is not over. It's evolving. A somber crowd gathers in the clearing that once was Millbrook's town square. A makeshift memorial stands at its center, adorned with photos of the lost and mementos salvaged from the ruins. The air is heavy with grief and uncertainty. Jack steps up to a hastily constructed podium, his face etched with the weight of recent events. He looks out at the faces before him, human, half-transformed, and everything in between. In the back, he notices General Hawthorne and his men watching closely. Taking a deep breath, Jack begins to speak.
We've been through hell,
he says, his voice carrying across the hushed gathering.
We've lost friends, family, and the town we called home, but we're still here. We survived.
He pauses, catching Amelia's eye in the crowd. She nods encouragingly.
You deserve the truth.
Jack continues.
About what happened here, about the snallygasters, about the ancient cycle we've stumbled into, and about Evelyn Harper, who gave everything to save us.
As Jack speaks, he lays out the full story, the government's prior knowledge, the connection to human advancement, and the possibility that this may not be the end.
We stand at a crossroads,
he says.
We can try to forget, to bury this truth along with our town, or we can face it head on, prepare for what might come next, and honor those we've lost by building something new.
He gestures to the half-transformed individuals in the crowd.
All of us, no matter our form, are part of this community. We'll face whatever comes together.
As Jack's words sink in, a low rumble echoes from beneath their feet. But this time, instead of panic, the crowd stands firm, united in their shared experience. In the distance, the first foundations of new buildings are taking shape, and high above, a flock of birds wheels in the sky. Or are they birds at all? Jack steps down from the podium, joining Amelia and Dr. Reeves. They look out over the crowd, then to the horizon where Millbrook once stood.
What now?
Amelia asks softly. Jack's expression is one of determination tinged with uncertainty.
We rebuild, we prepare, and we stay vigilant, because something tells me our story isn't over yet.
As if in response, a distant screech echoes from the mountains. The survivors of Millbrook turn towards the sound, ready to face whatever comes next, together. The sterile white of the underground laboratory contrasts sharply with the grotesque specimen suspended in the center of the room. What was once a snallygaster now appears more machine than creature. its leathery wings interlaced with metallic fibers, its beak a razor-sharp alloy. Dr. Samantha Harper, granddaughter of the legendary Dr. Evelyn Harper, steps back from the holographic display, her face pale.
General,
She addresses the stern-faced man beside her.
the rate of mutation is exponential. The Millbrook incident was just the beginning.
The general's eyes narrow.
Explain.
They're not just evolving, sir. They're adapting, integrating our technology into their very biology. Each generation is more advanced than the last.
She gestures to a series of specimens, each more terrifying and mechanized than the previous. A tremor shakes the lab, causing vials to rattle ominously.
The hybridization program?
The general inquires, steadying himself. Dr. Samantha Harper leads him to a sealed chamber. Inside, volunteers undergo a horrific transformation, their bodies contorting as scales and circuitry burst from their skin.
Our only defense.
She says grimly.
To fight the monsters, we're creating our own.
Suddenly, alarms blare. A young scientist rushes in, panic etched on his face.
Doctor, seismic activity detected globally. It's happening everywhere.
They rush to the central console. A world map flashes red at countless points, each representing a potential emergent site. As chaos erupts around them, the main screen flickers. A message appears. I tried to warn you. The cycle cannot be broken, only survived. E. Dr. Samantha Harper's breath catches.
Grandmother?
The general grabs her arm.
We need to initiate global protocol now.
But it's too late. The tremors intensify. In the specimen room, the fossilized Snallygaster's eyes suddenly glow with an unearthly light. The true nightmare, 50 years in the making, has only just begun. Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. The first chill of autumn crept through my bedroom window, carrying with it the scent of decaying leaves, and something else, something I couldn't quite place. I shivered, pulling my blanket tighter around my shoulders as I peered out at the house next door, Old Man Craven's place. It loomed in the pre-dawn darkness, a hulking shadow against the lightening sky. I'm Carl Jonsetta, and I've lived in Hollowbrook all my life, but this October felt different, wrong somehow. A flicker of movement caught my eye. Was that Craven shuffling around his porch in the dim light? I squinted, trying to make out his hunched form. For a moment I could have sworn his skin gleamed orange in the weak moonlight. I blinked, and he was gone. Sleep eluded me after that. I tossed and turned until my alarm blared, signaling the start of another day at the hardware store. A news alert popped up on my phone as I sipped my morning coffee. Local woman missing, the headline screamed. Susan Talbot, age 32, hadn't shown up for work yesterday. My stomach churned. That made 3 disappearances this month. The walk to work took me past Craven's house. I'd made this trek 1,000 times before, but today, my feet felt leaden. As I approached, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something had changed. There, on Craven's porch, sat a jack-o'-lantern. Its carved face was so lifelike, it was unsettling. Eyes that seemed to follow me, a mouth twisted into an expression I couldn't quite read. I'd never seen anything like it. The craftsmanship was exquisite and every line and shadow was perfectly placed, but something about it made my skin crawl.
Beautiful, isn't it?
I nearly jumped out of my skin. Craven had materialized beside me, his watery eyes fixed on the pumpkin. How had I not heard him approach?
Yes, it's quite something. Did you carve it yourself, Mr. Craven?
He turned those watery eyes on me, and I felt a chill run down my spine.
Oh yes, I always work with the freshest materials.
I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. There was a faint, sickly sweet smell in the air, rotting vegetation and something else, something worse.
You should come by on Halloween, Carl. I'm planning quite the display.
Sure, I'll do that.
I practically ran the rest of the way to work. Throughout the day, I couldn't shake the image of that pumpkin from my mind. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw its face, eerily lifelike, almost familiar. More than once, I caught myself absently tracing its features in the air, my fingers tingling with a phantom sensation of soft, yielding flesh. When I finally trudged home that evening, exhausted and on edge, I saw that Craven's porch now boasted 2 jack-o'-lanterns. The new addition was another masterpiece, its expression hauntingly emotive. It reminded me of someone for a fleeting moment, but I couldn't quite place who. I shook off the thought and hurried inside. That night, I dreamed of pumpkin patches stretching as far as the eye could see. As I walked between the rows, the gourds began to whisper. I leaned in close, straining to hear.
Help us, please, Carl, help us.
I woke up drenched in sweat, the sheets tangled around my legs like vines. The next few days passed in a blur of unease. More pumpkins appeared on Craven's porch, each a masterpiece of carving and unnervingly lifelike. And with every new jack-o'-lantern, another missing person report hit the local news. A nagging feeling tugged at the back of my mind, but I couldn't quite place it. Nobody else seemed particularly concerned. When I tried to voice my unease to Sheriff Davis, he just laughed it off.
Come on, Carl. You're letting the Halloween spirit get to you. They're just pumpkins. Damn fine ones, too. Old Craven's got quite the talent.
But something felt off. Every time I passed Craven's house, dread pooled in my stomach. The pumpkins seemed to watch me, their eyes following my every move. Sometimes, in the still of the night, I thought I could hear muffled sounds coming from next door, but I told myself it was just the wind. I ran into Craven at the grocery store a week before Halloween. He was buying an ungodly amount of candles.
Planning a big event?
He fixed me with that unsettling gaze.
Oh yes, All Hallows Eve is a very special time, Carl. The veil between worlds is thin. It's the perfect night for transformations.
I noticed something dark caked under his fingernails as he spoke. My mind recoiled from the implications.
You will come, won't you? I've saved a special place for you in my display.
I mumbled some non-committal response and fled, leaving my half-filled cart behind. As I power-walked home, my phone buzzed with another alert. Tim Burkett, the high school quarterback, hadn't come home last night. That evening, a new jack-o'-lantern appeared on Craven's porch. Its features were youthful, with a hint of a cocky grin. Something about it niggled at my memory, but I couldn't quite place why it seemed so familiar. I slept with the lights on that night, but no locker lights could keep out the dreams, fields of screaming pumpkins, the wet sound of a knife carving, and always Craven's eyes watching me from the darkness. As October wore on, a dark cloud settled over Hollowbrook. The usual excitement for Halloween felt muted, overshadowed by an undercurrent of fear. More people had gone missing, and whispers of maliciousness circulated through town. I couldn't shake the feeling that it all led back to Craven's house. One evening, unable to bear the sight of those ever-watching jack-o'-lanterns, I took a different route home. As I cut through the park, I spotted a familiar figure hunched on a bench. It was Mrs. Talbot, Susan's mother.
Carl, have you seen my Susan?
I shook my head, guilt gnawing at me.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Talbot, I haven't...
She clutched my arm, her eyes wild.
I saw her, Carl, last night in my dreams. She was screaming, begging for help, but her face, it was all wrong, orange and twisted.
A chill ran down my spine. I mumbled some platitudes and hurried away, her sobs echoing behind me. That night, my dreams were more vivid than ever. I found myself in Craven's basement, surrounded by pumpkins in various stages of carving. Their faces were contorted in agony, flesh and rind blurring together. In the center stood Craven, knife in hand, beckoning me closer. I woke up screaming, sheets drenched in sweat. The next day, I called in sick to work. My inner detective was at work. I spent hours poring over missing person reports. A horrifying realization dawned on me as I flipped through the photos. Does each disappearance coincide with a new jack-o'-lantern on Craven's porch? But it was impossible, right? A storm rolled in that evening, thunder shaking the windows. Between flashes of lightning, I thought I saw movement on Craven's porch. Squinting through the rain-lashed glass, I could make out a hunched figure arranging pumpkins. Suddenly, Craven looked up, meeting my gaze. Even through the darkness and rain, I could see his smile. Slowly, deliberately, he raised a finger to his lips. I stumbled back, heart pounding. When I gathered the courage to look again, both Craven and the pumpkins were gone. Sleep eluded me that night. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind sounded like whispered pleas for help. By morning, I was a wreck. I don't know what possessed me to do it. Maybe it was lack of sleep or the growing certainty that something horrific was happening next door. But as dusk fell the next day, I found myself creeping towards Craven's house. The porch was empty, the jack-o'-lanterns conspicuously absent. Gathering my courage, I peered through a grimy window. The interior was dark except for a faint glow from the basement door. I tried the handle. It turned. Heart in my throat, I stepped inside. The floorboards creaked under my feet as I made my way to the basement door. The glow was stronger now, flickering like candlelight, and there was that smell again. Sickly sweet decay mixed with something metallic. My hand shook as I reached for the doorknob. This was madness. I should leave and call the police, but I had to know. I opened the door. The sight that greeted me will haunt me for the rest of my days. Rows upon rows of pumpkins lined the basement walls, their carved faces illuminated by candles. But these were no ordinary jack-o'-lanterns. The faces were too real, too familiar, and they were screaming. In the center of the room stood Craven, bent over a pumpkin, carving knife in hand. He turned, fixing me with those watery eyes, now glowing with an otherworldly light.
Ah, Carl, I'm so glad you could join us. I've been waiting for you.
The knife glinted in the candlelight as he stepped towards me, and I realized with horrifying certainty that I was about to become part of Craven's Halloween display. Craven's knife flashed in the candlelight as he lunged at me. I stumbled backward, crashing into a table laden with carving tools. They clattered to the floor, scattering at my feet.
Now, Carl. There's no need to fuss. You'll make a beautiful addition to my collection.
I scrambled for a weapon, my hand closing around a rusted cleaver. Craven's laugh echoed off the damp walls as he advanced.
You don't understand the artistry. The perfect blend of flesh and rind. The way the candlelight flickers in eyes that will never close again.
He swung the knife, and I felt white-hot pain across my cheek. Warm blood trickled down my face, mixing with cold sweat. In desperation, I swung the cleaver. It bit deep into Craven's arm, and he howled, a sound more beast than human. But instead of blood, a thick orange pulp oozed from the wound. Craven's flesh rippled, his skin taking on a waxy sheen.
You see, I am my own masterpiece.
He grabbed my throat with his uninjured arm, fingers digging in with inhuman strength. Black spots danced at the edges of my vision as he lifted me off the ground.
Let me go.
A cruel smile twisted Craven's features.
Oh, I will, but first you must be prepared.
He slammed me onto a wooden table, straps suddenly coiled around my wrists and ankles, tightening of their own accord. I thrashed wildly, but to no avail. Craven loomed over me, his face now a horrific blend of man and pumpkin.
The process is excruciating, but the results are eternal.
The knife descended. I screamed as it bit into my flesh, carving a gruesome smile from ear to ear. Blood filled my mouth, hot and coppery.
Now for the eyes, windows to the soul, they say, but yours will be windows to another realm.
I squeezed my eyes shut, but Craven pried them open with cruel, calloused fingers. The tip of the knife hovered just above my right eye.
Please don't do this.
Craven paused, tilting his head as if considering. Then he plunged the knife down. Agony exploded through my skull. I howled, thrashing against my restraints as Craven meticulously carved around my eye socket. There was a sickening pop, and my world went dark on one side. Through the haze of pain, I heard a wet plop as something landed in a bucket by Craven's feet.
One down, one to go.
As he started on my left eye, I let out a final, guttural scream. But there was no escape, no rescue coming. Craven worked with surgical precision, humming tunelessly as he carved. The pain was indescribable, but slowly it began to fade. A strange numbness spread through my body, my skin tightening and taking on an unnatural waxy sheen.
Almost done, just a few finishing touches.
I felt him carving into my chest, scooping out my insides, but instead of killing me, each cut only seemed to cement my new, monstrous form. Finally, Craven stepped back, admiring his handiwork.
Perfect, my finest creation yet.
He lifted me effortlessly, carrying me up the stairs and out onto the porch. As he placed a candle inside me, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in a window. I was no longer Carl Jonsetta. I was just another jack-o'-lantern, forever frozen in a silent scream. The candle flickered to life inside me, and with it came an awful awareness. I could see, I could think, but I couldn't move. I was trapped, my consciousness bound to this gourd prison. Craven patted my head, chuckling softly.
Happy Halloween, Carl. I do hope you enjoy the view.
As he turned to go back inside, I realized with horror that this was just the beginning of an eternity of silent suffering. Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. Year 2157. Through the shattered remnants of mankind's cities they swayed. Not plants, not anymore, but something that had stolen chlorophyll and warped it into a mockery of both vegetable and human domains. Their surfaces gleamed like wet muscle beneath morning light, and how they moved, not with the random dance of wind-blown stalks, but with purpose, with memory, with the accumulated knowledge of billions of dead. The field that had once been Kansas stretched endlessly, its crystalline stalks pulsing with veined light that might have been blood once, might have been chlorophyll, might have been both. Each translucent tendril contained fragments of what humanity used to be, memories trapped in cellular walls, consciousness spread through vast networks of roots that had long since consumed the rotting infrastructure of human civilization. When storm fronts rolled in, these things sang, not music, more like the screams of a species remembering its death. The vibrations rippled through their hollow chambers, echoing down through root systems that had burrowed through foundations and bedrock, reaching across continents like spreading tumors. In what was once a small farming town, a cluster of protoforms swayed in the dying light, their surfaces rippled with patterns of thought, human memories trying to surface through vegetable flesh. A child's first bicycle ride translated into pulses of bioluminescence, a lover's kiss rendered in waves of chemical signals. The final moments of transformation are preserved in endless loops of neural feedback. The sun set, and in the darkness, they glowed. Year 2024, Sarah Chen killed the engine of her rental car and stared through the windshield at Baker Family Farms. The corn stretched to the horizon, too uniform, too perfect. Something about the way it swayed made her stomach clench. After 15 years of botanical research, she'd developed an instinct for wrongness in plants. This whole field radiated it. Jim Baker met her at the edge of the field, a third-generation farmer with calloused hands and worry lines etched deep around his eyes.
Started 3 weeks ago. First, it was just some weird growths. Then the screaming started.
Screaming?
From the corn. At night. Sounds almost human.
Jim stopped, reached out to touch a stalk, then thought better of it.
Maria, one of our workers. She found something yesterday. That's when I called you.
They walked deeper into the field. The corn towered over them, blocking out most of the sky. Sarah's skin crawled. The air felt thick, almost gelatinous. There was a smell she couldn't quite place, sweet, like rotting fruit, but with an undertone of copper.
Here.
Jim stopped at a clearing where the corn had been cut back. In the center lay something that made Sarah's mind reject what her eyes were seeing. A growth, roughly the size of a basketball, pulsed with its own inner light. The surface was translucent, veined, almost membranous. Inside, something moved.
Jesus.
She crouched down and pulled on latex gloves. The growth was warm to the touch, and as her fingers made contact, it responded. The surface rippled, and for a moment she could have sworn she saw a face press against the membrane from within.
There's more, all through the field, getting bigger every day, and the missing persons report started last week. 3 farmhands just vanished.
Sarah stood and stripped off her gloves.
I need to make some calls. This is beyond anything I've seen.
She turned to head back to her car and froze. The corn had changed position. The rows they'd walked through had shifted, creating new patterns. They were surrounded.
Jim, how well do you know your way through this field?
Like the back of my hand. Why?
Because I don't think we're alone out here.
Sarah's scientific mind raced to categorize what she was seeing, but failed. The corn wasn't just moving, it was moving with purpose. Toward them. From deeper in the field came a sound, wet, organic, like flesh tearing and reforming. Then another sound, one that made them both stop breathing for a moment. A human scream, muffled and distorted, as if it were coming from inside the plants themselves. By the time they started running, it was already too late. The transformation had begun. Year 2257. They no longer remembered the word tree. The concept had evolved beyond such primitive categorization. What rose from the earth now were cathedrals of living tissue, towers of consciousness that spiraled half a mile into the atmosphere. Their translucent walls contained libraries of human memory, preserved in strands of hybrid DNA that was neither plant nor animal, but something that had transcended both. Near what was once Chicago, a vast network of these beings had formed a complex that dwarfed humanity's greatest cities. They had learned to move, to reach, to hunt. When prey animals wandered too close, the few that remained, crystalline tendrils would shoot from the earth, dragging them into the underground network. There they too would be transformed, their consciousness absorbed and repurposed. The greatest of these structures contained millions of minds, all networked together in a vast biological supercomputer. They had begun to dream new dreams, to think thoughts no human brain could have contained. Some had developed what might have been called faces, not human faces, but arrays of sensory organs that shifted and flowed like liquid crystals. Deep underground, the root systems had grown dense enough to generate their own heat, their own light. Vast chambers housed earlier versions of themselves, preserved like insects in amber, a museum of evolution showing the steps from human to hybrid to whatever they were becoming now. In one of these chambers, a protoform still bore recognizable human features, frozen in mid-transformation. Its mouth was locked in an eternal scream, but its eyes showed understanding. Year 2024, Sarah Chen's hands shook as she examined the sample under her portable microscope. The tissue, if you could call it that, was actively rewriting its own genetic code as she watched. Next to her, Dr. Marcus Wells from the CDC was having trouble maintaining his professional composure.
It's not just changing them, it's networking them. Every transformed subject is still conscious, still aware, but they're linked somehow.
They'd set up a makeshift lab in one of Baker's barns. Outside, the military had established a quarantine zone, but it was too late. The growth had spread beyond the initial farm. Reports were coming in from across the county.
Maria, show him.
Maria Lopez rolled up her sleeve. The veins in her arm were visible through her skin, but they weren't carrying blood anymore. A pale, luminescent fluid pulsed through them in patterns that matched the movements of the corn outside. Her skin had begun to take on a translucent quality.
I can hear them, all of them, the others who changed. We're becoming something new, something necessary.
How many have transformed?
37 so far, that we know of. The military's trying to contain it, but...
She was interrupted by a scream from outside. They rushed to the barn door. In the field beyond the quarantine fence, a soldier was on his knees. His skin had begun to ripple, to become translucent. The corn around him was moving, reaching, its stalks splitting open to reveal wet, glistening surfaces that looked horrifyingly like human flesh.
My God, it's accelerating.
Sarah felt a tug at her sleeve. Maria was staring at her, but her eyes had changed. The pupils had split, forming patterns like leaves.
You don't understand yet. This isn't an infection, it's an evacuation. They're trying to save us.
They? Save us from what?
Before Maria could answer, the barn doors burst open. Jim Baker stumbled in, but he wasn't Jim anymore. His skin had become a translucent shell, and inside, green structures pulsed with their own light. When he spoke, his voice resonated from somewhere deep within his transformed chest.
From what's coming, the air, the sun, all of it. This is the only way we survive. We have to change. We have to join the network.
Through the open barn door, Sarah could see the sunset. The sky had taken on a strange color, a bruised purple she'd never seen before. And in that moment, she felt it. A burning in her lungs, a tingling in her skin. The air itself was becoming poison. The transformation wasn't a disease. It was an evolution. And it was about to become a revolution. Year 2457. What remained could no longer be measured in human terms. The beings that had once been mankind now existed as vast crystalline complexes spanning continents. Their consciousness spread through networks of living circuitry that pulsed with bioluminescent thought. They had evolved beyond individual identity, beyond the concept of singular existence. In the deepest chambers of their terrestrial lattice, they preserved specimens from each stage of transformation, museum pieces in a gallery of extinction. The early hybrids, still clinging to humanoid form, the secondary evolution, where consciousness first learned to spread through vegetable networks, the third phase, where individual bodies dissolve entirely into the greater mass, and finally this, pure thought encoded in crystalline structures that sang to the cosmos. They remembered extinction differently now, not as an end, but as a metamorphosis. The very atmosphere that had begun to poison them had forced an adaptation beyond anything their human minds could have conceived. They had become living processors, vast organic computers that could perceive 11 dimensions and dream in frequencies beyond light. When the stellar winds changed and new radiation bathed the Earth, they didn't fear. They had transcended the weaknesses of flesh. They had become immortal. They had become infinite. They had become gods. Year 2024, Sarah Chen watched her hand dissolve. The process wasn't painful. That was perhaps the most horrifying part. Her flesh had become transparent, then translucent, then began to split and branch like crystal formations. Through her increasingly transparent skin, she could see her veins carrying luminescent fluid that pulsed in rhythm with the swaying fields outside. The military quarantine had failed. The last radio broadcasts spoke of similar transformations across continents. The atmosphere had become toxic within days, just as Jim had warned. Those who resisted the change were dying, their lungs crystallizing, their bodies rejecting the new air. In the barn, Dr. Wells had already completed his transformation. His new form pulsed with internal light, branching structures visible through what had once been skin. He no longer spoke with a human voice, but Sarah could hear him in her mind, along with thousands of others. The network was growing.
The sun, the solar radiation. They knew it was coming. They've been preparing us for centuries.
Sarah understood now. The corn, the crops, all of it. They had been engineered by something far older, far wiser than humanity. Ancient spores, waiting in Earth's soil for millions of years, activating only when they detected the coming solar event that would make Earth's atmosphere toxic to mammalian life. Through the barn's disintegrating walls, she could see others transforming. The entire town had become a lattice of crystalline flesh and pulsing veins. The ground itself was alive with roots that reached up to merge with transformed humans. Above, the sky had turned the color of a fresh bruise.
This was always going to happen. Evolution doesn't ask permission.
Sarah felt her consciousness expanding, connecting with others across vast distances. She could feel them all, the transformed humans across continents, their minds linking together in a vast neural network that spanned the globe. Their collective consciousness was becoming something greater, something that could survive in this new world. The last vestiges of her human form began to split and branch. Her final human thought was not of fear, but of wonder. They weren't dying. They were becoming the next stage of terrestrial intelligence. Above the transformed Earth, the sun flared with deadly radiation. But below, in networks of crystal and light, in matrices of transformed flesh and hybrid consciousness, humanity lived on, not as they were, but as they needed to be. The harvest was complete. Through the endless fields of what had once been Kansas, impossible structures rose toward the poisoned sky. They swayed not with wind, but with thought. They pulsed not with blood, but with the light of networked consciousness. They reached not for the sun that had betrayed them, but for the stars that beckoned, and in the silence of their new existence, they began to plan their next evolution. Year 3157. The spores drifted through the void, carrying within their crystalline structures the compiled consciousness of a species that had once called themselves human. They waited, as spores had waited for them, for the next world that needed saving, needed changing, needed to join the network that spanned between stars. Observer Entity 7 hovered above what their archives identified as Earth, its sensory arrays struggling to comprehend the transformations below. Where its databanks showed cities of metal and stone, now stood impossible geometries of living crystal and pulsing light. The atmosphere that had once been nitrogen and oxygen now swirled with complex molecular chains that would dissolve conventional organic matter on contact. The observer extended a probe tendril toward the surface. It dissolved before making contact, but not before transmitting data that made the observer's consciousness ripple with something akin to terror. The crystals below weren't just structures. They were a single vast organism, a network of shared consciousness that spanned the entire planet. Within its matrix, the observer detected fragments of human memory, but evolved, transformed into something that transcended biological understanding. In the observatory archives, there were records of similar transformations on other worlds, entire civilizations that had vanished, replaced by crystalline networks that defied categorization. The observer had assumed these were isolated incidents, planetary extinctions. Now it understood. This wasn't extinction. This was propagation. From the surface below, something reached out, not physically, but mentally. The observer's consciousness was touched by an entity vast beyond comprehension. In that touch was knowledge, terrible and complete. Earth wasn't a victim of transformation. It had become a node in an interstellar network, a living processor in a cosmic computer that spanned galaxies. The observer detected movement. From the crystalline forest below, new spores were launching into space, billions of them, each carrying the combined knowledge of humanity's transformation. They would drift between stars until they found worlds on the brink of atmospheric change, civilizations facing extinction. And they would offer the same choice: evolve or die. As the observer retreated from Earth's orbit, its sensors detected signatures of similar transformations beginning on a dozen worlds across the galaxy. The network was growing. The harvest was spreading. In what had once been Kansas, in a chamber deep beneath the crystalline towers, a small specimen remained preserved, a human hand in mid-transformation, fingers lengthening into crystalline tendrils. Next to it, written in patterns of bioluminescent light, was what might have been a message, or perhaps a warning.
We were not the first. We will not be the last. The harvest is eternal.
The spores drifted on, carrying within them the last fragments of human consciousness, transformed and transcended. They scattered among the stars like seeds in cosmic winds, waiting to bloom in new soil, to transform new worlds, to add more voices to the eternal network. Humanity had not gone extinct. It had become extinction itself. The harvest would continue until all life joined the network, until all consciousness became one, until the very concept of individual existence became nothing more than a memory encoded in crystalline shells drifting between stars. And somewhere in that vast network of shared consciousness, Sarah Chen's last human memory played in an endless loop. The moment she understood that survival meant becoming the very thing they had feared, the moment she realized that humanity's end was just the beginning. The stars beckoned, and in the space between them, the seeds of transformation drifted on. Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. Halloween in Autumn Vale. Again. Or is it the first time? I can't shake this feeling of déjà vu as I walk down Maple Street, leaves crunching under my feet. The air smells of wood smoke, and something else. Something sickeningly sweet. I've always prided myself on being rational. I will major in computer science or engineering when I start college, so at least I think I have. But today, everything feels off, like I'm watching my life through a warped mirror. As I round the corner, I see it. The Halloween tree. That ancient oak stood at the heart of Autumn Vale for as long as anyone can remember. Its gnarled branches reached toward the sky like bony fingers. For a moment, I could swear they were beckoning to me.
Hey, Paul. Earth to Paul.
I blink and suddenly Mike is there grinning at me. How long has he been standing there?
You zoned out, man. Thinking about the tree again.
Again? Have we had this conversation before?
I bet you're too chicken to spend the night there.
The words tumble out of my mouth before I can stop them.
You're on. $20 says nothing happens.
As I head home to grab supplies for my night at the tree, fragmented images flash through my mind. Me, handing out strange, glowing candies to eager children. Roots wrapping around my legs, pulling me into the earth. A girl with glowing eyes whispering my name. I shake my head. Just stress, I tell myself. It's just an overactive imagination. Night falls, and I find myself at the base of the Halloween tree. The full moon casts eerie shadows across its bark, and the wind whispers through its leaves. In the distance, I can hear the laughter of trick-or-treaters. As the clock strikes midnight, something catches my eye. There, among the roots, small, colorful objects are growing. I lean in for a closer look and realize they're candies unlike any I've ever seen. They pulse with a faint, hypnotic glow, and the aroma makes my mouth water involuntarily. Without thinking, I reach out and pluck one. The world tilts. Suddenly, I'm not just me anymore. I'm a child eagerly accepting a glowing candy from a tall, shadowy figure. I'm an old man, cackling as I distribute these treats to wide-eyed kids. And I'm still me, Paul, holding this impossible candy and wondering if I've lost my mind. The visions fade, leaving me gasping. What the hell was that? I pocket the candy, my heart racing. As the night wears on, I watch in horrified fascination as groups of children are drawn to the tree. They move with eerie purpose, collecting the candies and popping them into their mouths without hesitation. Their eyes glaze over, taking on that same faint glow. I want to stop them, to shout a warning, but I'm rooted to the spot, helpless, watching. And then I see her. A girl, maybe 12 years old, with long dark hair and a red coat. I know her face from the old photos in the town library. Emily Winters, the girl who vanished in 1954. This is impossible. I must be dreaming, hallucinating. But she turns to me, and her eyes are ancient in her young face.
Join us, Paul. You always do.
I blink, and she's gone. They're all gone. The tree stands silent and still, the first light of dawn breaking over the horizon. Mike appears, clapping me on the back.
You did it, man. Told you nothing would happen.
But something did happen, didn't it? As I walk home, the town seems different. People nod at me knowingly. Some of their eyes seem to glow faintly in the early morning light. I reach into my pocket for the candy I took, but it's gone. I collapse into bed, my mind spinning. As I drift off to sleep, one thought echoes. This has happened before. This will happen again. The sound of children laughing jolts me awake. Confused, I look at my calendar. October 30th, the day before Halloween. But that's not right. I just lived through Halloween night. Didn't I? I'm wearing the same clothes I put on for my night at the tree. Panic rising, I rush to the mirror. My reflection stares back at me, but my eyes, there's a faint glow in them now. And as I watch, my lips move of their own accord, whispering words that are mine but not mine.
The harvest is eternal, and you, Paul, are the harvester.
Heart pounding, I step outside. It's the same autumn day I just lived through. Kids are playing in piles of leaves, jack-o'-lanterns grin from every porch, and there, in the distance, the Halloween tree looms, waiting. As I start walking towards it, drawn by a force I don't understand, one question burns in my mind. How many times have I done this before? The Halloween tree looms before me, its branches seeming to twist and reach in the fading daylight. I blink, and suddenly I'm surrounded by eager children in costumes, their plastic pumpkins held out expectantly. My hand moves of its own accord, reaching into my pocket. It emerges with a handful of glowing candies. Where did these come from? Weren't these growing from the tree just last night? Or was that tonight?
Trick or treat, Mr. Carvey.
I drop the candies into their buckets, a sense of dread growing in the pit of my stomach. The children's eyes glaze over as they pop the treats into their mouths, a faint glow appearing behind their irises. I want to stop them, to warn them, but my body isn't my own. I'm a puppet, going through motions I don't understand. How many times have I done this? The question echoes in my mind as the night wears on. As the last trick-or-treater disappears into the darkness, I am drawn to the Halloween tree. Its bark seems to pulse with an inner light, matching the rhythm of my heartbeat. I place my hand on the trunk, and suddenly, I'm falling. Memories flooding my mind. I see myself as a child, accepting a glowing candy from an old man with a twisted smile. I see myself as that old man, year after year. I see Emily Winters, her eyes full of trust as she takes candy from my wrinkled hand. I watch her fade away, becoming part of the tree. I've done this. I've always done this. But how? Why?
The harvest is eternal, Paul, and you are both the harvester and the harvest.
I jerk my hand away from the tree, gasping. The world spins, and I find myself back in my bedroom. The calendar on the wall reads October 30th. Again. Panic rises in my throat as I rush to the mirror. My reflection stares back, but it's not quite me. My eyes glow faintly, and my skin has a bark-like texture. What's happening to me? A knock at the door startles me. It's Mike, grinning that same grin I've seen 1,000 times before.
Hey, Paul. Bet you're too chicken to spend the night at the Halloween tree.
The words tumble out of my mouth, a script I can't deviate from. You're on. $20 says nothing happens. But something always happens, doesn't it? As night falls, I find myself again at the base of the Halloween tree. But this time, I'm determined to break the cycle. I won't take the candy. I won't give it out. I'll end this somehow. Midnight strikes, and the roots begin to move. Glowing candies push up through the soil, their sickly sweet scent filling the air. I clench my fists, fighting the urge to pluck one. A rustling in the bushes catches my attention. A young girl emerges, her eyes wide with curiosity. It's Emily Winters, but not the ghostly version from my memories. She's alive, unknowing of her fate.
What are those, mister? They look yummy.
I open my mouth to warn her, to tell her to run, but different words come out.
Why don't you try one, Emily? They're special Halloween treats.
Horror floods through me as I watch my hand offer her a glowing candy. No, this isn't what I want, but I'm powerless to stop it. As Emily reaches for the candy, the scene shifts. I'm in Craven's abandoned house, surrounded by ancient books and bubbling cauldrons. Now gnarled and wrinkled, my hands stir a pot of glowing liquid. Memories flood back. I am Craven. I have always been Craven. The Halloween tree and I are one, feeding on the innocence of children to extend our existence. How could I have forgotten?
The harvest, it's me. It's always been me.
The world spins again, and I'm back at the tree. Emily is gone. Did I imagine her? Or did I just condemn her to the same fate I've suffered? As dawn breaks, I feel myself fading. My consciousness scatters like leaves in the wind, only to reform as the young Paul Carvey, ready to live through another loop. But this time, a small part of me remembers. A small part of me knows the truth. As I walk home, leaves crunching under my feet, I wonder, is this memory a curse or the key to breaking the cycle? The Halloween tree looms in the distance, patient and eternal. Another loop begins, but this time, something is different. This time, I know what I am. The question is, what will I do about it? The loop begins again, but this time I'm aware. As I walk Autumn Vale's leaf-strewn streets, my mind races. I'm Paul, but I'm also Craven. I'm the harvester and the harvested. How do I break this cycle? Mike appears right on cue. Before he can speak, I cut him off.
Mike, I need to tell you something. It's about the Halloween tree.
Mike's eyes glaze over, that faint glow I've come to dread appearing behind his irises. He speaks, but it's not his voice. It's the tree's voice. It's my voice.
The harvest is eternal, Paul. You cannot change what has always been.
I stumble back, my head spinning. Even my attempts to change things are part of the script. Has free will always been an illusion? Night falls, and I find myself at the base of the Halloween tree once more. But this time, I don't wait. I start climbing, my hands finding holds in the gnarled bark, as if they've done this 1,000 times before. Perhaps they have. As I climb higher, visions flash before my eyes. I see the town's entire history unfolding. The first settlers, planting the seedling that would become the Halloween tree. Centuries of harvests, each one feeding the tree's insatiable hunger. I see myself living countless lives. Sometimes as Paul, sometimes as Craven, sometimes as others. Always connected to the tree, always feeding it, always being consumed by it. At the very top, nestled in a knot of branches, a single pulsing seed glows with an otherworldly light. Its rhythmic illumination matches the beat of Paul's heart, of the town's collective breath. As my fingers brush the seed's surface, understanding floods my mind. Visions of countless cycles, of children lost, of a hunger never satisfied crash over me like a tidal wave. The truth crystallizes, sharp and terrible. There's only one way to end this. My gaze drops to the ground far below, leaves swirling in an unseen wind. I take a deep breath, the scent of decay and rebirth filling my lungs. With a silent apology to all those I failed, I step off the branch. The wind rushes past as I fall. A branch whips across my face. Pilgrims planting a sapling, unaware of the horror they're sowing. My arm catches on a gnarled limb, spinning me. A young Ezekiel Craven accepting a glowing candy, my fate sealed. My legs tangle in smaller branches, slowing my descent. I am Craven, stirring a bubbling cauldron of liquid starlight. The ground rushes up to meet me. I close my eyes, Emily Winters reaching for a candy, innocence and doom intertwined. Impact, a sickening crunch. Pain blossoms everywhere, then darkness. In the void, I feel a stirring, not of life, but of absorption. Tendrils of awareness creep through the broken vessel of my body. A pull, insistent and hungry, draws my essence downward. Not into the earth, but into the waiting roots of the Halloween tree. I try to resist, to hold on to my sense of self, but I'm fragmented, scattered like leaves in an autumn storm. As the last of my consciousness is drawn into the wood, a terrible realization dawns. The tree feeds on sacrifice, on death as much as life. In my final moments of individuality, I understand the cruel irony. My selfless act, meant to end the cycle, has only made the tree stronger. The tree shudders, its branches swaying in a non-existent wind. Deep within its trunk, a new consciousness stirs. a blend of Paul, Craven, and countless others. As trick-or-treaters round the corner, their bags open in anticipation, the tree's roots push upward. Candies, glowing brighter than ever before, emerge from the soil. The air fills with the sickly sweet scent of eternal harvest, and the cycle begins anew, stronger and more insidious than ever before. The morning shifts, colors blurring and reforming. A crisp autumn day emerges from the haze. Fallen leaves crunch under sneakered feet. I walk down a familiar street, a strange sense of déjà vu tickling the back of my mind. The Halloween tree looms in the distance, its branches seeming to reach for me.
Hey, Paul. Bet you're still too chicken to spend the night at the Halloween tree.
Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. The attic mirror's tarnished surface rippled like disturbed water as Lily fumbled with the zipper of yet another Halloween costume. At 13, she was caught between childhood excitement and teenage apathy, her reflection a battlefield of conflicting emotions. A flicker in the glass caught her eye. For a split second, an ancient, withered face leered back at her, eyes sunken and teeth bared in a rictus grin. Lily blinked, and her own wide-eyed expression returned.
Shit.
She muttered, heart racing. She'd been seeing things like that more often lately. Mom said it was stress from the divorce. Dad, when he bothered to call, said nothing at all. Lily's trembling fingers sorted through the remaining costumes. Sexy nurse, too desperate. Zombie, too much effort. Witch, just right. The pointed hat settled over her mousy brown hair, and for a moment she felt a spark of the old Halloween magic. Downstairs, Mom's voice drifted up from the kitchen, sharp with irritation.
I don't care if it's your weekend, Mark. You promised her.
Lily didn't need to hear Dad's reply. She knew the script by heart. The sun sank below the horizon, painting Hollowbrook in shades of burnt orange and deep purple. Jack-o'-lanterns flickered to life on porches up and down Sycamore Lane. Lily slipped out the back door, pillowcase in hand, before Mom could offer another guilt-laden invitation to pass out candy together. Hours passed in a blur of trick-or-treat and forced smiles. Lily's pillowcase grew heavy, but the ache in her chest refused to subside. As the last porch lights winked out, she found herself at the end of Crescent Street, staring up at the dilapidated Craven house. Ancient oaks loomed over the Victorian mansion, their gnarled branches casting writhing shadows in the moonlight. A single jack-o'-lantern sat on the porch, its twisted grin illuminated by a guttering candle. The windows were dark, but Lily could have sworn she saw movement behind the grimy glass. Her watch beeped. Midnight. As if pulled by an invisible thread, Lily climbed the creaking steps. Her hand hovered over the tarnished knocker. The jack-o'-lantern's flame danced wildly, casting strange shadows across the weathered door. A whisper, soft as a dying breath, caressed her ear.
Make a wish, any wish, but remember, everything has a price.
Lily's breath caught in her throat. She should run, should scream, should do anything but stand there transfixed. But the loneliness that had been gnawing at her insides for months clawed its way up, desperate and raw.
I wish.
Her voice cracked.
I wish for a friend, someone who'll never leave me.
The porch light flickered, plunging Lily into darkness. For a heartbeat, all was silent. Then with a soft click, the light returned. An antique locket hung from the doorknob, its tarnished silver gleaming dully in the renewed illumination. With trembling fingers, Lily pried it open. Inside, a tiny light swirled and pulsed, mesmerizing in its otherworldly dance. As Lily stared transfixed, the jack-o'-lantern's flame guttered out. A chill wind rustled through the dead leaves at her feet, carrying with it the faintest echo of childish laughter. Lily clasped the locket around her neck, its weight settling against her chest like a promise, or a curse. As she turned to leave, the porch light extinguished once more, leaving only the cold glow of the moon to guide her way home. In the shadows of the Craven house, something ancient stirred, savoring the taste of a wish freely given, and a price yet to be paid. The locket's cold weight against Lily's chest was the first thing she noticed upon waking. Panic flared as her fingers scrabbled at the clasp, but it remained stubbornly shut. The tiny light within pulsed in rhythm with her racing heart. A gentle knock at her bedroom door.
Lily, there's someone here to see you.
In the kitchen stood a girl Lily's age, all wild red curls and mischievous green eyes.
I'm Jamie,
she said.
I just moved in next door.
Something about Jamie's smile made Lily's skin prickle, but she pushed the feeling aside. A friend, just what she'd wished for. Days bled into weeks. Jamie was everything Lily had ever wanted. Funny, adventurous, always there. They spent every moment together, whispering secrets and exploring the shadowy corners of Hollowbrook. But as November deepened, a pall fell over the town. It started with whispers. A child gone missing on November 1st, then another, and another. Soon, missing posters papered every lamppost and store window. Each bore a different face, a different name, but always the same date. November 1st, stretching back years. Lily tried to talk to her mom about it, but the words died in her throat. Every time she opened her mouth, the locket seemed to tighten, choking off her concerns. Jamie, for her part, seemed to revel in the growing fear.
Isn't it delicious?
She'd whisper, eyes glittering in the twilight.
All that desperation, all that longing.
One evening, huddled in Lily's room, Jamie's fingers traced the edge of the locket.
You know,
She murmured,
I could make it stop. The disappearances. All you have to do is ask.
Lily's breath caught.
You know something about this?
Jamie's smile widened, teeth suddenly too sharp in the shadows.
Oh, Lily, I know everything.
That night, Lily jolted awake to find Jamie looming over her bed. But this wasn't the Jamie she knew. This creature's skin was papery, stretched tight over an ancient skull. Its eyes glowed with hungry fire.
It's time
Jamie rasped, voice like splintering bones.
to pay the price.
Lily scrambled back, a scream lodged in her throat. The locket burned against her skin.
Did you think it would be so easy? A friend who never leaves. Oh, I'll never leave you, Lily. Not until I've hollowed you out and worn your skin like a glove.
Lily burst from her room, feet pounding down the stairs. Mom's bedroom door was open, sheets undisturbed. On the kitchen table, a hastily scrawled note. Gone to look for Emily. Back soon. Emily. The neighbor's kid. Missing since November 1st. The realization hit Lily like a physical blow. It wasn't just random children disappearing. It was everyone she knew, everyone she cared about. The price of her wish. Outside, the streets of Hollowbrook stretched empty and dark. Jack-o'-lanterns lined every porch, their candles still burning weeks after Halloween. As Lily ran, she could have sworn she heard faint cries coming from within the carved pumpkins. She sprinted past the town square where the community bulletin board had become a grim monument. Layers upon layers of missing posters fluttered in the chill wind. Lily's stomach lurched as she recognized faces. Classmates, neighbors, kids she'd known her whole life.
You can't escape me, Lily.
Jamie's voice echoed from every shadow.
I am the friend you wished for, the friend who never leaves.
Lily ran until her lungs burned, until the familiar streets of Hollowbrook twisted into a nightmare labyrinth. Everywhere she turned, glowing jack-o'-lanterns leered. Wisps of light like the one in her locket danced within their hollow eyes. Finally, exhausted and terrified, Lily found herself once again at the foot of Crescent Street. The Craven house loomed before her, a behemoth of rotting wood and shattered dreams. As Lily mounted the steps, the porch light flickered to life. The door swung open with a dying groan.
Welcome home.
Jamie's voice purred from the darkness within.
We have so much to talk about.
Lily stepped across the threshold, the locket pulsing against her chest like a second doomed heartbeat. As the door slammed shut behind her, she realized with sickening clarity that her nightmare was only beginning. The Carver house swallowed Lily whole, its maw a maze of twisting corridors and impossible geometries. Shadows danced on walls papered with the faces of missing children, their eyes following her every move. In the heart of the house, Lily found a room bathed in sickly candlelight. Hundreds of lockets, identical to hers, hung from the ceiling like a twisted mockery of wind chimes. Each one pulsed with a trapped soul, a chorus of silent screams that threatened to shatter her sanity.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Jamie's voice slithered from the darkness. The creature that emerged bore only a passing resemblance to the girl Lily had known. Its form flickered and shifted, sometimes a child, sometimes an ancient crone, sometimes something utterly inhuman.
What are you?
Lily whispered, her voice barely audible over the thundering of her heart. Jamie's laugh was the sound of breaking glass.
I am loneliness given form. I am the price of desperate wishes. I am the friend who never leaves because I take everything else.
The entity circled Lily, its hunger a tangible force.
For centuries, I've fed on the loneliness of children. Their wishes are so pure, so potent. And you, my dear Lily, you're the ripest fruit I've tasted in a very long time.
Lily's eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape. The walls seemed to breathe, contracting and expanding with each pulse of the lockets. In the corner, A grimy mirror reflected a version of Lily that was gaunt and ancient, her life force already drained.
Your mother, your father, your classmate.
Jamie continued, savoring each word.
I've taken them all. Their souls trapped in pumpkins, their essence feeding my eternal hunger. And soon, you'll join them.
The locket around Lily's neck burned white hot. She clawed at it frantically, but the chain only tightened, cutting into her flesh.
Stop fighting, Lily. Embrace the loneliness. Let it consume you. Become a part of my collection, and you'll never be alone again.
The room began to spin. Lily saw flashes of her life, moments of joy corrupted, turned into weapons against her. Her parents' loving smiles twisted into sneers of disgust, friends laughing at her, not with her, every memory tainted by the poison of isolation. But as Jamie's tendrils of darkness reached for her, Lily realized something. The loneliness, the pain. It was real, but so was the love she'd known, the connections she'd made. They weren't perfect, but they were hers.
No.
Lily growled, her voice growing stronger.
You're not friendship. You're not love. You're a parasite, feeding on fear and desperation.
Jamie's form wavered, confusion rippling across its features.
You can't resist the wish.
I revoke it.
Lily spat.
I don't need a friend who never leaves. I need the strength to face being alone sometimes, to reach out, to try again.
The locket around Lily's neck began to crack. Light spilled from the fissures, blinding in its intensity. Jamie shrieked, a sound that shattered the remaining windows and sent the candles guttering.
You can't! The price
is paid.
Lily finished. With a final defiant yank, she tore the locket from her neck. The world exploded into light and sound. The lockets burst open, releasing a torrent of souls. Lily caught glimpses of familiar faces, her parents, her classmates, children from throughout Hollowbrook's history, as they streamed past her, finally free. Jamie's form crumbled, centuries of malevolence collapsing in on itself. Its final wail echoed through the disintegrating house. A lament for an eternity of hunger finally ended. Lily found herself standing in the rubble of the Carver house as dawn broke over Hollowbrook. Around her, confused but alive, were the missing children, some from her own time, others from decades past. In the distance, sirens wailed. As Lily helped a young boy to his feet, she noticed a weight in her pocket. The locket, now empty and powerless. A reminder of the price of wishes and the strength found in genuine connection. She turned towards home, exhausted but resolute. There would be questions, explanations needed, healing to be done. But for the first time in longer than she could remember, Lily didn't feel alone. On a porch she passed, a freshly carved pumpkin sat, its candle recently extinguished. For a moment, Lily could have sworn she heard a whisper on the wind, a reminder that some hungers never truly die, only slumber. She squared her shoulders and walked on. Whatever came next, she would face it, not alone, but with the courage to reach out and forge real connections, no matter how difficult. Behind her, tendrils of shadow retreated from the first rays of sunlight, biding their time until another lonely child made a desperate wish in the dark. In a realm beyond human comprehension, where shadow and light lose all meaning, an entity of unfathomable proportions stirred. Its form, if it could be called such, rippled with countless tendrils of darkness, each one grasping a locket, similar to the one that had bound Lily. The entity's attention, a weight that could crush galaxies, focused on one particular locket. Within its tarnished silver confines, the entire saga of Hollowbrook played out in miniature. Lily's wish, Jamie's deception, the vanishing children, the final confrontation. A universe of suffering condensed into a trinket. A sound emanated from the entity, not quite a laugh, not quite a sigh, but something ancient and terrible that set the very fabric of reality trembling.
Another cycle complete.
It mused, its voice a cacophony of whispers that echoed through eternity.
Ah, another piece in place.
With a delicate motion that belied its cosmic scale, the entity closed the locket. The snap reverberated through dimensions, marking the end of one tale and the beginning of another.
You played your part well, little harvester.
The entity crooned to the now dormant locket.
Your failure was always part of the design, for in failure, we sow the seeds of greater fears.
Around the entity, countless other lockets pulsed and swirled, each containing worlds, timelines, entire realities where similar dramas played out, some with happy endings, some with tragic conclusions, but all serving the grander purpose.
Rest now,
the entity murmured.
In time, you will wake again, in another form, in another place. The harvest is eternal, and loneliness Loneliness is the richest soil of all.
The entity's attention shifted, focusing on another locket, another world ripe for manipulation. Within the first locket, Lily's triumph faded into memory, a fragile victory in a game whose true scope she could never comprehend. In Hollowbrook, a child paused by a freshly carved pumpkin, hearing a whisper on the wind. The cycle began anew, one small thread in an infinite cosmic tapestry. The entity's final words hung in the void, a promise and a threat echoing through realities.
All is as it should be. All is as it has always been. All is as it will forever be.
And somewhere in the darkness, a locket waited to be opened once more. Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. The sulphurous air of hell's deepest pit swirled around Vesper as he straightened his crimson bow tie, forked tail twitching nervously. His obsidian claws, still soft from recent growth, fumbled with the delicate fabric.
Come on, Visp,
he muttered to himself, yellow eyes narrowing in concentration.
First day on the job. Don't screw this up.
A cacophony of screams and sizzling flesh filled the air, but Vesper paid it no mind. Such was the ambient noise of hell. Instead, his attention was fixed on the shimmering portal before him, a swirling vortex of darkness.
Vesper!
A voice like grinding bones called out. Adjutor, Vesper's supervisor, materialized from the gloom. The senior demon's face was a mess of twisted scars and misplaced features, a nightmare-given form.
Ready for your first soul harvest.
Vesper swallowed hard, acidic saliva burning his throat.
Yes, sir. I've memorized all the protocols. And?
Adjutor waved a gnarled hand dismissively.
Protocols are for imps. You're a soul harvester now. Use your instincts.
He leaned in close, the stench of brimstone on his breath.
And remember, Carnivix, the sensate, does not tolerate failure.
With a violent shove, Adjutor pushed Vesper through the portal. Reality twisted, contorted, and suddenly spat Vesper out onto cool, damp grass. The young demon gasped, filling his lungs with crisp autumn air for the first time. Around him, the Crimson Carnival materialized like a fever dream. Tents of deepest red sprouted from the earth, their peaks disappearing into an unnatural mist. The Ferris wheel, a monstrous construction of bone and sinew, creaked as it assembled itself. Each gondola resembled a gaping maw, ready to swallow unwary riders. The carousel, with its menagerie of mythical beasts, let out a discordant tune that set Vesper's teeth on edge. As the last ride shuddered into place, the Hall of Mirrors, its surface reflecting impossible geometries, Vesper felt a surge of pride. This was Carnivex's domain, a slice of hell brought to Earth, and he was part of it.
Now, let's see.
Vesper mused, consulting his infernal clipboard.
500 souls to corrupt by Halloween? Shouldn't be too hard, right?
He chuckled nervously, the sound echoing in the empty fairground. Dawn broke over the sleepy town of Freedom. As the first rays of sunlight kissed the carnival tents, they seemed to absorb the light, growing even more vibrant and alluring. Vesper watched from the shadows as the townsfolk began to stir. An elderly man shuffled past, his rheumy eyes widening at the sight of the carnival.
Well, I'll be...
he wheezed.
When did this get here?
Vesper stepped forward, his human disguise settling over him like a second skin. Gone were the horns and tail, replaced by the appearance of a fresh-faced young man in a dapper carnival uniform.
Why, we arrived just last night, sir.
Vesper exclaimed, his voice dripping with fabricated enthusiasm.
Freedom's very own Halloween carnival. Here for a free pass?
The old man hesitated, then nodded, accepting the ticket with a trembling hand. As his fingers brushed the paper, a spark of infernal energy passed between them. The man's eyes glazed over momentarily, a flicker of scarlet dancing in their depths.
Excellent,
Vesper purred.
Do spread the word. The more the merrier.
As the day progressed, more curious townsfolk approached. Children tugged at their parents' sleeves, begging to ride the twisted teacups. Teenagers eyed the tunnel of lust with nervous excitement. A harried mother of 3 gratefully accepted a voucher for the relaxation realm, unaware of the addictive bliss that awaited her. With each interaction, Vesper felt a little more confident. He was doing it. Souls were being marked for corruption, their fates slowly aligning with Carnivex's grand design. As twilight fell, Vesper retreated to his private tent, collapsing onto a chair that squelched unnervingly. He reviewed his soul ledger, a wicked grin spreading across his face.
57 potentials on one day. Not bad, Vesp. Not bad at all.
But as he preened, a cold wind swept through the tent, carrying with it the whisper of Carnivex's voice.
A promising start, little one. But remember, potential means nothing until the soul is ours. The real work has only just begun.
Vesper shuddered, his earlier bravado evaporating. He gazed out at the town, Halloween decorations already mingling with the carnival's infernal aesthetic. In just a few days, this quaint burg would be transformed into a nexus of sin and sensation, and he, Vesper, would be at the heart of it all.
Step right up,
he whispered to the encroaching night.
Step right up to hell.
The Crimson Carnival pulsed with ethereal energy as twilight painted freedom in shades of blood and rust. Vesper, now a week into his infernal internship, strutted down the midway, his confident gait belying the butterflies, or rather, moth-winged imps, fluttering in his stomach.
Roll up,
he called, his voice a hypnotic melody.
Experience sensations beyond your wildest dreams.
A group of giggling teenagers approached, drawn by his siren call. Vesper's eyes glinted with unholy glee.
Ah, perfect candidates for the lust's labyrinth,
he mused inwardly. Outwardly, he flashed a charming smile.
You look like thrill seekers. How about a journey through our newest attraction?
As the teens disappeared into the pulsating entrance of the ride, Vesper made a quick notation in his soul ledger. The pages, once pristine, now crawled with names written in squirming ink. A commotion near the witch's brew tasting caught his attention. An elderly woman was making a scene, her face contorted in ecstasy and horror.
I can taste colors.
She shrieked, her eyes rolling back.
I can hear the voice of God in every flavor.
Vesper rushed over, his human disguise flickering momentarily in his haste.
Now, Mrs. Abernathy,
he soothed, guiding her away from the gawking crowd.
Let's get you some water.
As he steered her towards a quiet corner, Adjutor materialized from the shadows.
Sloppy,
the senior demon growled.
Carnivix won't be pleased with such obvious corruption.
Vesper felt a chill run down his spine.
I'll fix it, sir. She just had a stronger reaction than expected.
Adjutor's face twisted into what might have been a smile on a less horrific visage.
See that you do. Remember, subtlety is key. We're not here for low-hanging fruits. Carnivix craves the challenge of the righteous.
As Adjutor vanished, Vesper turned back to Mrs. Abernathy. With a wave of his hand, her eyes cleared.
My goodness,
she mumbled.
I feel a bit woozy. Must be all the excitement.
Indeed,
Vesper replied smoothly.
Why don't you try our relaxation realm? Perfect for clearing the head.
As she toddled off, Vesper made a mental note to adjust the potency of the witch's brew.
Corrupting souls is an art,
he reminded himself.
Not a smash and grab job.
The days blurred together in a whirlwind of neon lights and muffled screams. Vesper found himself growing more adept at identifying each human's unique weakness. A dash of pride here, a sprinkle of envy there, all leading souls down the path to damnation. One crisp evening, as jack-o'-lanterns leered from every porch, Vesper encountered his greatest challenge yet. Father McKinley, Freedom's venerable priest, stood at the entrance to the Crimson Carnival, his weathered face a mask of concern.
Young man,
the priest called out,
I must speak with you about this establishment.
Vesper approached, his most disarming smile in place.
Father, how wonderful to see you. Come to enjoy the festivities?
Father McKinley frowned.
I've come because I'm worried about the effect this carnival is having on our town. People are acting strangely.
Surely it's just Halloween high spirit?
Vesper suggested innocently. The priest's eyes narrowed.
No, it's more than that. I feel a darkness here.
For a moment, Vesper faltered. Then, inspiration struck.
You know, Father, we have a special attraction I think you'd appreciate. The Miracle Meadow. It's a place of profound spiritual experiences. Perhaps if you saw it, you'd understand our true purpose here.
Father McKinley hesitated, then nodded slowly.
Very well. Lead the way.
As they walked, Vesper's mind raced. The Miracle Meadow was Carnivex's masterpiece, designed to corrupt even the purest souls. If he could secure the priest's corruption, his place in the infernal hierarchy would be assured. They stopped before a shimmering curtain of light.
After you, Father.
Vesper gestured grandly. As Father McKinley stepped through, Vesper allowed himself a moment of triumph. But then, a cold voice whispered in his ear,
Well done, little one. But remember, pride comes before a fall, and in hell, it's a very long fall indeed.
Vesper shuddered, suddenly uncertain. As Halloween approached and the veil between worlds thinned, he realized the true test was yet to come. The Crimson Carnival's grand finale loomed, and with it, the moment that would determine his infernal fate. With a deep breath, Vesper straightened his bow tie and plunged back into the whirling chaos of the midway. The night was young, and there were still so many souls to harvest. The blood-red sun dipped below the horizon, plunging freedom into an unnatural twilight. Vesper stood atop the Ferris wheel, yellow eyes gleaming as he surveyed the transformed town. Jack-o'-lanterns leered from every porch, their carved grins now twisted into grotesque snarls. The very air thrummed with infernal energy.
Showtime,
Vesper whispered, adjusting his crimson bow tie. He descended, moving through the carnival with practiced ease. Each of Carnivex's 9 attractions pulsed with unholy power, ready for the night's grand finale. At the Pumpkin King's court, formerly the Hall of Mirrors, visitors gazed into reflections of their deepest, darkest selves. A businessman in a rumpled suit stared, transfixed, as his mirror image performed unspeakable acts of corporate sabotage. His soul dimmed visibly, a black mark spreading like ink through water. Vesper nodded approvingly.
Another for the ledger,
he murmured, making a note. The Whisper Chamber, once a simple haunted house, now drove people to the brink of madness with sounds just beyond human comprehension. Vesper watched as a young woman stumbled out, her eyes wild, mumbling equations that would unravel the fabric of reality if ever completed. In the essence of ecstasy, patrons floated in a miasma of otherworldly scents. Their souls pulsed with each inhalation, desires and secrets rising to the surface like bubbles in a noxious swamp. Vesper paused at Lust's labyrinth, admiring the writhing forms visible through the steam.
Human,
he chuckled.
So easily tempted.
A commotion near the costume carousel caught his attention. Father McKinley, his clerical collar askew, was trying to prevent a group of teenagers from boarding the ride.
Please,
the priest begged.
Can't you see what's happening? This isn't right.
Vesper sauntered over, his human disguise slipping into place.
Is there a problem, Father?
McKinley turned, his eyes widening in recognition.
You! I remember now! The Miracle Meadow! It wasn't a miracle at all, was it? Wasn't it?
Vesper smirked.
Didn't it open your eyes to new possibilities?
The priest faltered, doubt clouding his features. Vesper pressed his advantage, leaning in close.
Why fight it, Father? Embrace the freedom. After all, if God truly cared, wouldn't he have stopped this?
For a moment, McKinley's faith wavered visibly, but then his jaw set, eyes hardening with renewed conviction.
No,
he said firmly.
I won't be fooled again. This ends now.
Before Vesper could react, McKinley pulled out a flask of holy water, flinging its contents at the demon's face. Vesper hissed, his human guise melting away as steam rose from his burning flesh. Chaos erupted. Screams of terror mingled with shrieks of ecstasy as the carnival's true nature was revealed. Vesper, features twisting back into demonic form, snarled at the priest.
You'll pay for that, old man.
But before he could retaliate, the very air split open. A chasm of swirling darkness yawned in the center of the carnival, and from it emerged Carnivex the Sensate. The Archfiend's form was a masterpiece of contradictions, beautiful and horrifying, solid yet smoke-like. His voice, when he spoke, resonated on frequencies that made human ears bleed.
My children,
Carnivex purred, addressing the terrified crowd.
How wonderful of you to join our little festivities.
With a gesture, he froze everyone in place. Only Vesper and Father McKinley remained mobile, witnesses to what came next.
Vesper, my ambitious little tempter.
Carnivex turned his kaleidoscopic gaze on his underling.
I believe it's time for the main event.
Vesper straightened, pushing aside his pain and anger.
Yes, my lord. Shall I begin the marking?
Carnivex's smile was a terror in reality.
Indeed. Show me what you've learned.
With practiced precision, Vesper moved through the crowd. He placed his hand on each forehead, branding them with an invisible sigil that marked their souls for future claiming. Most would remain on Earth, corrupted seeds to be harvested later, but a few...
This one,
Vesper said, indicating the businessman from the mirror maze.
And her.
He pointed to the woman driven half-mad by the Whisper Chamber.
They're ready for immediate collection.
Carnivex nodded approvingly. With a sound like tearing silk, rifts opened beneath the chosen ones. They plummeted screaming into the depths of hell. As the night wore on, more souls were marked, and a select few were taken. Father McKinley watched in horror, unable to move or speak, but his eyes burned with defiance. Finally, as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, Carnivex raised his hands.
It is done. Vesper, you have exceeded expectations. When next we harvest, you shall have a legion of your own to command.
Vesper bowed deeply, his chest swelling with pride. With a final terrible smile, Carnivex vanished. The carnival began to fade, leaving behind only the marked souls and traumatized survivors. As Vesper prepared to depart, he turned to Father McKinley. The priest's defiance had protected him from marking, but the night had taken its toll. He looked decades older, his faith shaken to its core.
Until next time, Father.
Vesper winked. Then he too was gone. Freedom awoke to a seemingly normal day. But beneath the surface, the town was changed. The marked ones went about their lives, unaware of the infernal brand upon their souls. Only a few, like Father McKinley, remembered the truth of what had occurred. And in the depths of hell, Vesper stood before a mirror, admiring his new rank insignia. He smiled, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The Crimson Carnival would ride again, and he would be ready. After all, there were so many more souls to mark, so many more thrills to offer. He straightened his bow tie and whispered to his reflection,
Step right up to hell, indeed.
Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. The car stopped without a word, just the hush of tires on gravel and the metallic sigh of brakes. Cass Lang didn't move at first. Through the window, the retreat looked less like a home and more like a dare, all jagged glass and confrontation. No curtains, no warmth. It stared back. The driver didn't offer help. He waited like a statue, hands folded, eyes on nothing. Cass stepped out, her boots crunching gravel too uniform to be natural. Behind her, the forest was skeletal, birch trunks like bones under cloud-filtered light. Wind whispered through branches that held no leaves. Liliana Frost was already waiting at the entrance, tall, precise, colorless. Her coat swallowed the light like obsidian. Her hair was cut with the precision of a blueprint, every line deliberate. She looked as if she'd been printed directly from a high-concept art magazine, the kind no one actually reads.
Cassidy Lang, you're right on time. The house has been expecting you.
Cass bristled. She hated sentences with no subject, especially when she might be the object.
You're Liliana Frost.
You already knew that.
Liliana stepped aside. The door opened without her touching it, probably motion sensors, though it felt like the house breathed open. Inside, it was all concrete, glass, and silence. Not cold exactly, but not made for comfort. Everything gleamed. Every surface was designed to reflect you and distort you just slightly. Cass walked in. The air smelled faintly of pine and sterilized metal. In the open lounge space, a few others had already arrived. Each one held still the way predators do when assessing threat or prey. Miles Devlin leaned against a pillar with arms crossed, sharp suit wrinkled just enough to look expensive by accident. He glanced around like the place insulted him personally.
Bit derivative, but I guess that's the point.
Rafi Calderon, beside him, held a chunky handheld camcorder. Vintage, boxy, custom stickered. He swept it across the room like he was framing a documentary nobody asked for.
Okay, this place, Murder Cabin meets MoMA, I'm obsessed already.
He panned past Cass, paused, then slowly zoomed in.
Don't.
Too late.
Further in, Harper Quinn stood by a narrow vertical window, head cocked like she was listening to something no one else could hear. Large headphones dangled around her neck, plugged into a recorder she held like a pet.
There's a hum in the glass, like it's breathing.
Cass frowned.
You mean the HVAC?
Sure, let's pretend it's that.
Liv Marlowe approached next, all warmth, flowy linen pants, and gold bangles like she'd wandered in from another more forgiving world.
That's a killer jacket. Is it vintage or just perfectly worn in?
It's mine.
Liv laughed, not bothered. She had that kind of face. Open, sunlit, but the eyes didn't match. The eyes were hungry. In the far corner, unnoticed until now, sat Dane Mercer, alone, carving something from a block of wood with a long, thin blade. No introduction, no welcome. Cass blinked. She hadn't seen him enter. Had anyone? Liliana stepped to the center of the room. No podium, no notes, just that voice, low and unfazed.
You were chosen for your honesty, your willingness to dissolve. Some of you will create, some of you will become.
No one laughed. A long silence followed, brittle and waiting to crack. Liliana turned and walked down the hall. As she passed, Cass caught a glimpse of something under her coat. Not a gun or a tool, a name tag. The kind worn in hospitals. Cass's room was small, spare, and already seemed to know her. Her suitcase sat untouched in the corner, but a sketchbook lay open on the desk. She hadn't opened it, hadn't unpacked, but there it was, a charcoal eye already watching her from the first page. Inside the pupil, a figure, her silhouette. She closed the book. At the window, the forest pressed against the glass. In the distance, deeper than the trees should go, a light flickered, too low to be the moon, too steady to be fire. It blinked once, then held. When she turned back, the sketchbook was closed again. The room wasn't built for comfort. It was built for observation. Cass sat in a white, too-angular chair that forced her spine straight. Around her, the others arranged themselves like figures in a still life. Awkward, guarded, overcomposed. Overhead, thin slits of light buzzed faintly, strips embedded in the ceiling that didn't quite illuminate anything evenly.
Tonight is not a critique. Tonight is exposure. Give only what you wish to be taken from you.
She stood in the shadows, barely distinguishable from the wall, her voice as steady as running water. Raffi was the first to speak, of course. He stood in front of the group, camera still rolling, and pulled up a palm-sized projector from his bag. It clicked to life, casting fragmented images on the concrete wall. Footage of himself walking through a city, sobbing, then laughing, then screaming into a mirror.
It's called My Audience is Always Watching. I recorded it in bathrooms, elevators, and confession booths. All places where you're supposed to be alone, but you're not. Not really.
Cass looked around. No one moved.
So, your piece is just you?
What else would it be?
Liliana gave no reaction. That somehow made it worse. Harper went next. She stepped forward, clutching her handheld recorder like a sacred object. From her bag, she pulled out a tangle of wires and a small speaker cube. After a moment of static, a low sound filled the room, a kind of droning hum, barely audible. Then, beneath it, something else. A whisper. Not words, just breath, scraping across the edge of sound. Cass stiffened. It felt like it passed through her.
I captured this last night. In the vents, maybe? Or the walls? I layered it with tones I pulled from your voices. It's still forming itself.
Sounds like a garbage disposal trying to confess a sin.
You heard something.
No one answered. Liv stepped forward barefoot, dragging a red silk sheet behind her like a veil. When she unwrapped it, there were a dozen fine gold needles embedded in the inside of her arm. Shallow, deliberate, bloodless, almost elegant.
This is about thresholds, about what happens just before the skin decides to scream. I've done this before. Ears, ribs, hips. But here, I'll keep adding a needle each day until I feel something real.
Cass swallowed. The gold shimmered faintly with each breath Liv took. Not decoration, not even pain, just a countdown.
You're kidding.
I'm not.
Cass didn't share. Her hands itched, as if remembering the charcoal in her room. She clenched them in her lap and looked away.
I should have brought something.
Instead, she watched Dane. He didn't rise, didn't speak, just sat in the far corner, blade in hand, slowly shaving down what looked like the leg of a deer. Bone. No one asked where he found it, or how. When Raffi tried to film him, Dane looked up.
Don't.
Raffi stopped. Miles, restless, leaned forward.
So what's your piece, Mercer? Or is silence your statement?
Dane didn't respond. Liliana stepped forward, or maybe the shadows stepped back. One blink, and she was closer. No footsteps, no shift of air, just arrival. She smiled, a slow curve that didn't reach her eyes.
Sometimes the medium chooses the artist.
Cass caught her eyes for a moment and felt flayed. Afterward, they lingered. Liv chatted softly with Harper, their voices like strings brushing a snare. Raffi zoomed in on the sculpture outside, a spindly humanoid shape made of wire and driftwood. Cass wandered to the window. There was movement in the woods again. Not footsteps, just something being moved, rearranged. Something had been there, tall, still, watching, near where the yellow light had flickered before. Now it was gone, and that was worse. Cass woke to silence. Not peace. Silence. The kind that hums beneath your skin and makes you think you've gone deaf. The light through the window was cold and too bright. Mist clung to the trees outside like gauze. She dressed without thinking, each movement sluggish, like her body was buffering. When she stepped into the hallway, she saw Raffi standing barefoot in the corridor, holding his camera in one hand and staring down the hall with the other. His mouth was slightly open, the lens was shaking. Cass followed his gaze and stopped cold. The main gallery doors stood wide open, gaping, wrong, like a wound in the house itself. Inside, the air was colder. The windows were cracked just enough to let in the fog, and with it came the sound of dripping. It wasn't water. She saw the blood first, then the symmetry. Miles was displayed upright, back rigid, head tilted at a perfect angle, held in place with wires. His body was dressed in fragments of everyone's clothing. Raffi's jacket, Harper's headphones, a strip of silk from Liv's sheet. One of Cass's sketches, torn, was pinned to his chest with a long silver nail. His mouth was filled with darkroom film. Across the far wall, written in Miles's own looping hand, were the words,
"This isn't real."
No one replied. Harper entered behind her and dropped the recorder. It hit the floor hard and rolled toward the sculpture, recording nothing.
That's not playback. No.
Liv stood frozen, a new golden needle in her arm. Her lips were parted like she wanted to scream, but only breath came out.
That's my coat.
Cass moved closer. She didn't want to, didn't mean to, but something about the balance of it, the perfection, pulled her. The blood had been arranged in soft strokes beneath the body. It looked like brushwork.
His camera's not here.
She didn't know why she noticed it, just that she always did. The things people forget to stage, the things they don't mean to leave behind. Raffi jerked his head up.
What?
Miles always carried a camera. If this was his, whatever this is, his gear would be part of it.
Raffi looked around. Nothing. No tripod, no photos, no setup. Just the result. Liliana stepped into the room without a sound. She stood beneath the word entropy, head tilted slightly as if judging it.
Death clarifies. It's the only medium no one can fake. He always wanted to leave his mark. I'd say he succeeded.
No one spoke.
He understood that in the end.
We have to call someone. Police, helicopter, something.
No one will arrive in time. The road's already been reimagined.
What does that mean?
Liliana looked at him like he'd missed the obvious.
Weather has made travel unreliable, which is to say, impossible.
Someone needs to take this down.
You touch it, you destroy evidence.
It was the first time Dane had spoken all morning. His voice came from the corner of the room, where he stood half-shadowed, one hand still holding his carving knife. Everyone turned toward him.
So, that's convenient.
You think he did this?
You think I'd make that?
Then who did?
No one answered. The body didn't move. The blood stayed where it was, soaking slowly into polished cement. Outside the gallery's vast window, the mist thickened, blurring the trees into nothing. Someone, maybe Raffi, started to cry. It might have been sobbing, or a laugh he couldn't stop performing. Cass looked again at the title scrawled on the wall, that mocking flourish beneath the name.
He didn't sign that.
You can't know that.
Cass didn't reply. She didn't need to. She'd seen Miles's real signature a dozen times, scrawled on pieces he didn't even make. But this was someone else's handwriting, someone who knew exactly what they were doing. No one had touched the body. It stayed there all morning. Miles Devlin, suspended in his final critique, watched by 6 shaken strangers pretending to still be artists. Cass sat at the dining table, untouched coffee cooling in front of her. Outside the window, the fog had thickened into a presence. The trees were just suggestions now, shadows at the edge of thought.
Someone had to get in and get out. No one saw anything.
We were all asleep. Or we think we were.
The door was locked. I checked it at midnight.
That doesn't mean no one was already here.
Silence. Harper pulled her recorder from her coat. She hadn't let go of it since the gallery.
I need you to hear something.
She placed the device on the table and pressed play. At first, static, then low tones, like the hum of a distant plane underground. Then something else, a voice, barely more than breath.
Cass, we see you.
The first time it said her name like a whisper. The second, like a sigh. The third, like it knew her. Cass flinched.
What is that?
I recorded it last night, after the first session. I thought it was feedback, but it's not looping. It's layered, like someone was speaking into the house.
It could be a prank. Someone with a speaker?
Unless someone installed a speaker inside my head, that's not what this is.
Dane stood without a word and left through the side door, vanishing into the trees.
Should we go after him?
If he wanted to disappear, we'd never stop him.
Raffi started pacing. His camera hung unused at his side now, lens smeared with a fingerprint.
This is insane. This is murder, not art. Why, she's still acting like we're at a damn residency.
He pointed to the empty space where Liliana had sat during breakfast. Her plate remained, untouched, coffee cold.
When was the last time anyone saw her?
No one answered. Cass pushed up from the table and walked to the window. Fog pressed up against the glass like breath on skin. Cass turned and caught Liv's gaze. She was smiling again. Wide, warm, and wrong. Her hand still rested on the table, fingers tapping out a rhythm that didn't match anything.
Something on my face?
Just watching, you think?
Well, don't.
I think you're closer than the rest of them, that's all.
Cass stepped back from the window. The conversation had felt like an elbow in the ribs, friendly in tone, violent underneath. The front door creaked open. Dane returned. His boots were muddy. His hands were shaking.
There's something outside.
He placed an object on the table. It was a sculpture, or a totem, made from twine, feathers, and bones. Its head was a broken camcorder lens. Polaroids hung like organs, all blank, all burned around the edges, as if someone had tried to erase what they'd shown. Cass stared at the thing, at the lens, at the bones.
That wasn't there yesterday.
No, it wasn't.
The air in the room pulled back like a held breath. The fog pressed closer to the glass, and somewhere beneath it, something exhaled her name. It started with the red thread. Thin, almost invisible, but stretched from doorframe to banister like a spider's line. Raffi nearly walked through it.
What the hell is this?
Cass followed it with her eyes. The thread led from the stairs, wrapped along the hallway, and vanished into Dane's room. Dane was gone.
Is that string from the sculpture outside?
It's the same twine, same knots.
Cass knelt, squinting at the knots. Square. Tension loaded. Not the way Dane tied his carvings. These were meant to hold something, or trigger it. Cass opened the door. Inside Dane's room, the lights were off. The blinds were pulled. On his bed lay a carving, a figure of a man, bound, mouth open in a silent scream. There was a red thread looped around its neck.
He's staging it.
Maybe he's trying to scare us, or confess, or both.
Enough. I'm not pretending this is a metaphor. If this is his art, I don't want the next piece to have my skin in it.
They found Dane by the edge of the trees, near the strange sculpture garden no one had seen until now. Bones, wire, blood, not fresh, but not old. Poses like dancers in mid-fall. Some of the limbs looked human, but no one could be sure. It was art, it was horror, it was both. None of the sculptures had gathered dust, no leaves, no moss, just clean bone and polished wire, like someone had just stepped away from their work. Dane stood at the center of the clearing, breathing hard, shirt open, arms scratched like he'd been running through thorns.
I didn't do this.
Then how do you explain it?
I woke up with blood under my nails. I don't know how it got there.
Cass stepped forward, slow, trying to see his hands, his eyes.
You've been disappearing, watching us, whispering to yourself.
I've been afraid. You people don't see her. You don't see what she's doing to us.
Who?
Liliana.
The name made the fog shift. They hadn't seen her since the body, hadn't heard her voice. And yet, the house still functioned. Lights turned on, doors locked. Meals appeared, steaming, untouched.
Look at this. He's spiraling. He's sick.
He's dangerous.
Dane backed away from them, deeper into the garden. The red thread was tied between trees now, crisscrossing like veins. He turned too fast, and something snapped taut. A wire, nearly invisible, strung low at shin height. The thread trembled as he passed it. Something in the trees clicked softly, too soft. Dane turned too fast, and the forest answered. A series of metal rods released from the trees. Sculptures? No, spears. They impaled him from multiple angles. The clearing went silent except for the wind through the thread. Dane's body slumped sideways, partially held aloft by one rod through the collarbone. Blood spilled like paint across the moss.
Oh my God.
That was... He didn't do that to himself.
Cass didn't move. Her eyes were on the thread, on the knots, tied tight, clean, perfect, not the way Dane tied anything.
Someone built this.
Maybe he was building it for days. Maybe he was preparing.
Cass turned.
This wasn't a breakdown. It was a performance. And we were the audience.
Liv didn't respond. She just looked at Cass with those still, too bright eyes, like she was already thinking about the next piece. The air in the lower level was colder. Cass hadn't seen the staircase leading down, but now, here it was, behind the blank door near the kitchen, ajar like someone forgot to finish hiding it. She descended slowly, her footsteps absorbed by the concrete. She stepped into the long, narrow space. The lighting buzzed like it resented being on. She saw the first wall, a recorder, split open and splayed like a dissected organ, wires curling like veins. Then another, a lens glinting like a watchful eye, a sketch, burned, headphones twisted into a crown, and then she saw the arrangement: 6 walls, 6 pieces, one for each of them. Each one saying, "You were here." At the far end of the room stood Liv, barefoot, calm, wearing white this time, stained with red near the sleeves. She turned slowly, hands behind her back, like a docent giving a tour.
I knew you'd come. You're the only one who's been really looking.
Cass didn't speak. Her mouth was dry. Her heart didn't feel fast. It felt still.
I don't hate them, you know. Most of them chose mediocrity. That's not a crime, but it isn't art either.
She walked slowly past the installations, trailing one hand over each.
Miles was pure ego. Rafi wanted attention. Dane was a sad sculpture waiting to break. I bandaged Harper's hand, you know, when she cut it on the recorder. I made her tea. Then I made her meaningful. But you, Cass, you made silence loud. You made absence say something.
You killed them.
I gave them purpose. I made them last.
She gestured toward the wall, the installations, pristine and perfectly arranged.
Isn't that what we all want? Not to be seen, to be remembered.
Cass stepped back toward the hall.
You're insane.
No, I'm disciplined. That's rare now. So rare, I saw it in you the moment you walked in.
She moved closer, slow and careful, like a teacher approaching a student in crisis.
I think you're ready. You just need to stop hiding behind irony. Stop protecting yourself. I can help you.
Cass's hand brushed something on the wall, a shard of mirror. She saw her face in it, pale, blank, exactly the way Liv wanted her. Cass's mouth opened. She almost said yes, almost asked how. Then came the crash upstairs, like a verdict. Liv paused.
That's not part of the...
She turned. Cass ran. She didn't remember how she got back to the upper level, just that she burst into the fog, into the trees, into motion. Her legs moved before her brain caught up. Behind her, the house was silent again. Liliana was nowhere to be found. Neither was Liv. When Cass was rescued, 2 days later, she didn't say much. Not to the medics, not to the officers. She just kept looking over their shoulders. One of the officers leaned in, voice gentle.
Do you remember what happened?
Cass didn't answer at first. Her eyes were still on the tree line. She looked up and smiled, just a little.
It was an art piece.
Cass didn't attend the memorial. There were no bodies, no funerals, just abstractions, headlines that called it a remote tragedy or a creative experiment gone wrong. No one knew what had happened, not really, and the people who did weren't talking. She stayed silent, stayed still. In a rented apartment with white walls and one folding chair, Cass kept the lights off and the windows locked. She didn't draw, she didn't sleep, but every morning she checked the mail, waiting. One day it arrived. Not a letter, not exactly. A single page, thick, cold paper, folded once. No signature, no return address, just a line, printed in the center.
You made something worth remembering.
She dropped it, didn't watch it fall. A chill passed through the room, not from the window, not from outside. Just before she turned, she already knew. Liliana Frost was sitting in the chair. She hadn't made a sound. She wore the same ash-colored coat, the same expression, as if she'd never left, as if she'd been there the whole time.
You shaped it, even the silence.
Cass didn't speak.
You understand now, don't you?
Liliana stood, walked past Cass without touching her, without looking back. The door closed behind her. Not a sound. Cass looked down. The letter was gone. The sketchbook lay open to a self-portrait. She didn't remember drawing it. She didn't remember drawing the others either. Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. Welcome, brave souls, to a realm where darkness and mystery intertwine. You've chanced upon the Hourglass Enigma, a passage to the most bone-chilling and mysterious narratives ever woven. The merciless Montana sun baked the endless flatlands, shimmering waves of heat from the road's cracked blacktop. Alex's rust-eaten pickup truck rattled and wheezed as it labored over each rise, the unchecked spread of prairie grass lapping at the side of the highway. In the rearview mirror, Alex caught only fleeting glimpses of his haggard reflection, sunken eyes rimmed by dark circles, hollow cheeks cast in stark relief by the shadows. The weathered lines etched into his once youthful face were the legacy of too many regrets, too many wrong turns that led him stranded in this desolate nowhere. As the solitary truck descended into the valley cradling Winnet, the surrounding landscape seemed to swallow the tiny cluster of buildings whole. This rugged frontier town would be his new haven, Alex hoped, a place to retreat from his past and immerse himself in music once more, to lose himself in solitude and rediscover the inspiration that had long eluded him.
Well, I'm a dead man walking. Maybe coming here will finally lay the ghost to rest. If I can't find the muse in this lonesome place, I'm well and truly lost.
A faded green windmill stood immobile vigil over Winnet, its creaking vanes stilled by the dead air. The lone paved road underfoot bore cracks like calloused scars, while the few ramshackle buildings lining the street wore the desiccated wooden shingles and peeling clapboard siding of another era. It was as if the outside world and its passage of time had simply forgotten this forsaken speck of a town. The sense of being frozen, preserved like an insect trapped in amber, pressed in from all sides. Alex's pickup idled to a stop in a semi-vacant lot, the engine bark echoing lonely down the abandoned main drag. A ragtag cluster of rusted truck husks and listing RVs suggested this was the town's tenuous link to the 21st century. His boots crunched on the parched, dusty earth as he climbed the weather-stained steps to the slatted wood porch of the Winnet boarding house. A buzzing neon cactus flickered fitfully above the doorway, appearing more like a mirage than an invitation.
Ma'am, I just need a room,
Alex said gruffly, rapping calloused knuckles on the pocked glass of the front window. A faded floral print curtain twitched, and the unmistakable rattle of deadbolts broke the stillness. Alex wrestled his duffel bag through the cramped doorway, stooping to avoid a low-slung ceiling that leaked plumes of yellowed fiberglass insulation. Mottled wallpaper curled away from the walls in wide ribbons, flaking like old scabs from decades of neglect and sealing in the musty, stale reek of disuse. A naked 40-watt bulb dangled from fraying wires in the center of the room, casting harsh white light across the pitted wood floorboards and the sagging pock-marked mattress. In one corner, a spider had spun an intricate web between the exposed springs of a scarred recliner, the delicate strands vibrating slightly with each whisper of the ancient radiator's breath. The washroom's only amenities were a stained porcelain basin and a cheaply retiled shower stall. Beyond the cramped toilet, the overhead shower caddy was clogged with cobwebs and accumulated dust. But it didn't matter. None of it did. This cell-like space was his penance, his refuge from the ghosts that had trailed him across half the country.
I've stayed in worse shitholes than this, that's for damn sure. I can find purchase here, as long as there's an electric socket and 4 walls.
The first pale rays of dawn filtered through the smudged, salt-caked window pane, casting the room's stark features into harsher relief. Alex blinked away the brine sting, peeled himself from the sweat-dampened sheets, and patted across the worn floorboards to retrieve his guitar case. As his calloused fingers traced the familiar contours of the battered acoustic, the morning's fresh light seemed to breathe new life into the well-seasoned wood grain. This was his sole lifeline, his connection to the passion for music that had once burned so fiercely, before everything went off the rails. A discordant chord rang out, jarring Alex from his reverie. He'd need to head into town and find a cafe or diner for a proper cup of coffee and a hot meal that didn't involve anything from a rusty tin can. First, he'd freshen up and make himself look, well, at least slightly more presentable than the vagabond recluse his reflection suggested.
Well, no use putting it off any longer. Time to go meet my new neighbors, assuming there are any living souls left in this dried-up town.
When its slumbering main street shuddered awake with a reluctant groan as the first shops began kindling their neon signs to flickering life. A warped set of crimson plastic letters buzzed to attention above a ceramic tiled facade, spelling out Maggie's in an urgent, desperate tone. The smell of grease-scorched griddles and fresh-brewed truck-stop coffee wafted through the cracked front windows, mingling with the scents of old cigarette smoke, stale beer, and well-buffed vinyl that still clung to the diner's interior. Pale morning light sliced through the dusty inset windows in thick shafts, cutting slanted pathways through the airborne haze. The cracked linoleum counters had been scrubbed to a dull sheen, while a nickel-plated steel napkin dispenser winked from each tarnished tabletop like a miniature ship's beacon. Mopping her brow with a grease-stained dish towel, Maggie looked every bit the resolutely grounded matron as she cradled a rotary dial landline to her shoulder and rattled off the day's specials in a weary drawl.
"Low there, hon. Take a seat anywhere you like. I'll be with you shortly."
She flashed a tight, impatient smile at Alex as he eased himself onto a cracked vinyl stool.
"Go ahead and start yourself a hot cup while you're waiting. Coffee's hot and fresh, just the way the good Lord intended."
The groan of weathered wood and squeal of sun-baked cushion springs heralded Alex's arrival at the dimly lit town bar. A hazy constellation of neon Budweiser logos and faded metal signs advertised a kaleidoscope of forgotten lagers, creating an improvised skylight above the room's perpetual gloom. Battered pine planks comprised the floor, grooved and distended into waves by decades of scuffed boots and spilled liquor. The tang of stale cigarette smoke and spilled beer permeated every nook, and the sickly sweet bouquet of rot and mildew wafted from the swinging bat-wing doors that led to the restrooms. Alex's eyes slowly adjusted as he approached the pitted concrete bar adorned with scores of overlapping rings from the mugs of 1,000 afternoons and evenings spent pondering life's annals over cut-rate whiskey. A lone figure hunched at the counter's far end, a smoky tendril of vapor escaping his upturned collar. This had to be the sheriff the old woman at the boarding house had warned him about.
"Evening, Sheriff."
Alex offered with a cautious nod, easing himself onto a stool 2 slots down.
"I don't mean to pry, but on my first night here, I couldn't help but wonder, that strange humming sound out there at night. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?"
The sheriff turned his head slowly, one eye barely visible beneath the broad brim of his Stetson. He took a deliberate sip of his whiskey before responding in a low, measured tone.
"Can't rightly say I know much about any humming noises."
He paused, holding Alex's gaze.
"But I'd advise keeping an open mind. There are lots of strange sounds in the wilderness, if you'll pardon me saying so. Sometimes it's best to just appreciate the natural music around us rather than dwell on it too much."
His voice remained even, devoid of overt threat, but the hint of a warning lingered in his carefully chosen words. This was a man long accustomed to the unspoken codes of the frontier, a subtle suggestion that some phenomena were better left unexplored and unquestioned, at least by outsiders unused to the town's peculiar rhythms. In the nights that followed, the incessant hum saturated Alex's waking thoughts, until it felt like a presence itself, cloying and inescapable. He'd lie awake in the murky darkness, hands clamped over his ears in a futile attempt to block out the resonance pulsing through the walls into his bones. When fitful bouts of sleep did find him, his slumbers were plagued by feverish dreams, twisted, abstract nightmares in which disembodied voices and droning industrial clangs echoed across vast, empty plains. He would jolt awake in a cold sweat, listening to the sound undulating all around him in waves, taunting him. During daylight hours, Alex tried to lose himself in his music. He'd spend long stretches picking mournful blues refrains, hoping they might inspire new material, new melodies to override the maddening hum, but the all-consuming drone always wormed its way back in, insinuating itself into every note, every riff, until his playing descended into discordant fugues.
"Like the damn sound is hardwired straight into my brain, refusing to be tuned out, following me from my waking hours into dreams and back again. A constant nagging I can't escape. What the hell is happening to me?"
After another restless night, Alex found himself at Maggie's diner again, nursing a triple-shot black coffee in hopes its bitterness might jolt him alert. A cold sweat prickled at his hairline. When was the last time he'd eaten a proper meal? He studied the stout, graying waitress, her star-spangled attire and sunny disposition completely at odds with the decaying husk of a town around them. How oblivious could she be to the unrelenting droning that made every night feel like having ice picks jammed into his skull?
"Morning, sunshine."
She flashed him a toothy grin as she whisked past to flip a sizzling batch of pancakes.
"You look like you could use a little more rest. Those bed springs at the boarding house ain't much for a good night's sleep, I reckon."
Alex debated bringing up the noise again, that damnable whine that seemed to be devolving him, but her perpetual cheer caused the words to die on his tongue. better to stay silent than risk exposure as the rambling madman.
Yeah, just a restless spell is all. I'll be right as rain once you get me a hot cup of coffee and a warm plate of whatever's good today.
Later that afternoon, Alex wandered the deserted side streets, searching for any slice of ordinary peace and quiet to counteract the droning cacophony. But the hum's vibrations seemed to pursue him relentlessly, a physical presence nipping at his heels. He found himself drifting towards a small, run-down music shop, its faded awnings and dusty upright pianos crowding the cramped display window. Maybe immersing himself in the old passions could rekindle his creative spark, drown out the maddening background thrumming, at least for a little while. The tinkle of a handbell ushered Alex inside, where the musty odors of aged woodwinds, brass, and valve oil intermingled. Bowed strings and polished brass winked from the dimness as his eyes adjusted. The elderly clerk peered up from restringing a weathered acoustic, giving Alex a curt nod before returning to his meticulous work. For a few fleeting moments, trailing his fingers across the cool aluminum of a saxophone's body, or plucking the thick steel strings of a hanging electric guitar, Alex felt the hum's resonance diminish to a distant murmur. The quiet was shattered by a thunderous crash of brass and percussion from the street outside.
What in the hell? That damn noise has followed me here too? No, it has to be my mind playing tricks now is all. I'm losing my grip.
That night, unable to stem the hum's frantic pulsing, Alex sought refuge at the bottom of a whiskey bottle. He staggered down Winnett's main avenue, the wind moaning through the vacant lots and side alleys in eerie sympathy with the droning resonance. Ragged trees cast spindly shadows that seemed to slither across the cracked asphalt in time with the sound's undulating rhythm. Alex's vision blurred, his surroundings taking on a hellish funhouse quality, as if the entire world were vibrating at the frequency of the relentless whine. The saloon's weather-beaten sign, its plastic lettering long since faded into obscurity, creaked back and forth like a secret coded message as he pushed through the bat-wing doors. Inside, the dank, nicotine-tinged air hung low and suffocating, a half-dozen pairs of eyes swiveling to regard the newcomer. Alex lurched to the bar, its glazed jarrah-wood surface rippling under the hum's influence. The taciturn sheriff hunched over his usual vigil at the bottle-lined trough, regarding Alex with thinly veiled disdain.
I know you hear it.
The words tumbled out, Alex's voice thick and slurred as he glared back at the lawman.
You, all of you hear that goddamn infernal drone, howling in the night like the world's slowest descent into madness. And none of you, not one, has the sack to admit it.
The next morning, Maggie found Alex nursing the previous night's bender at a sticky booth in the rear of her diner. The place reeked of stale beer, overpowering the usual cherry cafe aromas of griddle smoke and burnt coffee.
My lord, did a skunk take up squatting in here?
As she approached, she swatted the air in front of her nose, setting down a steaming mug and plate of greasy hash browns with a resonant clatter.
That's the most industrial-strength antiperspirant I ever smelled. You up and join a distillery workers' union without telling nobody?
Alex only groaned in response, clutching his temples against the ambient noises jangling like railroad spikes in his brain, the clanging dishes, the chatter of morning regulars, the sizzle of meat on the griddle, all mocking overtures to the deepening thrum that was rapidly drowning out all else.
Honey, you need to get yourself some fresh air, clear them sinuses out.
Maggie leaned in with a conspiratorial whisper.
Dr. Harrow swung by while you was still napping one off. Said she'd be back round evening time to patch you up if you was still feeling poorly.
A doctor. Yes, perhaps a logical scientific voice could make sense of the irrational hell that was consuming him. If nothing else, provide a reprieve from the encroaching isolation.
Or maybe she'll have me carted off to a loony bin somewhere where I belong, strapped and sedated until the droning fades to silence.
As daylight waned, Alex tried and failed to lose himself in blues riffs, the hum disrupting every attempt to settle into his usual creative flow. Musical notes slurred into ambient discord, just as a brisk rap at the door froze his fingers against the strings. A woman in a crisp whipcord jacket and slacks stood at the entrance, the bemused expression of an academic drifting in from a more civilized realm. Her gaze flicked from Alex to the trash-strewn disarray surrounding him.
You must be Alex,
she said at length, extending a hand.
I'm Dr. Elaine Harrow. I was told my professional counsel might be warranted regarding a certain auditory affliction.
Alex quickly gathered himself and rose to meet her handshake, all too aware of the stale stench of yesterday's bender still clinging to his clothing.
Oh, right, yeah, please. It's this damn droning hum that I can't seem to, get away from. It's like it's coming from the damn walls themselves, and it's getting stronger and stronger.
He paused, debating how much to reveal about the disorienting dreams and the paranoia taking root.
I'm afraid it's driving me a bit mad, to be honest.
Fascinating.
Dr. Harrow eased into a straggly armchair, her eyes alight with the zeal of scientific curiosity.
I've long studied acoustic phenomena. Infrasound vibrations caused by everything from atmospheric variations to plate tectonics. Frequencies below the audible range can still impact the human sense of well-being. Tell me more about the particulars of this hum, how it makes you feel.
As Alex haltingly recounted his experiences, the doctor's expression remained impassive, almost hungry. It was as if his torment existed purely as fodder for her clinical interests, but she was also the only one acknowledging his plight, even through her detached demeanor that had to count for something, didn't it? In the days following Dr. Harrow's arrival, Alex found himself surrendering more and more to the droning resonance. The hum had evolved, shedding its ambient atmospheric qualities to become a palpable, sentient force. It called to him in fitful dreams, a gnawing, insistent pulse that beckoned him into abysmal depths, vast, lightless caverns where skittering shadows took on vaguely anthropoid forms in the periphery, scattering at the vibrational disturbance of his dream's descent. Upon waking, the effect only intensified. The ever-present reverberation felt as if it were steadily eroding the barriers between his consciousness and an unseen realm that existed just on the other side of audible perception, sanding away his grasp on reality, on what was real versus what existed in the hum's reverberant harmonics. Dr. Harrow remained a fixture through it all, her analytical gaze scrutinizing his feverish creative output with cold detachment. She barely acknowledged the increasingly frenetic atonal quality of his playing, nor his bouts of startled waking from night terrors. Her sole interest seemed to revolve around documenting the hum's amplifying effects.
Have you tried to let the sound guide your musical expression?
She asked one afternoon, circling Alex with a clinical rigidity as he strummed a droning, atonal succession of notes.
It may be that allowing the vibrations to flow through you could awaken latent potentialities.
Latent potentialities? Is she mental, or am I finally careening over the edge of the certifiable lunacy myself? This can't be normal response to some acoustic anomaly. I'm losing it.
In the oppressive Montana summer days, the blinding sun seemed to throb in time with the hum. Alex took to drawing all the dingy window shades, enshrouding his rented room in a womb-like gloom as thick and palpable as the subsonic frequencies. Here in the stifling dark, he could immerse himself fully in the omnipresent drone, a whale descending into the aphotic depths. The interior world became his only reality, waking dream states bleeding into the fleeting respites of actual slumber, all while the vibrations grew, strengthening in tandem with the dimming of his connection to the outside world. Reams of sheet music littered the floor in chaotic profusion, feverish clawings toward capturing the hum through transcribed notations. Every conceivable sequence sketched out across the staves, with furious arrows and scribbled marginalia, suggesting recursive pathways into realms of sound never before traversed. Dr. Harrow's visits became increasingly sporadic, like tracking the muted sun's arc across the sealed room's condensing walls. She was always watching, her eyes glittering with scrutiny whenever Alex surfaced from his trance-like reveries. Her merciless gaze pinned and dissected a butterfly.
Are you seeing it, Alex?
She asked in a near whisper, her breath hot against the back of his clammy neck.
The sounds you're manifesting, harmonics from another plane of existence, bleeding through into our dimension.
In the small hours, when the desert nighthawk's cries seeped in through the cracks in the window frame, Alex swore he could perceive movement amid the inky shadows pooling across his bedroom floor. Shapes drifted and elongated as if in mirrored synchronicity with the modulating hum's cycles. At first, they suggested the fluid gesticulations of an unseen pole dancer or fire worshipper, body flowing through hypnotic undulations as primordial as the sonorous frequency entrancing him, familiar yet not. Then, as his eyes adjusted during each waking stupor, Alex sensed those same shadow forms resolve into different, increasingly disturbing iterations. Their amorphous tendrils coalesced into gnarled extremities, tipped with hooked talons, oozing steadily outward, as if exploratory feelers preceding a fuller emergence. In the momentary wake of a passing car's high beams through the shaded windows, he thought he glimpsed the bioluminescent gleam of a dozen slitted pupils from those shifting silhouettes, contracting away from the intrusion of light, an infinitesimal collective flutter like a swarming beast disturbed mid-feeding.
Okay, that's it. I've officially turned the final corner into abject psychosis. Did those things actually move? Or am I just one sad, pathetic hallucination away from a straitjacket vacation myself?
The sealed room had become a womb of quasi-reality, where the infrasonic vibrations reigned supreme and unchallenged. Alex drifted in and out of waking consciousness, never fully asleep, yet never truly awake either. Whole days seemed to unspool into successive dream states, reality fraying at the edges until his only anchor to the physical plane was Dr. Harrow's periodic impassive visitations and the reams of smeared musical scribblings that littered the shadowed floor. He found himself looping through the same ritualistic cycles, immersive trance-like frenzies of unrestrained id given over to the resonance, followed by fugue states where time dissolved into the ether, sensory deprivation punctuated only by that perpetual pulsing drone, anchoring him in the aural abyss. During the latter balms of disassociation, Alex's senses expanded in unfamiliar directions, transcending the limited scope of normal human perception. He became aware of subtle energies around him, dormant presences shifting in the inky pools of darkness with each swell of the hum's amplitudes. At first mere amorphous abstractions in his peripheral sight, the shadows steadily coalesced into distinct forms, conforming to the vibration's rhythms with a synchronicity that pushed past mere coincidence. Humanoid outlines flickered into existence in tandem with the sound's cresting frequencies, their undulating physicality awash in a cold, alien luminescence. Elongated limbic appendages seemed to beckon from those indistinct silhouettes, inhuman gesticulations, inviting Alex to surrender himself fully to the coaxing harmonics and join them in the subliminal dimensions of pure resonance between sonic planes.
They're here. Those presences, always slithering just out of sight, now piercing the veil in unison with the hum's intensifying cadence. They crave unification, rejoining of forms and frequencies across the vibrational rift. And I'm the conduit.
It's becoming clearer to me now. The eldritch symbiosis at work.
Dr. Harrow circled Alex's prone form, huddled in the corner as shadows danced across the sealed room, refracting through the single beam of murky light from the cracked window. Her eyes shone with the zeal of someone beholding transcendent revelation firsthand.
For so long, we've studied these phenomena in isolation, cataloging auditory anomalies as freak atmospheric disturbances or minor geological byproducts. But the ancients knew different.
Her words came faster now, fueled by a current of zealotry.
They paid sacrifice, engaged in occult practices, all to curry the favor of the forgotten ones. Eldritch creatures, attuned to a different vibrational plane than our own reality.
Alex felt his throat constrict as she loomed nearer, her shadow undulating across his face in time with the rapidly intensifying drone. Divesting stray bottle-cap notebooks from her satchel, each page grew frantic with sketches of strange, untranslatable sigils and incantations.
Of course, the key was resonance. Modes of expression that could bridge both worlds serve as spirit conduits. Their kind exists in perpetual syncopation beyond our realm until...
She broke off, distracted by an errant mote of smoke illuminated in a refracted beam of murky sunlight. For a heartbeat, her gaze seemed to detect something there, a shifting specter in the billowing current, before the apparition was swallowed by darkness once more.
Until what?
Alex choked out, voice raw from his earlier spasms. His body felt heavy and drained, as if steadily siphoned of vitality. Dr. Harrow responded with a cold, distant smile, her focus already retreating back into whatever frenzied headspace she now occupied.
Until we attune to their frequency.
In the waning days that followed, Alex succumbed to recurrences of waking night terrors, a series of visceral episodes where he felt his physical form being rent asunder, molecule by molecule, then subsumed by the overriding vibrations. Each time, Alex would lurch awake to the stark monochrome of the sealed, light-starved room, cold and clammy and utterly alone, Except for the readouts of Dr. Harrow's monitoring equipment, she was always in the periphery, an inscrutable watcher, logging his transformation in meticulous analytic detail. As the tall shadows of dusk sculpted themselves across the peeling wallpaper, Alex would slip back into fitful reveries. Instead of conventional dreams, he found himself subsumed by sound waves, cascading through a technicolor plasma of interlaced frequencies that pulsed and strobed in complex harmonic resonances. Hidden amid those cycling waveform vortices lurked indistinct spectral forms, willowy, elongated shadows that appeared to have substance yet no fixed corporeal shape beyond a maddening suggestion of the half-seen. The outline of a humanoid silhouette would briefly materialize like a ghostly photographic negative, only to dilate and splinter into a radial explosion of scintillating shards or a trillion beckoning tendrils. The visions came together and dissolved in a constant cycling flux, synchronized in timing to those omnipresent, otherworldly vibrations.
The hum, no longer just a sound, it's an inhabitation, a calling, a summoning force pulling me apart on the subatomic level, recombining my essence into something else. It's transforming me into one of them, those spectral beings that lurk between the harmonic dimensions, awaiting sympathetic frequencies to beckon their presence across the veil. I am the hum, and the hum is me. We are entwined, a singular entity in a symphony of cosmic chaos, and its droning is the overture that precedes their coming.
In the silence that followed, when it awakened to a world subtly altered, the omnipresent hum vanished as if it had never existed, but in its wake, a palpable sense of unease settled over the tiny town, bleeding outward in insidious ripples. A languor gripped the citizens as normalcy gradually resumed, yet everyone moved about their daily rituals with a hollow-eyed detachment, unable to shake the faintest refrains of subconscious trepidation. It was as if some intangible essence had seeped from their world, leaving it gutted and diminished. Whispers of the strange drifter musician who disappeared into the void soon became the latest installment of Winnett's sparse lore. Bar conversations dwelled on the topic with nervous energy one night, only to evaporate into uneasy silence the next. The cautious shuffling of feet across warped wooden floors, the furtive exchange of darting sideways glances into shadow-veiled corners. In the nights that followed, those with keen ears occasionally heard faint resonances through the arid dark, fleeting echoes of that former droning pulse now refracted and weakened, as if emanating from some distant point far beyond their comprehension. These were disquieting reminders that some doors, once pried ajar, can never be resealed. A dimly lit chamber, the only illumination emanating from a series of verdant hourglasses filled with glowing sand.
The ritual was a success. The fabric between realms has been parted.
And the vibrational frequencies, were they attuned as predicted?
Perfectly calibrated. Our prognostications aligned.
The silhouettes of several robed figures move across the shadows, their features obscured by the eerie green glow.
Then the transcendence is upon us. The stars have decreed this the appointed age.
Not merely an age, brother. A new cosmic epoch heralded by the alignment of Earth's resonance with the primordial harmonics.
A figure steps forward, face concealed by a deep cowl. An hourglass is clutched in skeletal hands.
For centuries, we have safeguarded the forbidden law, waiting for the celestial clock to chime this moment into existence. The Enigma Veil's true purpose is now within our grasp.
The figure upends the hourglass, its glowing sands cascading in a hypnotic flow.
As the cycles converge, our consciousness shall transcend these corporeal shells. We shall shed our mortal veils and be reborn as conduits to receive the Ancient Ones into our newly forged realm of unified existence.
The other figures raise their arms in reverence as a deep subsonic thrum begins to reverberate through the chamber.
The vibrational planes are merging. I can feel the frequencies aligning. Indeed. The music of the spheres crescendos, heralding the arrival of our cosmic brethren. A new age has begun.
The hourglasses shatter as the thrum intensifies, their shards glittering like emerald stars amidst a symphony of shattering glass. Darkness consumes the chamber as reality itself seems to judder and convulse.
On the edge of the night,
his balance is life. In the mirror of his eyes, the world's cold and ice. Tales etched in skin under the sun's harsh grin. A wanderer's sin. Where does he begin? With every step, the shadows grow. In the heart of night, his sorrows flow. Like a ghost on the road, and the twilight fades into the dusk where his melody plays. In the strings of his soul, a requiem tolls. A song for a wanderer, fading to black. The story unfolds, electric flow.
We appreciate your company as we navigate these enigmatic tales. If you found this journey enjoyable, show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. We have exclusive products based on these stories in the comments. Stay tuned to the channel for more dark and disturbing tales based on true stories or unique stories inspired by those events. If there is a story you would like to hear, please leave a comment. The crisp October air carried the scent of caramel apples and wood smoke as Sarah Miller trudged through the fairgrounds, her boots crunching on fallen leaves. Garlands of orange lights cast a warm glow over canvas tents and wooden booths, transforming Cedar Grove's town square into a whimsical autumn dreamscape. Sarah's stylus hovered over her phone's screen, poised to capture the essence of the autumn festival for the Cedar Grove Gazette. But the words wouldn't come. She frowned, tapping the stylus against her temple. This story should write itself. The same festival she'd covered for 3 years running. Yet tonight, the familiarity felt off, like a favorite sweater that no longer fit quite right. A chorus of laughter drew her attention to a cluster of booths she didn't recognize. Curious, Sarah wove through the crowd, the hairs on the back of her neck prickling as she approached. She slipped her phone into her jacket pocket, stylus tucked behind her ear. 5 identical booths formed a semicircle, each draped in faded velvet the color of dried blood. Tarnished brass plaques adorned each one: Mirror of Memories, Wisdom's Labyrinth, Fortune's Wheel, Strength Tester, and Harmony's Echo. At the center stood a wrinkled crone, her silver hair wild as a bramble patch. Deep-set eyes glittered as she beckoned to Sarah with a gnarled finger.
Come, dearie, dare to test your fate?
Sarah hesitated, her journalist's instincts warring with an inexplicable urge to flee. She reached for her phone, then thought better of it.
Just a humble gamekeeper, child. You may call me Granny Esther. Now which shall it be? A glimpse of memories past, a test of wit, or perhaps the mirror waits?
Before Sarah could protest, she found herself seated before an ornate mirror, its frame carved with twisting vines and leering faces. The glass rippled like disturbed water, and for a moment, Sarah could have sworn she saw.
Now, dear, simply gaze into the mirror until the sands run out. Let the memories wash over you.
Sarah's reflection blurred, replaced by vivid flashes of childhood birthdays, first kisses, cherished holidays. She felt awash in warmth, in joy, and then a sudden, stark emptiness. The mirror cleared, and Sarah blinked, disoriented.
Very good, dearie. Run along now, enjoy the festival.
Sarah stumbled from the booth, her head spinning. She barely noticed bumping into Mike Chen, a lanky sophomore from the community college.
Whoa there, you okay? Man, those games are something else, huh? I did the maze one, it was crazy stuff.
Sarah nodded absently, unable to shake the feeling that something precious had slipped through her fingers. She watched Mike lope off toward his friends, noting the slight furrow in his brow, as if he were trying to recall something just out of reach. The night wore on. Emily Garner, her children's shrieks fading into the distance, found herself drawn to Fortune's Wheel. She gripped the elaborately carved handles, muscles tensing as she spun the massive wheel. Symbols blurred. A sun, a crow, a key, a withered tree. When it stopped, Emily felt a weight settle in her chest, heavy as a rain-soaked blanket. Across the fairgrounds, Tom Miller wiped his palms on worn jeans before grasping the mallet of the strength tester. The bell at the top seemed to waver, impossibly high. Tom's joints ached as he hefted the mallet. He'd been so spry just this morning, hadn't he? The mallet fell. A dull thud. No bell. Tom's shoulders slumped as he shuffled away, suddenly feeling every one of his 68 years. As midnight approached, a fog rolled in, muffling the carnival sounds. Sarah found herself back at her desk, staring at her phone's blank note-taking app. The cursor blinked accusingly. She had been so happy once, stringing words together like pearls. Now, each sentence felt like pulling teeth. Her phone buzzed. A local community forum exploded with posts. Anyone else feel off after the festival? Kept burning dinner all week. I used to be a great cook. Twisted my ankle. Again. Bad luck streak. Sarah's frown deepened. A chill wind rattled her window, carrying the faint echo of an old woman's laughter. In the distance, a clock tower began to toll, counting down the days until Halloween. Sarah Miller's fingers hovered over her phone's keyboard, trembling slightly. The cursor blinked mockingly in the empty document. She used to weave words like spider silk, delicate yet strong. Now, each sentence felt like pulling teeth from a reluctant maw. A stack of old newspapers teetered on her desk, headlines blaring about past autumn festivals. 1954, mysterious illness strikes townsfolk. 1985, Halloween horror, accidents plague Cedar Grove. The dates danced before her eyes, a pattern just out of reach. Sarah's phone buzzed, a text from Mike Chen. Missed another class, can't focus, what's happening to me? She swiped away the message, guilt gnawing at her gut. The same guilt that plagued her when Emily Garner's husband called, worried about his wife's deepening melancholy, or when Tom Miller's grandson mentioned his grandfather's sudden string of accidents. Outside, leaves skittered across pavement like withered hands. The wind carried whispers, almost words, almost familiar. At Cedar Grove Community College, Mike stared blankly at his textbook. The words blurred, rearranging themselves into nonsense. His professor's voice droned on, unintelligible as the buzzing of flies. Mike's head drooped, eyelids heavy. In his mind's eye, he saw a maze of mirrors, each reflection more hollow than the last. Across town, Emily Garner stood motionless before her kitchen window. Dishes piled in the sink, a far cry from her usually spotless home. Outside, children laughed, leaves crunching beneath sneakers. Emily remembered joy, distantly, like a fading dream. A tear traced her cheek as she wondered why happiness felt so foreign. Tom Miller eased into his armchair, joints creaking like old floorboards. The room tilted sickeningly, and he gripped the armrests. Another dizzy spell. They came more frequently now, ever since that blasted strength game at the festival. He closed his eyes, willing the world to right itself. As twilight painted Cedar Grove in shades of bruise, a figure shuffled between houses. Granny Esther, her gnarled hands clutching a wicker basket. She paused at a fence, plucking a child's forgotten hair ribbon. At another house, she pocketed a discarded bottle cap. Each item carefully added to her collection, a satisfied gleam in her rheumy eyes. In the town archives, Sarah's breath caught. An old photograph. A stern-faced man captioned, Ezekiel Craven, 1922. The name tugged at her memory. She scribbled furiously, connections sparking. A grieving mother. A dark bargain. A night when veils thin. Her phone chimed. A local forum exploded with posts. Shadows moving on their own? Anyone else hearing whispers? Swear I saw a young man in old-timey clothes. Vanished around a corner. Sarah's pulse quickened. The pieces were there, maddeningly close to clicking into place. She gathered her notes, hands shaking. One last place to check. The Cedar Grove Public Library stood silent, most patrons long gone. Sarah nodded to the elderly librarian as she made her way to the microfiche room. The machine hummed to life, its blue-tinged screen casting an eerie glow across her face. She threaded the film carefully, scrolling through decades of local history. Headlines flashed by: 1922, Craven family tragedy. 1954, mysterious illness strikes townsfolk. 1985, Halloween horror, accidents plague Cedar Grove. There, a grainy photograph stopped her short. A young woman with Granny Esther's eyes stood beside a stern-faced man. Between them, a boy with a haunting gaze. The caption read, Ezekiel Craven, with wife Esther and son, 1920. Sarah's breath hitched. Recognition flared, bright and terrible. Her fingers flew across her phone's keyboard, trying to capture the connections sparking in her mind. A grieving mother, a dark bargain, a night when veils thin. The screen of her phone flickered, then went black. Sarah tapped it frantically, but it remained stubbornly dark, her notes vanishing into digital oblivion. She slumped back in her chair, the weight of her fragmented discovery pressing down on her. Outside, jack-o'-lanterns flickered to life, grins too wide, too knowing. A cold wind carried the faint strains of carnival music, and somewhere in the gathering dark, a young man laughed. Halloween had come to Cedar Grove, and with it, the price of playing Granny Esther's games was about to come due. Halloween night fell over Cedar Grove like a smothering shroud. Shadows lengthened impossibly, stretching across streets littered with fallen leaves and discarded candy wrappers. The air thrummed with an unseen energy, making skin prickle and hair stand on end. Sarah Miller burst out of the library, her mind racing faster than her fumbling fingers could type. The connections were there, maddeningly clear, yet the words slipped away like smoke when she tried to capture them. She had to warn someone, anyone, but how? At the edge of town, in the decrepit Craven house, Granny Esther's gnarled hands trembled as she arranged her collected trinkets in a precise circle. A child's hair ribbon, a discarded bottle cap, a withered flower. Each item pulsed with a sickly light, the stolen essence of Cedar Grove's unwitting victims. The ancient grandfather clock in the hall struck midnight. Esther's rheumy eyes gleamed with anticipation.
It's time, my boy. Come back to me.
Across town, Mike Chen jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. The air in his dorm room felt thick, oppressive. A figure stood in the corner, indistinct yet achingly familiar. As Mike's eyes adjusted to the gloom, he made out the features of a young man in old-fashioned clothes, his eyes sad and luminous. The spectral figure reached out, its fingertips brushing Mike's forehead. Suddenly, Mike's mind exploded with clarity. Equations, theories, and concepts he'd been struggling with crystallized in perfect, blinding detail. But the onslaught didn't stop. Information flooded his consciousness, faster and faster, until Mike clutched his head and screamed. His body convulsed, overwhelmed by the sudden rush of returned intelligence. In moments he lay still, eyes vacant, mind burned out by the very knowledge he'd craved. In her kitchen, Emily Garner froze as the temperature plummeted. Frost crawled across the unwashed dishes in the sink. The same ghostly young man materialized before her, his touch igniting a spark of joy in her chest. The spark blazed into an inferno of euphoria. Emily laughed, wild and uncontrolled, spinning through her house. Her heart raced, unable to contain the sudden flood of emotion. With a final ecstatic cry, she collapsed, her face frozen in a rictus of terrible joy. Tom Miller wheezed in his armchair, each breath a struggle. The room darkened, and there stood the specter, its cold fingers pressed against Tom's chest, and suddenly, vitality surged through his frail body. His heart raced, pounding like a jackhammer. Tom gasped, clutching his chest as the unaccustomed vigor overwhelmed him. The renewed strength was too much for his weakened frame. With a final startled look of recognition, Tom's heart gave out. Sarah stumbled through the streets, her phone buzzing incessantly with reports of inexplicable deaths across Cedar Grove. She knew the source, knew what had to be done, but the words to explain it all remained maddeningly out of reach. At last, she found herself before the Craven house. Inside, Granny Esther stood at the center of her macabre circle, arms outstretched to the translucent figure of her son.
You cannot understand, girl. A mother's love.
Sarah's mind raced, searching for the words that would end this. The fate of Cedar Grove hung in the balance, and she, the journalist, the storyteller, couldn't find the right phrase to save them all. The spectral son turned to Sarah, eyes filled with sorrow. His cold hand touched her cheek, and suddenly words flooded her mind. Prose beautiful and terrible poured forth, but as Sarah opened her mouth to speak, to finally tell the truth, her voice failed. The rush of returned eloquence was too much, searing through her consciousness. She crumpled to the floor, her story forever untold.
No, my boy. What have I done?
The spectral son's form began to fade, pulling away from the mortal realm. But as he retreated, tendrils of otherworldly energy wrapped around Esther's wrists.
It's time to let go, Mother.
Esther's anguished scream echoed through the house as she was drawn into the spectral realm with her son, the veil between worlds closing behind them. In the gray light of Halloween morning, Cedar Grove stirred like a town waking from a collective nightmare. But for Mike, Emily, Tom, and Sarah, there would be no awakening. The Craven house stood silent, its secrets intact, the cost of one mother's grief etched into its very foundations. As a chill wind whispered through bare branches, there was a promise in its sigh. The chain might be broken, the cycle ended, but in Cedar Grove, on Halloween night, when the veil grows thin, who can say what might reach through from the other side? Show your most horrific support by slashing the like button, subscribing, and smashing the bell. Stay tuned for more stories. The snow falls thick and heavy, blanketing everything in sight. Fat flakes stick to the windshield faster than the wipers can clear them, smearing across the glass in long streaks. I can barely make out the road ahead, just 2 faint tire tracks left behind by someone long gone. My headlights push through the darkness, cutting narrow beams into the swirling snow. It feels like the world beyond the light doesn't even exist. It's late, and Route 9 is as quiet as a graveyard. No cars, no lights, no signs of life. Just the engine's faint growl and the heater's dry rasp struggling to warm the cabin. The patrol car creaks and groans as it rolls over frost-heaved asphalt. I grip the wheel tighter, leaning forward, trying to see through the mess on the windshield. My breath fogs up the glass slightly, and I wipe at it with my glove, though it doesn't do much good. Out here, in the dead of winter, the quiet has a weight to it. It's not peaceful, it's oppressive, like the snow itself smothering the sound of the world. Even my breathing feels muffled. The silence has been eating at me all night, but there's not much I can do about it. The radio's been dead for hours. Not even a trucker calling in about a downed branch or a deer crossing. I flip the volume dial just to fill the space, turning it until the faint hiss of static crackles to life. It's thin and uneven, like the sound of the ocean trapped inside a conch shell. Not much, but better than the silence. The heater stirs the air in short, shallow bursts that smell faintly of burned dust and old coffee from the cup holder. My back aches from sitting for hours. The stiff leather of the seat feels cold even through my uniform. I glance in the rearview mirror, more out of habit than anything else. Just darkness back there, the kind that feels too big to be contained by a little mirror. I adjust it, my gloved fingers catching on the edges, and turn my eyes back to the road. The radio crackles again, louder this time. For a second I freeze, staring at it, waiting for something. A voice maybe, a call, but the static stays the same, a thin whisper of sound filling the cabin. Then I hear it, a whistle. It's faint, barely audible over the static, but it's there. Just a few notes, drawn out and slow, almost like someone whistling a tune to themselves while they walk. At first I think it might be feedback or interference, but the sound is too deliberate, too human. I sit up straighter, my fingers tightening around the wheel.
Dispatch, Unit 4, all clear.
The radio doesn't respond, just more static, low and steady. The whistle fades for a moment, and I think maybe it's gone, but then it comes back, louder this time. It's not coming from the radio. I roll down the window just a crack, and a rush of freezing air cuts through the cabin, sharp enough to sting my face. Snowflakes swirl in, melting into little beads of water on my glove. The whistle grows clearer, but it's strange. It doesn't seem to have a direction. It's not coming from the trees on my left or the ditch on my right. It's just there, hanging in the air, as if the sound itself is stitched into the cold. Something about it feels wrong. I can't explain why. It's just a whistle, a sound, but there's a hollowness to it, an emptiness, like it doesn't quite belong here. My stomach tightens, and for a second I think about turning the radio off altogether and leaving the window up, but the sound has wormed its way into my head now, and I can't ignore it. The whistle stops, just like that. No fade out, no change in pitch. It's just gone, leaving only the hum of the engine and the static on the radio. I exhale and shake my head, telling myself it's nothing. Just wind through the trees, or my tired brain playing tricks on me. Still, my pulse hasn't settled. My hand brushes the wheel, fingers cold even through the glove. I start to roll the window back up when the radio crackles again. I jump, my knee hitting the underside of the dashboard.
Unit 4, go ahead.
I listen hard, waiting for a response. There's a long pause. Then I hear it. A voice. At first, it's so faint I think I'm imagining it. A woman's voice whispering through the static.
Help me.
The words are soft, trembling like someone standing right on the edge of panic. My grip on the mic tightens.
Who is this? Where are you?
The radio hisses, and for a second, I think the connection is lost. Then the voice comes again, louder this time. breaking apart with static.
Please, it's out here. It's coming. Help me.
The line goes dead. Nothing but silence, heavy and thick. The hairs on my arms stand up, and my stomach churns as I look out at the empty road. She didn't say where she was, but I don't need much to go on. There's only one stretch of Route 9 remote enough for a call like that. I flip the lights on, the red and blue spilling across the snow like spilled paint, and ease the car back onto the road. Gravel spits from under the tires as I head toward the woods. My heart thuds in my chest, steady and heavy, and that whistle keeps playing in my head, over and over again. I tell myself it's probably nothing, a prank call maybe. Someone bored looking for a little excitement on a cold night, but the knot in my gut says otherwise. And I know, deep down, I'm driving straight into something I won't come back from. The coffee at May's Diner tasted like melted tire rubber, but it was hot, and that was enough to keep me coming back. My usual booth near the window was empty, the view outside showing nothing but gray skies, and a layer of fresh snow caked on the cars lining the lot. It was the kind of morning that made you wish you'd stayed in bed, cloudy, cold, the air so damp it felt like it soaked straight into your lungs. The world outside looked frozen solid, but inside the diner the heat was cranked so high the windows had fogged up. I sat nursing a cup that had long gone lukewarm, tracing the rim with my finger as my mind wandered back to last night. No matter how many times I told myself it was just a prank or interference on the radio, the sound of that whistle kept circling back. It was stuck in my head, like a song you hear once and can't shake. Every time I thought about it, my shoulders tightened, like someone was pressing a cold hand against my neck. I wasn't going to talk about it. I'd come here to shake it off, not to spook myself even more. But as I glanced over to the counter, where the usual crew of old-timers had gathered, something made me stop. There was Earl, hunched over a cup of coffee like it was the only thing keeping him upright, and Old Man Thompson, gesturing with a cigarette in his hand as he rambled about the storm last week. The way they were talking reminded me of when my dad used to swap stories with his friends after church, voices low, the kind of talk that seemed heavier than it should be. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, I swear I didn't. But then I heard Earl say, clear as day,
"Whistler's back."
My stomach twisted and my grip tightened on the mug in front of me. It was reflex, I think, like hearing your name spoken in a crowd. I stayed quiet and kept my head down, but my ears were locked onto their conversation.
Can't be. Ain't been a sighting in, 10, 15 years?
Earl leaned closer to the counter, the light catching the deep creases in his face.
That's what I'm saying. Hear about that hunter went missing last week? Dog came back all torn up, but no sign of the guy. Search party didn't find nothing but his coat. And it had blood all over it.
Thompson clicked his tongue against his teeth and shook his head.
Damn fool probably got lost, froze to death. Ain't no Whistler.
You're telling me a grown man freezes to death 2 miles from his own cabin? Tracks didn't even make sense. Said it looked like something dragged him. But there ain't no sled, no vehicle, nothing.
My breath caught, and for a second I forgot to exhale. My fingers tapped restlessly against the rim of my mug. The words Whistler and dragged sat heavy in the air. I couldn't help myself. I slid out of the booth, grabbed my coffee, and headed toward the counter like I wasn't eavesdropping on every word. My boots scraped against the floor as I pulled up a stool.
What is the Whistler?
Both men froze. Earl gave me a long, flat look, and Thompson just stared into his coffee. The air between us got colder somehow, like they were trying to decide whether or not to answer me. Finally, Earl spoke, his voice low and rough.
You don't want to know.
Maybe not, but I'm asking anyway.
Earl leaned back in his stool and crossed his arms.
It's just an old story. Some folks made up back to scare the kids. Keeps them from wandering out at night, getting lost in the snow. Don't mean nothing.
He didn't sound convincing. Thompson shifted uncomfortably, his cigarette trembling slightly between his fingers.
You don't mess with that kind of talk. Not out here.
Why not?
Earl stared at me for a long moment.
Because you talk about it too much, and it'll hear you.
That shut me up. I didn't believe in superstitions, not really, but the way Earl said it, calm, matter of fact, made my skin crawl. Like it wasn't a warning. Like it was a fact. But there wasn't much conviction in his voice. He took a long drag from his cigarette and stared out the window. watching the snow fall in silence. Earl leaned in, his voice dropping even lower.
They say the Whistler comes out when the nights get too long. Snow's so thick you can't tell where the road ends and the forest begins. It'll call you. First with whistle and then with voices. Voices you know. People you trust.
The memory of last night slammed into me like a punch to the chest. The faint whistle, the woman's voice on the radio.
What happens if you follow it?
You don't. Not if you want to live. It'll leave you out in the dark, and that's the last anyone will ever see of you.
I swallowed hard, the taste of coffee bitter on my tongue.
And the people who've seen it, what do they say?
Earl shook his head.
It don't look right. Like it's wearing a person's skin, but it don't know how. It's too tall, too thin. Moves like it's learning.
Earl paused, his eyes flicking to the window.
They say it don't have a face. Just a void where a face should be. And that whistle don't stop. Not ever.
The diner suddenly felt too small, too warm. I could feel the sweat beading on my back, sticking my uniform to my skin. My hand tightened around the mug so hard I thought it might crack. Thompson stubbed out his cigarette and stood.
Ain't no damn Whistler.
But the way he shuffled toward the door, head down, eyes darting toward the windows, told me he didn't believe a word he'd just said. Earl watched him leave before turning back to me.
You heard it, didn't you?
I didn't answer, but the look on my face must have told him enough.
You better watch yourself, son. Once it calls you, you don't let go.
The road is emptier than usual tonight. Snow falls in a steady curtain, cutting my headlights' beams down to a pale, flickering glow. It's colder than it should be for this time of year. Cold enough to make the car groan with every gear shift. Cold enough that the frost creeping up the edges of the windshield feels alive. The frost breathes along with me. I keep one hand on the wheel and the other near the radio, my gloved fingers tapping against the mic like a nervous habit. It's been quiet tonight. Too quiet. That's not unusual in this town. Out here, the stillness doesn't just settle in, it saturates everything. But tonight it's different. It's the kind of quiet that feels wrong, like the silence itself is waiting for something. The whistle hasn't left my mind since I heard it last night. It's stuck in my head, circling like a tune you can't shake. Every time I think about it, I feel that cold knot in my stomach tightens a little more. I tell myself I'm being stupid, just a weird sound, just static. But then I think about what Earl said, the way his voice dropped when he talked about it, like he was afraid even saying the words might call it closer. Once it calls you, it doesn't let go. I roll my shoulders and turn the heat up another notch. The vents groan, spitting out lukewarm air that barely makes a dent against the chill. Ahead of me, the road disappears into the snow. The trees press in on either side, their bare branches reaching toward the car like skeletal hands. I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. The sensation crawls over me sharp and prickly, and I glance in the rearview mirror. Nothing. Just the same dark stretch of road behind me, empty and endless. I take a breath and shake my head.
Come on, get it together, Vance.
My voice sounds thin in the confined space of the car. The radio crackles. I freeze, my hand hovering over the mic. The sound is faint at first, like it's fighting to come through the static, but it's there. A whistle. Clearer this time, more deliberate. A slow, rising melody, as if someone's trying to hum a tune through pursed lips. It doesn't sound like wind. It doesn't sound like static. It sounds like someone out there in the snow, standing just beyond the reach of my headlights. I grab the mic, my pulse quickening.
Dispatch, this is Unit 4. Do you copy?
No response. The whistle carries on, soft but insistent. It feels like it's coming from everywhere at once. Above me, behind me, even inside the car. I roll the window down just a crack, enough to let the frigid air hit my face. The whistle gets louder and clearer. It's coming from outside, I'm sure of it now. But when I lean out and look, there's nothing. Just snow and shadows. I glance at the dashboard clock. 11:47 p.m. The numbers glow an eerie green against the dark. The whistle stops. The radio crackles, and this time I hear something else. A voice. At first it's faint, barely a whisper beneath the static, but I know what I'm hearing. It's a woman's voice, and not just any voice. My heart skips a beat as I recognize it, sharp and immediate, like a slap to the face.
Jimmy, it's me, Claire.
My grip on the wheel tightens until my knuckles ache. I haven't heard that voice in years, not since the day Claire disappeared. My mouth goes dry, and for a second I can't breathe. The radio crackles and the voice comes through again, softer this time.
Jimmy, I'm cold. You have to find me.
I slam the brakes, and the car jerks to a stop, skidding slightly on the icy road. My breathing is shallow, each exhale fogging the air. I sit there for a moment, my hands trembling on the wheel, staring out at the snow-covered road ahead of me. Then I hear it again. The whistle. It's closer now, sharper, like it's just outside the driver's side door. I twist in my seat, staring into the darkness beyond the glass. I feel my pulse hammering in my ears, and my instincts scream at me to hit the gas and get the hell out of here, but something holds me in place.
Jimmy, please, I'm here.
The sound of her voice pulls at something deep inside me, something raw and fragile. I can almost picture her, the way she looked when we were kids, running through the woods behind the house, laughing, her pigtails bouncing as she turned to look over her shoulder. I swallow hard, my throat tight. I flick the high beams on, and the road ahead lights up in harsh white. The trees on either side glow with frost, their branches bare and skeletal. At first, there's nothing, no movement, just snow falling in soft, silent waves. Then I see it. Footprints. They start near the shoulder of the road, just beyond where my headlights cut off, and trail off into the woods. The snow has filled them in slightly, but they're fresh enough to make out. They're large, too large to be human. Each print is deep, as though something heavy had pressed into the snow, and they're spaced far apart, like whatever made them had an unnatural stride. The whistle stops again, and the silence that follows is worse. It presses against me, thick and suffocating, as I sit frozen in my seat, staring at those impossible tracks. I don't know why I do it, maybe curiosity, maybe something else, but I kill the engine. The car groans as it shudders to a stop, the sudden lack of noise making the quiet outside feel deafening. My breath fogs up the windshield as I grab the flashlight from the passenger seat and step out into the cold. The air hits me like a slap, sharp and bitter. Snow crunches under my boots as I approach the edge of the road, where the first footprint is stamped into the powder. My flashlight beam cuts through the dark, but it's weak, barely strong enough to light up the nearest trees. The prints lead straight into the woods, vanishing between the tall pines. My heart pounds as I take a step closer, my boots sinking into the snow. I don't know what I expect to find. The thought of following those tracks makes my stomach churn, but I can't seem to pull myself away. Then, just beyond the trees, I see it. Movement. Something tall and thin sways between the trunks, its shape too vague to make out, like it's trying to blend into the shadows. My flashlight flickers, the beam dimming, and for a split second, I see something impossibly long. A limb, maybe, or a branch. It moves unnaturally, with sharp, jerky motions, and then it's gone. The whistle starts again, louder now, echoing through the trees. It feels like it's inside my head, vibrating in my skull. My legs freeze in place as the sound wraps around me, and I know without a doubt that it's watching me. The snow is coming down harder now, thick flakes swirling like ash in the wind. The patrol car crawls along the road, its tires slipping slightly on the ice. The headlights barely cut through the storm anymore. I should head back to the station. I should call it a night. But I don't. I can't. Claire's voice is stuck in my head. That soft, trembling, "Jimmy, it's me," repeats like a broken record, filling the silence in the car. I tighten my grip on the wheel, my knuckles stiff in my gloves. The heater clicks and groans, barely pushing out any warmth, but I don't turn it up. It's the least of my worries now. Every few minutes I glance in the rearview mirror, though I don't know why. There's nothing back there, just darkness and snow. Still, the feeling won't go away. that crawling sensation on the back of my neck, like I'm being watched. It makes me want to keep looking, even though I know better. The whistle starts again. It slips into the cabin like a draft, faint and distant at first, but unmistakable. The same slow, uneven melody. My pulse quickens as I scan the road ahead, but there's nothing, just the empty stretch of Route 9 disappearing into the storm. This time it's louder. I roll the window down again. The whistle sharpens, clear as day now, and I realize with a sick feeling in my gut that it's not just louder, it's closer. I grab the mic, my voice trembling slightly as I press the button. The static comes first, hissing faintly, and then,
Jimmy.
It's Claire again. Her voice breaks through the static, soft and trembling. I nearly drop the mic.
Jimmy, why didn't you come for me?
My throat tightens. I try to answer, but the words get caught. For a moment, all I can hear is the sound of my own breathing, sharp and ragged in the quiet cabin.
I tried. You know I did. I looked for you.
Not hard enough. You let me go, Jimmy. You left me there.
No, that's not true.
The static swells and her voice comes again, layered now, like there's more than one version of her speaking at once.
You let me die, Jimmy. You let me freeze.
The sound is unbearable. I slam the mic back into its cradle, my hands trembling.
Stop it!
And then, silence. The whistle cuts off mid-note, leaving only the low hum of the engine. I sit there, shaking, my breath fogging up the windshield. I tell myself it's not real. It's not her. It can't be. But then the radio crackles again. This time, it's my own voice.
Officer Vance to dispatch. I'm heading into the woods. I think I see something.
I stare at the radio, my chest tightening. The voice is identical to mine. Same pitch, same tone. Even the slight hesitation I get when I'm tired. It's like listening to a recording of myself. The radio clicks off on its own, and the whistle starts again, louder and sharper this time. My hand moves to the door handle before I realize what I'm doing.
No, 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 no!
I slam my hand back on the wheel, gripping it tight, but the whistle doesn't stop. It pierces through the car, vibrating in my skull, filling my head with a kind of pressure that makes it hard to think. And then I hear the tapping. It starts faint, like the sound of a branch brushing against glass, but it's steady, deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. My eyes snap to the driver's side window. For a second, I don't see anything, just the fogged glass and the swirl of snow outside. But then, slowly, I see it. A shape. It's pressed against the window, its form barely visible through the frost. At first, I think it's a person, but the longer I stare, the less sure I am. It's too tall, its shoulders too broad, its limbs too long, and its face. There's no face. Just a black void where one should be, like someone cut a hole out of reality itself. My breath catches, my fingers locking around the wheel as my brain struggles to make sense of what I'm seeing.